Moose_Brute says hello.
Yo, 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 what's up, everybody? We got a special stream today. We got this day 2 of World Championships right now. I put together a little bit of a layout so you'll be able to watch all 4 streams at the same time. Of course, you can only listen to one at a time, but if you want to hang out here, I'm going to be hanging out. I gotta redeem some codes. Also, work on some progress to get some drops. So if you any Pokemon fans out there is looking to do the same, I'm going to be here for a while. I would assume this stream could go for 11 hours. I don't know. But yeah, this is going to be just a chill stream. I'm also looking to probably play some maybe Unite or maybe Shiny Hunt or something in between if there's any ad breaks, like not ad breaks, but like breaks from content.
Queen_Patrick recognized the guy from Fortnite.
Fortnite? Oh my god, this is Fortnite World Championship 2024. Where's the Pokemon avatar things? It's not on this screen. Also, how's it going, Moose, Azurican, Jojo, Craft's doing the exclamation point get drops. God damn, everyone seems to be doing that command. It just you spam that and everyone else just follows suit. It's ridiculous. Maybe I'll make it a command here so people can get their fix. Where are my drops? Been doing well, doing some BBQs real quick. Very nice. Is there any specific streams that you'll be watching? Is it VGC, TGC, Pokemon Go, or Unite? Because we got them all here. So this is day 2, so we should get a new reward for Unite. I don't think I see it on my end. I'm going to be trying to figure this out as we go, too. Because I like some streams I would go into and try to get progress towards the drops, and it just wouldn't work. So I don't know. Crimson, can you play Fortnite? No Fortnite. Playing Fall Guys right now? Right on. Any dubs? I'll do anything Pokemon. Well, this is the anything Pokemon stream for sure. Looks like World is just like warming up with a lot of interviews and all that, but there's no real gameplay going on just yet. But we'll definitely go switch over to that now. Let's go over to Unite.
Why did you choose Tiburones Rojos as your opponents?
So we made a list of the teams we wanted to play against. Tiburones
Looks
Rojos
like,
was fourth.
looks like Unite is just doing interviews right now. Everyone else is already in the action. We got VGC already in battle. Same with TCG and Pokemon Go.
Specifically Toon Slim, so it's all around him. And then, of course, how did it feel to be chosen by Nouns?
¿Cómo sentiste cuando se eligieron?
Yo ya creía que, bueno, más bien predije que nos íbamos a enfrentar a Nouns.
Donde está la Cowboy? I don't know where he is. I think he was here just a moment ago.
Pues nada, el mejor de Europa contra el mejor de Latam Norte.
We had the mentality and we wanted to face the best ones. So this is the best European team against the best Latam team.
Oh, that's a big statement here. And then now you've played before in the AOS Cup with a very exciting match. How do you feel it's going to be any different this time around, or are you just going to try to do the same thing?
To be fair, we have two different players, and I feel like we practice a lot lately, and I think that we are in a better shape than we were there. But I think they are a great team anyway, and they can win us. But I feel confident. But there's nothing like. There's always a chance, no, for losing against them.
You know what? While we're waiting, if you guys want to be attacking each other like this, we could do the Royale right now.
How will things go differently than the AOS Cup?
En la AOS Cup os ganaron. ¿Qué pensáis hacer ahora para que no suceda lo mismo?
Pues otro libro, otra
All
historia.
right, it's just starting up.
Vamos a banear el Degos. No, mentira. Solamente ahora ya estamos los 5 completos, los titulares y con todo.
It's a blank page. It's a completely new stage, and now there's the team has the 5 best ones. So
All right, who's gonna win this?
All right, I'm gonna ask one final question, which is, of course, do you have anything to say to your opponents? You can start here.
Zerkin is trying to attack me like 1v1.
Just have fun. Do you
What?
have
Oh no!
for your opponent?
algo que le quieras decir a
He
tu
picked up a med kit.
Hay que hacer buen show.
It should be a good show.
Oh, I'm out. I'm out. Looks like just a Zurican. Queen is left.
Huge cheer from our crowd already, as we're gonna get them going. So we're gonna send it back.
Yo,
to
Zurican won that one. GG's.
All right, and we are getting ready for these two teams to square off. Our first match of the day, and you and I were both really excited to see Nouns here, so I can't wait to see how this goes. Obviously,
All right, there's
they
our
are
resident
picking their
content
opponents,
cowboy,
right? They decided who
Spraggles.
they wanted to go against, except I guess Toon had kind of a veto power, apparently. And told them, you couldn't go against my buddies here. We're taking a look at Nouns Esports. First in the EU Regional, first in the April Finals, 5th at the AOS Cup, and of course, second in the 2022, our first ever World Championships. And a lot of these members were up on that big stage in 2022.
Desu, Gatlu, Bruv are the three that you're talking
Looks like they're
about.
about to get ready to
Sorayu
start the
and
first
Toon.
match
Toon
of the
has been on
day.
this team all year. Sorayu, kind of a mid-season and so was Gatlu.
Crimson,
And
what
they've
does the
become
50 plus
difference
points
makers.
do?
You heard
It's a
what
part of the
Desu
stream
said,
avatars
AOS Cup, we're
point
different teams than
system.
them.
I don't
Passing a lot,
think
pick
there's
up the
anything
team.
really you need them for.
That's 40% of the squad that just
Normally they
showed
would
up,
be for
and
like
they've
buying
been
other
performing.
Pokemon
Let's
and
take a look at Tiburon
different
Rogues,
forms and stuff like
Texas
that, but I think I have
Wildlife,
everything set to
Happy, and
free,
Boy.
so
These are
realistically
names
it's
that I am incredibly
not.
familiar with because they are
There's nothing right now
notoriously
that I
known
have
for
that you
signing
can
up
use it
NA
for.
tournaments.
Maybe in the
Just
future there'll be
get as
something.
many games in because that's what they are, straight gamers.
I also feel like I've run into them on ladder before, and they're monsters.
Beat the brakes off
Yeah,
you.
they're
They beat the
monstrous
brakes off
players.
you.
They're so good. Of course, when you're here in the top 16, there isn't a single team.
I'm gonna
you can
try
pick
and
that
get
you are
the
safe from
drops
picking.
Correct.
on screen, so
Every
like
single team is a monstrous
we can
team.
try and
Every
figure
single
this
team
out here.
is
So we're supposed to
coming from a
get
competitive
in
region. And
item
this
enhancers
year,
and Unite
compared
if
to
you're
other
watching the
years,
Unite
I
stream,
feel like the
as
level
well
of play
as a license for
every
one of the
region has
Pokemon. You get to
stepped
choose
up
which one you want.
considerably. The last couple of years, we had a few standout regions and then others that were close, but I felt like trailing behind. Generally, right now, backstage, we're always talking.
Has anyone got
Is
any
it gonna be
progress
APAC?
towards it?
Is it going to be Japan? Could North America do it again? Is EU actually back? And honestly, all of them are in
And also,
play right
if you
now
need help
as
with
we head
anything,
to
I'm
our
putting
first
commands in the
draft
chat
of
too
day.
for
Let's take a look.
helping with
Nouns
this stuff.
Esports, Tiburones
So
Rojas, the Red
if you're not
Sharks.
sure
We are
about
gonna
how
see what they
drops
wanna ban
work,
out.
you can
First
do
ban is
exclamation point
Cramorant,
drops.
second is Charizard.
That'll
No
take you
surprise there.
to the link
I'm
that will
shocked
explain how
when I
to
see a
link your
Charizard not
account
banned
and
not picked.
get that all set up.
Yesterday,
Yes.
which is
Also, if you want to know
crazy
the
to me.
progress of your
It is
drops, you
such
can
a
do
strong Pokemon.
exclamation
That
point
Unite
progress, and there's the
one,
link
you
there to
can't
your
stop
Twitch
it
account
anymore.
to see
You
where
can't
you
just
are in
sneeze
the
on a
drops.
Charizard mid-Unite and just guff it, which is great. But of course, the cooldown is so rapid. The fact that you can single target just spike every time on repeat.
So you
is
will
so,
need
so
a trainer
Yeah,
account,
it's
Pokemon trainer
incredible.
account,
Not only is it
connected to your
unstoppable,
Twitch
it
if you do
sounds
want any of the
unstoppable,
rewards.
Which is massive right here. I was talking to Toon yesterday, and he was telling me if it's available, I want it every single time. It's that good. First pick over to Umbreon. We've seen this time and time again. Umbreon is the premier defender in the game right now. Slowbro also not banned out here. We've not seen much this competition, which we thought could be a huge force, and now it's getting locked in on the side of Tiburones Rojos. I love this. Blaziken and Slowbro for 1 and 2. That's
so
huge.
sick. Take a look at these win rates across these defender players, though. Bruv, 100% win rate on Umbreon. Patchy, 100% win rate on Slowbro.
You know what? I'm gonna load up
As we're
Pokemon
going
Go.
through,
So day one, you would have unlocked a
great
Sableye
pick in Blissey.
research.
One of my Pokemon to watch. It is such a
I haven't even
phenomenal
worked on
support,
it.
and it's been
I
here
think
since the
these
beginning, and
things
it's
do
never gonna go
expire
away.
by the
That's
end
just
of
how
the
strong
tournament,
that Bliss
which is
assistance
Sunday. So you
Let's
have
look
till
at
the end of the
what we
weekend
have going on
to finish
here.
them
Look
all.
at the lockdown we have on Rojos. We have Slowbro with Slowbeam. We have Mimikyu's Mimikyu Unite. Sorry, I can't remember what it's called right now. We have these two lockdown Unite moves. But then on the other side, Nouns very intelligently is grabbing that Blissey, like you said. Bliss Assistance is one of the biggest counters. If you're grabbed by the Slowbeam,
Alright,
you
choose
get
a-
the massive shield.
choose a path.
especially if you're
Pancham,
running a Buddy
Weezing,
Bear,
or
you can get sort of
NK?
a double shield
What
right
do
there.
I
They have
want?
the Umbreon, so it can't get stolen away. And now we see these final picks. We're bringing out Mamoswine as a defender right here. We have Urshifu, and then over on the other side, a Pokemon we have not seen much of. We've actually talked a little bit about this, Clefable, which I thought
I'm gonna go
maybe
Pancham,
we'll
just
see more
since
play
it's, like,
with
hard to
some of
find.
these teams that really want to, you know, sort of band together and fight as one big unit. We're gonna have to see how it works out in this match. We've really not seen it much on the world stage here.
Yeah, it's something that Nouns is doing.
Hey, is
They
that
picked Mamoswine. They're
Wolf?
actually going to have Bruv play the true defender.
Wolf Click
as they're
playing right now?
Switching their picks around, right? Which means Gatlu might be taking that Mamoswine to the top path and kind of be an aggro.
I just saw him there
swarm.
for a second
But you
there.
Take a look at those items. We've got Focus Band.
It
we've got
is.
Bangle, and we've got Red.
More defensive to not lose tools, and in
All right, we
that,
got Wolfie
lost so much more.
Yeah,
on
I think
screen.
Wolf not faltering in his convictions was the big thing, right? Taking the opportunities when they're presented to him. The Woodhammer there was pivotal. And also kind of fortunate as well when the Rillaboom went out that the Urshifu wasn't the Pokemon that was targeted that turn with the Thunderbolt from the Raging Bolt. So yeah, of course, there was a few turns in there where it could have went Hirofumi's way because the pressure was there all the time on his side of the field. But I think the way that Wolf was able to manage that pressure and obviously had a game plan coming out from the start, not worrying about, you know, using that Incineroar as the sponge almost.
I'm guessing we're looking at replays right now. I'm not sure who has who took the first game.
If you look at Hirofumi's side of the field,
See where we're at right now.
Slow down some of the options on that special engine for Wolf, but Wolf has to use that Incineroar in some sort of way, shape, or form to slow down that engine that could be there with a Calyrex Ice Rider, which doesn't seem to be the thing that Hirofumi's really favoring in this matchup.
I think it's so interesting how Hirofumi didn't bring the Calyrex Ice Rider, but for Wolf, what did the Calyrex Shadow Rider do? It perished? It was
also, before anyone gets confused, the chat down below is actually the chat from the official streams. So we're actually able to get their chat in the stream. Our chat will still stay where it is. So they're two different chats.
Calyrex Ice Rider next to that Raging Bolt for Hirofumi, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Incineroar for Wolf.
Yeah, it's a really nice lead and adjustment from both players here.
We have Love Disc in chat. Exclamation point. I was gonna say Discord. Exclamation point. Pokecatch.
Onto that Ice Rider Calyrex because it is holding that never melt ice item rather than what we commonly see in
Unite has started too. Damn, it's so tough to cover everything here. There's so much action going on. Alright, we'll come back. We'll come back to Wolfie and see how he does.
A lot of single strike here, Spraggles. With that secure ability, I mean, Wicked Blow is nothing to scoff at in a Daysu, just leashing everybody around, going down for the squad to make sure that the quality players get pack safe.
Looks like they just started. We're about a minute 30 into it.
It's a smart play from some of these top teams as we have Mimikyu heading into this central area right here, seeing what they're able to take.
Oh damn, they're trying to push into the jungle.
Oh, this is happening. Huge Ice Fang right there. There's the pickup, and they go down. You see
but a little too hard.
Speaking of this Inteleon,
Losing the Mimikyu there.
I mean, insane plays. Good eye sniper. Crazy stuff from Toon.
I mean, it's been amazing, and we've seen multiple players play incredibly well. Another knockout, the K opener and the subsequent one going to Nouns Esports. They're starting to hum. They're not falling into the Tiburones Rojos trap right now. They're not letting themselves get imposed upon, and they are looking strong early.
Yeah, very strong. Level-wise, they look incredible. They're behind on the scoreboard, but they're winning on experience early. Here from Nouns. Absolutely dismantling them on this Tier 1 gold.
Brother, no fear. They're going straight after him, but now Frank has showed up. They've got full HP bar, and they can put a lot of pressure on. They go for a quick engage. Soraya looks like they're going to make it out.
All right, looks like they're retreating from their base.
You can see that that might be a nice little trap that Tiburones Rojos might be able to set.
There's a nice little push there.
But for now, not quite.
Here we go. We have these birds spawning in the middle right here, being stolen away there by the Blaziken, pulled to the other side. We have the Shadow Sneak moving in, and then no, they are able to pull back. Again, it's a defender, this Mamoswine. You would be taking down an all-rounder in some of these moments.
In all of this top path action, we lost sight of where Toon is. Level 8 already on Inteleon, imposing their will in the bottom path, which is why Soraya has been able to babysit up top this whole time.
And we have 4
okay, so they're going for Reggie. Are they going to contest it? It looks like they're kind of just standing back and looking to... Oh, no! The stream just died! Crap. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it back up. I don't know why it's doing that. I'll refresh the stream. Bruh, just as the Reggie fight too. Can you type all commands, please, for I can know? Exclamation point commands for that. I can try and do the ones I know. No, like all you have to do is just this. There you go. Those are the commands. I don't know why it shows some of the like change the stream title ones. That's kind of crazy.
Right? When you head into Ray,
All right, the stream's back.
goals are even, but you know you've got a good 30 or 40 points on your opponents. You have the ability to let them try to make a play, make a mistake, and let you counterpunch them and win the game.
It also gives you credit for doing good math and understanding the math across the board all game long. If you have a better understanding of where the score line is, even though you can't see it, you can make stronger adjustments than your other team, as you mentioned.
Absolutely. As we have a little bit of a fight breaking out here. Big time Unite move from Bruv.
Going straight into it, we're on top of Texas right now. Texas goes down quickly. Espeon Unite by Donluck trying to catch a couple targets, but we are still standing over here. Bruv does go down, but we've got a nice blitz on Soreyu, who's lining up Frank, who's going to get out of dodge before they can catch that wicked blow to the teeth. Does Mimikyu have teeth? It does today. Gatlu with the reposition Ice Fang. That's a quick KO, easy business. Now we're going straight on top of Donlux, who Soreyu's engagement, half HP bar, eviscerated.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Nouns, but a really nice pullback there from Rojos, right? They just decided that it wasn't going to work out in that moment. Pulled back from that fight. Mimikyu did not go down, and now we have another push onto this top path. They're going to try to take the score advantage here with this Regieleki. They are behind right now. Nouns is going to get the bottom objective, and Rojos are going to get the top objective once again.
We already see Gatlu there, keeping an eye on what the Rojos are doing. They see that there's a 3-person push. They're going to be able to get vision. We already have actually Toon Slim on the backside getting ready to line up some snipe shots. They're adjusting well across the map.
Yeah, they are. And we have Gotlu just dealing with that top. Regice going down here in the bottom.
Craft, are you also trying to get the drop for the license? Because I don't think it's active right now.
Yeah, just with an auto attack, but we're going straight into that action. We're sitting on the pad. Nice slow bro Unite to catch up Soreyu. Soreyu's trying to do all the work. Espeon Unite out of Donlux, gonna catch a couple and actually force Nouns out. And suddenly there's 3 players gone in a heartbeat.
All right, so they've like just completely taken over the bottom there.
Yeah, beautiful Espeon Unite, and you saw that overheat charge up right into the eject button, caught 3 on the side of Nouns.
Wait, the other streams just stopped. What the hell?
Good moment right there for the Sharks to burn their Unite moves, right?
Let me get those back up.
4-minute mark, they can take a good fight here. They can get up on the scoreboard. Now, Nouns does still have an opportunity on this tier 1. If they keep it up, they could leave it there so they can get a quick 100 points at Rayquaza. They also could take a moment to fight at it here soon, and it looks like they're mobilizing to fight at this tier 1 right now, as all 5 members
there
of
we go.
Nouns
We're
are
back.
marching
They're all
toward
back
it
up.
with Bruv in front.
Nice engagement by Bruv, and of course Gatlu's right there as well. They're going to start popping some stuff, and Toon Slim is popping some skulls with those snipe shots. They rake that goal zone down. Nice Ice Fang KO. Bruv, great engagement on Donlux, and the follow-up is there quickly. 3 players down, immediately back the other way.
Beautiful stuff here, and look at that level 14 Inteleon right now. The question is this Ray fight is coming up in 50 seconds. Is the Mimikyu going to be able to catch this Inteleon, or are we going to see those astronomical numbers that we've seen from Toon in some of these matches? The snipe shots flying out, finding their targets easily. Regieleki right now, easily possibly secured by Nouns. We're going to have to see if they want to go for the overheat right here. The snipe shot is ready to go, and we do get to secure.
Nice little peel back. We've got 25 seconds till Ray, and nobody wants to get caught out right there. Yes, they'd probably be back in time, but it's just a rough look and allows the other team to position. 15 seconds till Ray, the first Ray of our day 2. And again, don't forget, this best of 3 is win or go home.
That's right. No one ready for
All right,
this.
here comes the Ray fight.
Instead, deciding to move through this central area here and pick up some experience. We have the Rojos setting up for this battle. Mimikyu not level 14 yet.
All right, this is going to be nuts.
Again, from Toon. He's just going to continue firing these snipe shots just about where he
When the
knows they
action
will be
starts,
in
it's just
this
going to be
long rest.
insane.
And we're gonna see if
They're kind of just both holding off. They're like a little skeptical about going in.
With 100 points, Rojos might be using this opportunity to move in, and they are.
All right, here we go.
Go in straight. Oh, Bruv used their Unite. We're right in the middle, straight into the Espeon Unite. Nice engagement. Blitz sits to the middle, and they're going to stay tall. They're going to get a knockout with that. Blaziken's down. They're going straight.
Oh, they're
at
2
them.
down.
Nice KO by Toon Slim. 3 players
3 down.
instantly for the Sharks. They are finding themselves beached out here in Hawaii.
They just got to push them. Cliff Fable's actually just trying to run away. Like,
and it just seems like easy
are they going to be able to come in here and snipe it? I don't know. No, there's no way. They got the Ray.
Yes, they do.
There it is.
Secure it there. Blissey with the big hands. Nouns moving forward here towards the goal zone, looking to score more. With a minute on the clock, with the Ray shields on their side, it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for the Sharks to come back right here. They're going to try to make a stand at these goal zones and push forward, but instead the points are raining in on the main base. 5 5:34, 2:02. It looks like this first game is heading to Nouns with a beautiful.
Have a good one,
That was a
Zirkin.
phenomenal team fight from draft.
All right, looks like it's
GG's.
GG's.
I really feel like Nouns feels
Noon's just taking
dialed
the
in. What a game out of them. They
taking the
were
verse one on
in
this one.
sync. They were fighting in sync, and they were saying bye to the other team in this because I said in sync.
I saw what you did there. I thought it was pretty. You know what? Honestly, I just wanted to commit to it, stick the landing. I thought it was beautiful. The bye, go.
I caught it halfway, and I was like, is that where I'm going? I guess so.
Went
Whatever.
there. You know what? I think everybody loved it, and I think they're celebrating you right now. I guarantee it.
Oh, you know what? I figured it out. So for Unite drops, the license is for the final only.
Amazing stuff here.
So they're basically giving you a license to watch the finals. So we're not at the finals yet, so we don't have to worry about that drop just yet.
Fight was done phenomenally. We talked about how important that Bliss assistance
So we'll definitely be paying attention to that when that happens. The finals is actually today, even though the tournament still goes till Sunday.
Right here and take game number 1.
I'll tell you what, ToonSlim on this Inteleon is the real deal, and it almost feels like, man, why haven't we seen more of it? Because Inteleon currently is sliding through. It's not getting banned, and it's going to be in that pick phase. And it looks like they're getting it kind of mid-draft, so you're not giving up like a high-quality pick that you think the other team might want. But look at this. I mean, Toon getting the nod, as you can see.
But we have a winner over on VGC.
At both of these squads, how are they going to recover?
An absolute masterclass from the man himself, and what an absolute great game to see. Just didn't give any opportunity to Hirofumi through that entire
Looks like
set.
Wolf has
Which is
secured the win on that
phenomenal to
one.
watch. Had a game plan, came into it, stuck to it, kept his composure. This man is on a tear this weekend, and it's not stopping here. He's got a little way to go, but everything looking and going in the right direction for Wolf Glick.
What's going to stop this reign of terror that he is inflicting upon Honolulu right now? Because undefeated, not even a single game dropped is incredible. The caliber of trainers here, and Hirofumi, we're looking
Can we
at
see
someone
Wolf
to try and
Glick
take
being
him down
champion,
at least once,
the
but
champion
it's
this year?
not
That'd
gonna
be
here.
insane.
And I mean, that's top cut secured.
I think what we need to remember as well is Hirofumi is one of the best players in the world as well. This is just not any player that Wolf's going up against. He finished day 1 undefeated. He's the finalist from 2019 World Championships, had a good run at World Championships last year, and Wolf has completely dominated that game. Going over the matchup before we came into it, I thought it looked very tricky for Wolf. I thought there was a lot of things on Hirofumi's side of the field that could cause him a lot of issues. And it's just testament to Wolf in a lot of ways to say, okay, you had such a
Who won the Unite game? Noons. Is it Noons or Nouns?
That were
I think it's
exploitable on
Noons.
Hirofumi's side of the field, close them out and not falter. Like I said throughout that set, he didn't falter at all through that, kept his composure, stuck to the game.
So we got
plan,
Wolf
and
Glick
it
winning
worked
their
out so
match, got
perfectly
Noons
in the
winning
end.
theirs.
I think what was so
They're right now
Well, of course we
in the
haven't seen
ban
much
stages
of it
right
because it
now.
wasn't as impactful. You think of that slow beam being a big shutdown.
Looks
I didn't
like
see it shut down anything.
No,
we got a ban on Cramorant and Clefable, Charizard, and Ceruledge.
Blissey on the other side, taken by Tiburones Rojos. I actually love that they stole that away.
Nouns? I don't know why I'm saying Noons then. I thought I heard someone earlier say Noons. Maybe that's why. But it's Nouns. Like pronouns.
The Inteleon once again, and we're stealing away that Blaziken. Blaziken feels like kind of the star of this entire tournament. The top level play that you see out of this Pokemon is amazing.
Yeah, Blaziken is a top-tier Pokemon, and it's delivering on a top-tier stage. And Soreyu is very happy to have that Pokemon in their hands right now. As we're going through, Gatlu's going to lock in this Metagross, and it looks like Adesu's going to take the Eldegoss. Hoopa surprisingly
Bruv is the best mime in the world.
Yeah, Hoopa left on the bench, and you know, I've noticed, I feel like a lot of EU teams are really strong.
Wait a minute, that name sounds so familiar. Like I've played with them before. I don't know what it is. I don't know if they come out to different streams, Unite streams, and I've seen them there. But that name, other than the fact that they're pro player, but I think I've played against them essentially.
Final pick here on Rojos. I kind of love to see it. We don't get to see much of it competitively. We saw
that means Kraft needs to step up his game so he can be the #1 mime player in the world.
So impactful, and then also you can just whiff it pretty hard. It's one of those tough Unites that feels like it could be a game changer, but is a little telegraphed, and you've got to have it set up well.
Maybe, but he's in the EU, so I don't know.
beat that Don Lux is going to have to hit with this Gardevoir is when Gatlu uses their Metagross Unite, you need to use your Fairy Singularity into the Coliseum.
Yeah.
You need to drop that right into the ring that they create for you, almost setting up a bullseye for where you need to put that Unite move.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's like kind of a great counter to what Gotlu's
Yeah.
going to throw at you. So then you have that moment. I feel like Umbreon presents moments like this where you go, I can't Unite until I see Umbreon Unite because it's going to steal all my shields,
Correct.
right? The same thing is going to kind of happen with Gotlu right here on this Metagross. I can't really Unite until I've seen what Gardevoir is going to do because it could be really bad for me in the Coliseum that I set up. So it is going to be interesting to see.
Oh my god, we got an interview with Wolf
I gotta
Wolfie.
say, Metagross,
would look like this year. This is pretty close to it thus far.
I mean, you've been very good throughout the season, just picking a goal, visualizing it, and then
Gotta go.
achieving it.
Thanks for coming out,
So
Moose.
what was
Have a
your
good one.
mindset coming into this tournament to prep?
Yeah, so this format is really difficult because there are so many different viable compositions. Like, I think there might be as many as 10 times more.
I heard he
normal
went
just
16 and
because
0. Yeah, he's
there's all these
undefeated.
different,
Like,
single
it's
versus
actually kind of
Pokemon, and
insane.
each of those like can be used in different ways, and so
He's in
there's
great
just so many
form. He
combinations. So
he
my
could take
idea
it all the
was,
way.
Rather than trying to use a team, excuse me, a team that gives me a positive matchup into whatever I play against, I'd rather have a team that like is generally very strong, and I don't have any like severe losing matchups, and then I can just focus on playing and like learning how to use the team rather than trying to like gain an advantage via like the team builder, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you brought that up because your team that you're running this weekend with the Calyrex Shadow Rider, that was the first restricted team that I know you built and got a lot of success with. Was that intentional?
This is why his
to
face
come
is
back to that
everywhere.
pick for this tournament?
No, he's definitely a
Yeah,
good player
so
for
when I
sure.
was working for NAIC for North American Internationals, I figured out that I really liked Terra Water Calyrex Shadow. Like, it was such a cool way of using the
Yeah, he's got a
Pokemon. It felt
social
really
media
good to me.
presence.
So,
He's like official
I actually debated
staff,
not even
I
bringing it to
believe.
NAIC because I thought it was so strong, but in the end, I'm glad that I did. But yeah, after NAIC, I was looking.
And he
at
has
my losses,
he has
I
like
went 11
some of the
wins, 4
craziest
losses, and I was
records, right? He's got
my opponents were really good,
a
they
title
played
in just
really
like
well,
every
and, like,
type
I
of
don't think
tournament.
My team was the final form of what it could be, and if I like improved some of the details of the team and if I like learned to use it a bit better, then I thought it could do well. So I kind of just kept using it, and I think it makes sense in this format because experience matters a lot. Because there are so many like compositions, you need to know how to play against as many of them as possible.
Sounds like he's
So
doing a
it was
YouTube video
definitely
right now.
an intentional decision to like pick a team that I thought was strong enough in theory, and then just continue using it. So I
He
could really
probably
develop
will
as
make
much
a
of the
video
mastery of it as I
right
could.
after.
I mean, your mastery of that core was on display in that last round against Hirofumi. We saw Hirofumi on stream yesterday. He had the Terra Poison Calyrex Ice Rider with Never Melt Ice, Terra Normal Fluttermane. I don't think anybody was anticipating seeing a team like that. So how did your understanding of your team help you puzzle through what you
He
were
needs a
facing
win
in
and
that
unite.
matchup?
Oh yeah, imagine that. Imagine Wolfie just goes and just wins everything. He goes into TCG. He goes into Pogo.
I might not need to terrestrialize Calyrex Shadow as long as I eliminated the Chi-Yu. So in the first game, I kind of focused on using Rillaboom and Urshifu to put pressure on the Chi-Yu and try to get rid of it right away. And also, like, Never Melt Ice Calyrex is really strong, but it's a lot weaker versus Incineroar, and so I knew that, like, I think that's
I went undefeated at Worlds is the title. Yeah, that's exactly it. It would be that too.
By using Calyrex Shadow and Incineroar in the late game,
That's such a
enough to
clickbait
carry
title
me
too.
through. So it was kind of just about getting there. Went a little off the rails because he played so well and really caught me off guard, and so I had to scramble a bit. But yeah, in the end, it was like my Pokemon were so strong that
So
even though
we need to
things might have been
follow
awry, it
his
still worked
run
out.
here. Like I'm definitely gonna go swap back to it.
Watch. And then going into game number 2, it felt like you were just in the commanding seat for that. How did you take the knowledge you got from game 1 and sort of adjust your game plan for it?
Yeah, I had a feeling that Hirofumi would lead the Fluttermane and Chi-Yu combination in game 1 because it's so threatening into Shadow Rider. And so when I showed that I was doing like, oh yeah, Rillaboom Urshifu, I thought he might like switch up his Pokemon in some way. And if he leads pretty much anything else or most other combinations, the combination of Incineroar and Calyrex is really good just from the get-go. And so yeah, when I saw that I had like a really good lead advantage with like, it was probably the best leads I could have asked for, I felt really good. And I debated kind of setting up my Calyrex and going for a Nasty Plot, but I thought like maybe I should just get.
All right, this interview's going too long. I'm gonna switch back to Unite. We gotta go check out what's going on over there.
We're not stopping. This is our objective. We're gonna zone them out right now. We're gonna get really aggressive. The rest of you handle this objective. Gotlu here in this top path on that Metagross.
In terms of levels, they're pretty much even.
Especially into a Pokemon like
They got 3 level 9s. Noon's got 3 level 9s right now, so they're kind of a little level, kind of equal though. 53 to 95. All right, so Regilecki's up top.
Looked insane. So hopefully Gatlu watched some tape and can bring that energy to their own.
They're kind of just feeling out the battlefield
instantly.
here.
Holy smokes. Regieleki's there. They're body blocking the
Oh,
snipe shots. No opportunity.
they got it.
to
They
steal.
secured it.
Reggie Elecki is
I want to call them Roja because of what's Tiburones? Is that how you say their name?
Nice unite move.
I think
Nice
Downs wins this.
Support back on Frank, so they even go down.
I mean,
over the wall. They are sussed out.
It's too early. They're right now they're losing, but
they get a KO on Freud,
I have a feeling it's gonna like get more closer to the Ray fight.
Nouns here, it feels like they're a lot shakier than game one. Rojos in a little
Red
bit of
shark in
control,
English.
a lot of
Yeah, I
these
know.
moments
I
taking
actually knew the
objectives right
words.
there. And
Roja means
Soreyu
red.
has missed
Tiburones is the same
moment
in
after
Portuguese.
moment
It's,
on Blaziken. You
it
don't
means
need to hit 'em
shark.
all, but you gotta hit some of them right here. It just feels like he has not had a lot.
I
of
just
great
don't know how to
engagements on
pronounce
this
things in
Pokemon.
Spanish
They
properly.
need to facilitate them. They need to say, do less. We'll set you up. Just make sure you get the KOs. You know, trying to get the
I should be voting for the Red Sharks because, you know, Team Red. Let's go. Anything red.
Between Toon and Bruv, they are dialed in. The rest of the team right now in this game too needs to follow suit. Don Lux eating a snipe shot, half HP bar gone, meaning Texas.
I don't think I really have anyone picked out that I'm like looking to see who's gonna win. I'm just here for the gameplay and just see how it goes.
Right on top of Toon, popping their Unite move back the other way. Gatlu actually picks up Froy quickly. Bruv is chasing straight at them, going right at Don Lux, giving the separation. Frank pivoting around, they're trying to get back in the mix. Toon Slim is lining up a snipe shot, actually hits the slow beam target. Regirock is taken quickly by Tiburones Rojos, and that is causing the dominoes to fall on the side of Nouns.
Beautiful stuff here from Tiburones Rojos. You know, in that fight,
Rojos?
they Emerald two-step. They're looking for Inteleon, but part of me feels
It's just
like
funny
they're
hearing people say
looking for
the names in
Inteleon
English.
as much as they're looking to see how many Unite moves they can get Nouns to burn in that moment. He looked for Inteleon.
I only know 4
realized he
teams that are
couldn't
still
get the
playing.
KO. Eldegoss up in the air, Unite move from Umbreon, and everyone from Rojos.
How often do we get
feels
different
bad,
like
and it
teams
seems like
in the
they just
final,
let
or not the
Nouns
finals, but
kinda
just in the
gas
tournament
themselves
in
out this
general?
moment. They move back in.
I know there's
Great
always the
position.
usuals,
Gardevoir
but
Unite move,
I
ready
feel
for
like
the
there's
big
always
secure.
new
Feels
names
like they're
popping
in
up every time.
control here in game number 2, and they need to be. Again, if they don't win, their tournament is done.
They are using the fact that Bruv and Adesu are so good at their job saving the members of their team that they're using that window where they go for the save to get objectives out from under them, as you just outlined. Great plays out of Tiburones Rojos. They have turned the page here, and they are looking like a new squad here in the second game.
And look at that beautiful play by them. A sneaky play on that goal zone. The Mimic You Unite move, not used to deal with Umbreon in a way where you're going to be able to pick up a KO, but it's actually used to deal with it just so you could shut it
Very
down.
often, actually, because teams break up and form different teams. Yeah, I figured that. It's like, who are these guys? These guys are new. These guys are new.
Also going down, Regieleki does not walk. Nouns, however, scoring in the
I guess it
bottom
really
half,
depends
getting
if Unite,
closer, but still,
how it goes in the
Rojos
next like
ahead. That's where
few
you wanna be
years,
heading into
and
Rayquaza, and a
how
little 14 Leafeon feels
how
pretty
permanent
good
and how like cemented it's going to be in like as an esport. We might see more teams being formed and like, you know, being a more official.
So they could close out that T1 goal zone and shrink this score lead. The problem is they need to
Like, who knows? Maybe we like see like, you know, FaZe Clan getting into Unite and stuff like that. You never know.
A little bit, but it's still a margin that you need to try and make up.
Right now, Nouns kind of has this Regice for free, which is going to be nice for them. Team-wide XP, a little bit of HP recovery, which could be good if they're able to withstand sort of that first volley. But we have Rojos right here, ready for this at Rayquaza. They're positioned super aggressively right here. Bruv moving in, pushing the slow bro back. We have them caught right here by the Shadow Sneak, but that's not the target you're looking for, obviously, as they end up pulling back.
Leafeon just hit level
The
15.
snipe shots are landing. It feels like Rojos is going to need to make a decision right here, even though they are ahead. If those snipe shots keep hitting,
All right, what are they going to do
Nouns
here?
being in a
They're kind of like
position right now.
unsure.
Nouns finally back in this Ray pit, safe for a moment.
No one
Rojos
wants to
not
take
safe
the
at
shot
all
at
in
this right
tournament.
now.
They need this Ray fight to go their way, or they are going home. Gotlu heading up to the top path, possibly looking for a sneaky score as members of Rojos.
Looks like Metagross is way out of the fight here. What are they looking to do? Oh no, we just lost audio. Bring back the audio. The streams have been really funny. I don't know why they've been cutting out like this. Refresh. Oh, come on. I thought there was no ads on, on these streams. This sucks. I need to get Twitch Turbo. That's what I gotta do for this. Come on, come on, come on, come on. We're gonna miss the Ray fight. This is ridiculous. No. It looks like Noon secured the Ray, so that they're definitely gonna get it. Let me see if what the hell's going on with the audio. This is really weird. Did the official stream lose audio? There's no way. Yep, it did. It did. Chat is saying rip to the audio. But it looks like the nouns are taking it. Oh my god, F's in chat. Everyone's like F. Bruh. No audio. Audio left the server. Yo, can we get some audio in here? I guess we're not gonna hear Spraggles anymore. Oh, you gotta love this. You know, like I'm relying on them to have their shit together, and it's not going. Even the stream, I think, is lagging. Might have to just throw some music in the meantime. Like, I guess this is how it's gonna go. Bruh, did the broadcast just die? Okay, we're gonna just switch it over. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
Well, they figure that out.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it, 10.
He has determined this is the way that he has to ask the most.
We haven't even taken a look at TCG.
Asking his opponent, do you play Thornton? Right, that's the first
Pretty
question.
much, that's the first question.
The next question is, all right, if you don't play Thornton, do you have a way to switch out the Radiant Charizard? Which most Regidrago V-Star decks do play a copy of Switch. I do believe the Prime Catcher has been exhausted, right? So Isaiah knows that is not accessible anymore. And can you find a switching card and one of the boss's orders that you just put into your deck that are in there, right? Isaiah did not play Iono to help him get closer to those cards. And can you find both of those without flip the script and with a big enough hand to where you might not be able to use Mu EX? That's a lot of questions that Yoshiyuki needs to answer.
It definitely is. And, you know, there is a chance that we're going through this whole debacle here. Knockout shields are now down for Yakovic. This Gudra is in great position. It still needs to get through this Azumarill, and it needs to get through the Charge Bug as well. I think the Charge Bug actually has a charge attack ready to go, in fact. Yes, almost at 2 X-scissors now. You have to be thinking to yourself, how do I take out this Azumarill? Is it going to be a Thunder Punch? Is it going to be a Zap Cannon? We see the final Protect Shield come out from Lurgan Rocket on his Gudra.
But I think Yakovic already has back-to-back X-scissors. If he throws this straight away, he's going to deny the Gudra's energy, and there it is. Here comes the X-scissor. I think this is just going to be barely enough to take out the Gudra.
Okay, let's see. Just a little bit of HP remains on the Gudra. It's able to hang on, and the Zap Cannon is loaded. Here comes the Azumarill. This is interesting, though, because you don't want to get Volt switched down, come out with a move on your Charger Bug. It's going to maybe come down to charge attack priority, because I think Gudra has a move loaded, Soph.
I think you're absolutely right. Survived with barely 1 HP there, but like you said, I think it's not going to matter. Actually, the Registeel's able to get to this Focus Blast. Lurgan Rocket takes this decisive Game 3, deals Yakobovic his first loss in quite some time, and moves on in the winner's side of the bracket.
Unfamiliar territory now for Yakobovic, falling down to the loser side of the bracket. Just like you said, Lurgan Rocket able to use that same team of 3, the Cresselia, the Goodra, the Registeel. Beautiful plays there by Lurgan. In fact, actually, he went down 0-1 to start that, if you recall. He made some great adaptations and some great line.
Oh my god, I'm still trying to keep up with Unite, and it's still not live. This is crazy.
It has to be the Goodra, but I mean, like you said, he brought the same line of 3 all 3 games, just in a little bit of a different
Do we have like a poor connection, like to the world at in Hawaii, or what?
It was really able to do a lot of damage against Gligar.
Are they using McDonald's Wi-Fi over there?
Game 3, right? Which ended up being the games he was winning. So I think that having that matchup line up for him the way it did was really what helped him set the tone for the rest of the game.
You know what? I agree that all Pokemon were important there for Lurgan, but what stands out to me for the Goodra is that it was the singular Pokemon with fast attack pressure, and versus that Gligar, that was so critical. You're not going to have a lot of success with your Registeel versus the Shadow Gligar. It's a bit of an awkward matchup with your Cresselia because you need to land charge attacks. With the Goodra, with those Dragon Breaths, you can simply just use 2 shields and get through that matchup a lot easier. So I think when it came down to getting his Registeel placed in Game 2 and Game number 3, Goodra was...
Alright, let's go to VGC since we actually have something going on, maybe? We want the Unite bracket, like the playoff tree? I think I saw it earlier. I didn't save it, but yeah, if there's a live link that like updates it, that'd be good. Then we can kind of keep tabs on like where people are at, like what teams are where. Unfortunately, we can't know what's going on with Unite at all since the broadcast is down. Oh really? They're using Start GG to track all this? I guess that makes sense. But I thought they would have like an internal website that they use to do this, but okay, this works. That was a Fast Unite Worlds, I know, right? Like what? We just start day 2 with like, oh, I think we're back. I think it's back. Let me just do a refresh on the page. Oh, that sucks. Every time I refresh, you gotta watch an ad. Let me add some music while we wait. That's not what I want. What the hell? Not Spotify. Oh, it looks like we're in a intermission, so bring back the tunes from the live stream. We'll be back in 2 minutes. I guess they're figuring out their stuff. God, I'm gonna mute that. so we don't have conflicting audio. Yeah, this is like a good test run. So like, hopefully, because we still have tomorrow too. I don't know if I want to do like 2 12-hour streams.
Passenger bag. I hope it's the same sort of sea spray green as the competitor's bag. I think that'll be awesome. Anything after this is just icing on the cake. It's just a bonus. I'm just happy to be here.
Well, congratulations on your win. We'll see more of you in the rest of day number 2 and maybe even day 3. Back to you, casters.
Thanks so much, Caleb and Lurgan Rocket. I love
It tends to be the way things go, but now it's a lot lot of cards that Isaiah needs to
Now
find.
this seems to
His deck
be
is pretty thin. We are
the
going
least
to see that
popular
Baron
option. I don't
needs
think
to absorb all these
I don't think many people get into the TCG, but I feel like it's just underrated. You really got to try it to understand. It's actually kind of fun. Like maybe I'll load up TCG live,
180 damage. Isaiah Brad
and I'll probably
for the
redeem my
turn.
stuff
There
too.
is a grass energy. There's an energy switch already. I think he's gonna have it here with the access to the legacy star. He's
Playing
just
is
gotta
better
be
than
careful
watching.
here, make
Yeah.
sure he plays it out correctly.
The thing is, if you play it, I think you'd probably want to watch because it's the same like any other competitive game. You want to know like what other players are using, how they're playing them, like playing the certain decks and whatnot. So you kind of want that background information. So even for you, if you're competitive, you're gonna want to know what other people are doing.
Isaiah, and I just got a pace of play warning. I would not be taking this long to make.
It's just like VGC too. It's like what are people running in their teams?
But you know, he's thinking
What dominated this tournament, and then you know based on what another region does, another region's tournament will start, and they'll like base like you know that last tournament to make their decisions. Which makes sense, but like also, you know, if you're in a different area, you never know what you're gonna get.
Flip the script is not available. Restart is if Isaiah is able to thin the hand a decent amount. Let's see what's happening at the table here.
Yeah, it does look like Isaiah has used his V-Star power. Yeah, let's get the top-down view. Thank you. And Super Rod is going to replenish the deck here. Put some cards back in. I think there is.
Unite is free. SV is only 120, but the cards can be pricey.
Gets that second Ogre Pawn.
Oh yeah, for sure. The cards are expensive.
Deck. They'll be able to draw into them in order to close things out.
Yeah, in terms of money put in,
does he have a guaranteed?
I think
Unite, you might have to pay depending if you're building an account.
The double energy switch.
You have to pay a little bit. Pogo, it just comes down to grinding, just playing a lot. You have the mons you need, and enough like candy and stardust to build your team. TCG is like, yeah, probably the worst because some of the cards are like expensive. But at the same time, like you could save a bit of money if you don't go for like collector cards. You could just get like moderately played cards, so they won't be in perfect condition, but they'll be enough that they're like legal to be used in tournaments, and you'll save a bit of money that way.
No cards in your deck.
Yeah, it does depend on the wording of the card, I think.
And you know what? Sometimes you get lucky, and like there's some actually really good decks you can buy, and you can just basically modify them with a few cards.
Then he needs to Earthen Vessel for the grass.
Like for me, I've played the Miraidon deck. It's what Miraidon Flaffy deck.
Well, it does depend on how the
And like Pokemon Company came out with a deck that's very similar to it, so you could just pick that up and just like buy a few cards to modify it the way you like. And away you go. That gets you in the game like super quick. It's not even too expensive. I think decks are like $40 or $30. I don't know what it is in the US, but they're not too expensive.
Incredible game we just saw, really back and forth. Prices perhaps influencing a little bit with that squawk ability, really limiting Yoshiyuki's start, and impressive play by Isaiah recovering.
All right, let's go back to Unite. See what's going on over there. The TCG GBC games was the best. They don't make anything like that anymore. Yeah, I remember playing it as a kid.
They defeated Overload.
It was a good introduction to the game.
That really made them want to defeat.
It really taught me like how to play the game.
Love that. Okay, defeated Overlord.
Things have changed since then. There's so many added new features.
You were chosen by one of the best teams in the tournament, Fennel.
feel like
Also,
some
welcome
people are
in,
still
Flappy.
Considering Isan Ayumento the underdogs, but how do you feel your team can do up against Fennel?
As Fennel becomes the #1 favorite for the Pokemon Unite Championship, we would like to also defeat them because they chose us. And for defeating the Luminosity Gaming, I think we're pretty confident that we can do everything that Omwabisiñan last year did.
Amazing. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Fennel and
If we
Isan
beat
Ayumento.
Luminosity,
Good
they feel
luck
like they
in
can
your
beat
matchup.
anyone.
We are going to be throwing it back over to the casters for this exciting match, so you can head back to your stations. Thank you so much, Kello and Wonder Chef. Take it away.
Thank you, Zoinks. And honestly, a lot of confidence from both sides. I really feel like they should. Like I said, I believe Isan Ayumento really is one of the most underrated teams that we have here. Obviously, any team making it to day 2 is
Oh no, don't lag on me now, or don't. God, did it just die getting you up? They lost connection again. Bruh, Unite's gonna be rough. I'll refresh and see if they get it back up. But the chat is all like F, bruh.
I think they're playing.
Yeah, it's down. Oh, it's back up. My God, refresh it again. This is crazy. All right, we'll let it buffer a little bit here. You guys get to see my ads. Hashtag not sponsored by any of these ads, by the way. I don't know if they're gonna lose viewership for it, but like this is not helping their case.
as well.
All right, we're back.
But Overlord, of course, one of the only 2 people that were on a team above them from Last Worlds. That's the weird way to put it, but you get the idea. So realistically, I think that they must have come in with the idea of revenge in a way. So we're going to have to see if they're going to get that revenge. We're going into draft very soon between these 2 teams. They spent no time setting up. They're ready to play. They got through all the jitters yesterday. Now it's time to game.
Jitters yesterday. I mean, it's a brand new day, Chef.
It is a brand new
day. But you know
day.
what? They sound confident. I mean, they've made it to day 2, and that is a huge achievement. But we have our first band locked on in. No Blaziken, no Leafeon for this match.
Already going with the Blaziken. Blaziken has been getting through a lot recently, a really, really large amount, but it has been the
All right, so they banned the KFC,
including, of course, the first set that we saw
and we
today,
got Leafeon gone,
big secure
and Umbreon.
I don't want to call it a flip, but you know, a really well-coordinated burn down of that Rayquaza. So immediately taking it off the bat, and another one, Umbreon. Umbreon has been banned so few times over the weekend, but again, a game changer. That doesn't mean that we're going to have a lot of big open options as far as. Wait a minute. Is there really no second ban?
Yeah, they don't have a second ban there.
They're not banning anything else? Did they? Did someone throw?
They're going to lock in that Charizard, Urshifu. Something that has come back. And
Why would any team not take advantage of the other band?
Lucapo,
Did,
Yume, they are 2 good
what kind of
choices
strat would that
so far.
be?
Yeah, I mean, these are a lot of really cool choices. This is one of the most interesting drafts I've seen so far. Obviously, no ban is super interesting. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with that. That must have been a choice. Maybe there's a lot of confidence there. I'm really curious. But on the other side, there's so many big meta choices that have gone through. Like you said, the Charizard, the Ceruledge is going through, and Slowbro, one of the Pokemon.
I'm guessing maybe they didn't want to ban something because there was really no point. Whatever they wanted to be in play, they wanted to select, and banning whatever else they don't think the team would pick. I don't know. There's a very strange not to use that second ban.
Their prime target there, that could work in their favor. However, I mean, you're rocking the Cramorant shirt here today, Chef. So we must be seeing a lot of Cramorant.
Oh, we've been seeing plenty of Cramorant. I didn't get Cramorant for a long time, and finally we get so much of it. But the final pick, actually, so many Pokemon I feel on the side of Fennel that have been really, I want to say, like meta innovations from Japan. Mamoswine we see now everywhere. We see a decent amount of Serena everywhere. The return of the Urshifu and how it's played, a lot of that coming from Japan. Now it's spread to other places. But overall, this feels like a much less meta team than Isan Ayumento's, which feels like the most meta team possible.
we actually got to see this yesterday, Chef. If you look at Mew's items, it has the experience share. So rather than giving the experience share to the Mamoswine, they're actually going to be double stacking. So going in with a little bit more punch, a little bit more fang, I guess.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. Now, in the last set, we got to see Gatlu in game number 1 play, again, the top hat stacking Mamoswine.
I really like to hear what the comms are like when they're competing like this. It'd be kind of interesting.
I thought it was more of a meme. Now we've seen
like, is it a lot of like, they're actually calling shots? Are they just saying garbage to each other? Like, bro, what are you doing?
So I'm very excited to see it. Obviously, support Mew as well. Very surprising.
I'm sure it all depends on the team too, but it'd still be kind of cool.
These players, the big smiles.
Of course, they can't broadcast that because God knows what would be said.
On into our first match. Ice and Amento on your purple side, Fennel on the orange.
Oh, I'm very excited for this one. And again, the big potential upset is here. We have already seen some upsets. Of course, we got that little bit of a hint that Onyx Rise did beat Shin and Rode off broadcast, which is really wild up on the B stream. But we'll see if we can have another big upset involving APAC teams. Right now, that Charcadet just trying to defend here as the stacks are trying to go in. Ton is going to be able to, at the minimum, get, I believe, just one. And then we got one as well from the Blissey, or currently, Chansey.
Well, it's definitely important for Ton to get in these little dunks earlier on. Having that attack weight, but also having that AOS cookie just to give it a little bit more bulk with that HP. But we have a Chansey just circling around, making sure to just replenish that HP. And we are going in for a dive. No,
we have Caterpie in chat.
On up, considering Ton is quite low here. However, Lucapo is lurking in the tall grass.
Exclamation point, Poke Catch.
It's like, hey, look at this, really low. You want to come forward and try to get a KO? It's like, there's nobody here to save me. But it does look like we're going to get the Rapid Strikes Urshifu.
Holy shit.
Across the weekend, but Rapid Strikes
Urshifu is just going ham.
And the big icicle fang, and that's going to be a first
Crouch on, use a Master Ball on the Caterpie.
This Rapid Strike Urshifu here, just to have a little bit more maneuverability, but also getting some self-shielding here as they are going to try and take down Jetty on the Charcadet. Was able to grab both of those berries, but that means Fennel were able to get in some more dunks, and now they are at 51 points.
That's huge. Their stacks are starting to look very, very scary. And when we see that Mamoswine really start to pop off, it is going to be a terror. But right now, we got to worry about the bottom path, not where Mamoswine is. Right now, the terror is this Urshifu. The Urshifu comboed with the Zarina being very, very...
I feel like we're going to see a lot of Urshifu jumping in and really controlling the battle.
That is the brilliance of coaching, just being able to latch onto an ally and get yourself out of the way in a flash. However, looking at the levels, we already have 2 level 7s on.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, dude. Again, not again. The chat's going crazy. Why, bro? Wow. And then someone's like, production. Oh, it's gonna be a rough tournament. It's starting to hit the viewership too. Unite was doing pretty well in viewership. It's now the lowest ranking of all 4 streams right now. They're at 3.8 thousand people. Like, that's crazy. They don't want us to get the box. No. Watch. There's going to be all kinds of problems getting that license box. Oh, damn it. All right, when is it? Oh, it's back up. It's like it loses connection and comes back in like 30 seconds. It's ridiculous. To refresh. Okay, looks like we're back. Let's get the audio back in here.
Tier 1 goals. You do have Urshifu there soloing, however, they do have some eggs from the Blissey. Ends up getting shot in the air by that Charizard, burnt on down. Looks like Ton is waiting for an opening here, whether they are going to try and target someone, diving on in with an Earthquake to just take down that Charcadet, but they're going to use a Unite move to dive on Blissey. The Blissey resistance, unfortunately, was not able to save them.
Oh, they're holding it down.
Is against a lot
Looks
of
like they're just going to give up on this attack soon.
facilitate the escape of
All we have left is Mew. I don't think Mew's going to do much. No, they're out. They're leaving.
was going a lot better than I thought it was going to, but those are some
Oh, but Mew is looking for that, like, you know, that steal on that jungle. Serena is actually invading.
has the ability to slow beam you, they have the ability to Charizard unite you. There's so many different ways they can like kind of pick you up and then just say, okay, we're gonna get one KO here, and even if we lose the fight, the kind of rubber band experience is gonna help us out so much.
Yes, the benefit is they do have those Indeedis that spawn on the side, as we can see those yellow dots. So it's just a matter of trying to get the levels, trying to get that Charizard Unite move back online before these next objectives. However, we already have 3 double digits on the side of Fennel, and looking at the points difference at the halfway mark, it's 7 to 235.
Gosh damn, yeah, the point differential right now is crazy. 7 to 235.
And only 7 means that any sort of stacking has just basically not happened for the side of East and Almento.
Yeah, there's a good point there too. No stacking has probably been done, so they're gonna be. They're not gonna have the damage. I don't know how they can do this, but if they work as a team, maybe we'll see. Let's see how this goes. Looks like they dropped 1, 2. Nope. They're gonna get cleared here. Looks like Fennel's gonna defend nicely here.
Holy moly, wow. We have Fennel going in, moving forward, taking all of
This
that
is gonna be
experience
rough.
from Ison and Mento as well, seeing if they can try and
Ison?
take away any of
Did he
these
say
buffs. Urshifu was able to
Amento?
take that blue buff away from them, so that is huge.
That was really, I feel like, the last chance for East and Almento to be able to try and fight in the final moments of this game on even footing. Now,
Craft, what does that mean in Spanish? Do you know?
Especially now, look at that. They're going to lose the base and Reggie as well.
That one I actually have no clue.
Actually know what's going on right there. Trying to get any points in, just giving up that KO kind of for free. But this is going to be a huge lead going into the final stretch, which is still a good distance away, but there's just not going to be any time. There's not going to be any opportunities. They can try one more big push, maybe on one gold zone, try to take that down.
I do want to see the comeback though.
But this is tough. East and Almento, they've got to find their way back in.
I feel like Fennel have all of their bases covered here. You have Zarina lurking up in the top half, and the rest of them lurking in the tall grass, just not letting Ison and Mento make any movement forward at all.
I know, they're a wall, honestly. Look at this, and this is quite a literal wall here with, well, I guess still figurative, but with Tone on his Mammothswan.
It's a literal, but not actually maybe a figurative. Like, what is the dude saying?
And like you said, the shields on the Rapid Strike Urshifu are so good because a lot of that healing can go towards having a top path brawler defender that can be the target of so much of the kind of, I don't know, the hatred of the enemy team. So it's kind of like giving you the ability to heal your entire team while focusing on only one. Same thing with a lot of the ability to heal yourself as Serena.
Serena's looking to solo get the Regieleki here.
Also being able to get that
Yo, Pokey, what's up? How's it going?
Some of that hindrance coming from the opposite team.
I know I'm late. No worries. This stream is just like a put the stream on in the background because this might go on for a long time. I was looking at other creators that were streaming this, and it's like, oh my god, they're doing 12 hours. But today is very important. We got the Unite finals, so I'm really interested to see who wins the finals today. Also, Worlds doesn't end till tomorrow, and tomorrow is even more important because we get the announcements of the Pokemon Company, what they're up to with all their games. So that will be really cool. I'm looking forward to that.
In just the tall grass, they will know at least one person's out of position.
Look, the benefit for Fennel is they have those 2 tier 1 pads that they can easily retreat back into.
They definitely need Ray, or I don't think they can back cap here to make this work. Why are they dancing in the In the
perfect
bush.
opportunity to try and make a dive and get a pick. However, all of the Unite moves are still online here, Chef.
Yeah, this is really nice, like, confidence, I think, from Issa Memento. They know that they have to find an unfair fight in their advantage. Otherwise, they are going to lose because they're down by a lot right now.
Did you see what I posted in the Unite chat? Yeah, you said something about watching it for at least an hour to get the box. I don't think progress starts until the finals start. Because I haven't seen in my inventory on Twitch any kind of progress towards it. So it looks like when finals start, everybody needs to be watching finals. They need to start as soon as it starts. Looks like they're done. Fennel's got this one. Unfortunately, there's just too much. They had way too much momentum there. Not able to get any kind of points in the stack at all. And yeah, it's showing now that they've got this game in the bag. I think they know that they can't make the comeback. That's maybe why they're dancing in the bush. But above that, wait, what'd I miss? Oh, you mean the game mode? Yeah, I saw that actually last night before everyone started talking about it this morning. I was still awake when I think it was one of the Unite Twitters post up the game mode. Looks pretty cool. I like that we're getting new game modes. We need something to freshen up the game, something that's different. I don't like how they're making a new game mode and there's no new map or new Pokemon on the field or new layout or something. We're getting Zapdos again. It just kind of feels like we're going back to like the first year. But it's still nice that it's a mode that's played differently.
You know they've got to root for their home team, but that was really truly a showing of why Fennel is so feared.
Oh, 100%. And the thing is, with today, it's single elimination, right? There is no backup net down below. So if Fennel win this next game, Ice and Memento are out of the picture.
That is such a scary pick. I feel like almost every single team, although the Ice and Memento did sound like they were relatively confident.
All right, so Fennel's taking the first one. Do you guys think that Fennel's going to get the next one?
Want to get picked by Fennel. That was like the ultimate goal for every single team. Just as long as you can get out of that situation.
Fennel's a scary team. It definitely shows. It definitely shows for sure.
Doing an amazing job on that Mew. The support Mew doing a really amazing job. We've seen it time and time again.
Support Mew with all the glasses. We got choice specs, wise glasses, and special attack specs.
Focusing on learning how to fight, because that is really effective.
Oh yeah, it's very unusual as well. I feel like sometimes we'll see the Pikachu, which is also an attacker, run that experience share, but I feel like this is brand new territory for me and maybe some of these other players running the experience share on Mew as more of a supporter role.
Yeah, it makes sense for both, for
oh my god, people are doing exclamation point box drop in the chat. There's always that one guy that starts some command and it just, yeah. Everyone just follows suit. It's too funny.
The idea is that just being able to support your teammate in path while not needing the extra experience is what matters. So
holy crap, it's just box drop now in chat.
That you obviously don't need to evolve ever. Same exact thing as Mew. Both have the same goal. You just run down the path. You make sure the other team can't get anything. You secure the final hits for your own teammates. Give them all the experience. So I love the fact that we're starting to see that more. We're starting to see even some Machamp, which support in the North America, that's wild. But I love the innovation.
I feel like we haven't seen that one in a hot minute, and I don't know if we'll end up seeing it on the world stage here today.
I would certainly love that. Here's a chance for us to see the support Machamp. No, I'm really curious to see what else we're going to see. I mentioned this before. Fennel had a very off-meta team that absolutely was amazing. Islaman's had a very on-meta team. They looked good, but it just was not enough. We are going to see the Slowbro ban. Very interesting. We've seen a lot more priority, I think, on the Umbreon recently, but Slowbro doing well in the last game and now getting banned.
I guess you just do not want to risk getting caught out by that slow beam on one of your main carries there. However, it looks like Lucapo's Urshifu has been banned.
All right, so we're going to get Charizard and Slowbro banned, and we got Blaziken and Urshifu.
Was doing I mean, that was almost all 5 KOs.
I can definitely see why they were banning the Urshifu. The Urshifu really captured the momentum early on, and then it kind of just steamrolled from there.
Like Fennel will be taking the early Leafeon, and then Umbreon on the other side. So just taking the early evolutions, going to be some early aggression, I'd assume.
Ooh, but locking in the defender and the supporter here. So prioritizing that, leaving those damage dealers until a little bit later. So whether we'll end up getting some surprises here. Ooh, we get a Comfey.
Char is OP and gets banned almost every game. Yeah, it always goes based on what the battle pass is.
It is. We've seen Comfey work very well. And
Whatever battle pass you get in the, like on the tournament, it's like, yeah, that Mon's getting banned.
As usual, a lot of it is based on what you can
I think there's been a rare instance where it has, maybe once it hasn't been like that.
The Serral Edge, though, could be very scary. On the other side, though, we see the Mimikyu, which Fennel has been banning in most of their games. Is that a hard... No, that wasn't locked in yet. I know Doomsnack's going to be very excited if this is something we end up seeing, but we do have the little mischievous support, quote-unquote, being highlighted.
Do we actually get a Sableye this round? That would be absolutely insane. We do get the Sableye! Let's go!
What is this comp? Okay, there's a very shiny man right off camera that just put his arms out like, what is this? The shiniest man we know, Zoinks. This comp, there's double speedster, double support, kind of, but both weird supports, right? Not typical. And then Serral Edge, which is just Serral Edge. And on Lucapo, I feel like it's going to be absolutely terrifying. On the other side, interesting, we do get the Pikachu. We didn't get a chance to talk about the Buzzwole, which is a lot of really cool picks on their side as well. But the strategy, I'm so curious what Fennel is up to.
I'm really curious as well. It looks like, are they going for more
Are
of
they
a
cooking?
scoring comp here? Obviously, Sableye and Dodrio are known for that. And considering Ice and Mento have gone in for a little bit more of a bulkier comp here. Maybe they're not looking for those team fights, instead just trying to, I mean, it is a game to win off points, right? Not the amount of damage you deal.
True. Sometimes my Soul Cube teammates think a little bit too true, but that is a very interesting comp. We also get, oh my goodness. Okay, so we get a little off-screen update from, again, our shiniest man, Talon, defeating Nemesis.
We got Relicanth in chat.
So
Exclamation point
this match will
Pokecatch.
play against Talon. I feel like APAC doing an amazing job so far this weekend, but that does mean that NA is continuing to fall.
Yes, and that does mean, Talon continuing on through. So if Fennel do actually end up winning this match, they'll progress on through. However, if Ice and Mento are able to take it, we'll get a round 3.
And just as a reminder, we're only missing a few of the very first round matches. Everything else today will be on broadcast, but we're certainly not missing
Yeah,
this
Japan
one
is
for
winning
good
world.
reason as we're going into game
Yeah, I said
number
so.
2 here of Fennel versus Isen Aumento, and this comp is blowing my mind already.
Are we going to see an invading Sableye here as they are shooting across in that top path?
Sableye looks like he's going to invade. Yeah, he's definitely going in.
I don't know what's going on at all anymore.
He's going to be met with 2. We got Chansey and Mimikyu to contend with.
Up top, it's going to be currently solo Charcadet.
What?
And then everybody else going down on bottom with the Doduo.
What is the Sableye's mission here?
They could have obviously gone kind of anyone, anywhere with how weird this comp is.
I think that was a really great play there from Ice and Mento to send that Mimikyu and that Chansey for the backup, knowing that they have a Sableye on their team. However, we already have 4 members down in that bottom path. Leafeon only taking the red buff and leaving the blue and the other 2 Voltoys behind to go and get some dunks and create some early pressure.
Yo, congrats, Queen, on the Relicanth.
Be able to escape out of that situation. Early aggression is certainly going to be the name of the game.
I feel like Sableye is just playing like a sweeper role. They are just going everywhere. They try to invade jungle. Unfortunately, they couldn't do that. They swung back down to bottom, helped trying to push that like the first goal, and now they're just back up top.
Pretty much off the bat is going to be very scary. We are going to see the Serral Edge evolution though, so all the power spikes you need have basically been hit already on the side of Fennel.
And there we go, a KO onto that Mimikyu, so they're not going to be able to get those buffs as the fight is going to continue up in that top path. Looks like Fennel are looking to try and dunk in some more points. Sableye dunking in 18. However, both the defender and supporter there are able to stop any further dunks rolling on through.
This is already looking, of course, quite good for Fennel, but how does this Elemental manage to hold on here? Not getting KO'd in their own center path.
His job is basically to steal farm or troll other team. You know, I've never really played Sableye, So that makes probably why I don't understand. Just Sable Ask Me is just such a pest. I mean, that's his role, right? It's got to do what it's got to do.
Somebody everywhere at all times to try to stop this super fast team, but being able to actually defend against it is another question, as we're going to see Jetty immediately getting burned down. 2 KOs up top. They're looking for the third, but they are going to be able to get at least a ton of points in. They're going to set up for a huge overdose.
Looks like Fennel is putting up a good fight here. They're getting their points in early on. This might be a repeat of the last match. They're going to have to figure out a strat halfway through the match that's going to kind of change momentum here, because they're going to take over this lead early on.
Decided to abandon bottom base completely, considering it's broken.
I mean, eventually
Are they dancing on him?
everything, but right now, big dunk coming in.
They're like, come get us. I don't know. Which it looks like it was working. They were able to clear most of top path here.
On the side of Isan Almento, they are going to be getting a good amount of points in.
They do have 4 up top. We got Buzzwell down bottom farming by himself.
Literally 3 KOs.
Oh,
That was ridiculous.
God damn.
Poppin' off. That was absolutely wild.
Yo, Sarah, how's it going? Welcome on in.
Just wipe them out, go and dunk in 40 points, and now they have the space to go into
This is rough. That 4 kills right there. Ooh.
Focusing on that basement Reggie while Sableye.
I don't know if maybe if Buzzwell was there, could have saved the team there, but it looks like it's not going to happen.
The funniest thing about this is how weird everybody playing.
I don't know if Buzzwell is trying to play a strat of just like farming, trying to get over leveled here, but they're not able to do so. They're at level 9 and their Leafeon's already level 12. It's going great. How are you today? I'm doing pretty good. We're watching the World Championships. We got all 4 streams loaded up. Mostly looking at Unite, because Unite will end off with the finals today. The tournament is still going on till tomorrow.
Another extra KO just for good measure on the Mimikyu, and we have over 5 minutes left. We are not even halfway done, and there is almost 350 points on board for one team.
Ooh, this is rough. 348 to 65.
3 Leafeon Unite moves. Leafeon is already at level 13.
They've lost basically all of their
They have both of those plus movements.
their bases except for one. I think it's really going to come down to this Ray fight, and that's all there is to it.
Unstoppable. They're going to have to try and target this down. I mean, the best maneuver here would be that Mimikyu Unite move.
I mean, there's a lot of solo control, crowd control on the side of Isan Almento, but it seems like even when they're using it, they're not able to pick up a KO. That's a huge KO. I wonder how that happened. Pikachu getting 2 KOs. First of all, of course, you know, kind of on the same Pokemon, but at least they managed to pick that level 13. That's going to give them so much comeback experience. In fact, Pikachu now at level 12, able to really try and fight.
Ooh, I heard it's going on. I wanted to stop by and watch. Yeah, this stream could go for a while. I don't know. I've seen others streaming the whole tournament. It's probably 12 hours of content to be had each day. Tomorrow's another important day because we will get actual official information from the Pokemon Company about their latest games. Well, latest game news, right? We got probably Unite announcement, the ZA game coming out next year. A few others, obviously, but huge announcements for sure.
Locking in that Reggie Alecki. They are going in for the brawl. More Unite moves are being used on out as Buzzwell was able to grasp that Sarah Leach. However, they end up getting
doesn't look good for them. Fennel is definitely crushing it right now. They got 3 down. I don't know about this last team fight. I think they're going to get rolled here, but who knows? We've seen crazy things happen.
But look at this. Look at the center goal zone for Isan Almento. They're all there trying to defend against that one Reggie Alecki. They're like, we cannot let that happen. That is game over. And Tone did maybe manage to go in and...
Also, we have exciting news. A lot of people are a fan favorite of Wolf Glick. He is undefeated in the VGC right now, so I am curious to see what happens with his adventure. Will we see him be champion again?
I think what Ton is doing here is
I believe his first time that he got champion was in 2016.
Get some picks, as we do have both of those attackers lurking on about. However, a great vault tackle to stun Sableye in its tracks, and they were able to eliminate that ward.
Lucapo sitting here with both buffs, just kind of waiting to see if there's anything left. There's a few little yellow dots. You can see some EXP that could be farmed in the Fennel side. Nothing too much in these Elemental actually are just starting to respawn as I say that, of course. So Lucapo going to be updating those buffs on their side. There's going to be one really well-timed Regieleki, but you're going to have to burn it down a lot. I do feel like based on the comp and how they've been playing, Fennel could try to focus on that Regieleki up top, or they could maybe just try to back cap, kind of like you know, I know. So
We got like
right now
30 seconds till Ray.
they're going to go for that because they're scoring. We can't let that happen. So now what's the response from Fennel?
Well, some dunks do end up going in. Ton getting the stun, stopping that Umbreon. And I think Isonemento circling around this Regieleki, making sure that Fennel aren't able to get it, so it heads towards that their home base, is a good move. But the thing is, because they've gone and done that, they've lost their positioning, which you can see Fennel on the minimap are trying to group together.
Look at this, look at this, this is so sneaky. They're not maybe even gonna go for Rayquaza. They might just go for the full back cap. Who needs a Hoopa to get the full back cap? This fight is gonna happen in a weird place if it does end up happening.
This is an interesting fight. We're playing this out in the jungle here.
Remember, I don't know if they realize that everybody else is there. They see everybody jumping over. The vision is there for Fennel. They're in the home goal zone, capping so many points. And this is what Isomental has
Okay,
to
looks
do.
like they're starting the Ray fight here.
The burn on Rayquaza. What else can they do? But they're losing the fight. 3v5. They already they do manage to get a KO on
I don't know. This Ray, this could be the tipping point that they need. They need to push it hard.
This is so risky because they don't really have the secure here. They're going to have to try and maybe rely on a Blissey Egg Bomb.
The Ceruledge is looking for an opening here. They're going to see if they can just jump in. Leafeon is there to secure.
It is a little too late, but it doesn't matter because Pew was able to
Oh, that's unfortunate. They were close.
Not only did they get the back cap, they also managed to win the fight, and then they
That looks like it's GG's. It's going to go to Fennel. I would have really liked to see a underdog come through there, but unfortunately it's not going to happen.
This score lead, I think this may be another one of those matches where it could end up in the 4 digits. What a ridiculous game from a ridiculous comp from what is a ridiculous team.
Seems like they can just do anything at this point, and you know what? Why not have some fun with it? They are just catching these teams off guard. They aren't finished. They're gonna just continue to shred on down and see if they can try and get the highest points on the board at Worlds.
I think LG would have kept it close. Yeah, probably. I think it would be a better fight. It just seems that yeah, we're seeing Fennel just like their skills show through here, and they're able to control the game. They know how to get up and running quickly and then just set up the game for them.
The points are ridiculous. Fennel is ridiculous, and they're going to be winning.
And that's GG's.
Forward into the round of 8.
Yes, and you can hear the crowd cheering for them. I bet our fellow casters over there are also very excited as well as they are clapping.
Yeah, I love the Japanese casters. Of course, there's a lot of different broadcasts, a lot of different languages. Love seeing all the Japanese broadcasters here, and they're always cheering for their own teams. Yeah, thumbs up over there to them. Yes. We're always really happy to see them, but they're really happy to see Fennel win for sure. What a team. I cannot believe that last comp and how well it worked in so many different ways. I talked about it earlier, but the switches between roles, right? Like, there's like Lucapo and P are kind of playing what they usually play. Yumi's kind of playing it, but like they kind of switched around in like some weird ways because obviously they don't have every single role.
You know, did we get through a whole match without the stream crashing? Like that's insane. Maybe they finally fixed their McDonald's Wi-Fi over there in Hawaii.
Getting the player of the game, and they also had it holding that little Sableye plushie as well. But they were able to get 19 KOs, 138k damage, Chef. That is absolutely insane.
That moment where it was one Unite that landed on like 4 people and KO'd them all was ridiculous. That was just ridiculous. I've got nothing else to say about that. But
the dude just running in the background, just crouching, like no one will see me if I just crouch.
Certainly more than the entire other team combined, but it is just a statement.
It is a statement, and you know what? What better place to do it than on the world stage, right? You could hear the crowd going wild, and that was an absolutely insane one. But we are going to have an interview, and we can see the
I didn't know
shiny man
Kello's
behind us,
favorite
but before that,
Pokemon was
we are gonna have a look
Charizard.
at some replays. We can see the excited crowd clapping for Fennel there as well.
Usually the casters will they'll wear a pin or something to signify like their favorite mon.
Everybody across the board, the Bitterblades.
And apparently, I guess it's Charizard.
Were amazing. The Bitterblades were amazing as well.
Did not take her for a Charizard
from the
fan.
were amazing. Everything was wild. There was like a highlight reel of Tone playing the non-EXP share Mamoswine. There's a highlight of, there's just everything you could want to see. Fennel not only proving that they potentially are the best team in the world, which obviously will be decided today. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it will be decided today, but also proving that they're one of the most fun teams in the world to watch.
It was so much fun watching this team composition, and it was so unusual for us as well. I felt like I was being taken off guard, but I think here,
Man, you could see multiple instances where a Mento, it was just like, we're gonna dance. It's like they just, I don't know. I feel like they knew, like, oh my gosh, how do we deal with this? We'll just dance our problems away. You know, I don't think they had much confidence.
Like, you want to hit it? You want to hit it? You kind of gotta hit it, right? Like, you're gonna hit it eventually, and then it's like, okay, and boop, and we're good. Okay, thank you very much for the Rayquaza for free. But that's how you gotta play it. When you're playing an awkward team, that means you try to force people into awkward situations, and then take advantage of the fact that you're the one who is forcing that situation. And I think it worked quite well.
It really did. All right, we are going to head on over to our interview with Zoinks as well, as they are going to interview one of the winners from Fennel.
Thank you so
Awkward
much,
air there.
Kello and WonderChef, for an incredible
All right,
match.
let's go.
One more
Let's go
time,
see what
can
they
we
have
give
to
it up
say.
for Fennel after an amazing game? Yeah. Awesome, awesome. Now, Tone, you were able to win the first game of the day on the main stage. How good does it feel to get those nerves out of the way with the early win?
ゲーム1で勝ちましたが、もしかしたらその前は少し緊張してたか緊張感がありましたが、もうあれからどうなった？勝ってから？
もう勝ってからはイケイケですね。もうイケイケどんどんって感じです。
Yeah, we started feeling really good and confident after we won that first game.
Yeah, it was a dominant first win. That makes a lot of sense. Now, Tone, to Western audiences, that Game 2 composition was wild, crazy. Can we look forward to more interesting compositions like that in the tournament?
多分欧米のファンからすると、そのゲーム2のポケモンたちがすごい面白かったということです。それでこれからもそういう面白いポケモンたちを選ぼうと思っていますか？
そうですね。勝てる構成ならば選ぶ時もありますし、動き自体も変える可能性もありますし、いろいろあります。まだマクロは残してるんで。
Oh, we got Spearow.
Yeah,
Spearow in the chat. Exclamation point Pokecatch. Make sure you use those Master Balls.
Do we think it can win? And is the movement right? So there'll be a lot of factors.
Okay, lots of things to consider. One more thing to consider, your next opponent is going to be Talon. How do you feel about your matchup against Talon to play on main stage?
次の相手のチームは多分タランというチームなんですけど、その対戦はなんかどう思っていますか？
そうですね。やることは変わらないと。僕たちはもう勝つだけなんで。
We're not going to really change anything, and we really feel confident that we can win.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. We love the confidence. I know Fennel's got a lot of fans both here and all over the world, so I cannot wait to watch more games from your team. Good luck in the rest of your matches. I'm going to throw it back over to the casters.
Congrats, Pokey, on the Spearow. Good
Thank
catch.
you, Zoinks. A lot of confidence coming there, and certainly the movement. Sorry, the Japanese catchers once again there.
I feel like they got the right attitude.
We need a camera on them. Let me tell you.
Like their strategy's working. You know why change it? If they have the confidence, that's just going to help them even more too. Sometimes you just got to go with what you like how you play and see it through.
And you've just got to try and do something different, and they definitely did that. However, while things are heating up so far,
If it's not broken, don't fix
two
it.
sets down, we have so many.
Jojo, aw, man.
Going to continue up
You get the next one, don't worry.
And we have
If you really want it, you could always use like a Ultra Ball or a Great Ball. I use Great Ball or Ultra Balls all the time.
Certainly, if you
I'm just trying to fill my
excited to watch
Pokedex.
the Japanese matches, you are going to continue to be excited to watch that. And certainly our friends that are off camera, I know I keep pointing at them. They are so excited. I cannot explain it. They are certainly going to be excited as well, the Japanese casters over there. So you're not going to go anywhere. We're getting that one set up right now. Again, that's going to be Zeta Division versus DreamHack Esports coming up to see who wins and who goes home right after this.
All right, we're on a break, 4-minute break, and then we'll come back to Unite. Let's go over to Pokemon Go.
Position that he was in before, but now the aerial ace is going through. He has a little bit of extra energy here. And
Can I go home? Damn, I know how it feels. Especially today. I'm sure you want to be home for Worlds.
Is going to look to deal some damage. This is a negative matchup. Don't get me wrong. Aquatail, it looks like it's not going to hurt.
Hopefully, I can give some colorful commentary, so it's kind of like your. If you're not able to watch, you can at least listen to what's going on.
Letting that go through, and I love Quagsire's facing the releases a charge move. It's just like, look at this. Take it. No,
I don't have enough money for better Pokeballs? Really?
Does get the final protection, but now the Shadow Gligar can strike back.
You usually get a chunk of money every time you catch something. I do wonder what happens if you run out of money and Pokeballs. Like, how do you keep playing then?
He's going up a little bit extra.
I think you have to do some events.
Really great timing by Yukai there, getting that Gligar out of the way, and still has a lot of energy to boot there. There's still some health left on the Quagsire as well. He gets to dictate what's going to come in. Not only that, he's going to be able to throw at whatever comes in. Looks like it's going to be that Annihilate Aquatail coming through.
Coming through. This might be Aquatail number 10 of this match because Shadow Quagsire has been going to town and it's still on the field. Now we see a switch out into the Lickitung. Yukai still has all 3 Pokeballs on his side of the screen.
I was just going to mention that.
Kaibon is fighting tooth and nail to try to get back in this series.
Even though Annihilate is one of our prime fighting type Pokemon here, those licks are super effective because of its ghost type as well. And it's going ahead and getting at least, we saw this at the last game too. Body slam. Will this, this might not be enough. That extra lick might be. Neither the Night Slash nor the Shadow Ball is going to be able to knock out the Lickitung at this point.
As you say, Amanda, second verse, just like the first, here comes a Night Slash from the Annihilate. This will not be quite enough to KO because Lickitung is just that bulky. No boost either. Lick Down comes through.
Lick Down coming through here. Not enough energy. Even Yukai's Lickitung is ahead. Already had a body slam.
I mean, the meta hasn't really changed too much, I guess, in Pokemon Go.
Measure. Yukai taking this series 2-0.
You really do see Skarmory a lot. Lickitung is pretty popular as well.
Series, sealing up game 1 with a surprise switch.
Just Annihilate, I think, is the new addition in this matchup here.
Annihilate a second time and then able to body slam the Lickitung in the mirror matchup. So Yukai, very, very impressive. I knew this series was going to be close. I knew coming into it Yukai would be impressive, but he exceeded all of our expectations.
I really like how they use the Great League as the championship league versus like Ultra or Master. I think it gives a lot of people the opportunity to get in.
I mean, it's also one of those things that we
like who wants to use a ton of Stardust and to like max out your Pokemon in Master.
The prime fighter that is being used
I think Great League is just overall fun.
With its counter damage because the Night Slashes and the
like yeah, there's a meta, so you can kind of follow the meta, but then you know you can build against it. It's just how well and how often can you consistently win. That's something that goes directly against the meta.
Like Poliwrath, like Annihilate. What do all 3 of those Pokemon have in common? Lickitung can hit them for super effective damage, either with its licks or the power whips. And Lickitung has the bulk to hang in these matchups against Steel-type Pokemon as well. So even though Kaibon did everything he could, it was just so tough. He could not seize the alignment and win the matchup. And I think Yukai just leveraged his neutral play ability and just took it all the way.
Yeah, I mean, Quagsire is really standing out as well. That Lickitung Quagsire core was just doing so much work for him in this. And normally, while at the very beginning, you know, the Gligar immediately swapped out, it found itself right back in that position.
Queen, are you doing your Pokemon Go
knocked out by those Aqua Tails,
Research?
and then it was just annihilate basically against the world.
I need everyone in chat to type out how many Aqua Tails Yakai's Shadow Quagsire got in that series. I think it's got to be more than 10, but maybe less than
I believe it's
25.
research that we get.
It's not many times you
I
see that
redeemed
lick
it
down
already.
going on, and we didn't even
I'm
get
just
to
looking
see
at my
completely
Pokemon Go
finish
right
as the
now.
Body Slam goes ahead, takes out Kaibon. But
I'm gonna
man,
go
this is
wash
just the
dishes
winner's
and
side
give me
of
some
the
good
bracket. These have
commentary.
been
All right, when
trainers
we
who
get
did not
back,
lose at
it's actually
all in day number
starting
one.
actually
This
5
is
seconds from
double
now, so let's go.
elimination, so don't worry
Let's go
if
back
you're a
there.
Kaibon fan. He's still in the running, and we could potentially be seeing.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite World Championships 2024 in gorgeous Honolulu, Hawaii. My name is Zoinks, joined again in day number 2 by Danily. And we already have started off with some amazing games. We got a particularly good one coming up for you next.
Yeah, I think this one probably is going to be one of the exciting games because we get to see Zeta Division again. We saw them on the main stage once yesterday, and I mean, that was a masterclass match of itself. And I guess the question here is, how are they feeling for day number 2? Because it's playoffs day, it's Champions Day. This is the one day you cannot afford to falter in any of your matches because it's single elimination all the way through.
Yeah, 100%. And now we're going to see kind of a double feature of Japan, right? The last matchup in this one.
P0,
we'll
Chem 0, and 148 has a job to get the mummies.
DreamMax Esports going up against Zeta Division. Zeta Division chose DreamMax specifically. I think it was Zeta Division in the 3rd pick overall by a randomized choice. So is DreamMax chosen rather early, which is an interesting spot to be in, obviously, but DreamMax comes from a very tough region in Brazil. A lot of those teams extremely strong. We're going to get a chance to hear from both of the teams, though, as we have an interview over on the stage.
What's good, everybody? Dupe Snacks here. Wajiro, Olivotech. We've got one question to ask because we want to get these teams into the action. The question is, of course, you got one thing to say to your opponent. What is it? Wajiro, we're going to you first.
相手のチームへの一言をお願いします。
お互いベストを尽くしましょう。
I hope both teams can bring their A game today.
Both teams looking to bring their A game. Maybe they're going to bring their S tier game. We're going to see. You have one thing to say to your opponent, Olivotech. What is it?
I mean, yesterday they beat us 2-0 on warm-ups, and they were seed 1. That's why they picked us as their opponents. So it was just warm-ups. So what can I say? They're going to regret it picking us.
They're going to regret. The disrespect is real, and it is felt by Olivotech and company. All I have to say is, let's get ready to rumble! Back to the booth.
That was so cool. I've been waiting for Dupes Next to say that for so long. That's unbelievable, but hey.
At least once.
Exactly. And some of those team vibes also fantastic. I mean, one team bringing their A game, the other team saying that they're going to regret that early information that they were able to gain. But it's such an interesting spot, right? When you were competing in this tournament, you have the best practice partners you could have ever imagined here in person at the venue. But who knows if you're going to end up playing them later in the tournament. And now Zeta Division and DreamMax have a little bit of history, if not officially, kind of in those warm-up games.
Yeah, and I want to know the mental game as well for DreamMax, because for someone to choose you as their opponent, obviously if you're picking your opponent for the next day, you want to pick the easiest teams. And so is that how Zeta is kind of looking at DreamMax here? Are they saying, okay, out of the teams that are left, we think DreamMax is going to give us the easiest path to that grand final? Now, obviously, that's going to be a little bit stressful for DreamMax, right? Because they're like, oh, are they actually looking down on us? And sometimes I feel like that's a really good opportunity to play some really big mind games with your opponents. Make them think that you're easy pickings, but in actual fact, you have something left up your sleeve because it's day number 2.
Exactly. I mean, if there's ever a time to get a fire lit beneath you to try to take down an opponent that maybe is not necessarily disrespecting you, but maybe not giving you as much respect as you think you deserve, I mean, Worlds is the place to do it. And DreamMax Esports, they might have gone second in their region, but they made it into day 2. And that itself is an accomplishment. We had a very intense group stage in day 1. So many teams, including former 2-time world champions, left in that day 1 slot. And these are the teams that have emerged. These top 16, we're already cutting through them as well. We've had quite a few games here on the main stage and on the B stage. We'll try to update you as much as we can with the results of all of those. But for the next one, this is what we are looking at. Zeta Division versus DreamMax.
And I think we're almost ready to go as well. But I suppose since we're waiting for this lobby to
jump into that draft here, Zoinks, I guess we have to talk about what could we potentially be looking at here for this game number 1, because it's a best-of-3 matchup. Loser of this game is essentially knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah.
Would you think about wanting to start strong here? Would you think of actually pulling out some dirty strats in game number 1 to give you that 1-game advantage in this best-of-3?
Yeah.
Or do you want to like feel the waters? Do you sort of play it safe and just get a feel of your opponent first? Like, what kind of route are you sort of thinking here?
Dude, dirty tactics. What dirty tactics are you talking
in a
about?
single elimination best-of-3 Pokemon Unite tournament, you're doing it wrong. I think
Like,
you
go
need
5
to
stack,
bring your A game
like
every
top or
single
bottom?
match
Like
from
what?
This point on,
I don't
you're
know.
gonna become a world champion.
Or everyone just charge in the jungle.
Way to do so, but we are gonna get this started as we are gonna have Zeta Division on that.
All right, here we
first
go.
position
Starting up.
And DreamMax in second selection.
All right, so they banned
We saw this
Hoopa
with Zeta
and
Division. The
LD
last match that
so
we
far.
casted together was the support focus
Mimikyu,
from the
and the last one is
Zeta Division will
Umbreon.
receive those again. Eldegoss and Umbreon DreamMax bans. It will be Hoopa banned away by Zeta Division.
Yeah, so a lot of emphasis on the supporters and the defenders at the tournament. I mean, this has been a very historical thing here at the Unite World Championships. These supports and defenders are the pillars of your team, and in a lot of cases, if you pick the right supporter, it can make or break your compositions. And look at how much respect these teams have for their supporters.
Yeah.
Blissey, immediate pickup here for Zeta Division. DreamMax, they were hovering over the Clefable, but I think they're going to leave that for a little bit later.
Yeah.
Instead, going for 2 strong picks, Leafeon and Urshifu. We saw in our previous matchup just now how strong Lucapo was on the Urshifu, how oppressive this Pokemon is. So for Zeta Division to give this away, but also now to see it, what's their response for dealing with this bear?
Yeah, I'm curious as well. I mean, no Umbreon to really slow it down. We have some crowd control out there, but my favorite pick from DreamHack so far is actually the Leafeon. We take that out of Vidopo's hands. They were unbelievable on it in day 1 in the group stage.
DreamHack won the
picking
draft.
that Pokemon, as well as it being an unbelievable meta threat, taking it early, a great decision.
Yeah.
Tomato going to be on their signature Trevenant, Rom on that signature Inteleon, and I believe this is Crustl's debut in the tournament for Tech.
Yo,
Maybe
we
not,
got
maybe we saw
our
it in the group
Crustle,
stage,
our
but we
first
didn't have
Crustle.
DreamHack on the main stage, but they are going to be locking in the Crustle Comfey.
Crustle Comfey. So we're going to be seeing some pocket action
Interesting.
here on the side of DreamHack, but the thing I'm worried about here is, are they ready
I think
to
they
deal
learned
with
from
this
Kraft.
Bliss
They're pulling the
assisted
Kraft strat right now.
Inteleon? We saw how much work Rom did with the assistance of Wujire. Like, the pairing between these two is incredible, and now you've got some amazing frontliner. Same thing again as yesterday. The fact that they love running this Blastoise Trevenant combo.
So we got
much
Zeta with Blissey, Inteleon, Trevenant, Dragonite, and Blastoise, with DreamHack having Leafeon, Urshifu, Comfey, Crustle, and Delphox.
Quite a number on this very, very melee.
Yeah, I'm their coach. It's showing.
I guess the question here is, can
It's very
DreamHack
telling.
pull this off successfully?
This is the
Because
first
yesterday,
Crustle.
It
Come on.
didn't win.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it was a Pokemon that on paper, it really checks every box, right?
A lot of
And
boxes.
I mean, there's so many boxes to check, but the Fire Spin shutting down the Trevenant and sometimes the Blastoise, but honestly, just waiting Dragonite from getting within Hyper Beam range. Maybe you can stop one of those Dragon Dance
I do
combos
feel
with
like this
those
is going to be
stacks.
in favor of
Any moment
DreamHack.
like that seems
This
great,
team
but
comp, I
Delphox
think, is
is
going to go to
probably
DreamHack for
been
sure.
exposed so
But,
many times.
you never
Dedicated
know.
into Braxton stage is
You
really
just got to see how
difficult,
they
but
play it
have
out.
great early game threats in both the Leafeon and potentially the Urshifu. If
Leafeon's
they
gonna
can get away
cook.
without being invaded. I don't really see many invasion threats on Zeta Division
Yeah.
side. So DreamHack will have 2 very early game threats from Katazera and Gießen.
Yeah, now here's the thing though, even though we aren't looking at any natural early game threats on the side of Zeta Division, we know this team is also not afraid to play aggressive if they find the opportunity to do so. So I hope DreamHack is ready for this. If they're ready for this potential aggression and they have the necessary people in lane or any kind of support really to provide that assistance, then we could be looking at them being able to repel that early game and maybe even having a pretty reasonable mid game.
Yeah.
But again, it's going to have to come down to the execution. Can they make the right predictions for these lane rotations? Because Zeta Division, they are so quick to pivot from lane to lane if they feel like they're going to attack a particular target.
Yeah, that is true. That's a great point you bring up, Danley, because I'm talking about all these early game threats. I mean, Zeta Division transforms Pokemon that I would never consider into that category into that option. I mean, we've seen Dragonair invades aggressively and successful from this
first team, so they are very
Drizzile,
to play
we've
it.
seen Drizzile coming in, rotating from bottom lane and just getting snipes off, and I'm like, who?
You know, I'm just noticing some of the mobile players. So is some? Oh no, there's some people in here playing on the Switch. I guess you get the choice of either one. That would not be fair if like you go in, everyone has to play mobile when not everyone does.
Into game momentarily between these two squads.
Could you imagine though, you're playing on the Switch and it just like locks up mid-match? That'd be insane.
Definitely no invades, but we are
Yo,
seeing a bit
Zerkin,
of
welcome
share
back.
in that central area here for DreamHack, just trying to guarantee that nothing gets stolen, no one gets slowed down. So you can see DreamHack, they're trying to start off as strongly as possible.
Yeah.
This does come at the cost of them not pressuring the Dratini at all, but maybe they have plans for these lanes.
Yeah, I am so curious on how that Crustle is going to work out. I mean, Delphox plus Crustle is a ton of crowd control in the early moments of the map, but there's not many targets on the side of Zeta Division that are really trying to dive.
I don't really see anything super unusual other than Tree is really trying to just be in there.
A slight score, looking to maybe get out of this fight, but they do secure the opposing team's Bunnelby and Focus Band, plus that Trevenant passive.
All right, and
so
lives.
much
Everything
survivability.
goes
Tomato
well.
gets away scot-free.
I love how much action we saw over a Bunnelby of all things.
Yeah, what?
Swablu and Altari, though, could be a bit of a different situation, but unfortunately, the secure on the side of DreamHack is just not there. There's just too much burst on the side of Zeta Division, so they just snap everything up, and look, the Urshifu was up. Maybe this is the go sign for DreamHack to do something, because they've gone for Surging Strikes, and the one thing Surging Strikes Urshifu does so well is be an absolute menace on those goal zones. So you go for the dives, you
I'm surprised that Blast was picked.
and potentially get knockouts while you do it as well. The topper, though, going to be running into a skirmish, but look at that, Drizzile just coming in for assistance, and that's a free
I don't
knockout.
put any pick of any pro in this tournament like in any kind of bad light. Like I feel like yeah, maybe it'll cost you, but I feel like they know what they're doing.
Largely the competitive season, play compositions so
Not always the top tier build or picks when it comes to movesets is always the play. They might pick something else based on whatever mon they're running or build the other team's build is using. So all we can do is find out will the pick actually pan out for them.
Right now, Zeta Division is answering everywhere.
Yeah, and now the fact that Tomato has evolved into that Trevenant as well, the Woodhammer base.
So I think a lot of Unite players just get mixed up with like, okay, what is the best build, and just run that consistently. But where there is a meta, there is a way to beat meta, right? So you do some unusual things, and it really throws things off.
Damage by himself to be able to look for those knockouts his team so desperately needs.
And it's kind of incredible too, even with that Comfey pocket, they don't have the survivability either. We're watching Leafeon dive in.
I'm just seeing them kind of evenly matched right now. I don't see anything super outstanding right now that is literally pushing the one team over the other. Of course, there is a leader right now. Zeta's 95, and DreamHack with 43, but these scores don't really matter early on.
Final one will be the Reg Ice. The snipe shot goes a little bit wide, but pretty early on the secure anyways. Firespin holding Trevenant for a slight moment as we try to chase this, but great play by Tomato, pulling first away, and we'll be dragging it, I believe, with the Unite move.
Wow.
It was like Zeta gets the secure on bottom, and they managed to get it up top too. So it looks like DreamHack actually is kind of struggling to really find their way.
What can we do? Because the main objective for this lineup, as you said, it's not doing what it was supposed to do during the laning stage. And unfortunately, if you compare the two teams and you want to look at scalability, it's heavily swinging in Zeta's favor. So what do you really do here? Backcapping's not really an option for this composition either.
No, you have to win team fights. You're absolutely right. And I would say maybe you could find some 1v1s, but with the way that Kakata and Tomato have been rotating around this map, you are never going to find
Crustle is just camping in bush. Are they looking for a surprise attack here or what? Looks like they're looking to just trap him in. I don't think the Crustle has the capacity to do anything here, which does not. It drops. We got the entire team of Zeta in their jungle right now, just controlling, pushing back on them, not allowing them to actually move anywhere.
They're not looking at being extremely efficient with their unites. They just say, you know, if we need the unite for that damage burst, we're going to use it so you don't actually get those free KOs.
It really does look like DreamHack is going to have to rely on getting that Ray secure right now. It is not looking the best for them to control the game.
Division, but the way that this team groups up as well, they're never splitting up. They're never giving those opportunities for a free potential knockout. So for DreamHack, again, can they pull something out of this hat? A rabbit, a drag, obviously a knockout. That's what you want out of this hat, but
yeah, if we're looking for something specific, I'll find that knockout. I'll take that one, please. Kind of going to take a decent amount of damage. They still have that Hydro Typhoon. Leafeon in the backline.
All right, they're playing for the Regieleki. The Regieleki's at like half HP. Here comes the big fight. Let's see how this goes.
A few targets, and we're getting real low on the Regieleki. But yet again, it's Zeta Division to find that secure. Tomato lining it up.
This team, they are so disciplined.
Why is Zubat 10 million points? Oh, that's the secret Zubat from what actually never got released last Christmas.
further and further ahead of DreamHack, and I fear they're going to reach a point where they hit critical mass, where they're just too powerful and too strong that DreamHack, no matter what they
Maybe
do,
this year we'll bring it out for the holidays.
It might have to come down to this defense here, but even with the extra defensive capabilities of that goal zone, they're just being pushed further and further away.
Ooh, this does not look good for DreamHack. They are just crushing it. They have only one base left.
Zeta Division absolutely dominating this matchup so far.
You know things are going sideways when poor Comfy.
Very surprising so far to see that DreamHack is actually struggling this much.
At that moment, they were just throwing themselves in front of it, but obviously Zeta Division not giving DreamHack anything, not an inch in this battle. I mean, what a double feature of what Japan is capable of that we've been able to see these couple of matches with both the Zeta Division, of course, Fennel dominating the previous one on stream. This has been quite a showcase of what a lot of people consider to be the most powerful region in Unite right now.
Yeah, I think at this point, a lot of people are going to have to agree it is one of the most powerful regions. Now, unfortunately, actually, Zeta Division losing Rom in the back line.
All right, it looks like DreamHack is going to try and make a play here on the bottom.
Fighting up against DreamHack in that bottom lane, and so far things are not looking too bad. They're hanging on, but not looking too convincing here. Maybe the plan here.
Ooh, looks like they are losing this battle though. They got 2 down. They're going to have to retreat on this one. With 40 seconds left till Ray.
Just causing that little bit of confusion and just saying, if we see
We got Leafeon and Comfort kind of just soloing it up top. I'm guessing they're leveling right now. Not really participating in the team fights at the moment.
Every other team fight is going to be a 3v4 essentially, with the rest of them trying to face the bulk with Leafeon and.
You want to do a battle right now? Let's do it.
Kadazera getting in a little bit of danger, but that side shot going wide is definitely a grace for them. They're going to try to make their way towards maybe the goal zone to score or to face that Regieleki, as now we have DreamHack and Zeta Division collapsing.
Does not work.
Oh,
hold on. Battle Royale.
The Emerald two-step, and it was even a knockout
there we go.
Rom as well.
All right, looks like Ray is just about to start.
Back here for DreamHack. Again, they're starting to pull out some really out-of-pocket strategies here. It's working out for the team, and now with Rayquaza on the field,
Leafeon, Comfey, kind of hanging out in their jungle at the moment. Not really in the fight exactly.
Steal this game back.
Yeah, Kadazera with a good little dive there. We take away the Dragonite passive, so no more Marvel Scale for Vito Bus, and the next dive will be.
Oh, looks like Leafeon's just looking to backcap right now. They are not looking to help the team. It's 325 for Zeta and 254 for DreamHack, so they might look to try and just score, backcap or score, and trying to get the lead here. But the Ray is taking some damage here. It's about 3/4. And it looks like they are disengaging.
Really not have much impact other than that. Rayquaza still being touched, but Zeta Division right now in defense.
Blastoise is hanging back, just trickling the damage on Ray just to maintain its HP. Just in case there needs to be a moment here. Also, congrats to Flappy on that Battle Royale. Ooh. DreamHack gets the freaking Ray. Can they finish this off now? Looks like it's gonna be GG's, and DreamHack are actually gonna take this one. Unbelievable.
need it. They found it.
I don't know if they deserve it, but they got the Ray, and that's all that really matters. This is what they really needed to get this win.
A team fight win needed for Zeta Division. Big Hyper Beam lined up.
They
but
got
it's simply not enough damage. Dream Max Esports is going to hold on, and they're going to.
That's it. That's GG's, man. They I don't know. I don't think they knew that they were going to win that one, but they are definitely happy about that game.
Teams would have been broken down thinking, what do we do? But regardless of the situation, they kept their heads on. They said, Katazera, it's up to you. You need to draw them away. Don't let them snowball.
All right, there's still a chance for someone other than the Japanese to win the title here.
They were just like, guys,
it's not over yet.
What do we do? Like, we can't play the game that we want anymore. Then coming down to that Rayquaza, mate, did this?
I don't see, but did the Leafeon cook? Leafeon, when the Ray fight started, actually was kind of like hanging out in jungle looking for an opportunity to score. They did go in for the back cap. And just luckily they were able to get in and come back and get into that Ray fight and then snipe it. I don't know, actually, I missed who actually cleared the Ray, but it was definitely a team effort to secure
I
it.
think the most important thing to remember is there is a result right now of a
Leafeon, 102,000 damage. I think we could say it cooked.
It may have been quiet in the KO front with only 5 knockouts. We tend to see Leafeon at usually 8+, but that
It cooked.
102,000 damage mark, very impressive. I mean, that was a tanky team to play Leafeon into.
It was a tanky team, but I mean, somehow Katazera found those opportunities to actually make those plays happen. I kind of question going into this next game, is Zeta Division even going to think about...
I didn't actually think that Leafeon was going to do what it needed to do there. It kind of looked like it was just kind of stagnant. It kind of left the team alone to go farm. But in the end, it worked out. Sometimes you just got to believe and go with it.
And have an escape mechanism in
Also, don't forget about the free skin.
Yeah, it really depends.
Wait, free
on
skin?
The player's
Hollowware?
ability. I mean, right, like Zoroark maybe would be considered to be an option here, but that's a pool that's tougher to get. If you really want to get outside, think outside the box, maybe Talonflame sometimes. We're looking at Talon, by the way. Shout out to Talon on the B stage for playing Talonflame. Just want to give a quick shout out there. That was very fun. But
on brand.
On brand. We love it. We love it. But in this matchup, yeah, I think Draft is going to be so interesting in this game number 2, Danley, because I like Zeta Division's plan of taking away that Hoopa. I think it is a great draft strategy they're going into. And they're also banning away that Mimikyu, something that Dream Max and honestly Brazil as a whole is quite well known for, playing quite a bit of. I think Legacy doesn't play too much.
Not
of it, but
Hollowware?
a lot of
Wait,
other
what?
Brazil
I'm
teams
confused.
end up doing so. But we're going to be jumping into draft here in just a moment between these two squads as Zeta Division have chosen that first pick position yet again, and they're going to lead things
All right,
off
here we
with
go
that Hoopa
again.
43% ban rate for this Pokemon in our tournament. Just to
Crimson, when is this going to end? So it's going to end Sunday. Worlds is always a 3-day thing. So it started yesterday. This is the day 2. But day 2 is the Unite Finals. It's the only one that finishes is today. The other 3 will still go on Sunday.
No Eldercross, no Hoopa, no Umbreon, and that Mimikyu is going to be taken out of the pool as well.
Ooh, interesting. So I believe we're running the same bands as last time. We got no Hoopa, no Mimikyu, no LD, and no Umbreon. No, what time of the day? Oh, like exactly the times? Let me look that up for you. I think they listed in Pacific time, so I'm not sure what your time zone is.
And I actually think this is a very significant counter pick coming in from DreamHack as well, because we did see yesterday how important that Blissey is for enabling Zeta Division to do what they did in their previous matchups, which was essentially not only save your
So like
teammate, but
in terms of today, there's no set time of when it ends because certain games like go longer than others. It's just like sports. Sometimes you go into overtime, and that adds up over the course of many different matches. So there is no definitive time where it ends today. Sunday, I think they're estimating. What are they estimating here? I think it depends on the game too. Trading card game 1700 Pacific. So like 3 o'clock Pacific. Scarlet and Violet. That one looks like it could be all day, depending. Sunday. Pokemon Go looks like it would end at 1300 Pacific, so that would be 2 o'clock. And then Unite, yeah, Unite can just be like any time.
This is crazy.
But it will be ending today.
I didn't think we would ever see a team just go absolutely,
Oh, the mobile skin for Fortnite, you mean?
But I kind of think,
Man, there's so many things I gotta redeem.
I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, what's happening? What am I playing against? Because you
So we got to make sure we watch the finals to get the free license.
At your opponents, there's going to be Chandelure as well to turn out those lights and be their back range damage dealer.
Also, like if you're playing Pokemon Go, I think the research tasks that you get, I think they expire.
They have 3
So you got to finish that.
they want to jump on top of Leafeon, Espeon, and Dodrio.
Let me see. Go Battle Week. I think it's this one. Team building. Great League bonus timed research. It actually ends in 14 days, so you do have a lot of time to finish it. So that's pretty sweet.
That it was one of the best Pokemon into the evolutions. Wide Guard is an incredible move that counters a lot of the Eevee's moves.
It's because I wanted to play Fortnite. I know, Azurk, and all you do is play Fortnite all day, every day. For me, it's 1k coins, so I'm not gonna go for the box. Yeah, you don't need it. You got like all the licenses that are included.
We called it out. We said draft was going to be the most exciting thing in this game. I don't know. The gameplay is going to be
For me, I think I would need a few. I don't know who I'll pick.
I'm looking at this game and I'm kind of wondering, was this Mammothswine the right pick? Because in their eyes, were they thinking, oh, we're just going to have to deal with the Urshifu, we just need that single target lockdown, but Ice Fang Mammothswine, it excels when it's trying to focus down one target, but when you have 3, 4 Pokemon that you potentially need to actually lock down, what's the goal here for Tomato? Does he have to just basically stop everybody? Is he still going to focus just on the Urshifu?
Looks like we're all piling into the enemy jungle.
He's stolen, look at 2 buffs on this Pylo side. He's doing so well on this little Swinub. And can they
Swinub is just getting teamed up by DreamHack right now.
with the eject button? Tomato! The buff Tomato!
He stole the buffs. This is interesting. We're seeing, I think, a totally different playstyle right now by DreamHack.
And they're going to be making it back towards their side. I mean, what a response from game number 1 into game number 2. Urshifu left untouched in the enemy central area in that game number 1. Certainly not the way in game number 2. Love that adaptation from Zeta Division. We see some spicy stuff from DreamHack, but a great shift from Zeta.
This is a nasty top lane. They look at all these Pokemon that are just going to want to jump right on top of you, especially with the Urshifu as well. This Dodrio.
That's why you invade and look at Urshi, not level 5.
The Comfey, though, not enough sustain, unfortunately. Dodrio is going to go down and Comfey
Looks like they're going to pile up top.
We do have Tomato coming back, but I don't know if Tomato can do this by himself if you get the freeze. They do have the Leafeon coming in, so it looks like they do get
Mime is probably going down here. There's no way they're getting out of that.
the Ice Fang,
Which they do.
Stop the attack from DreamHack.
Okay, solid. So they keep a lot of those points away. I mean, the main part of that initial push after they got the Urshifu was to get the double-blade evolution.
Oh, look, we got Pillow camping, waiting in the bush,
get some of that attack weight pressure,
looking for that hit.
There, and it will be Sacred Sword.
All right, it's going down in Central.
And that's the immediate KO onto that Piloswine. Percentage of HP missing damage is huge in that specific option. I love this Aegis/Final pick. I honestly do.
And we're actually looking at a Flamethrower Chandelure in this game. It's not going to be overheat, so we're looking at some big damage numbers in this game. It is a really interesting choice. We'll see if it does pay off for them, as unfortunately Blissey will be picked off thanks to Kokoda. Are we going to see another attack? We have the Espeon Rom on the sidelines. They managed to get the pullback onto that Urshifu. Instant knockout. And that's one of the frontliners. They still have that miss to Mime, but man, this Lampert, there's only so much you can really do here.
Ooh, it's a good push by Zeta right now. They take out the bottom base and still not giving up on it. Can they get rid of Lampent?
Oh, barely surviving thanks to the regen.
No, looks like they're going to have to retreat on this one.
Goodness, that Lampert's living the edge of that cliff.
Yeah, man, shout out to Lampent of Counter-Zero, but oh, nice dive by Giesen to take that knockout, but it's Vidopo on the top side, picking up 2 as well. So
that Mamo is also a very good defender player.
this Comfey Leafeon duo, we saw it from DreamHack.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye out on them. They are playing some kind of sneaky game right now. They're right now in Central. Probably just clearing out the farm. I haven't seen too much from them just yet.
But I mean, they want that damage number. They believe in their ability to land those skill shots, and they're ready to go.
I mean, other than what the steal on the buff.
I think Imprison the best competitive move that they have, but
Looks like DreamHack will get Regilecki up top.
really tough for Dodrio and Leafeon to deal with. So I think getting all that furniture in play is actually going to be huge.
It's going to be so good for zoning those.
Let's see this attack, how this plays out.
A big push coming out from DreamHack, but look at that, they're instant knockout onto that Urshifu. DreamHack's
Yeah, Mamo's always been slow to get to, or I should say, Piloswine's takes a while to get to evolve.
DreamHack's not successful with that push, and
But once it's there, then it starts rocking.
and break this goal zone.
Okay, DreamHack is cooking. That is a shit Ninja Doll Aegislash as well. I have played too many games of that in ranked, and I have won.
Okay, so they're down 2 bases, so
I don't know if I'd be
it's kind of similar in the aspect of the last match.
They up a game against Zeta Division.
I don't know if there's going to be a momentum change here. Otherwise, it's probably going to go back to a Ray fight, which I would not want it to go down to that because it's kind of a flip. You know, you're flipping a coin, you're kind of relying on the coin to land on what you wanted, but you got to take control of your outcomes here.
That's the most important thing, right? Got to make sure your attacker is going to be big and strong when you need them the most, especially around that Rayquaza pit. We do have a bit of a kerfuffle happening here in that top lane, and Aegislash with the Mamoswine here, the Piloswine still actually. Tomato has not evolved yet. You can't really go for those little cute plays, especially with Tomato around. You really have to make sure you have that vision to spot him out. Down bottom, though, they are trying to go for a fight as well. They don't quite get the lead, unfortunately, thanks
Oh, they're still scoring. Can they break it?
the damage is there. The Mime is there with the lockdown as well, but they can't comfortably.
They only need 19 on that one.
Yeah, now they get a little bit of points scored in, but it feels like if they try to gain an inch, then Zeta Division just shuts them down immediately. So a little bit of
You know what? I'm kind of pulling for DreamHack here. Like I'm really hoping to see them take this game.
Because they've not been very easy targets to catch. They always have some way to escape these skirmishes, and unless you have that hard lockdown for DreamHack, they can't really. They struggle to finish off their targets.
No, you're so right. Like, look at this. Urshifu's trying to chase down a Dodrio. Normally, Urshifu, a Pokemon that can see any individual target and find the KO, Flux Zone or not. But these speedsters are having a great way of getting out, and Mamoswine's just general tankiness and ability to lock down with Ice Fang is just too much for them to contend with. Big dive in with Lance the Earthquake, stuns multiple targets, grabs Kadazera, lines up Vidopo. That will be a shit Ninja Doll. Coup de grace onto the Mamoswine, and there we go. That's the Aegislash combo. They're still hanging in this fight.
Azurican Knight says hello.
Yo, Azurican?
Those flamethrowers from the back lines, but I think they're slowly starting to run out of gas because they've lost Tomato in the back line, so the Chandelure left uncontested.
All right, they're down 1. They're down Egg Slash right now.
Can't quite find that opening, and instead I think they will be retreating, so DreamHack can deal with the Regieleki. Unless Ron wants to do a cute little play. No, he's going to play it safe. Okay, don't go too crazy, Ron. Okay, it's not Italian, it's Espeon.
Amazing call out by Kadazera to do that rotation. That was a great play from Zeta Division. Leafeon, Comfey, and Dodrio all immediately went down to the bottom.
All right, they're all leaving. They're going down to Registeel right now.
Oh my gosh, the egg bomb setup!
Oh, they were able to secure it.
Not going to take the Registeel. Dodrio going to clean that one up.
The coordination for DreamHack, they are looking impressive today. The fact that they got that free knockout on Tomato.
Okay, so we got 48 seconds till Ray. It is definitely going to come down to this Ray fight. I think DreamHack's best bet right now is to farm, get those levels up.
Legitimately a fantastic team today.
Yeah, they're also looking really
It's pretty close in terms of levels. They actually do have that level 13 Urshifu now. Versus their only level 13 Leafeon.
Big overdunks at any given moment. Leafeon and Dodrio roaming right now. Some early damage under the Blissey, but of course that will be out-healed. Getting real close to
Crimson,
the final stretch.
I'd win. Win at what?
Mamoswine to go down first. Urshifu and Aegislash able to combo those moves. Dodrio caught by both walls and the egg.
Oh, we're going to get a fight right before Ray. With clearing out the entire team just before Ray. That's it. This could be the end for DreamHack.
And they're going to be able to get it as well. They have so
I think that's GG on this one. It's going to be tied up now. Wow, let's go. That was kind of a bad play there. They should have not been fighting that fight right before Ray like that. Looks like we're going to go to a tied series here. Nah, I'd win. Whooper uses water gun. Against what, Raichu?
I know, exactly. All those Unite moves were so strong, and we just were out of cooldowns on DreamHack. Simply did not have enough firepower to continue that fight. And Zeta Division are just simply not done. They are
Yes, okay. Yes, water types always beat electric types.
Faded. They still want to keep on the pressure. Vidopo still having essentially a full ray shield, can threaten back caps at any moment. A minute maybe left on the clock.
Wow, they still have all their bases too. So I'm curious, what will be this third and final match between these two? How will they play it out?
Yeah,
I don't think DreamHack has found the way to a guarantee win, or how to really take early on, like take control early on in the match.
They're thinking about it. They have split up. They've got 2 in that bottom lane, 3 in that top lane, and only Tomato is defending that top lane. We do get a bit of a mini score here thanks to the urging through 26 points, and we do have a
All right, they're still taking their shot to score as many points as possible. This is actually a good opportunity for them to just kind of, you know, maybe get some experience and see how the other team fights. It may not take them to the win, but get some confidence here and see what you can do.
Yeah, that was so important. I mean, a lot of cooldowns used to knock out that Mamoswine. Some decent responses. I like that Mr. Mime retaliation, but not enough.
All right, and there we go. It's tied up 1-1.
Espeon simply too strong. In Zeta Division, tie up our series 1-1.
So, what's the X factor for both of these teams so far? Because for game number 1, I truly feel it was Katazera's Leafeon, right? He was the one that created the openings for DreamHack. For Zeta Division, was it Tomato? The fact that he was able to draw so much attention to himself and give those openings for Rom and Vidopo.
It does look like DreamHack is a little tilted here. They need to like calm down the whole thing. Yeah, maybe it wasn't a good idea. They made the wrong play there, but going into this next one, being kind of tilted here is not the way to go. Zeta's keeping a calm demeanor. They're not celebrating as much as the next team would. They're keeping their head in the game and understand they still got 1 more to go.
And this time, the Leafeon got 15 knockouts in total this matchup.
Holy crap, 15 knockouts, 113,000 damage.
One-upped by Vidopo for the 113k. I mean, this Pokemon is simply too strong right now. We have to have some kind of response to this Pokemon. Ban, counter pick, or just take it off the table.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, is it worth a ban or is it worth trying to find the answers?
I think so at this point. I mean, it's been 2 games of dominance. Let's consider the early ban phase.
Okay, so assuming we're going to be going for the ban phase, right? What is going to be let through instead? And is it worth...
Are they going to ban the Leafeon?
Previously banned Pokemon, because the previous bans were Hooper, Mimikyu, Eldegoss, and Umbreon. These were the 4 bans that we have seen consistently across the first 2 games. Who are we okay letting through?
I think you probably allow the Eldegoss to be played. I know Wajiro is unbelievable on that Pokemon. I think it's by far their main if they were to consider one. But clearly they've shown that they can play this Comfey extremely well. You could consider the Comfey
I'm very curious to see what they are going to do here. These bans could make a huge difference.
You could have a better answer to this Pokemon if the Comfey wasn't along for the ride. But, I mean... what a time to have a toss-up decision like this. We are going into a Game 3, and this is single elimination, first round of 16. One of these teams will be going home after this next game of Unite. Unbelievable stakes for DreamHack and Zeta Division. I mean, what a spot to be in. And you have to make down-to-the-wire decisions in draft. This is going to be so important.
I think the question we all kind of have to ask ourselves as well is, did we expect this series to be between Zeta Division and DreamHack? I think a lot of people underestimated DreamHack coming into this tournament because I've spoken to some of the teams and no one really
we got Minun
DreamHack at
in chat.
all.
Exclamation point Poketch.
This team is being overlooked. No one is looking at them. No one is really thinking they're a threat. And you know,
Minimum.
DreamHack, they're making the most of this
Alright, so we got the Hoopa
situation that
again.
they have in the tournament so far.
What will they
Fair enough.
ban
Well, DreamHax,
in
all
return?
eyes are on you now. Time to
Eldegoss
make a
again.
showcase. We're gonna stick
It might be the same
our
lineup.
bands. The
Mimikyu,
Eldegoss
and
will
is it
remain
gonna
in that ban
be?
spot. Mimikyu, Hoopa will be the same for Zeta Division. Now, DreamHax has been banning
This is
the
very
Umbreon
important here.
consistently in
It's
this
still
position,
gonna be
and
Umbreon.
It will be the repeat Umbreon ban for DreamHax.
They really don't want these mons.
Are they going to go
I
for
find
this
it strange that they didn't go like
No, they're going back for
Leafeon.
the Leafeon. It's a safe play. It has worked for them, and it's also a deny pick for DreamHax.
Yes. Yeah, it's the best first pick right now in this specific matchup. I don't think you ever leave that on the table.
Jojo, you didn't get it. Damn.
Extremely solid for DreamHax, so I think going back to that well is a great decision. This is a good start to the draft. I think we might see some shifts a little bit later on. Zeta Division is hovering that Mamoswine again and the Espeon, but I am curious. I think the Mamo we will see a repeat of. I am very curious if we see the Espeon a second game in a row.
Okay, I want to hold our horses here because we have not seen any defenders and supporters on the side of Zeta Division. They have gone all out with their speedsters and attackers so far. Interesting choices here for Zeta Division. I'm not sure if it's going to be the last two support and defender for their last pick, or are they going absolutely ham, and are they just going to bypass a defender? Comfey is being considered here, and it's potentially locked in for Wajiro. What is Tomato going to be going for that last pick? I want to know why is
I don't
Tomato
know.
last pick?
Yeah, I don't know. Leafeon is good, but I don't know if it's worth a ban.
I mean, clearly DreamHax is not going to be taking it away. DreamHax very focused on.
I mean, the damage that he put out is insane. The amount of kills it got, it was insane.
Playing Zeta's game at this point.
I'm not sure. Could he swap out for something else and still play like he did?
In that region. And now it will be the Blaziken, the final pick. Wild that we are seeing Blaziken for the first time in this series as a last pick, but it will be
Alright, so we got Zeta with Leafeon, Espeon, Dodrio, Comfey, and Trevenant. DreamHax with Blissey, Urshifu, Mamoswine, Pikachu, and Blaziken.
Pokemon in the entire game right now.
We're gonna see some Fire
We're
Chicken.
running into it. We have Mamoswine for crowd control. I guarantee that's going to be a Volt Tackle Pikachu. We're going to have a little bit of a net, a little bit of stoppage from that Mamo. Let's see if we can slow down this double speedster of Zeta Division.
Well, the thing is, I'm more worried about the speedsters slowing down DreamHax, because for DreamHax, their lanes are a little weak for those first couple levels. So this is the ideal time for Zeta to actually consider going hyper aggressive in the lanes, and maybe even consider, do we want to actually go and pressure that mid lane from the get-go? Because they don't really have the best supporters to come in and assist. Like, you've got Blissey, you've got the Mamoswine as well, but these guys kind of either want to be in their own lanes or on the enemy side
Is
of the
that
map.
guy using like a towel to keep his hands, what, warm or exercised? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, Tomato can. I mean,
Usually one of the like squishy stress reliever things are good for that.
Usually it involves a float.
Never seen someone use like a
Tomato had
towel.
that one equipped, so we'll have to see where these early game rollouts go. We're gonna have Torchic in one, Pikachu in another. Not a whole lot to write home about, but here we go. Game number 3 between
Dry the
Zeta
sweaty
Division
hands,
and
maybe. It could be that. I didn't really think about how that could be an issue, but that's true.
And on the side of DreamHax, look at how they are guaranteeing this farm for their Urshifu. They're saying, we will give you first-class escorts to ensure you get those levels. So I love the fact that they are playing so securely here. They're not taking any risks at all. And it's going to come down to the Urshifu to stabilize the lane for that Torchic up in the top, because you don't want to have that Blaziken delayed at all. Pikachu doesn't need to worry about evolution, so I think they can kind of scrap that bottom lane.
Azurkin, you're trying to use the emotes. You got to sub.
But for now, they just want to take those extra.
You got to sub to get the emotes.
Get the evolution up for the Urshifu, and we do have a Surging Strikes Urshifu for this matchup.
All right, so we're going to go with the Rapid Strike. A couple games in a row. Geeson's made it look pretty good, but they've been struggling to really close out some of these knockouts without a Unite move or without a Bliss assistance. They won't have either of those for a few minutes. So let's see what the early impact is like. Big Electro Ball taking a lot of that. Tomato's going to use the eject button, but well done. They will make it back to their goal zone.
That eject button just playing so nicely there for Tomato. Zero. So unfortunately, because that was a failed attempt on the side of DreamHack, they're going to go for the rotation instead. Combusken is holding their own up there against that Dodrio Comfey combination. And the fact that Pikachu has shown himself, got to be so careful, Rom, actually thinking of maybe trying to go for a play himself there. But these teams really trying to position themselves to go for those very quick knockouts.
We got two birds up top that just will not leave each other alone. Dodrio and Blaziken.
Blissey to follow as well. This is a
Well, looks like they're going to be able to get the win up top here. Able to score. 24 points left to break. They got 19 left now, and Leafeon's just dropping a few more points.
A ton of points into the bottom side of the goal, but with this rotation, Zeta has now locked in a score lead and taken every bit of experience from the mid part of the map.
Yeah, very interesting priority decisions on the side of DreamHack because they have not really provided a lot of assistance for that top lane. It's been a lot of focus down in the bottom lane, and I kind of question, is it because they're trying to slow down Rom? Do they want to break that bottom goal zone? Do they want to have that map control down there for that next Reggie? Why is there no priority here for this Combusken? Because they need this Blaziken to come online at some point.
Yeah, they really got to invest some resources in it. Dodrio almost getting that KO, but now it's
there we go.
That will be a revenge knockout. Liquidation going to take credit for that one, I believe. Kadazera still not at that level 7, but certainly a lot of damage is going to be breathing a bit easier. We're headed towards that 7-minute mark, a very close score line, but now the objectives are about to start spawning. It'll be Zeta Division prioritizing the top side of the map.
This is kind of more of a traditional match so far. We're kind of even. No bases have been dropped yet. With the Reggies coming out just now, Zeta will able to secure the Regieleki.
Unfortunately, so DreamHack will have to deal with this potential fall.
Looks like they're just going to let the base go. I don't think they're going to be able to block this Regieleki. All right, and there goes their top base. DreamHack is slowly working on the Reggie ice down below. They should be able to get this. Ooh, close. Treat put a good effort in there.
Will be able to out-secure Tomato. Not an easy
But it was
task
not
that we
enough.
have learned again and again and again. But they are able to take out that basement Reggie, earn a Regice buff, and of course that team-wide EXP.
Yep, Kadazera is online as well. Level 8 on that Blaziken, so really going to have to ramp it up with that experience gain. But it's going to be hard with Vitopo roaming your central area. That Dodrio trying to take your experience as well. They do catch them with the Vault Tackle, and there goes the bird going back to base. So big boost of experience going in the way of DreamHack. These little knockouts really paying off for them every time they can get them.
Ooh. Okay, we're looking at two teams that are really employing some big combos, right? We have the Volt Tackle into the Blaze Kick, and then we maybe even have the Mamoswine to set up some moments, but there's also Tomato teeing up some big plays for Leafeon. You would hammer pull and center a few targets, allow for some big engagement in this double speedster. We're gonna see a lot of knockouts in this match, and I mean, what a time to do it. The pressure is on more than it has ever been for either of these teams, as a chance at the World Championship title is on the line.
Oh, they're trying to go for some quick scores, and actually they even used the Unite onto that Urshifu. No knockout, but definitely a big amount of damage, and even Pikachu coming in with the Thunderstorm. They catch the Dodrio, but they can't quite get that Leafeon, just too quick for that.
Leafeon always able to get away.
These little
always on their own, taking control of the game. Playing their own game, really.
Not only equalizing the game, but they're actually slowly overtaking in levels.
Yeah, exactly. Such a good point, Denley, because, I mean, points, you're going to just kind of have to forfeit that strategy of this game. Frieza will make it away. That's not going to reach the Pikachu, and they will escape. But yeah, you're going to go into the final stretch with a point deficit.
It's like Urshifu's at level 11 already. And Leafeon just matches it with 11. They're kind of even on levels right now. It's just the Blissey that's kind of trailing.
But Olivio's taken so much damage, they got to retreat. He's going to be on the receiving end.
Who's going to get this Regieleki here?
A few targets, Mamoswine with that rampage.
They get DreamHack need to just keep together here, or else they're going to lose this.
Unite move. The Trevenant from Zeta Division is unbelievable.
Doesn't look good. They might have to retreat.
Out of gas, and at the time they needed it the most, they just didn't land all of their big unites. The Bliss Assist unfortunately didn't connect onto anybody. It was just the damage boost and the fact that they didn't have the necessary lockdown to lock one person down and to get those KOs. with all the Unites down, it's really hurting DreamHack, especially in this fight up against that Reggie Alecki. And the longer they stay here grouped up and they don't get the Alecki or they don't get the knockouts, down bottom, Leafeon's going to be able to take the Reggie for free. Tomato's going to come and assist in that top lane. I don't know if you want to be giving away a free Reggie here.
Yeah, I mean...
It's a Reggie steal.
Yeah, it's going to be an attack buff, but I mean, that
Leafeon's all alone down there.
Strong. What else are you going to have to deal with?
Looks like they're going to take the Regieleki or exchange for the Registeel.
They are not going to find a way to close the deal on that knockout. The trio Comfy has been the duo for most of the time, but interesting to see Vinopo run around without that pocket from Wachiro. Instead, it has been on, I believe Kokada is the player that rocks the Dodrio for Zeta Division.
Yeah, he doesn't need the pocket anymore. He's confident in how he plays the game. He's potion. He's the potion Dodrio.
They're all bottom. Can they push this bottom base here? I don't think it's going to be enough here. They're probably going to lose this one. Yep, it's over. They've got it. They got to retreat. Pikachu's running for their life. They're going to go down.
DreamHack, this game, they've kind of equalized it, but they're still not looking comfortable here.
Tomato simply does not hit Horned Leech without at least 2 members in it at any given time. This tank player has been shutting down DreamHack's offensive hopes at every single turn. If we had any time to siege
20 seconds till Ray. This is the moment. This is where it all changes. It's anybody's game still.
And they have not found a way to fell this tree.
And we got 5 seconds to go before that Ray Quasar.
It's still looking better for Zeta than anything, but anything can happen in Unite.
At the Pokemon Unite World Championships, final game between Zeta Division and DreamHack. Team that makes it through.
Zeta's feeling pretty confident here.
Will be eliminated from the tournament, and Tomato has managed to catch
Mamo is getting crushed right now.
Forced to use the Mammoth Mash defensively, so they won't have that anymore.
Oh, that's not good. Using that Unite just to survive, that's going to put them in a bad place. The team was not supporting each other.
They're the ones playing defensive because they have that point advantage.
Yeah, Tomato with a great lockdown on the enemy L-Bush as they're sitting there.
They are literally just pushing back just so they cannot score.
The amount of damage they will receive if Tomato locks them down for even a moment. Finally, Zeta Division will relent and move back to their side. That allows DreamHack a little bit of space.
Okay, Blaziken is doing chip damage on Ray. It's just trying to start it up. It looks like Blaziken's gone.
They're down. Olivia was going to grab that Leafeon. Pikachu Unite move is teeing up quite a
Ooh, here we go.
with no Unite move will not have a chance.
Zeta's lost 2. DreamHack only losing the Blaziken, still hanging in there. This could be a turnaround.
And Zeta Division is hanging on.
Oh, it's 2v2. Oh boy. Mamo coming in. I don't know. Can the Mamo get in here and save Urshi? No, it cannot. It's just Blaziken left. Zeta is not going for Ray. They are not pushing at all whatsoever. They're playing very passively, just making sure that there is nobody left on the field. And that's it. That's the timer. Gosh damn. Another Japanese team moving on.
Where maybe they could take down this team, but Zeta Division is simply
Zeta just had the composure there. They just were focused. They knew what they had to do, and they made it happen.
Unbelievable.
Love the description.
Yep, thank you. I am lost for words when it comes to Zeta Division. They take down their chosen opponent of DreamHack Esports in this round 1. But hey, DreamHack made it to day 2, made it out of grooves, had a pretty solid couple of games in that set. And yeah, it's not the result they wanted, but hey.
Did you know they're playing at 0 ping? Oh, probably. They probably have them all wired up. I don't know, could you do local area networks? You're just running off like the wires inside the building?
It wasn't a fluke. fluke. It was because of a clutch play.
I
They
mean,
made the decision to make that play
this is the
happen.
Pokemon company. They probably have it all hooked up like that.
Next year, they look amazing this year. Give them a little bit more time to cook, and I actually think they have a really good chance of being one of the best teams in next year's Worlds.
Yeah, they definitely could be. But right now, one of those teams that is
Yeah, they all have 0 ping. So yeah, that's what it would be. It's like they're all the equipment there is connected to an actual like hard wire. So they're all just playing with it like literally with a device beside them. There's no like online servers to deal with.
huge plays from Rom. Cool.
That's what brings ping, is just connecting to a server somewhere in the world and then connecting to the other person. So in this case, there is none of that.
The enemy team, but on this Espeon as well, they look fantastic.
Also, do you have a Galaxy phone? No.
Shout out to Kokata for playing all kinds of crazy stuff. Blastoise, Dodrio, anything is really going to help them win the game. They're willing to rock it.
Whatever they need.
Is there something going on with Fortnite with that? I remember back in the day, if you had a Galaxy phone, you would get that exclusive skin.
But for Topo, this Leafeon was a menace. I think
Again, Leafeon 87,000 damage and 7 knockouts.
Because he was a menace.
Yes, the answer is yes. If teams want to ask me if they want my opinion, the answer is yes. Leafeon's gotta go because that Pokemon is so strong.
But it lets other Pokemon through.
Dang, if you did, you could get the Galaxy skin soon. Oh yeah, I figure much, but
Yeah.
no big deal.
At this point, after I've seen what I've seen, and I have experienced some of those games on stage, I don't think I'm too worried about the other options when that Leafeon is existing. But as a whole, Zeta Division is so unbelievable. They are so strong. The Pokemon that they are willing to play and able to play not only just at an average level, but at the top level. And that push for the peak, of course, that push to
A
win
bug in Animal Crossing I needed? Which bug were you looking, or did you find?
that they're willing to play is giving them so many options. They're a scary team.
Is it one of
they're a
the
scary team in draft? I mean,
cicadas? Wait, it's summer now, right? Yeah, so there'd be cicadas.
every team on stream is going to be a tournament favorite.
I think day 2, we already have all the tournament favorites here. Like,
Yeah.
these are the guys that survived the group stage. The group stage was relentless. And for some teams, I looked at their groups and I thought, I'm sorry, that looks terrible.
Yeah.
But, you know, you have to do what you need to do to make it out of your
I was so
group.
scared that
Sometimes
it's flying away when my friend was running behind me.
And you have to also make that show when you're playing those matches. We do have an update for our brackets for day 2 here, folks. So we
Let me look at the
have
name.
almost
Okay.
all of our top 8 ready to go. Zeta Division will be playing Zora Tigers Gaming. Zora Tigers 2-0'd MYS on the B stage.
Wow, okay, cool to see that Korea still in this region. The last hope of NA will be our next match, I believe. Orange Juicers versus Fusion in the run back will be
Oh
coming
my
up very
god,
soon.
we gotta rely on Orange Juicers to take it all the way.
Right after this break.
Or else bye-bye NA. Team OJ is Flareon's team, I believe. Yo, it's Flareon's. Big hype.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Got the Scarab Beetle. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of beetles to collect too. That's my Raichu plush. I have the exact same one. LOL, they stole it. I'm going Hawaii to get it back.
We're so excited to come together and celebrate.
A lot of what I see from these clips here, it is very similar to a regionals. Like if you go to regionals, you can kind of expect the same atmosphere.
Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poké Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
What's Spraggles again?
Now we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for a Pokemon themed thing.
I've heard there are some of those in
Dupes
there. What
next
about you?
looks like
Looking
he's
for anything in
Blaine's.
particular?
Heard there's a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Someone ask him how the Cinnabar gym is. This is literally last year's commercial. What? They couldn't make a new one? This is literally in Yokohama. That clip is from Japan, I think? Yeah, it is. I remember seeing this. It would have made sense if they didn't show anything that's from Yokohama. But they literally, he like literally lifts up a shirt that says Yokohama on it. Recycling content. It wouldn't be hard to do this again, honestly. For them, they're a bunch of goofs, so they would figure it out. And the display there they have for the Pokemon Center is really nice this year. I think it's way nicer than this one. Oh, we're back in 10.
Versus the last hope of
There's the trophies. They're going to one team today.
Going to be coming up very, very soon. I cannot wait. This is going to be an incredible matchup. It will be a rematch of our group stage game yesterday, which is going to be interesting. I can't wait. What's up if you're just tuning in? I am Zoinks. This is Danley. Danley, how you feeling in this day number 2?
I'm happy because we get to see some great games, but at the same time, I really feel for the teams that were knocked out today because we are running a really unfortunate format, I suppose, because you don't get that second chance in a lower bracket. It's single elimination, which means
that's a code I gotta put out. So Outburst Worlds 24 gets you a special card in the TCG Live.
For 2024, and I've already had to say goodbye to so many of my APAC teams on the B stream. And oh boy, this one
Outburst,
might hurt the
right?
NA teams,
Let me write that down.
Orange Juicers, they have a lot on their shoulders.
I'm gonna be dropping some pings for all the different codes in
And
the appropriate channels soon. Which reminds me, I gotta redeem Sylveon and Scarlet and Violet.
Their mindset, I feel, is probably one of the best mindsets to have in a tournament. It doesn't matter who you play, you 100% respect your opponent, because at the end of the day, you don't
I'm surprised that there's no
games
losers bracket.
unless you win the game.
I guess they're I think they're doing some changes with how they do things for even the next season as well.
Another one which is up on stage right now with Fusion versus Orange Juicers, and it's Spraggles over
I'm not sure why. Just getting stale. Maybe they want to switch things up. I don't know.
Fusion versus Orange Juicers 2. This time it's personal. Fusion selected.
Okay, who dresses Spraggles?
They wanted to run it
Where did these things come from? What is he wearing?
Why Orange Juicers again?
His mom dresses him. He's like, but mom.
No lo sé. Solo quería jugar de nuevo. No lo sé, solo quería jugar de nuevo contra ellos.
I don't know. I just wanted to play against them again.
He's just having fun out here, guys. And how do you feel about running into them again, the team that beat you in groups?
What an answer.
I mean, we were pretty happy when they picked us. I think we probably would have picked them too.
I sold this as a grudge match. Everyone's pretty chill about it. All right. How do you feel about the rest of your day? If you were to head to the grand finals, who would you be excited to play?
¿Cómo te sientes de cara al resto del día? Si llegara a la final, ¿contra quién te gustaría jugar?
Contra Zeta Division.
Against Zeta Division.
Zeta Division. Same question, worded differently. Imagine that.
I mean, I don't want to play against Nouns because my parents are watching and they're fans of Toon Slim.
Are your parents there? That was your parents cheering for Toon Slim? Perfect. Okay, amazing. And then I guess, final question, is there anything that you think is going to be different this time around against Orange Juicers?
¿Hay algo que piensas que va a ser diferente esta vez contra los Orange Juicers?
Que ahora será 2-0.
Now it's going to be 2-0.
All right, there we go.
Oh, there's some
fighting words.
spice.
Do you have any fighting words for your opponents?
Good luck.
No.
You guys are going to need it.
All right, good
Oh.
luck. You guys are going to need it. We're going to send it back up to the booth.
You really didn't know
for this grudge
like,
match. Rematch,
say anything to that.
Orange Juicers Fusion 2. This time, it's
Like,
mildly personal.
come on, man, speak some trash. He's like, good luck. Gonna
no one's
need
gonna be a
it.
good match based off of the interview alone.
That's true.
So.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good one. I mean, I was glued to that
The,
grudge match.
the thing about him saying these types of things, it's like he could literally get a contestant in trouble, right? Like maybe someone doesn't really think it through, says the wrong thing, and then ooh, goes against, you know, Pokemon policy. So I get why people are like very careful about what they say. There's been some instances where someone said like literally nothing bad and they got disqualified from the tournament. It's kind of crazy.
You can just play your usual stuff, but I think you have to have something flashy in your back pocket.
Right.
Remember, it's a single elimination matchup. This is not group stage where you get to play against someone else and you can make it along with top two. You lose this match, you are out of here. So you really got to have something flashy. I think we're going to be seeing something brand new, something shocking, because the fact that these teams have history.
Yeah.
I think if you shake up that history, you take them out of that comfort zone and you pick something in the draft and they go, wait, that might catch them off guard.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, these are teams that are capable of doing so. I mean, Orange Juicers they have a Machisel. They have a Machisel.
Did we?
Well-known player.
I don't know. Did we announce the Gengar code?
But not just playing with it. I mean, winning.
I don't think we pinged everybody.
Some great stuff work.
I think we just posted it. Maybe that one's worth posting or pinging.
Amazing degree. I don't know if we're gonna see the Machamp for personal reasons. I would really love to see the Machamp. Spraggles and I have we're arguing about whether Machamp will see play or not, but we'll see. We'll see. I would like to see it from Machisel, but their Garchomp has looked amazing, of course. But the player in particular that I think we need to see the shift from in Orange Juicers is Kratos. Kratos has an amazing Charizard. One of the best Charizards I have ever had the pleasure of casting in grassroots events. And the fact that we have not seen it in day number 1 in that group stage is baffling to me. With how strong that Pokemon is, not boasting the best win rate in tournament games this weekend, but still, we all know what this Pokemon is capable of. And I know what this player is capable of. I would love to see that lockdown.
I actually am so glad you mentioned that, because I feel like Charizard is a really good pick against Fusion, because Fusion, they love to play their very squishy, very agile Pokemon. And what does Charizard do really good at? He's really good at roasting squishy, soft Pokemon.
True.
So maybe something to keep in their back
Charizard's
pocket.
really good at
Obviously,
just
you can't
uniting.
just pick Charizard willy-nilly because he is, I still feel situationally is more of a situation.
I mean, instead of pressing A, it's just pressing ZR all the time.
Okay, he's our damage dealing all-rounder. He is definitely more for burning those little squishies, going into
Surprised you didn't say that.
because if you put him up against tankier compositions, he really does struggle even during that seismic slam.
Yeah, that is true. Thank you so much, production, for getting Spraggle's own words on it. We can make a segment of just Spraggle's own words on screen at so many different times. I would personally love that. But All right, yeah, I mean, the Charizard, you're right, might be a little situational, but Fusion might be the spot to do it in.
Exactly.
Fusion also known for a few interesting picks as well. One of the few teams that are still relying on the Buzzwole in that top.
Should probably get banned. What company? That's not nice. How dare you?
Can we just talk about the bug types? How about the Scyther that comes out from Fusion? I don't think we've seen anyone else play Scyther on the main stage so far.
Yo, Zangoose in chat. Exclamation point. Pokecatch.
Lucapo's on that team, and I think I'm just
Lucapo.
remembering Worlds from last year.
Well,
that's the only thing.
Lucapo has played Scyther this year, so I don't think it would be too much of a stretch, but at Worlds, I don't think he has played Scyther yet.
Okay,
So,
interesting.
probably
Yeah, that is,
Fusion.
Scyther is a very, very interesting Pokemon. I mean, you ask one person how powerful they think it is, they think it's in the bottom tier of damage-dealing Pokemon that you could select. You ask the next player down the line, and they're like, actually, I think it's one of the best Pokemon that you could have on your team comp.
And then you ask Fusion, and it's just like, it's the best Pokemon in the game. So,
Correct. In our hands,
it depends.
in our hands, it's the best Pokemon in the game. Exactly. So, Pokemon selection, of course, very interesting, but there's a lot more on the line than just what comps we're going to be building. Of course, this is our round of 16, so the first matchup of the day for both of these teams, but because of the format, it is a win or go home scenario. Fusion, a team that has not lost a single tournament they have participated in all year long. Regional victories throughout the entire year. They
haven't lost a single tournament?
And now at Worlds,
That's
they're in a position
crazy.
to set up what I think would be pretty cool, the 100% tournament win rate season.
I think it would be very remarkable for this team to do this because historically in the world of esports,
Doesn't look good for
generally
NA,
do
that's for
well
sure.
leading up to their world championships tend to bomb out at the world championships. Now the thing is, Fusion have looked fantastic yesterday, so they're definitely not coming into this tournament looking pretty shabby. They are looking on point, but they're not in the clear yet. They need to get themselves into that grand final first, and then once they're there, they need to win it to solidify their position, because just because you've been consistent, it doesn't mean you're going to be consistent on grand final day. You need to keep it up from
You don't have a
start to
category, is that on purpose?
effort, a lot of mental
It should have been
teamwork as well,
Pokemon
because it's not
Unite,
just
but
you have
I
to
mean,
worry about. You have to make
I
sure
don't
your
know.
teammates are
We
on
can stream
point
and
as
whatever.
well.
I guess we're doing Unite, so maybe stay in Unite.
About Pokemon Unite, when I first was interested in this game,
It should have been on Pokemon Unite when we started. I guess it didn't go through.
but seeing Pokemon Unite be the first time that Pokemon would debut a team game at a competitive level, I really fell in love with that aspect. And it really
Let's go into just chatting. I wish they had a category specific for Worlds. That'd be perfect.
Exactly right. You got to trust your teammates, but your teammates also need to rise to the occasion
Toby?
alongside the whole roster of 5.
So
Hi,
we're just
Toby.
waiting for our teams to
Meow.
get into the lobby so we can jump into that draft. But, I mean, this is plenty of time for the teams to start talking to each other, right? Just think about, hey, guys, what do we want to do for our first game? Speaking of first game, I think we have to talk about some of these bans because we are starting
Toby.
to see a pretty clear trend in what is
That's gonna rub on
currently
everything.
or considered our top tier bans.
If the stream dies, it's
Lots
Toby's
of
fault.
Koopa bans, lots of Umbreon bans. And then after those two, it seems to change team to team. Asia teams really favoring those Mimikyu bans because they want to play all their quick speedsters. We've seen those niche bans where in the case of teams that like to run Leafeons have also been banned as
Toby,
well.
Jojo
So
says
what you think is like
he's your
a
biggest
very
fan.
niche ban that
Or
kinda
they're
has
your
to
biggest
appear
fan.
in this game for Fusion and Orange Juices.
Meow, meow.
Sarah Ledger Charizard will be coming up a little bit because I believe that's what happened last
I
time.
think the Toby's trying to communicate.
And I believe we have some few clips from this last series. So this was just yesterday, a short few hours in the past. To some great Urshifu mechanics out of the Orange Juicers.
I heard the meow. Okay, I wasn't sure because he's kind of far right. He's like he's on the floor right now.
Yeah, and also just to point out the bans in this particular
And if I
game,
pick him up, he'll
Garchomp
probably
taking
stop
out
meowing.
Bull, Slowbro and that Blissey, so some more supporter hate, I suppose. Not really hate, I suppose. Respect.
Ah, there you
Support,
go. Yeah.
respect. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hoopa definitely getting one of the getting the ban treatment.
All right, so it's begun.
All of the supporters kind of in the crew, but
Wait, I'm
that
confused.
Garchomp
Why did
ban
they?
stuck around for Fusion game after game? Chisel
Oh,
is
is this a
on that
replay?
Fusion trying to take it away immediately.
Gonna say what? This is their group stage, is it not?
At the very least, in game number 1, I think we see that.
Because I'm like, there's no way that they have a game each already. I just looked away and it's 1-1.
I think that's where the run back is going to be.
Yeah, another thing maybe we kind of could look at a ban here as well as Trevenant. I feel like this Pokemon has really just fallen under the radar. It's great. We've been seeing it do amazing things in its games, but I'm surprised that it's not receiving the amount of bans
They played
I thought it
yesterday.
would
That's
have.
crazy.
With
So
how
they're running it back.
this Pokemon is. It doesn't require a lot of resources to come online, is impactful from mid-game to late game, is able to invade the central
It was
area,
2-1.
is very naturally
I mean,
tanky, self-sustainable.
they played them before. They beat them,
Why
so
do you think Trevenant is
it's not completely out of the water that they are not going to win this.
like, what's the deal?
I don't think it's that. I think it's more just the roster of defenders are all
Toby.
extremely strong. So sure, you ban Trevenant, you're going to have to go into
You're right beside the mic. Say
on
meow.
the other side. Slowbro, we haven't seen too much. That is also
Toby?
an option.
Meow.
But folks, we have your match ready. So let's get into game number 1 of Fusion versus Orange Juicers.
Gonna make some juice, or that's the plan anyway for Orange.
Every
Juicers.
time he's near the mic, he just
Pop up.
goes quiet.
All right, so what's
Like
gonna
he
be
knows.
on the table here for bans? Hooper
Oh, there's
obviously
Flareons.
has been the probably the most banned Pokemon at the tournament so far. 44.6%. Garchomp secondary ban, exactly the same as their previous game, but side the ban.
I'm pretty sure Flareons was my competitor in that.
Does let the Blissey through.
Those matches I was playing customs.
No, yeah, Kea is going to lock down the Blaziken.
I don't remember if it was him or someone else.
Umbreon combo that
I'm
is
pretty sure they were there that
good
day.
on that first pick of the orange side. They are going to deviate from that strategy a little. It'll be Machizzle taking the Gyarados alongside Zelgrug's Umbreon. So they may give up the Blissey in this
All right,
scenario,
Toby's now
but
a lap
having the
kitty.
Umbreon as that natural counter
He's watching
already
Worlds with
ready
me.
is going to be huge.
Yeah, and even Fusion, they kind of flick through the Blissey as well, thinking, what do they want to do? Mamoswine, so locking in
So we
the
got
defender
Hoopa,
first,
Garchomp,
and the
Slowbro,
Cerulege.
and
So
Scizor.
double all-rounders
All banned.
so far on the side of Fusion, really wanting to brawl with all of these mid-game brawlers.
Okay, now Roland's hovering the Eldegoss right now, but this is one of those niche cases where maybe we could see the Wigglytuff. It is a crazy call-out, I know, but the natural counter to Cerulege is that Pokemon.
Zugrug on the classic.
We're
Umbreon.
gonna see some crazy stuff.
Umbreon.
It will
Ooh.
be the Mr. Mime from Roland locked in. All right, a bit of anti-dive to go along that Blaziken and Cerulege. A decent option here.
Anti-dive, and remarkably, a strong laning support pair.
Yeah.
One of the things that makes Mr. Mime so scary in lane is that he has KO potential. You don't mess around with this Pokemon, regardless of whether it's called a support or not. I actually think this dude is a defender / all-rounder. He's crazy.
Yeah, he really covers all the bases on this Mr. Mime. That is true. And the final
Mr.
selection
Mime?
is going to be Flareons on the Inteleon. One of these picks that makes me so excited. Flareons, we were talking to that player yesterday about their games on main stage, and they said they specifically didn't play it. The nerves were just hitting a little too shaky, and they were like, I just don't think I'm going to hit my shots. But
today's the
this
day.
selection is showcasing Flareons is locked in, ready to go, and has found that confidence they need to push forward in this tournament. There's a lot in front of them they're going to have to take down, but that Mimikyu to try to counter into some of these melee brawlers, the Gyarados with that huge knock-up Unite move is really solid, and it's going to be up to Flareons to start a lot of these team fights with that long-range poke.
Yeah, I think also
Oh no, I think the Pokemon Go channel
his team's draft as well, because he's got
also
a
crashed.
lot of teammates
Now
he
they're
can fall
having
back to
troubles.
if he needs that assistance. Lots of aggressive potential, but also defensive plays if they have to turn around and help out Flareon. So the question here
Oh my god, the channel is currently unavailable due to violation of Twitch's community guidelines or terms of service. Yo, Pokemon Go just got banned live.
Mr. Mime, the Gyarados, the Umbreon.
Oh my god, no way.
Pokemon and making sure that Flareon's
How did they get banned?
for the majority of the game.
Yeah, it is going to be a hard Pokemon to dive into.
What?
I was talking with a few of the Orange Juicers.
This is crazy.
When I asked why we didn't see the Inteleon, a part of it is
Hold on.
we saw a lot
Banned. Actually banned. What is the chat saying? Oh, you don't have a chat, so the chat's dead. Oh my god. How? How is this possible? Someone clip this. I'm clipping it. I'm clipping it. This is crazy. I never thought I'd see this. Well, like, what is Pokemon Company gonna do? Message Twitch, be like, bruh, why'd you ban us? Get our channel on. We're in the middle of Worlds, our biggest time of the year. Oh, that's crazy. I want to watch the clip now. Let me see the clip. It's in the Discord. I'll flip it back to Unite since this is just nothing.
In the lane's best time to do it right now, but with the Ceruledge counter knockout, completely stopping that momentum that we just picked up from that central area invade.
And honestly, kind of huge that Zynus was able to pick up the KO on the Chandelure. They've been stuck as a Litwick for quite some time, having to lane against that Mr. Mime, very challenging. But with getting that knockout, they're already back to that Lampens at level 5, caught up in the experience race.
Yeah. Roland just going to hang around with his team as well.
I'm changing the name of the clip.
Wall ready in case they had that opportunity to maybe lock someone in, but haven't found anyone, although they're going to run into that lamp and even ejecting forward, locking them into that wall. They have the damage. Oh, the Drizzile just coming in with the snipes. I feel like Inteleon is going to make a comeback to the Worlds this year because this Pokemon...
This stream's now going to have one screen that just literally says this channel is currently unavailable due to breaking violations on Twitch. What a day. What a day.
That burn damage is going to be a little bit too much for Kratos.
Yo, Andrea, nice to see you. Sup, Dark? You winning? I'm not winning. I'm watching. We're watching Worlds right now, Pokemon Unite specifically. How are you doing today? You actually came in at a crazy moment. We have all the streams loaded up on screen right now, except if you look at the bottom right one, it's actually banned. The ban just happened like a couple minutes ago. So Pokemon Go's official Twitch channel just got banned live during the tournament. I don't know what happened. I just saw the stream end and it was like just the casters. I went to refresh and then yeah, now it's banned. Doesn't answer my question. Are you winning or not? Yeah, we're always winning in this channel. There's only dubs here. We don't take no L's. We only give L's. That's why we have the take the L emote.
Bit questionable there.
It's all right. They got tons of stoppage, right? They have the foul play plus the Mr. Mime.
Also, this is a big game right now. This is the only. He knows what's up. He knows I'm the guy from Fortnite. This is a big game right now because this is the only NA team left. So this is our only chance in NA to get the championship.
There's only so much Eldegoss can do by themselves to try and stop this, but can they get the counter KOs? A Gyarados knockout would be very nice here, but it might just end up being nothing at all. So no knockouts for Fusion, no experience.
So I guess chat is cheering for Orange Juicers right now to win.
Flareon's was able to get a back cap in bottom side as well while that battle around the tier 2 with the Regieleki was going on. So the score pattern for Orange Juicers has been fantastic.
If anyone is on social media right now and sees anything about why Pokemon Go got banned, send it. I want to read all about it.
The level 9 Blaziken. Anemo and Tempo are two of the most dangerous mechanical players we have in our game. You always got to be wary when they're on these power picks.
Yeah, gotta really play behind their team. Orange Juicers, don't get caught out, don't give them that free experience. So far, just this 2 Pokemon defending successfully. This Umbreon hanging on. They're even gonna be using the Unite there, but oh, they managed to get the Ceruledge. I think this is where Orange Juicers, can they continue with this push? Oh my gosh, Flareon, he got a bit of a snipe there, but he goes down. He got caught by
oh no.
the Swine, and the Unite being used because of the evolution. Roland thrown into the air as well. Gyarados going down. Fusion, can they burn through this? They really want this goal zone.
I'm not gonna lie, I think going after the Inteleon there is a mistake from Fusion. They allow Mr. Mime just to walk all over their backline. You might knock out that main source of damage in the back, but after that, you have nothing to push forward, and it will
I'm gonna
be
go post the clip onto X.com.
and the Regirock rolling on this Mr.
Just in
Mime
case
is
anyone
a
is wondering
legendary
what's
player.
happening.
They've stopped goals
Crazy
on pushes.
day.
They've won team fights on their own at this point. I mean, Orange Juicers are so thankful for this roster right now.
They're looking so good. Rolling, be rolling on this Mr. Mime, and we could even potentially see a Mr. Mime ban.
It's not
in
weakly
that
tough,
next
but it's
game.
fine.
It's the same color. It's fine.
Okay.
Up top, we do have a Regieleki being stopped by that Gyarados mid lane, though. Oh, Flareon's getting caught there.
Oh, we got Grubbin and chat exclamation point Poke Catch.
Inteleon, pretty questionable play though, but they have been spotted by the Umbreon, starting out with the Snarl, catching out multiple Pokemon. 3 players on the side of Orange Juicers, trying to protect that Tier 1 goal zone, using the Unite as well. Roland buying time for the team to come in. We do have the Gyarados coming in with the Unite as well, but who do they want to catch out? They get 3 Pokemon. 1 for 1 so far. They have lost their defender, Blaziken, trying to escape that Gyarados in the backlines though. Knockout after knockout. Orange Juicers are squeezing Fusion dry.
We are looking at a whole new Orange Juicers roster.
Let's go. They're coming back.
In day number 2. I mean, this is a completely different look from last we saw this team. A 227-point scoreline to just 177. They are winning so many of these team fights, and Roland is leading the way. Huge lockdown. That Mr. Mime showtime, blocking any score and setting up all those fights. And the patience from Machisel on that Gyarados, just being that da-da-da-da Jaws theme around below all those targets.
Knifing
It's a
under
perfect
everyone,
moment.
yeah.
Unreal. Finds those 3-peats, and of course the team fight victory after that. Orange Juicers looking good. And ooh, nice little Shadow Sneak hit on Kea.
Yeah, so catching out a little bit of vision there. We still have 40 seconds to go before we hit that last 2-minute stretch. So gotta play it safe here, folks. Don't want to get any more knockouts.
It's still not over yet, though.
Unites. This is the time that you want to try and get your Unites back online.
They got unbanned? No way. They're back? Let's see.
No defensive buff. This is huge for Fusion. And if they can rip through this Regieleki, which they certainly can with all this damage, this is going to have to be something that Orange Juicers needs to work on. Do they deal with the Aleki, or do they want to position around the Rayquaza pit? And it looks like positioning is key here.
Yeah, you have to get positioning right now. You don't want to fight for position with an Inteleon-based composition. You want to have that army set up and built and ready to go. Kratos is going to hang out on jump pad just in case anybody is going to try to score in that defenseless goal zone. The rest of the roster, they have that point lead. It might not be huge, but they do know they're holding on to it. Shareledge does
Okay,
score
apparently something is back.
dive from
Oh, there we go.
on the Mimikyu. Revenant Rand goes down, so that's a huge Unite move already gone. Fighting, but they need to go down. Steals a bunch of shields. Mamoswine gonna try to stomp all over them, but Chisel and Zulgrog are 2v3 right now, but Roland is joining the fight.
Oh, he's coming in. Roland be rolling there with the Unite yet again. 1 for 1 so far. Support down for that Mimikyu, but the Gyarados bounce. They catch the Cerulege. We're looking at a 3 versus.
They're gonna go Ray? Uh-oh. Don't lag on me now.
in this Rayquaza pit, and now it looks like Orange Juicers, they want to take the Rayquaza for themselves, but Fusion, can they snipe this away? Can they
Yeah,
slow
they're
them
definitely
or stop them
back.
down? The
I
Shadow
wonder,
was
I don't
stuck
think
with
the
that Umbreon. They
guys are
don't
going to say anything about being banned, are they?
Who gets the last hit? It's the Inteleon Flareons.
Let's go, NA.
From Kratos and Flareon, so good. Blaziken, the one threat to that Rayquaza. He still had HP, walked out to that main objective, but Flareon gets the play with me Unite, locks them down, and tees Flareon's up for an easy snipe shot secure. Orange Juicers gonna start this match 1-0.
Starting 1-0, team morale. I'm seeing some
All right, we're up
big smiles on
1-0,
these
guys.
cans as well.
1-0.
So going into game number 2, feeling this positive, they're going to now have to figure out what do we do for game number 2, because clearly Fusions, they are going to have to come up with a solution for this next game.
100%.
Do they let Flareons play the Inteleon again? Do they change their own team composition? Because I kind of feel, I don't think you can play Blaziken and Cerulege on a team together. They are too demanding. I actually think they need something a little bit quicker here.
All right, well, I don't know if I I'm that less confident than you, but hey, they can make it work. Those Pokemon pulled extremely strong.
It was, I truly feel in this particular matchup, it was also the fact that Mr. Mime existed. The showtime, the chaos that Roland was able to do in the middle of those team fights, the mini stuns, especially with Pokemon that want to be mobile. Once you're caught out in that way, you're basically setting up for Orange Juices to finish you off.
Yeah, mini stuns are so complex too in a composition like that, where you're also trying to avoid some major stunts. You're trying to save some of your
You know
unstoppable
what?
moves.
This is the perfect opportunity to be doing predictions. Let's do some Gamba.
Watch that or something, but you're also just getting hit by Mime a bunch, and you gotta play around that too. MVP of the match is gonna go to Machizzle of Orange Juicers. The crowd goes wild for Machizzle. I'm loving it. 73,000 damage for this player. I mean, this Gyarados was fantastic. Fusion's focus on that early game invade, that double invade they were putting out, was interesting, but it did allow Machizzle to get that early evolution and pick up a lot of steam on that Gyarados. We saw them getting level 15 within that final fight. So definitely a great level game for Machizzle, and will they capitalize? They got out on a knife's edge of HP in that last bounce escape.
I mean, if you're level 15, I think you can work with all the stats.
They got a lot of HP, yep.
Yeah. So, game number 2. I'm really curious to see what adjustments we're going to be seeing from Fusion. Do they go faster? Do they slow things down? Do they tank up? Do they want to try and go for a full CC composition? Like, what's the play here for Fusion?
I don't know. Yeah, we got to go back to the drawing board, certainly. Their bans from this game to that last set they had, identical. I feel like now it's finally time to shift things up. They are going to be in that first pick position again. We can see in our draft lobby, so they will be running that back. We've seen that Hoopa ban time and time again, but I think we still stick to that one. But maybe we return to that Mimikyu.
Possibly.
He might need to take that Mimikyu away from Kratos. It was a big difference maker. I mean, the most important moment of the match was thanks to a Mimikyu Unite.
Right. We do have the draft up here, folks. So game number 2 between Fusion and Orange Juices. We are good to go. What is being banned? Are we seeing any new bans hit the field for these two teams? And Hooper, this one is to be expected. Slowbro will continue to be banned in this series. Garchomp is still going to be hitting the field here for Fusion. Orange Juices and Scyther. Respect bans, same as game number 1.
Yeah, we run those back. Okay, so Orange Juicers are obviously feeling pretty happy about this situation. Last time
They banned the Garchomp.
Picked up the Blaziken, and we're going to run that back. So, a powerful Pokemon, obviously in its own right. Flareons don't.
All right, we're starting a prediction. You guys can actually gamble your channel points. Who's going to win?
Same draft so far.
It worked so
I think I left it up for 5 minutes, so you'll have a good amount of time to decide whether or not who's going to win.
Yeah, look, it worked in game number 1. Run it back, and I feel like Gyarados is so versatile as well that he really fits in a lot of team compositions, especially with how much
Oh no.
very team-oriented player.
The Unite stream has been so inconsistent today. It's been dropping connection, like they crash their stream or something every little while, but it's been good for the most part.
So it looks like
The last like half an hour.
coming up from Fusion, but they really want to go all in for the lockdown. And are they just going to say, we're going to build our team so tanky that we kind of don't care about this Mr. Mime?
Yeah, that is so interesting. They're going to take a lot of poke damage from this Inteleon with no threat to the backline again.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a pretty early selection. They were hovering Dodrio for a moment. I'm kind of shocked we're not going that way. But it will be the Buzzwole this time from Tempo. So certainly a harder lane opponent for the Magikarp to go into in this game. And final selection
Is it really
for North
Gotti?
America. It
Oh
is going
my
to be
gosh.
Gyarados. Or not Gyarados. It is going to be
Gotti,
Gardevoir.
We got 2 G Pokemon on the team. Totally understand. But I'm trying to think for Orange Juices. So what's the thought process of running a Gardevoir and
Only 10 points. I don't believe in Fusion.
Yes, you do have 3 very good frontline Pokemon, but is Kratos basically here existing to power up and set up
Wait,
the
what are you guys betting on? Let's see.
Its Unite move is also unbelievable into that enemy composition, right?
We got 1,000 on Orange Juicers and then 10 points on Fusion. So you guys are really confident on Orange Juicers to pull through.
In game number 1, Orange Juicers kind of dive-checked Fusion.
We were like, hey, can you get to our Inteleon? The answer was no, with that composition of Sarah Ledge Blaziken. Now that it's Buzzwole Blaziken, I believe the answer is going to be the same. They're like, fine, we'll pick 2 attackers because we're safe back here. Roland and Zelgrug are locking down that front line for us. We'll be totally fine. If we need a big engage, that'll be up to Machismo.
Well, let's see how these lanes are going to be here, folks. Game number 2. Teams are locked and loaded. Are we going to see a game number 3? Or will Orange Juicers keep the NA flag and wave it high and continue their journey through the Pokemon Unite World Championships? And I think most importantly, knock out one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. Very much possible, but we're talking about Fusion here.
Really? Fusion's the favorite? This will be nice if they can pull off this win then.
Long, so you can never count them
Taking out the fan favorite.
To see them exit, I think, will be a shock to so many players and fans from around the world. Animo gonna go to try to get some scores in on this Buzzwole, but it wants to out-contest Machismo, who is able to secure that Bunnelby in the face of a Buzzwole, so impressive stuff. Buzzwole not having the best levels 1 through 4, definitely starts seeking higher spots once they hit that level 5.
Yeah, Machismo just looks so comfortable. Playing Magikarp into Buzzwole of all things. Like, this is not a matchup that you would see someone be able to steal away that last hit. But Anemo, we've seen this player just absolutely blaze things yesterday, so I don't think that's going to phase him at all. He's just getting his levels, getting his experience, getting ready for that first little skirmish. And it looks like top lane will be the priority as well for Orange Juicers, so we could be looking at a pretty big brawl.
Yeah, I think both these teams, if their central area clears are alone,
Okay, 1 minute left on the prediction. If you want to go ham and gamble away your points.
Superpower offensively from Anemo lands on both Kratos and Machismo. Not enough damage to double up on any of those KOs, but they clear a ton of space. 30 points go in for Anemo.
Yeah, there's not really much. They've actually got the Curlia. Oh my gosh, Anemo, surprise knockout there on the central laner. That really hurts Orange Juicers because that's going to basically stop that defensive push.
And it's convenient. Orange Juicers actually the orange team.
Although, look, we've got a Drizzle coming in. Flareon wants to come in and help, but he has to be careful because if Anemo gets him, they get the knockout. Drizzle rotated for this.
Anemo wants even more in a Chaos Rika 2. What a response from Fusion. For those of you counting at home, by the way, Anemo is currently, and if they score this, 6 attack weight stacks.
Anemo, this is terrifying. 6 stacks this early on. I don't think you can touch this top lane anymore.
Oh man, I mean, at the very least, we have the Gyarados, so Machismo does evolve at some point in that brawl, so maybe all those resources worth it, but at this point, Buzzwole is stacked back to the maximum amount, and they are going to be swinging for the fences. Chandelure Evolution, after they clear out some of that central area, it has been Tempo and Zainu splitting the EXP back there between the Sarah Ledge.
Ooh, they still haven't scored a single point yet.
Speaking of experience, Fusion looking at a massive experience lead. 2 level 8 Pokemon
pretty
on
amazing
side,
shutout.
we only have the Curlia sitting at that level 7 here for Orange Juicers, so unfortunately, that little bit of a kerfuffle in that top lane really not helping them in that experience department. They might have to slow things down a little bit just to play catch-up because Machismo's not looking too confident here anymore.
This top lane is going down.
On this Ultra Beast.
Yeah, interesting. Ooh, Anemo kind of faking, gonna break that goal zone, wants to get some more points. Now is threatening 28, but if they're gonna dive in, that is gonna be so challenging. Trying to make that choice between getting Regieleki to break the goal zone or them, very, very difficult. But they are gonna break it and send Regieleki towards tier 2.
He's level 9 and Nemo is so big. And level 8 is the highest level, now level 9 on the side of Orange Juicers, but down bottom, this is going to cause quite a bit of issues, especially if Anemo decides to go. But he's actually
9 and everyone else is 7?
Wanting to push with that Regieleki.
Gardevoir is really trying here.
Too happy there, the Mr. Mywall basically stopping him from crossing back into that lane. But look at this Buzzwole. He's hunting. He wants to eat something, and I think it might be a Gyarados.
Yeah, Fish.
30? I don't think you can get that.
Fish, a rare one, but Machismo is going to try to escape. Early bounce. They won't have the Unstoppable to try to dodge any of these grabs. And Anemo's going to get that full combo. Machismo
level
down
10.
yet again.
He's level 10. This guy looking unstoppable in this early to mid game, and if he continues to snowball like this, I'm not sure how Orange Juicers is going to be able to easily eliminate this Buzzwole from the fights. They will maybe have to overcommit Unites to catch him out. Down bottom though, they've actually decided to commit their whole team down here.
It's a race between Buzzwole and Gardevoir right now on levels.
Be the heal bonus, but they will
Each team's got basically a leader here.
They're going to try and push with this as well.
Ooh, nice barrier stop on Zainus. Tees up for 2 slime shots in a row, and Flareon's is going to finally get on the KO board.
This could be it.
Score's going to rain in from Orange Juicers now as they
All right, they're finally on the board.
As Anemo and Kea do have to retreat for a little bit.
They're roughly 100 points down, but that's no big deal. It's still early in the game.
The entire time, Tempo on this Blaziken was scoring in that tier 2 on top side.
Scoring tier 2 top side, just basically getting everything that he needs to be that big powerhouse in that mid game. We're at the 5-minute mark here, folks. Halfway through the game, 3 minutes to go for that last 2-minute stretch, and things actually looking pretty even again. We're not looking at that very one-sided experience-heavy Fusion. Orange Juice is doing a really great job catching up in the experience department and now rotating together into that top lane. Blaziken securing that Regieleki. Gyarados is here though. Mashizzle setting up by himself with the Dragon Current, but unfortunately caught out by Anemo, so no knockout for him. But I think it's a clean disengage here. Mashizzle bouncing out, but actually they're going to commit.
Yeah, Blaziken's gonna get the chase. That's a lot of damage from Flareon's to back them up though. And now Roland and Flareon's need to commit to this fight. Anemo gonna get involved a little bit, rotation around trying to find Flareon's, but Roland always there with the backup. Great barrier stun. Interesting choice from Orange Juicers there, right? Mashizzle sees an opportunity to dive onto the Blaziken, but it's 1v4. Flareon's rotates for support, but Mr. Mime and Gardevoir defending against the Regieleki. I mean, a rare spot where it felt like the communication was a little off there from Orange Juicers, but they bring it back. Great coverage by Roland to protect Flareon's. Now they got to regain for their next fight.
Yeah, just got to keep things steady. Don't lose it even after having a little bit of a rough start in that laning stage. They can make that recovery happen, but they got to make sure they don't lose the Guardi here. They have spouted out a Nemo, so no easy knockout on that central laner on the side of Orange Juicers. Fusion. You can see Fusion, they want to make something happen, but the way the Orange Juicers are playing, I love how defensively positioned they are so that they're just not caught out for free.
Yeah, it's so tough to play into a front-to-back team like this without a speedster, but hey, great setup. Flareon's able to up that shot. What a slam shot. I mean, if they were nervous about missing their shots last time, I think they got all kinds of confidence this time around. Zugrug will go down, though. A 1v4 excursion is going to get punished, but those snipe shots are working out great for Poke.
Who's going to get this? Registeel.
And Eldegoss are extremely hurt right now.
Oh, they're going to get it. Fusion's going to get that for no problem.
Kratos, but they are going to get away. Registeel, though, is going to be secured by Fusion.
Secured by Fusion. I did see Flareon's try to go for the charge there, but just too little too late, unfortunately, with the positioning. Up top, though, looks like Regieleki may be the next objective here, spawning right now, and obviously Fusion, if they can grab that, this will be a big hindrance to Orange Juicers because they have to deal with this Regieleki. And with Rayquaza coming online so soon, you want to spend your time now.
Looks like they're not even going to contest the Regieleki. It looks like they're just trying to farm instead.
But the experience game is currently in favor of Fusion with 2 level 13s, and Nemo and Blaziken level 13. They're ready to go, but actually Orange Juicers, their cores are all level 13 as well, so they're good to go.
Yeah, after an explosive start, Fusion's actually been pretty quiet for most of the mid-game, right? Orange Juicers not necessarily taking over the matchup, but certainly gaining momentum and gaining
All right, Ray is here. This is either a huge win for NA right now, or we go round 3 and see who the winner is.
Rayquaza's on the map.
Yeah, Fusion need to be very decisive with their jump, and actually Nemo, instant knockout!
Buzzwole is out for 15 seconds.
That is massive. 4 versus 5. This is not the matchup Fusion want, but you can see.
Can they clear the rest of them out? They gotta work as a team. Come on.
They say if you don't fight into us, we want that Rayquaza. Zugrug has gone down.
Looks like Umbreon's out. Down for 10.
Melting them down. The Mamoswine, they're all on their own. No backup there.
Flareon's is hitting every shot. He chased down that Blaziken. That's such an important KO to get, and he also done a ton of poke damage on that Sarilege. Now he's on an
all right, the Ray is at half health. This is where this is the moment.
The wall
Things could change.
Down to half HP. Flareon's is not getting body blocked. Buzzwell trying to get it.
Oh.
Setting it up. Snipe shot's already used, and it will be Fusion.
Fusion gets it. No way, dude.
They get
No way, dude.
double knockout as well. Can they break the shields? Can they do anything? We have Zagrug outrunning that Blaziken
damn it.
in that bottom lane. Roland as well as the Gardevoir wanting to defend.
All right, we're going 1-1 on this one.
Has to defend that home base. Break Draken shield. Don't let him score, and they don't let him score at all.
There's only 30 seconds left, though. Another 100 in from Buzzwell, another 100 in from Tempo, and that is going to seal the deal. 20 seconds remain in our match, and we are going to be going to a game number 3 in this knockout round.
That was such a close Rayquaza fight. The fact that it really came down to just who got that final hit, and the fact that Swoolich.
Is a prediction who wins the game or who, the whole thing for this game?
Orange Juices, they just needed something to land to secure that Rayquaza, but they just didn't have it in
All right, looks like it's going to Fusion on that one.
Shot out of the Inteleon. It's tough in those moments to know when we're doing our damage, when we're landing our burst, and Orange Juicer just a little shy of the secure. Chandelure lands a big hit, and that burn damage, that tick damage, always going to bring things back.
I think we're going to have to go back and rewind that just to see.
Looks like
how
Craft's
things
getting all those
really worked out. So I'm going to try and work this. If I am
Give me my
not a
money.
smart cook here. All right, we'll slowly start working on this.
Not too shabby.
But
1,000 channel points goes to Craft.
Extremely chaotic. There was some plans coming into that Rayquaza, but just the Fairy Singularity, I could see what the thought process was with that, but I'm kind of wondering if they thought they had the damage to finish off everyone within that Rayquaza pit.
We'll start another prediction as soon as the match starts.
Secure themselves.
Exactly. All right, so I'm going to rewind this just a little bit. So let's take a look at what was going on.
I only bet 10 and I got 1,000K. Yeah, because Queen put up 1,000.
So if we take a look at this, Inteleon stops right here. This is where we see the guard.
So you get your 10 back,
sets up around
and you get the Queen's 1,000.
Zainu's untouched. The Gardevoir Unite move does take out a Nemo away and Kea away from the body block. A Flareon's next
That's
up
not
is going
bad.
to
You just
try to
100x
secure
your money.
with this snipe shot. They tee it up, they land on the Eldegoss, but it does not hit the Ray. The most important situation here.
The body block.
Watch Zainu's on this Chandelure. Believe that's burn tick damage that takes away. And Fusion gonna secure that.
Everybody was
Rayquaza.
in there. It was, I think it was literally anyone's game in there at that point.
That's a lot of fun. But yeah, that was Fusion putting on an unbelievable show.
Game number 3. Orange Juices. I want you to sort of visualize what their mental state is looking like right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely cracks in the armor, right? We went all in on this double attacker strategy, kind of getting the call out against Fusion in that hope. But
I see Wolf. Wolfie's back.
Up to what their standards were, I am sure.
Are they getting ready for his next
Return
match?
to what worked in that game number 1. The Mimikyu looked really solid in that matchup, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen again, but we might need to get Machisel a little more help in that top path. The early start from Buzzwole was catastrophic for Orange Juicers to deal with. It took all game to get them caught up to that point, and well, in the end, it came down to just a final moment.
Well, we have to be fair as well. That top lane matchup wasn't really in favor of Orange Juicers as well, right?
I think they're actually doing a replay. This is from earlier.
Against a Buzzwole. I don't really
He might be
think
up
you can have
next
too
though for
many
VGC.
expectations for that lane matchup. It was just, I think those unlucky knockouts, like getting caught and essentially feeding that Buzzwole.
All right, here comes the bans. We got Hoopa.
I think that's where Anemo really ran
Slow,
away with the
bro.
game. If he didn't get that early game experience, I think we'd be looking at a much vastly different game.
Garchomp again.
It was just, he got too much too soon
And Sizzle.
and basically snowballed out of control.
Yeah, 100%. All right, we're probably going to be looking at very similar picks in this game. I mean, the bans are identical. I don't see any reason for Fusion to be shifting things up here. It will be a Blaziken locked in. Now, Orange Juicers are going to grab the Umbreon. I really like this Blissey, but Machisel is just feeling this Gyarados. They are going to lock it in 3 games in a row.
Gotta make sure that they can somehow stabilize his lane, get him that early Gyarados if possible. But again, it's Fusion. And the way that they always run that top lane, Animo,
Wait, doesn't Flareon's have an account with a Z instead of an S at the end? Is that his actual account?
Really push hard in that top lane, get a strong
Or is that his
central
alt?
laner.
Or is that someone completely
Flareon's
different?
Hovered over the Mew, back onto the Inteleon. What is the play here? Do they keep going with the Inteleon? I think Flareon's Inteleon has been great. I don't think he really changed that.
It has been, but because of Fusion's draft strategy here, it makes it a tougher pick. They take the Chandelure and the Mamoswine earlier than they have so far in their drafting phase, and they threaten Speedsters with their final picks. So all of a sudden, it makes it very difficult for Flareon to lock that
Maybe his
down.
alt account?
Final selections for for Fusion are going to be coming in now. It will
Maybe.
be
Maybe he uses it for scrimming like with other streamers or whatever. Doesn't actually use his real count.
Hovering the Urshifu. I actually think this would be a great answer to what has been going on, but that
Because that's how I remember
can
him.
be pretty difficult. I'm expecting Kratos to play very heavy into the top side.
Play heavy into the top side, and I think they need to send somebody in that central area. Guaranteed that central area experience, get that level 5, and then you start running down those lanes. Because if you're Fusion, and you look at this team so far, you're looking at that Urshifu and saying, guys, I actually think we just try and go for an invade. Slow down his farm, because what are you going to do? There's a Magikarp in the top lane. Magikarp's not going to even do anything in that top lane. Bottom, okay, Flareon's might rotate as that Drizzile, but he wants that experience too. So I think if you're Orange Juicers, stabilize your lanes. Get the experience on Kratos first, then focus on Mishizzle, because Flareon's, he's been so consistent in that bottom lane. He doesn't need help. He is such an independent laner, which I feel like makes him such a top-tier player for this team.
That is true. He has looked amazing, as have both of these rosters. And now we are headed to a game number 3 elimination match here in Worlds. Honolulu makes some noise.
All right, here we go. This is the final one between these two. See if they move on to the next spot in the tournament.
Oh no, I don't even know who goes
Do
home
or
at this
die.
point. Both of these teams deserve to go through, but someone has to open the door and basically just watch.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're in the moment of World Championships where heartbreaks happen, but of course dreams also come true, which is a fun after effect as well. Zainu's on the Chandelure, going to head into that bottom path like we talked about again. Pretty tough early lane matchup for them in particular.
And look at this, straight invade. Kier's like, guys, we need to stop this Urshifu if possible, but Roland's doing his job.
Oh, they're invading.
He knows he has to stop this. Even Zugrug is coming in because this
Swinub is going for the Cub Chew, or
Cub
Fu.
That'll be even better. But with the assistance of Zugrug, Draken's going to have to make a clean getaway because he's running out of health.
All right, so an identical strategy to game number 2 from Fusion.
He's going to chase the Swinub all the way back.
And the Swinub tried to make it to the enemy central area. Not much taken away, but of course we still don't have an Urshifu.
I think that was a fail attempt on their invade.
As a success.
Count it as a big success because it does open up those side lanes for Fusion.
I don't
They do
know.
whatever they want, but now hitting level 5. What's the choice of lane here? Are we going to be seeing Kratos go top lane or bottom? Definitely top lane. They want to get Mishizzle into
I feel like if you
Gyarados
do
as
that,
quick
you
as
know,
possible,
you have to
but
get something bigger out of it.
Sabu and Altaria.
Favoring the KO. Wicked blow lined up as well. It's Dark Bear as Kratos who swings in. Machisel trying to get close to take credit for this KO. Paul and Puff going to do a bit of burst of damage, and KO will take the
my
grabs a wild Pokemon and uses that as the KO tool for them.
Yikes.
Nemo, Tempo, KO, all work together. And that's
It's
a
not
left-hand
looking
rotation
good.
For the final touch of damage. Fusion win that first team touch.
I think we just witnessed an Elder God moment.
Now, can
Kier
they
just
keep that
sitting there,
momentum
basic
going?
Attacking. Yes, Animo was the target there.
We
but
have
the
seen the
damage
juicers come back later on when it's looking really bad, so can't count them out just yet.
Stage and really assist with those knockouts. And for Orange Juicers, for that engagement in the top lane to go sour. This is not
Flareon's, you're gonna die.
Pretty brutal. Flareon's going to try to make a cool little play with the eject button, but the water gun going to go wide. They don't get the KO.
I don't think there's any way Flareon's could get out of that anyway.
Hit level 7 yet, whereas Kratos
All they could
has
really
hit
do
that
is just take as much farm as possible.
Is going to be a terrifying threat to deal with. This is the first time in this matchup that Orange Juicers have drafted extremely good secure Pokemon in their central area. So the Rayquaza fight has definitely become more of a priority as we go into game number 3, as Orange Juicers focusing on a bit more of objective-mindedness.
Yeah, interesting decision here. We'll have to see if it pays off for them because Wicked Blow, I kind of have some questions when it comes to this kind of airship view, but if they can make it work, absolutely go for it. And that Wicked Blow, securing the knockout onto the defender. So nice little boost of experience, but also eliminating one of the frontliners for Fusion.
All right, they take him down. Reggie is going to be spawning on the bot side of this map. Orange Juicers with a heavy focus, and with Inteleon and Urshifu, those are two
What is this Chandler going to do here? It's close. Oh, Umbreon's leaving the Reggie steal. Oh, he couldn't get the snipe shot. A little late on Flareon's there.
Fusion stealing that Reggie away. They did get a knockout for that, but I'm not really sure if that's the trade you're really asking for in that bottom fight, because this attack buff just means Fusion can take over this tier 1 goal zone unless they can somehow stop them. They do bring the Urshifu back. Snipe shot missing, unfortunately, just landing on an empty wall. Kratos, though, thinking, wanting to go engage. Zagrug hunting as well, but they just can't find that opening.
Got Machop in chat. Exclamation point PokeCatch.
We'll be able to get out with the throat chop. Now Zagrug being chased, but I think the fight is just going to end here. These openings are so small, and if Orange Juicers can't capitalize on it the moment it happens, they just seem to lose it from there on.
Yeah, this bottom path has been pretty patient from Orange Juicers. It's been focusing more on defending this goal zone rather than trying to get big kills. Pulls them away, but Flareon is going to make it away for a moment, but that is going to be the chase down all the way to the other side. Tempo does get the knockout with the overheat, and despite the Urshifu Unite, Fusion is hanging on.
Oh,
trying to defend this goal zone.
Umbreon, hang in there. Oh, oh, it's not looking good.
Over this game.
Fusion
This could be the end for NA.
in both lanes. The fact that they've split their forces, and regardless of what's happened, Orange Juice is really struggling on both fronts. It just really goes to show that that mishap in the early game is now really coming back to bite them in this mid-game. They have to figure out a strategy to stabilize somehow, whether it be to go for some clever picks, diversion, go for those back caps, because looking at the goal zone situation, only 17 points have been scored by Orange Juicers. They just haven't been able to touch Fusion's goal zones.
Yeah, it's been brutal.
Ooh, it's rough. 214-17. That's a big difference there.
In their favor in this game number 2. They've eclipsed 200 points, and we're just
we have seen them come back from kind of a situation like this. I don't know what kind of tricks they have up their sleeves, but they're going to have to do it soon.
3 different members hit with those snipe shots, and now finally Eldegoss is going to join the fight. Kea gets involved. Big Kratos engaged.
Nice, they got the Reggie at least.
Tempo. They're going to try to earn that KO. Gyarados will at least get the Chandelure, but the Mr.
Come on, take him out.
Oh, Mishizzle not feeling too happy here. He is too low. He needs some kind of healing. Trying to go for the aggressive bounce. Dragon Current into the back, trying to catch Nemo. They will throw him in the air. Can they somehow turn this fight around? They're losing health bars.
Oh!
They have no health left. Back
no
to the
way.
Fusion continue their
There goes 4 of them.
Juice's lanes.
Now Orange Juicers just seeming like they run out of momentum. They can't.
This is not good.
Got a big chance for a refight here, but it's Blaziken.
It's a refight right here. Let's run it back. Let's see what we can do here. You know, if they can just get the kills right before Ray, that would put them in a good position.
Finally goes down as Roland locks him down in every barrier he has, and Flareon's tees it up with the snipe shot.
Very, very costly.
That
fight
Blaziken,
for
level
both teams there,
13.
but most importantly for Orange Juicers, they get a big burst.
They're gonna have to watch out.
Especially getting the elimination there onto that Blaziken. They need this experience so badly, because the experience difference between these two, it's becoming too wide. It's almost reaching that critical mass point. Level 12 on 2 of the calls so far, looking pretty good with the comebacks, but they really need something else. They need a tiny bit more. They found the
I don't know if the Regieleki is really the most important thing here right now.
Urshifu is going to have to sacrifice himself for that knockout.
All right, we trade those KOs, and now it's Tempo's turn to get involved in the fight. Dragon Current just waiting for that Unite animation to cancel.
He's all alone. Get out of there.
Range, and Zugrug will be trying
You got 48 seconds till Ray, too.
They've just taken too much
Going down now might not be the play.
Go for a cheeky steal with the snipe shot, but that is their only chance at the Regieleki. Everybody else on the run.
Very nice body blocks as well coming out from that Blaziken, just saying, no, no snipes for you, but this will need to be dealt with on the side of Orange Juicers. If they let that Reggie Alecki through, you do not want to have any more points being scored. And oh my gosh.
no, they're going to get the Reggie steal too.
Coming into this final stretch. Reggie steal, arguably the best Reggie buff to have going into that Ray fight.
Orange Juicers have not secured a single Reggie all game, despite having Inteleon or Urshifu, Alecki or otherwise. They have not got one. And now, as the final stretch has begun, Zugrug does find a Nemo alone.
They got a Nemo?
And that's where they're going to engage. They're going to go all in. Super Swole Slam, going to get them out of danger and increase the danger. Zugrug goes back for the Citrus Berry. Draken engages into multiple targets on the other side. Machisel charging up, but that will be the first KO. Zugrug goes
This
down.
is it. This is the
Draken
final
starts
fight.
the fight.
Whatever happens here will probably dictate the game.
You really need to have someone create that space so that the Inteleon doesn't get caught. But Fusion, they know that they have their lead. It has to come down to Orange Juicers to find that opening, but they've got to make sure they don't get chipped down whilst doing so. They just don't
A minute
have that
30.
same
I don't know
level
if there's
of
enough
sustain that
time.
Fusion have for these fights.
Yeah, I mean, this Inteleon has been fantastic for
They got to get together. They got to get the Ray.
But simply, they just don't have the options to chase. Draken does try to Ice Fang, but an early throat chop by Kratos will escape that lockdown.
This is going to be just running the clock type of thing. They're just going to
We're about to hit 1 minute, and time
kind of just push them away from anything they can really do.
again. They caught him. The hard call out. They will now have a 5v4 fight.
All right, they got the one man up.
Oh, they managed to catch a Chandelure with the bounce, but
Two man up.
finding the attacker in the back line.
This is the time. Let's go.
Dishing out the damage with the basic attacks, but they have lost the Urshifu.
Urshifu's gone down.
He is free.
4v3.
Basic attacks fighting up against this Eldegoss. Has to keep creating space.
30 seconds. They don't have much time either.
Zugrug, though, looking too low on that Umbreon. Basic attacks.
Clarion's looking to snipe that Ray. Come on. Yes, he got it. He got it. Oh no. He's down and out. All is left is Umbreon.
Zugrug does have a full Rayquaza shield. This is going to be so tough for Orange Juicers. They need more than 100 points. Fusion is
There's just not enough points. There's just no way.
is running out. Zugrug cannot
Oh my god, dude.
knocking out Orange Juicers.
Bro.
What a way to end that game. It looks so
Rough.
so close. So close for Orange Juicers, but just
And there goes NA.
it came moments too late. Sure, you have the shields and it helps you score, but if
But
it's
every's dead,
Inteleon
yeah.
and most of your team is gone.
Even if you get the Ray, if there's no one left to actually score, there's literally no point of it. I could see that two of them were going to rip Ray, and they just didn't want to commit to the team fight that was happening down below. Two of Fusion's players were pretty close. Like, they were, you could probably go down and help and take them out. Then get in the Ray, probably a better situation. I feel like they should prioritize the team fight and maybe pull off, like, having at least two players on the field to score.
A region that has won Worlds 2 years in a row no longer has a team in the top 16.
Oh my goodness. This will be a storyline for sure to find out who will be our next new champion for Pokemon Unite. But also at the same time, Fusion continue their undefeated streaks. Yes, they've lost a couple games here and there, but ultimately
It's
if they
over,
win
and they
the
never
series,
winning World again. You don't think they'll ever win again? I don't believe it. Unite changes up so much that you never know. The rest of the world caught up. I don't get how NA was like the head start. I always feel like Japan should have the head start.
But their macro knowledge and their teamwork and their team leading abilities need to start being praised as well. Because that is one of the biggest reasons that Fusion is moving on in our tournament into the next round. I mean, what a gauntlet. There's more games after this.
BRB? No worries, Jojo.
The world champions? Unreal amount of games that these teams have to play today. And the
You know,
competition
maybe if NA stopped, like, just talking crap and being so toxic to each other, we could all be, you know, practicing and getting better and better, you know. I feel like other parts of the world, they really are more focused on improving, like, analyzing their gameplays, learning from their mistakes, taking their mistakes as a It's an opportunity to grow instead of NA taking the opportunity to shit on the other player. Like,
is it that makes Fusion tick? How
I
do
think
you
there's just a
break them
discipline thing.
down
I don't
so
know.
that you have that advantage from the laning stage? Because this team, their
Score.
lanes are
Japan had score comp at first and lacked mechanics.
I mean, Anemo in that game number 2,
And that's the thing. They probably, you know, have a mentality. Okay, we lack there. We gotta work on this.
having a weaker laning stage and still making it look good.
Versus
So,
like, you know,
I'm sure we
everyone
have
just
a ton
pushing
to
everyone
hear
down,
from
tearing
Fusion.
everyone
We have
down for
Sinus on stage
not
in
doing
a
well.
post-match interview. So let's
I think it's
throw
just
it
it's a
over there.
cultural difference.
That's right. I am on
You can see this in other games too. Like if you go to like League of Legends and all that.
close series between the Juicers and Fusion. Congratulations. I have to ask, how did you adjust after losing one game to Orange Juicers?
Enhorabuena y querían saber cómo habéis ajustado vuestra forma de jugar después de haber perdido una partida contra Orange Juicers.
Sentimos una presión, pero a la vez fue más nuestra inspiración a querer seguir ganando y no rendirnos.
So we felt a pressure about the game, but then that really motivated us for keeping playing and get to win.
Amazing. Now you have two teams that are actually getting set up right behind us, Legacy and Kekalak. Who are you more excited to face in your next match?
Puedes ver que están aquí los dos equipos que se van a enfrentar ahora y nos gustaría saber a quién nos apetece más enfrentaros en la siguiente ronda, a Kekalak o a Legacy.
Obviamente a Legacy, nuestros compañeros y hermanos.
Obviously, we would like to face Legacy, who are our companions and our brothers.
Amazing. I can't wait to see it. Brother versus brother, possibly coming up very soon. We're going to throw it back to the booth. Congratulations again, the undefeated Fusion.
Thank you so much, Spraggles. Great to hear from Fusion.
You know, I made comments about Spraggles' suit, but Zoinks is pretty flashy, damn.
Have to face in this next round.
Yeah, but, you know, it's the name of the competition. It doesn't matter who you play against.
I just think Spraggles is kind of out of place. It looks like he's out of like Dia de
Do your
Muertes.
best, pick your best, and sometimes it requires you to be a little bit cheeky with your picks as well, because I do expect the deeper we go into this competition, we are going to start seeing some cheese picks, some Pokemon that we don't normally
Cheese
see
picks?
to catch some of these teams off guard. And with that
We're gonna get some cheese picks, apparently.
Fusion will proceed to the next top 8 match.
I think Fusion or Japan team or Nouns wins
I
World.
believe their game is actually still ongoing, so we're still trying to figure out who they're going to
happen on stage next.
Oh, it's on stage next. Oh, great. I want to see some cake.
You know, I can't really say who would.
Yeah, it'll be a fantastic matchup. I mean, these
There's a lot of good teams here, and I don't know when they're pit against each other how their skills are gonna translate towards each other. I'm just gonna have to wait and see. Really, I couldn't really predict
Very
this.
short break that we're going to throw to, but when we come back, more Pokemon Unite World Championships.
Oh, sick! Someone's running the Miraidon deck.
On double turbo played in the deck, it's not prized this game, but that brings them 240 down to 220. So you're then actually short of a.
Now this is a nasty Greedent, not the Greedent.
Electric Generator will not work onto non-lightning Pokemon like Blood Moon Ursaluna.
It looks like Iori was just debating whether to use that Pokestop there.
So it looks like this deck is definitely different than when I played. I would play Miraidon.
Want to see. We did see a lot of energy get
Oh.
discarded there as well. I think
Get the Pokestop
Iori
out of
hasn't had
here.
a problem getting basic Pokemon out of this game. Is we need to see energy and switching.
The
cards
Raiku's in there, but I
realistically, or
definitely
at least
didn't
ways
play
to
with
block
some of the
that
newer
down. Right now,
cards.
240 is outside
Finion
the range of
and
Pokemon
Squawk Ability I've seen
And
before.
it's one of those things. Secret
But
Box has
Pheasantipity,
not
that's
done
interesting.
anything in this matchup so far. Imagine if it was a prime catcher, for instance. You feel like that could have had more impact. I'm sure there's been plenty of times this weekend where Secret Box has been phenomenal for Iori, but it's not
Both
working
these
out in
decks
this
seem
particular
kind of
game.
like hybrids of
We
other
do have an
decks,
Electric Generator in hand,
where they mix a
which
little
it does
elements
look like is
from
being played here.
other decks to be played. That's kind of it's interesting. We're at Worlds, so you definitely want to see something different like this.
And 2 double hit, nice.
I feel like the
There you go,
casters
Raiko.
caster
Now,
aren't
here's
as
the
good
thing.
as Unite?
You kind of
Really?
need a Future Booster Energy Capsule, or you need
I forget
an
this
Iron
guy's
Valley.
name, the English
and even
guy.
though Miraidon is a future Paradox
But he's
Pokemon,
pretty good. I like
this
him.
version in the card game came out in Scarlet and Violet.
He's very passionate
An
about
actual
TCG.
Paradox Pokemon that can use cards like Future Boost Energy Capsule.
You can ask him anything, and he'll just go on and on and on.
Yeah, so
he's
it's not
he's
an
really good at
eligible
that.
target for
He's
something
always got
like
something
a
to
Future
say.
Booster Energy Capsule.
He's a
So
bit of a
Iron
character.
Valiant is, I believe, the only way to actually get there. Now, again, this is not the end of the world.
No, it's not.
You need a little more energy.
Next turn to take the KO.
Oh, you haven't
Fiori
seen him
is
when he's
actually keeping up
crazy.
with the prize trade here, but you're also leaving James with an energy on the board.
Yes. So James does have a way to sort of leapfrog here and take 2 prize cards. However, that hand doesn't.
Actually, I
really
guess they're
look that
both
great.
kind
He's
of like
gonna have
I
to
think
try
they
and
both
find
have English
Professor
accents,
Sada,
but
as we are going to see an energy retrieval.
I need to look up his name.
That's gonna
Not
grab
this guy, the
two
other guy that's
energy
been
there,
talking.
Basic fighting. And we're going to see a Teal Dance activation. Professor Sada here would be huge. Sandy Shocks isn't quite there yet. Pokestop could find Pokegear. That is an option. Bravery Charm could actually push the Raging Bolt outside the range of Tachyon Bits, probably enough. With
Man,
James
can you
opting to do
imagine
that, probably wouldn't,
like
but
buying some of these
looks like we did
cards
see
and
a
then playing them?
Gear off the Pokestop there being
Because they're gonna get a
grabbed. That
little
was
like
really
slightly
important.
bent. They might
Yeah,
get
that could
scuffed
go
up a
and get
little
the
bit.
Professor Sada. I've got a point I want to make, but I'm going to make that in a moment because we need to have a look at this Pokegear.
For me, I'm just a collector, so it's like, oh,
absolutely
I don't want to
huge.
wreck my
There we go.
cards.
Does hit it.
Well,
that is a big hit off of that.
Look at that smile there from James. He knew he was in a bit of trouble there if he didn't see the Professor Sada. Worth noting as well, we did see a switch card off that Pokestop. That could, if that was used for whatever reason, that would actually heal damage as well. So worth keeping an eye on for that.
Yeah,
So I don't know how many people in chat have ever played TCG or even know like how it's played, how it works, how you win.
Fiori didn't take a KO. Pheasant Dipty isn't live right now, and James did actually have that in hand, but obviously couldn't play because it wouldn't do very much. Now we get the 2 energy down.
So you can see on the left-hand side, he's missing 2 Pokeballs out of 6. That means there's 2 prizes that's been taken already.
But is playing around the Iron Valiant almost by accident here. But now we see a new.
So basically, that's
Raging
like
Bolt in the active, and this is
it's
where
kind of like
it's
your
getting
health.
very hairy
You do
for
not
Fiori
you
here,
win when you take all the
because
prize
you need to
cards.
keep up with the prize trade, and now that pseudo KO on the last turn.
So 1 knockout
really
equals
isn't
as a
KO,
prize card.
and you're losing
If it's like an
your
EX mon,
Miraidon, you're losing 3 of your 5
I guess EX
energy
or
on the
higher, you
board,
can get
and
2.
You're putting your opponent 1 KO
So
away
yeah,
from
you do get a
winning.
benefit by
It was
running an
looking so
EX
good
mon
for
or
Fiori back
VMAX
in game
or
1, but James
V-Star or all
was
that,
well,
but
reverse
at the
sweep,
same
you called
cost, if
it.
you do
Yeah,
get your
still.
EX mon knocked
It is, as
out,
we do see a power
you
plant
lose
into
2 prize
Pokemon
cards, so you're
copy of
losing 2
Professor Sada,
points.
and we do see a Bravery Charm getting attached to the active Raging Bolt. Right now has an absolutely monstrous 290 HP. Bellowing Thunder for a big KO there. James has 2 prize cards left. Iori's still on 6. Needs to respond fast if he wants to try and secure himself.
He's only
a
got
win
2 cards
here.
left.
The hand currently doesn't look the greatest. Remember, we have seen 2 electric generators being used here already. So any trying to power up a new attacker is going to be more difficult.
Well, the attack is easy. You use Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's a single energy attack now. Your opponent's taken 4 prizes. So the attack is fine, but it's got 290 because of the Bravery Charm. So you need to find your one of Vacuum or some kind of Gusting to the bench.
Both of which I think are in hand, by the way.
The biggest issue is you're not
Someone in
down
chat,
1 KO,
my
you're
first time
down
watching
2
TCG
KOs
Worlds,
here.
cheers.
And that's the problem. Even if you get a KO this turn,
Oh, that's
you're
why I
still
lose
a
so
KO down,
fast?
so James has got 2 turns.
Wait, have you
to
been
take that
trying it
final
out?
KO.
And
That
you were
switch
like,
card was
why am I?
absolutely gigantic.
Why is he getting 2 prize
And
cards?
I'm finding that this game, it's going to be really hard for Iori to get
So
back
yeah, you
into
could like
this game
swap
at
out
this
your
stage.
EX mon, put in like a basic card,
Great game
and then
one.
if they knock it out, whatever, they get the 1
Really good
prize.
decision, I believe, to
But you also have
concede
a
in game
strategy
2. You have
to
make
swap
sure you have
cards. So
plenty of time
are
in
you
game
willing to
3
lose an
go in
energy
second. It seemed
to
like the
or
right choice,
multiple
and yet
energies to
we sit here
retreat?
at the moment and it's
You could
not
play.
working like we might have hoped.
What's the
No,
card
you're
on,
right.
that I run? Is it Beach Court? I don't remember the card now, but there are stadium cards that you can run where it allows you to retreat
mentioned.
free, and some cards
There's gonna be
have the
a target
ability
to
as
allow your
well.
opponent missing at this moment in time. It looks like Iori is going to play a
No, I was
Nest Ball,
joking. I read the
and
fine.
he's going to grab the Iron Bundle. Remember that Hyper Blow
Dude,
ability.
you gotta
Basically
try it.
Pushing your opponent's acted out of the way, then they have to promote something else.
Yeah, and then again, you can KO either the Teal Mask, but if I'm James, I am happy.
I'm probably
Oh,
due to
here
go back and
comes the
play
Iron
because
Valiant.
I don't know
Finally, We see
how some of the
Iron
new
Valiant comes into the active,
sets
and
have
this
changed
would have been a KO
the
were it not for
gameplay.
the switch card.
As you can see, we got
Now we see a
Pheasantipity
switch
and
card into the
Blood
Iron
Moon
Bundle.
Ursaluna.
And there is still a chance that over the next couple of turns, Iron Valiant can actually turn that into a KO. Now we see the boss's orders onto the Greninja. We got an Academy at Night coming down, and they pass, saying to James, I don't think you have enough energy, but James has energy, switch cart, energy retrieval, and here we go.
I played a bit of VGC.
Boss's orders. James takes a big KO and wins 2 games to 1.
That's a game over for him.
James is still in absolutely good position here to make a run into the top cut of the 2024 World Championships.
Yeah, James
I've only
followed
played a
that
little bit of
fantastically.
VGC myself
Did
on
lose game
Scarlet and
one,
Violet.
very easy to get demoralized,
I just
but
wanted to
does
try
win
and see if I can get
game 2
to master
and
rank.
reverse sweep. Hearing plenty of cheers there from the crowd as well.
It's actually pretty fun once you get a team together and you start learning what other people run. It's not bad. You gotta invest a bit of time to really get into it.
Exactly to plan, but games 2 and 3 didn't quite draw as he'd like. But James still had to close the door and make
It's the
sure
same
he
thing as like the
was,
TCG.
and
Once
he
you
did exactly
run your deck enough times, you kind of know where your weaknesses are. You know what decks do better against you, and you'll probably find a strategy where you're like, okay, if I do see this deck, what can I do to counter it, or how my best odds? Because even in that game, there's still a lot of RNG. It's, you know, do you pull the right cards off the hand, like the initial hand, or do you get the cards later on that you can pull more cards to set up your deck? Because it's really about speed. How fast can you get everything set up before your opponent?
I've kind of look around and I'm like, wait, was that Unite? Was that VG? Or was that... Oh, no, it was TCG. People were cheering.
See, yes, this guy on the right, he's full of energy.
Right here, they were having a big cheer for James. They're representing Australia and doing a fantastic job of doing so. What an I said at the start, didn't I, that this matchup was going to be, you know, just high-powered attacks being fired off left, right, and center. And I'm feeling absolutely electric after that, if you pardon the pun.
Oh, no. That's a decent enough pun. One of the cool things about being at Worlds is we do get to be out here on the floor. We're not stuck backstage as we often are. We're out on the stage, surrounded by people, trying not to get distracted. I think doing a pretty good job, but it means that we can really hear the crowd, see their reactions as we're commentating, and makes it so much more fun. So James there gets himself up to 28 points. Still a lot of work to do. I do have some news though.
Okay.
If you are a Maridon fan,
yes,
and you're a little bit sad that you just saw Maridon lose,
yeah,
you might be heartened to know that Jesse Parker, Maridon, 11-0.
You can't
Holy
even
damn,
have
11-0.
on your hands the amount of wins he has right now. Hold a finger up for me. That's how many wins he has. Can't even do it on one hand. With how many losses? Put away everything down. That's how many losses he has. And that is ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, these guys.
Fantastic show in there for Jesse.
And I'm willing to say at this stage, Jesse's in top cut.
Yeah,
I feel very confident at this stage that Jesse's on 33 points. No one else is above 30 right now. Isaiah Bradner with Regid Drago is sitting on 30 points with a phenomenal 10-1 record. Hayato Suzuki with Charizard, who I believe we saw on stream earlier, sitting at 28 points with Charizard. Probably not there yet.
No.
Taisei Ito with Archeops Lugia, another Japanese player, sitting at 28 points as well. So as it stands, and not all the 25-point games are in yet, obviously James Goring also on 28, but they are your top players right now in terms of the number of points gone. And I think it's fair to say Jesse Parker is in, and Isaiah Bradner is almost certainly in. That's your top cut watch as we sit here towards the end of round 11.
Yeah, and who would have thought? I mean, I guess if you was to say to the viewers yesterday, what would be the first 2 decks to lock yourself into top cut? I think Reggie Drago would definitely be up there, but would you have Maridon? Apparently you would have. That was your caster prediction, but I don't think many other people at home would have. Let us know in the chat if you would have thought Maridon would be the first deck, you know, to lock themselves in top cut. And don't lie, come on, be honest now. Would you actually have thought Maridon would get there?
Right, I think we got some highlights to look at. We had a whole 3 games, Jay. Let's have a look at a
Highlights? I'd like to see what the highlights are.
We'll start off here in game 1, where Iori got to go second, and it was fast. We see the double hit there from Electric Generator onto the Maridon, allowing him to hit for 120 damage, turn 1, going second, took out that Teal Mask Ogapon, and frankly never looked back. James gets a big return KO, but then of course Iori goes, you know what, I can do that too. More Miraidon taking out that Teal Mask Ogapon after not KOing the Raging Bolt, and then of course we just see that with so much damage on that Raging Bolt, quick boss's orders, and we go to game 2.
Pretty much there.
Gotta love boss's orders. Such a good card. You can just throw it down and say like, I don't want this Pokemon on the field. I want, you know, maybe the weakest mon on your bench and throw it onto the field and take it out. Or you can take out an EX mon that's got a lower HP than your attack, and you get an easy 2 points with boss's orders.
Able to capitalize for James, as he was able to take that turn 1 KO. And Iori was instantly on the back foot here. You see Iori with the hands together saying, please miss that poke gear. Professor Sada said, no, I'm turning up for James. Take a big KO there. And Iori was just, you know, struggling at this point. Wasn't quite able to ever really get over the line. We saw the boss's order and pray turn. Wasn't possible. The switch card was there. Energy, boss. And that's all she wrote as James won the game 3 there in our round 11. To monstrous cheers behind us.
Yeah, very nice indeed. So that was the game. How about an interview with our winner, James Gorin? Let's throw it
Oh,
to
we got
Boone.
Unite. Let's go back. Let's go back.
We're
It's
taking
just
a look.
starting.
Blaziken going to be the first thing dialed in, and a slow bro for Legacy.
And it's actually Umbreon for this next pick right here. Final ban
Blaziken, Umbreon, Slowbro, and Dragonite. Those are your bans.
There are a few teams that are kind of known for their Dragonite. Obviously, I'm thinking of Zeta Division right here.
Yep.
There are just some teams that kind of play it so well that you feel like you have to target ban that thing.
Correct. I mean, just the Hyper Beam Secure that it has, its Unite move is incredibly underrated, I believe. And if you have the read, you gotta ban it. Quickly locked in though by, this is gonna gum me up, SCG, SGC, Urshifu. Now we've seen both styles already this weekend. I wonder where they're comfortable, where they wanna go. Lel getting the Hoopa.
Yeah, the Hoopa early here, and it looks like we're also bringing out the Ceruledge. It feels like teams are bouncing back and forth between Ceruledge and now Charizard, something that was looked at as maybe, you know, one of the more dominant forces in this tournament, is actually not getting much priority at all. Charizard not getting banned, not getting picked. Instead, we have Ceruledge. We have Gyarados that I feel like is rising in popularity throughout our couple days here, right? Our next couple picks, hey, there you are, buddy. Charizard, and it looks like possibly Mamoswine over to the side of Legacy. Mamo is a really interesting one because it's kind of come out as a top tier defender that I think a lot of people have been counting out for a while. And then we got Char. We're going to see if a lot of teams have been right to avoid it.
Right. Crustle kind of making its way back. We've only seen a couple teams lean in that direction, and at one point it felt like Crustle was almost a first pick.
Oh, we're seeing Crustle again.
Slot, it was so strong.
Here we go. Next 2 picks.
Yo, Mare, how's it going? Welcome on in.
Blastoise, and we are looking at Eldegoss.
How's your Saturday going? Actually, you know, I haven't really been talking to you guys. What are you guys up to on a Saturday? This is an interesting stream. We're just hanging out, watching Worlds. We've been going for what, almost 4 hours now. I expect to be here for like probably another 6.
However, that is a really tanky composition there from Kakalak.
It really is. Sustain and go for the finish, especially in the face of something like a Charizard that can't pick up a single target. It makes it more difficult on what that target
Just
has
got
to
home
be for
from
Malzo
work,
to really
sold
leverage
5 cars today. Yo.
throughout this game. Again,
That's
taking away
awesome.
Blastoise, don't tell Zeta Division.
I hope the
Maybe
commission's
Kakalak
good.
Taking a page out of Zeta Division's book. You know, Dragonite needing to be banned. This Blastoise back in the mix. I'm interested to see if they're going to go Spin Pump like we've seen Zeta Division do.
Yeah, I think a lot of players have been playing that lately. It gives you that hindrance resistance, which is really nice, and you've still got that disruption. You have that burst over on the side of Legacy right here. I was waiting to see what items were
Thank you. Yes, a good day.
We've got
That
the weakness
paycheck.
policy, the scope lens, and we also have the Curse Bangle, which I think is a really strong choice. It turns Charizard not only into this really strong carry Pokemon, but you've also got the anti-healing for the enemy side.
Yeah, that's something that we'd like to see more of. We were actually talking to Inder in the back, who's with the Juicers this weekend, and saying, man, we kind of really need to get back on these cursed items. That's something we weren't really seeing yesterday. And
Yo, Inder mentioned.
teams could learn from that. Cursed items, just that darn good.
And here we are getting ready for it. Our two teams heading into their first game now. Kekalak, your purple team. Legacy, your orange team. It's win or go home here in day 2 Doob Snacks. Let's get it started.
Let's get it started. Cup Food not being escorted by anyone over there. Just kidding. Gosfler sitting in their pocket as they're making sure that they can evolve. No invasion just yet. Mazo and company going to play this straight up.
And we can see Bob running towards this goal zone here, looking to stack, looking to try to steal some of this away, and they do. It's tough just being a little Magikarp all by yourself. Here comes the Cramorant to the top.
I heard
half,
Ender.
putting a lot of pressure
I knew you
on
would
this
be
top
like,
half.
oh,
If you
Ender.
can shut down this
They were
Magikarp
just
for a
saying they were
while,
talking to
you'll be in a
Ender
great
backstage,
position. We've seen a few
and he's like, oh, we need to bring back
Gyarados
cursed
stay evolving,
items.
you know, before 9 minutes. Like, teams really get caught with it. If you can shut it down, however, it's going to be pretty weak for a while.
Cupfu still trying to get to that Urshifu so maybe they can hit a path and be impactful. They're actually pivoting downstairs, which makes an opportunity for maybe a personnel overload.
Yeah, it looks like it. Sending Gyarados downstairs still as a Magikarp. We have 4 members of Legacy top, 4 members of Kekalak in the bottom path as they are pushing towards this goal zone, and the same is going to happen bottom.
Yeah, Nadi's just sitting there, what am I supposed to do here? And they immediately just walk away, and rightfully so, as their team is trying to do work in the bottom path. We'll see how both squads adjust as this scoreline.
They're kind of trading top with bottom. Philosopher can't do much, but their team is scoring bottom.
They completely left bottom path. They're heading to try to get as much experience as they
Oh, we have
can.
Ralts in
As you see
chat.
members of
Exclamation point
Legacy now
Pokey
in the
Catch.
central area of Kekalak, trying to steal away as much of this as possible.
We got the
trying to
guy
stop it.
from
There's the
Unite.
Hurricane for the secure.
Nice secure by Wolf. Salto just being a bully on Nadiza, who hasn't evolved into Eldegoss just yet. Spoo getting picked up, put down, and tons of pressure going after them. Salto going to make it out after escaping the Rock Tomb.
And here we have Wolf. I feel like Wolf's Cramorant has just been silently carrying a lot of these games. It feels like every time it shows up, it makes really impactful plays. Lel in a lot of trouble right here. Big time bounces. They're looking to possibly break this bottom path, leaving it at 1 right now. Cram is here. Cerulege is here. They're slicing through them, seeing if they can pick up the KO on the Crustle.
Yeah, and they're going to get another one on the Urshifu. Listen, Lel might have gone down, but they used the one move they could get off to get that portal on pad and bring through Legacy so they could make sure to stop the push and cobble together a counter push of their own.
And now they got 1 point on that goal zone. It's going to be a little tricky, but obviously they want that goal zone around because they have Hoopa. They have that amazing macro, being able to send your team top and bottom very easily. That's why Kekalak wanted to break that so badly, even trying to break it evenly with one big-time Unite move from the Cerulege, and they're going to keep pushing.
They're going to go after it. Salto not willing to follow up just yet. Falb doing all the work. There we go. A nice little engagement by Salto. Can't quite land the Fang to reposition. Now they're taking a lot of damage. Lel is there. Going to need a portal down to help somebody out. Soto able to get out of dodge, and nobody falls despite kind of everybody chucking moves at each other.
Yeah, that was pretty intense there. I thought Kekalak had a great defense, and Legacy actually making it out, somehow protecting the Mamo there. Really impressive plays. So we got a little bit of a fight getting ready to happen in this top path over Regieleki.
Yeah, Urshifu getting the bottom objective, going to give them that buff. Salto going straight for him, though. Rock Tomb doesn't catch anybody. Reposition his Pufaza, and they are flushed down real quick. Portal is there, and Regieleki is getting smothered by Legacy because their presence is all over the place. They actually pivot to the goal zone. They want to break this thing first, and they're going to be able to. 22 over.
Yeah, there we go. Nice.
All right, that's a nice position for them.
They're going to turn on this Regieleki. Bottom path, it did not go well for Legacy. It
Yeah, they're just going to let them have it. They're not going to contest that.
Shifu seemed to get the better of them with the secure. Charizard even did use the Unite move, but not able to take down Urshi.
And that's maybe what we're seeing, why teams are fading away from Charizard. If it's not able to scrap with an Urshifu, which is incredibly popular, it might not be worth that 1v1. Charizard going to join the flanks of Legacy, and we're going to see if they do anything with this Regieleki here. Couple players positioned. Salto going in. Wolf goes straight for the engage. Salto jumps on top of Pufaza. Cram Unite is out. We're raining in some damage. We are spinning the win right on top of this Legacy squad, but it's Fob running the front line, going straight after Nadiza. Nice engagement. Hydro Typhoon kicks up a bunch. 2 players down instantly for Legacy.
Whoa.
Make it 3. picking up, scoop and score. No, we're gonna burn them down. Can't quite get it. Crustle.
Oh, Charger's taking
weak to fire. Is it question mark? Not
taking
today.
the path out of there.
Bulb getting buckled, and all of a sudden Legacy said, we drew this up for a big W, and now we're sent packing quickly.
Yeah, really nice plays there by K-Clock. It was over the 5-minute mark. They had no jump pads, so I love the attempt there by Legacy, but they just weren't able to make anything happen, weren't able to make it there in time. Charizard Unite move got absolutely no value, and then they lost a big fight, giving up a ton of experience. I mean, look at the levels on the side of K-Clock. It's almost even 10s across, like something you never see is a team almost completely even, but when they all defended right there and picked up a lot of KOs, experience was just flooding to the side of K-Clock.
Lel trying to score on the backside, sussed out quickly by Urshifu. That is cut off as SCG is able to at least get some swabble in Altaria and is trying to keep pace with the Charizard on the other side. Falv goes straight in, the bounce to get out. Mufasa makes it back to Pad. Nadi's out topping them off. Sunsage looking for an opportunity to go back in, but it's Legacy looking at this Regirock here. Fire Blast on it, we're gonna start spitting some flames. Salto with the engage, Ice Fang to pick them up, put them down, secured by Mazo, and now they're going up, another pick up and slam down, and SCG is gone instantly. We're still Hydro Typhooning, hitting up 3 targets. Can we convert on Elise Salto? They're pretty low. No, it looks like they're gonna catch this portal. They can't get displaced by the rock.
They're just dancing on their base. Like, come on, guys.
I mean, the plays that you were able to make with this Pokemon are just insane. Having this goal zone up at 1 is just giving them that hyperspace highway up and down the map. Beautiful portals back to base, resetting their team. And Legacy, even though they took kind of a bad fight at that tier 2, feels like they're in control of this match, setting up another objective for them as they all pour down to the bottom path to try to stop this.
They have to try and stop it.
Oh man, they miss on that Regieleki.
Over Salto, getting the space. Nice.
That's rough.
Backwards, and they're able to convert on a quick KO there. Bob gonna start,
but not bad. It's working out in their favor.
Running straight at them.
They're able to turn this all around, keep them off that goal.
Maybe to buy an opportunity for Mufasa to pounce, but no, nobody jumping back through that portal. The job.
I think they figured that it was worth it for the Hoopa be able to teleport.
Now heading back up to the top path to try to rip this apart. Of course, K-Clock can make.
Looks like they're gonna get another opportunity for the Regieleki.
Able to bring the team down as soon as they take this Regi. The question is anyone going to hold Regieleki's hand and walk with it on the beach towards this tier 2, or are they going to head down to the bottom path for defense? K-Clock is going to need to decide how they want to defend and if they want to push.
Well, they've got 2 players committed to watching this Regieleki to make sure it doesn't get too crazy and the points don't go in. On the backside here, we're seeing a little 3v2 as we're going to have another Basement Regi spawning in a couple moments.
Here we go, Basement Regi getting ready to hit the map. 30 seconds until our first Rayquaza of this series. Wolf just being extremely aggressive and annoying in and out with the dive, and then the Hurricanes for the secures. Seeing a little bit of a Dark Bear on the side of K-Clock. Interesting that both
welcome back,
shades
JoJo.
of Urshifu are getting tons of play here at the World Championship.
It's a great Pokemon, and right now, no exception. Registeel is just above half HP. We're going to see if these teams want to turn this into a Ray fight right now.
Yeah, we're going to see if they want to push in. Possible just easy secure with the single strike right here. They're looking for it. Gyarados moves in. Single strike takes it, and they catch Gyarados.
So immediately, Mufasa gets buckled. Portal is down to save the Ceruledge. Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit us. Soul Spraggles, and now we're just going to push forward. Charizard Unite is out. We're starting to burn down. Cram, Unite repositioned by Wolf. Salto's putting the pressure on 2 players down. KO's Trinket 2 for Salto. They're all over this goal zone. The X Scissor comes through, but it doesn't displace anybody for much value. We have the Rings Unbound on top of Ray. Everybody pulls through to be saved. Mazo is down. 15 seconds till they come back. Is this an opportunity for K-Clock to come back in? Stun down, Spook goes down. Sunsage is by themselves. They can't do anything yet. And all of a sudden, Legacy's going to be able to get a clean reset and get ready for another one.
Take a breather, Legacy, but K-Clock
It's so close right now. They could go down and score and probably make the difference.
Ice Fang picks up Sunsage and puts them down. Half of HP is Ray. Sunsage on the backside. Nice bounce. Doesn't really pick up a quality target, though. Instantly, Ceruledge gets buckled. 2 players down.
3v3?
This might be the best chance that K-Clock has. Can K-Clock lock in on this Ray?
Ray's almost dead.
Hoopa comes through by Lel and trying to leverage a KO, and they do get it. Spoo peeling back. They don't have enough damage. It's just the support core for K-Clock left.
That's right. There's not much on the side of K-Clock here.
40 seconds. Looks like Eldegoss is going to try drop a
Cakewalk's
50 up
behind
top.
on the scoreboard. 42 seconds left. They have that tier 1 goal zone. If
Or
they're
what am I
able to
saying?
make a hero play and
Never
somehow
mind,
get
never mind.
50 points in
Defending,
there,
defending.
they are
I'm
able
looking
to
at it
come
like
back
it's
and win
legacy.
this
It's
game.
not
Less than
legacy.
100 between these teams mean these
I think it's
tier
just going to
1
be a
goal zones
stalemate at that.
have
This
to
is
be
not going to
watched
go
by
anywhere.
Legacy. On the other side, Cakewalk has a few options. They might be going with it. The rip on Rayquaza with 20 seconds left.
They're going to see, oh, nice to roulette Jeanette on a couple targets, forcing out the Hydro Typhoon, reposition eject button. Falba's on the backside. Wolf uses their Crammy Knight. Ray is getting so low. There's going to be 10 seconds left. Taken by the Urshifu. If they can scramble and score, they've got a
Oh my god,
chance.
8 seconds.
On the backside. Hoopa as well.
Go, go, go.
Cerulean is going for
Can they do
They're
it?
running out of time. Spraggles,
50.
It's so close.
Oh my god, they don't even show the scores.
Bottom. Charizard broke top. Cramorant was fighting bottom. I truly don't know.
What was it? Who was it?
Well, let's take a look as the bars rail up. Cakewalk! Cakewalk, are you kidding? 379 to 368 by the Razor's Edge.
Absolutely
My
unbelievable
god.
here as our teams on stage are waiting.
As we are also waiting.
Oh my god, dude.
379, 368. Cakewalk. Unbelievable.
Wow.
10 seconds left. They take
11
Ray,
points.
Scramble to score. Legacy's peeling to try and mitigate
That's
that damage, and
crazy.
they just fall shades
The
short.
Ray, and then with the like milliseconds to like get the dub.
Moments, you know, it all came down to those final moments. I was wondering, Doob Snacks, in the top path, when they broke that tier 1, you know, one had 25, the other had 50, you know, so they got the big 100 there. I was wondering if that 25 going in could have made the difference, right? But it turns out they didn't need it. Cakewalk still up in
Look
that
at
moment.
that. It was
Legacy
even for
in
so
control of that match,
long.
but they were not in control of that Rayquaza.
That was absolutely crazy. Great team fight initially out of Legacy.
What a
Getting tons
match.
of targets to the point where it was just Nautizod Spoo left on Cakewalk, the Crustle and the Eldegoss, and they're able to get back in there, get enough time, and honestly, I think Legacy just kind of took the foot off the gas. They're like, okay, we did our job here. We're running out of time. Credit to Cakewalk. They went straight in for it, and they knew exactly what their route to victory was.
To be fair, you know,
My gosh,
Legacy
Deuce
had a
Next
lot that
looks
they
like he's
had
ready
to
for Easter.
juggle there. They had a lot of plates that they were spinning as we see our
These
player of the
suits are
game,
crazy.
Spoo from Cakewalk on that Crustle. Crustle did feel like it was a very powerful force in that match. You had these moments where they have to watch top and bottom goal.
Correct.
They have to watch Rayquaza as well. And Cakewalk gets to commit to one area, while Legacy has to commit everywhere across the map. If they score anywhere, Cakewalk wins. If they take Rayquaza, Cakewalk has an opportunity to win.
Correct.
So really, Legacy was in a tough spot. They were looking all over the map. They were trying to stop everything, but they just couldn't stop the Ray secure. Big time Hydro Typhoon in that moment too. Then Ray goes down. The scramble to score, and with those Rayquaza shields, it was just too tough for Legacy to stop.
I told everyone that if you run Crustle, you win.
It was that tier 1 goal zone in the bottom path sticking at one
Oh
point.
yeah,
Man,
it's
you might have
working.
almost
It's
want that
working.
closed out because I don't think Crustle can make it to the tier 2 with their shield just based on how much time was left. So, I mean, you know, you write this all in the stars, right? We can always spin a yarn about what could have been. But that's, again, the detriment of holding up a T1. It becomes the express lane to score, and you need much less time to get to a T1 than a T2.
Yeah, especially with that 1 point left in that bottom goal. You know you're not that far behind, right? You've already gotten a ton of points in there, and you can put in another 100, which would be huge. In fact, as we talked about, that 100 points right there would have tied up the game. So you had Legacy with a lot of different areas that they had to focus on. Cakewalk played a fantastic final 20 to 30 seconds in that match, and they had to.
Exactly right. I think you're correct. I said they took their foot off the gas, but really it was just they're trying to shift to try and catch up to all this stuff.
Well, there's something every
No way. Do you see that? They're literally. He's got like. I don't know if those are silicone or what. He's got like little gloves on his thumbs. Those fingers are not. I don't know, either slipping or making good contact. I don't know if he's playing on Switch or if he's playing on a phone, but that's kind of interesting to see.
For Cakewalk,
Pro
I think
gaming.
this could have been harder. Their positioning could have been
Get
worse.
your thumb
They might
gloves.
not have been able to make it in, but they were able to do it. What a close game number 1. And I know if I'm Kakalak, I'm happy I won. I don't feel
I think I
great
see a
about
Switch
how
in
that
front of
match
him, so he might be playing
Right.
Switch.
It felt like Legacy was in control the whole time.
Yes.
They were really just doing what they wanted to. Aside from a weird Tier 2 siege that Legacy tried to pull off in the mid part of the game, the rest of it felt incredibly solid. It looked incredibly solid. And literally it was the last 25 seconds. So, Kakalak, of course, you had a phenomenal 25. Let's shape up the other 9 minutes and 35 seconds, and I think you got yourselves a real chance here.
Yeah, absolutely, right? I think Legacy shouldn't feel too bad about that. You know that going into a match of Pokemon...
No, no, the chat's getting trolled again.
Try to deal with them. Taking a look at our top Pokemon by win rate here in the United
Drop
Championship
claim.
Series. This is from day 1
Oh
and
my
day 2
god,
so
everyone just
far
makes up
of our World
commands.
Championships.
Nobody understands that it's not a command.
The reason is there are a few players who play it, and the ones who still do are pretty phenomenal on it.
And they're all
Crystal
playing
as
today.
well.
And they're all playing today.
Yeah, and they are all playing today here in day 2. Metagross has been seeing a lot of play by some of the top teams. We saw it on Nouns before.
Yep.
I'm blanking. What was the other team we saw it on that was just so incredibly good with it?
It was Sync 1.
80% win rate on Crustle, 89% on Blastoise.
Shifu picked a ton. Dodrio, it's another one of those. Not picked a lot, but the people who like the three-headed bird.
The defenders are out here
Dragonites in that
getting
same
those
boat.
wins.
Then we have some of the usual suspects down here.
Yeah.
Eldegoss, Trevenant, Hoopa, Blaziken, Cramorant. We're seeing this in a
Some people are not even putting
It's not shocking to
exclamation
me
point
that
drop
Blaziken
claim.
has
They're
a
putting
lower win rate than Blastoise, because
drop
Blaziken is basically
clan.
picked by either team if it's available.
It's
They're
just that good.
It's that good.
It's
Can't even
just
spell
that
it right.
good. Any other standouts? I know we mentioned, like Dragonite, Blastoise. Are there
Clin.
anything else on the list that you're like, huh, you know what? I wouldn't have expected that to be there.
I think a lot of those are probably what I would expect to see. It is interesting seeing the quote-unquote one-trick Pokemon and how well they're doing with them. Dragonite's a big one, right?
Yeah.
We saw that out of Zeta Division, formerly Cabichons. They're just doing so incredibly
Cabichons?
well. Like that. And here
Spraggle
we're taking
said
a look
it.
at these pick rates, right? This is what we talked about. Not a single one of those top win rate Pokemon are the top picked Pokemon. It's just
Cabigon, isn't it? Cabigon.
Umbreon, however, seems to make its way into every match. So Ceruledge getting a lot of priority here as well. Gyarados, I feel like, has been a surprise favorite this tournament.
Yeah, it kind of evolves through the metagame as the tournament evolves, right? Like maybe at the start it wasn't the right place to be, but as certain teams get weeded out and you're like, okay, well, they actually counter Gyarados through their natural strategy really well, this team less so. It becomes a much more viable option and it starts picking up in selection rate, which we're seeing here, 51%, 38 picks, not bad for Gary.
I love Trevenant being so high on a priority for a lot of these teams. I feel like the top players, the way they play Trevenant, the positioning they're able to get with Woodhammer, the Horn Leech, they set up some of the most beautiful moments for their team. Of course, you think about some of the stars on this Pokemon, like Tomato. You think of these players who are just unbelievably good with Trevenant, and it's so exciting to watch. It's so exciting to watch how they set these huge fights and these huge wins. We always talk about how, the carry's the one that walks away with 5 KOs. But
I was playing Trev yesterday and got MVP.
Set up by these defenders, you see
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, and kind of in the same camp as Tree, having a really great show-out tournament to me.
Watch, I'm going to end up being a defender main at some
Going to be
point.
touting for a minute as it could have a big splash, and I think it's doing great here. Taking a lot of the top Pokemon by win rate. We saw, of course, Blastoise and Crustle sitting on the top of that list in that previous screen that we saw because, again, there's not a lot of people picking Blastoise, but the ones that are literally still playing in this tournament today, which means they've been winning a lot.
Yeah, and you can tell, again, they're not getting banned at all. It's just this player plays Blastoise, and we're going to have to play around them. As you head down here, Urshifu is getting banned a ton.
Yep.
Urshifu is incredible, and it has great priority in 2 ways, right? We're seeing teams that want to play it as the brawler, that water bear, rapid strike, moving in, comboing like crazy. Then we have a lot of teams who are still playing it as the single strike, the ability to secure, the ability to take that huge single target damage unite move and delete something from the board. Another single target damage Pokemon right there. Mimikyu also getting a lot of bans right here, not as much as some of the others, but big time win rate as well. If you're great on Mimikyu, you're making some great plays.
Worth noting that number 4 and number 5, they are, if you're ahead, they are so ridiculously suffocating.
Yes.
You know, Mimikyu ahead by a level can just start chaining through your opposing team, and you feel really good. Then you can really just kind of cut Mimikyu loose because it can cut through the opposing squad. Single Strike Urshifu, in my mind, plays a similar role. You know, we just watched Fusion and Orange Juicers, and when Kratos was a little bit ahead, that single target delete button works great. But when they were a little bit behind in that game 3, and they were isolating the target they were actually looking for, landing the Wicked Blow after the Unite move and not getting a knockout just spells disaster.
Are the drops Crimson? So there's no drops for Unite. I don't know if I've been working on any other ones. There's, I think, another one for Pokemon Go.
They couldn't get the knockout, which, as we saw,
Probably should do that. I am actually trying to get some of the code redeems in every channel on the Discord posted.
Absolutely, you're 100% right. And a lot of these single target lockdown Pokemon, you need that level advantage. If you have it, you finish them off, like the Mimikyu combination, Shadow Sneaking.
There's a day 2 for Pokemon Go as well.
Something's gone from the fight. We have got a quick break.
I think there's a, is it a code?
We will
Team
be
options.
right back. I don't even know how long this break's going to be. I'm going to guess 15 seconds.
Oh yeah, I have that. Never mind. I think I already have that. The free Pokemon Unite license is later on today when we get to the finals. So you specifically have to watch the finals to get that. So we are definitely going to be here. I think it's a limited supply too, so not everyone will get it. So you got to make sure you watch the finals. I'm pretty sure I already got the TCG drop. Oh, which another one reminds me, there's a Sylveon you can claim as well. All right, let me get this all going here.
There's nothing Nemesis can do. They are behind and they are out of this thing. Orange Juicers become your North American champions.
Getting it done, bell to bell.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO. Out of pocket. Your NAIC 2024 champion.
There's the lightning energy. There's the drop free.
Fighting energy to the hand.
So he attaches, he retreats. We are going to see a bellowing thunder here for 280 damage. And Jose Cruz is your North American international champion in the juniors division. That was a fun back and forth game, just like we expected, Joe, wasn't it? Lost vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh. Neo Upper Energy on the pitch shot.
Wow, we got 4 minutes. If they did a break of like 10 minutes, I would just switch over to Unite and we'll play a game.
We are asking for a jaw shuffle, Stefan making sure
I don't think there's going to be a big enough time gap between the next match ever. Let's go.
Squawkabilly.
Let's go over to TCG for a bit.
He has a nest ball here to go get a basic Pokemon, which will be that Lugia V. Place it directly onto the bench. This is shaping up to be really nice. Both of these players having really interesting inclusions as far as cards go in their lists for the weekend. What do you think about the two choices here from Rahul that we see? Raikou V, Squawkabilly EX.
Definitely very peculiar inclusions. Raikou, if you're expecting a high amount of mirror matches, makes sense to have access to a secondary lightning type attacker that's very efficient energy wise. And then Squawkabilly, we've seen it have so much presence throughout the tournament in Regidrago V-Star, maybe not as much as in Lugia, but perhaps this is going to change moving forward.
Back over to Zach Lesage's side of the field. Has an energy card top deck. That superior energy retrieval, not a useful card.
See, this is interesting. We got Lugia mixed with what looks like a Miraidon deck as well.
Into play right away.
That's a perfect
Normally, I would see decks like Lugia on its own, but it's like they're all hybrids. They've got a mixture of everything.
Really wants to do. Doesn't really mind going after the Arceus, especially if there's no threat of Minccino at this point in time. Will just try to get through 2 Pokemon, and don't think he drew too well off of that Iono chip, though. There's Ogre Pawns, but there's no energy. There's a Squawk. There's a couple switching cards, but nothing really too impactful. I think we're going to need a big restart here for Zach to do something.
And it may come down to that restart. There are plenty of cards he could draw. And wow, how about this? Even just benching the Squawk ability so that he is able to draw more cards with the restart. Ultra Ball and the Giratina V-Star. That can find that Regidrago V-Star, and we may be seeing the Apex Dragon.
Oh, let's go see Spraggles.
Here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you going to win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Giant Ditto.
There you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we
Giant
go.
Cabigon.
It was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head.
Yeah, the setup here is so nice, like way better than Yokohama, I think. They did a great job. And this is not recycled content, this is fresh stuff. So yeah, they have a corner there with a live performer at all times in the like actual gift shop area. So you can listen to Hawaiian music.
I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like you're good to go.
Oh
Hi
my
there, I'm Anna
god.
Prosser here at Pokemon Worlds with my new friend Professor X. How are you doing?
I am doing very well. I'm having a wonderful weekend so far, experiencing everything that Pokemon Worlds has to offer.
I also think I remember you told me that you've been going to the beach also.
I have hit the beach every day since I got here. It was one of the first things we did after we got off the plane was head right to the beach. Even when the sun was setting, we were out there late into the hours, actually.
You got off the plane from where? Where did you come from?
I came in from Toronto with my brother. So my best friend and I get to travel to all of these events together.
Oh, another
we're lucky that
Canadian.
we just leave from the same house. And then my other friends from DC and Sweden landed as well, and we all hit the ocean at the end of the day.
Dang, that's a long distance of travel from all sorts of directions.
Well, that's the best part about these events is you can make friends from all over the world. I actually just did a lucky trade with Sejun Park, so I got a Pachirisu all the way from Korea today.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that, and I don't know, I never thought that I'd be able to make friends from all over the world until I started coming to these Pokemon events and experiencing the Pokemon community.
A lot of people may know you as a creator of cool Pokemon content. If people don't know you, tell them a little bit about what you do.
I shiny hunt for very, very rare Pokemon in a lot of the older games. I actually have 33 Nintendo GameCubes set up that all play games at the exact same time to try and find shinies a little bit faster.
That's so cool. And did you tell me you found the special shiny here?
He
So
automates
at
all
the
those
events here, they
GameCubes to
have
hunt for him.
raids
Holy
and
crap.
quests going for the special Scuba Pikachu. This morning I got a shiny one with the background showing Diamond Head Peak, which I ran out to actually on Thursday morning. So I have like a special connection with it already.
That's so cool. I'm really jealous. I still haven't gotten my shiny Pikachu yet. But if people haven't been here to Worlds, you were talking about what a cool experience it is to be around all of these people and feel that inspiration. What would you tell them about what it's like to be here, and what would you encourage them to do if they've thought about maybe going to Worlds before and never done it?
Look, you don't even need to start at Worlds. I did, but you can dip your toes in at regionals, at locals. My favorite part about being at these events is not the giant floating Pikachu, even though it's cool. It's every single Pokemon fan smiling ear to ear, enjoying the fact that they're here, and you don't need to fly to the other side of the world to experience that. If you have a local game store, you can check that out. The Play Pokemon events are amazing no matter where you are.
That's such great advice. Thank you so much for taking the time.
He's very
We'll let
right.
you get back to the Pokemon World Championship, and you.
If you can't make it to
also get back the
Worlds, you
Pokemon
can
World
go to a
Championship. Bye for
regional. Chances are there's also, you know, maybe a card shop by you that you go to a
Pokemon
local event
trainers,
there.
Welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase: believe in Eevee. For the entire
Believe in Eevee?
2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only
No.
get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yeah, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake
Yo,
out.
we
score,
believe.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep. And Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
and taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable
He wakes up.
happened.
Dragonite wakes
Earthquake.
up and goes for an earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Oh my god.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb, Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Geo's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds. He believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history.
That's insane. Dragonite just soloed all his
Can
mons.
win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
You just gotta believe.
Another day, another moment you can't waste, 'cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way.
Yo, the new Poke Rap.
Right out of the gate. Had they heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Double Cross gets the knockout. It's Gamer on the same day.
History from Dunesburg.
Show them what you got. They already know you got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know you got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know you got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Wait, is the next one in Brazil? I was wondering if there's going to be a regional by me, but I don't think so. I haven't heard any news about it.
The journey down victory road, very few will walk it, but for those who can, well, they have the chance to show us what they got, including that potential to be a world champion. The competition today has been amazing, and we're going and getting closer and closer with each step.
Oh, we got our
to find out
Unite
which
content.
two
Let's
will
go back
return
to
here for
Unite. They're about to
Championship
start.
Sunday. Be the
Moments. Yeah, it was those last 20 seconds, and we talked about it. They had a lot to try to cover. They had a lot to try to cover. They also had a possibility of just them getting Rayquaza and the match being over right there, right? Now we're looking at Kekalak.
We got Umbreon, Blaziken, and Slowbro, as well as Urshifu being banned. Crustal's still here.
Crustal once again, which looked incredible. Defender that we're seeing a lot of earlier in the season, a lot less of here at Worlds. Now onto the side here of Legacy, we've got the Gardevoir. Few teams pulling this out, and it's almost always
I feel like, isn't this the exact same setup as last game?
For it, right? You get all the information you need because
I think we're just running it back. Everyone believes in what they've brought, so let's see if Legacy can change their luck this time around.
But that all comes down to that fairy singularity gobbling up multiple targets, or if it's only a single target, it better darn well be the right one.
You also want to make sure that what's on the other side isn't an absolute monster that just chases you all over the map, right? You don't want to see a Zoroark over there. You don't want to see something that's going to dive into the backline super easily.
You don't want to see a Zoroark, unless Crimson's playing it, then you do.
They feel pretty comfortable bringing that out here in game number 2. Legacy did drop a game here, but it does feel like they're in control of this series. If they can just get themselves back in the headspace they were game 1, recognize that, hey, things went bad in the last little sliver of that match. We won't let that happen again. I think they can take game 2 here.
I agree. I mean, Legacy played well.
Absolutely. Legacy played amazingly. As we take a look at the trophies, what they're playing for, as we head into game number 2. Kekalak, your purple team. Legacy, your orange team. Legacy needs this one for Brazil to stay alive in this tournament.
I really want to see what this Dragonite does. If it has the fear of Legacy.
I think these two teams in LG were the same bracket. I think Legacy won the bracket, I think.
First pick for Kekalak, it's going to come unglued.
Will be a pretty epic comeback.
Try and harass this Dratini as they're trying to get leveled up.
Yeah, you can see Eldegoss making their way right there. Once again, great secures here for Falb and Lel. They play this top path so well together, and they're going to just pull away from this fight. They have to, obviously, because if they go down and get KO'd by Magikarp early, it could be devastating for Legacy.
Nice little Magician pluck to put a berry right in front of Falb to actually keep the push from continuing to happen out of Kekalak. Spoo evolving early this game compared to last. Crustle before 9.
And here we go, Mazu up in this top path as Charmeleon with a beautiful little cape on. The Dark Lord Charizard will make its way to this match as they're going to push in, looking to pick something up on Magikarp, now pulling back because here comes the Dragonair.
Danger Noodles there. They're going to catch a reset, which means Spoo and company are going to be able to take as much of that as they can. They're going for an engage, though. It's a 4-on-4. Swinub forced to peel back. Nice Rock Tomb to provide separation, and things need to settle down. SCG getting some pressure put on them, but Spoo right behind them for support.
Yeah, and SCG, you can see why they banned out this Dragonite early on in that last match.
Yo, Silly, how's it going? How's Worlds? It's going pretty good. We're just watching Unite. I think it's the favorite here.
Great Rock Tomb there by Spoo.
We're waiting for the finals because the finals is happening today.
And then, of course, securing it so they're leaving with
Also, there's a drop that you get for watching the finals.
People say it's purple, I don't know.
Yeah, the people who say it's purple are
How you doing today? How's your Saturday?
purple. But I know what the color blue looks like. I'm not insane.
We're not insane.
Here we go. Altaria Swablu in the center here. Really, no one from Legacy is going to decide to fight over this. Instead, they're sending their Pokemon top path.
Ooh, a drop sick. Yeah, there's a bunch of like drops you get for watching a lot of the different streams, depending on what you like to play. TCG, Unite.
Actually forces them to just settled down.
There's one for Pogo as well.
Mufasa really wanted to go for an engagement, but Mazo taking over, being Charizard was enough to say,
And I think there's a code for every single one, so I don't even have to watch the streams to get these. So for TCG, you get a Mecha Run card, EX, a Unite, you can get a Platinum Gengar emblem, Pogo, you can get a T-shirt, Worlds T-shirt, like the ones I guess you can buy at the store there in Worlds. An in-game one, not a real one, unfortunately. And then there's also Sylveon you can redeem in Scarlet and Violet. I'm actually just about to drop those codes in the Discord.
I love that Phantom Force on Cerulege right there. Obviously, you can avoid a lot, and one thing you can easily dodge is that Hyper Beam, and they did. Regieleki just being ripped apart here by Kakalak with an easy secure. This is what you have to worry about with Dragonite. If you leave it alone with an objective, it's theirs.
I can't understate its Unite move as well. I feel like it is very slept on. And if SCG is that good at Dragonite, them
They should sell the shirt. We player names or with player names. I think that would sell. Yeah, it could be like jerseys, like professional sports, right? Who's your favorite player?
Waiting for the biggest overcap they could, and they're also shutting down these goals. It's something that you would really like to do when you have a Hoopa on the other side of the map.
Esports is no different than any other sports. It's just a business, and I mean, whatever real sports do, you can do the same thing with gaming. Yeah, Kraft would be buying an Ender jersey for sure.
Looking for the KO, they get it, and they're assaulting this tier 1.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Nadiza to cover by themselves. Sunsage steps up, and they actually have Mufasa jump in for the cover on the big bounce over the wall. Enough, again, to keep Legacy from keeping this push going.
And here we go. They've been hiding this.
It's pretty evenly matched right now.
Are they going to be able to catch anyone with it? And they do get a couple with that big-time Unite move. They're continuing this fight. Cerulege is looking for the Gyarados right now. Big-time Dragon Breath, and Hoopa goes down. They're moving in for it, but the bounce pulls them away from the fight. They're continuing to push up here in the top path, trying to chase this Gyarados, using the Unite move to leave, while Dragonite just scoring in the bottom path.
Charizard, oh no.
Charizard stuck in a Rock Tomb, but it doesn't turn out to be their coffin today.
I love the way Kakalak is playing.
Nice one, Spraggles. Not their coffin today.
Gyarados Unite, you'd think that's like not a value expenditure, but just getting out is worth its weight in gold for this team. 201, 133. Kakalak is grooving, and I can see how well they're playing around this Dragonite.
Yeah, we have 2 objectives coming up right now. Hoopa is still level 8. I haven't seen how close they are to 9 yet, so I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull anyone top or bottom or not. We have multiple members of Kakalak looking to see which objective they are going to. You can just send Dragonite bottom by themselves, but we have 5 members of Legacy top. Dragonite does look like they're heading to take the bottom objective solo. Regieleki going down to the side of Legacy, uncontested.
Well, Dragonite has their Unite move. They're going to be able to move a chunk of this map. Rock Tomb there to start slowing things down. Mazo plays forward, scoops and scores, and burns down Mufasa. Flushing them down yet again. Regieleki's on the doorstep here. Nice Cerulege engagement.
What is going on? They just had the base surrounded.
Can Fob convert into something? 3 players down instantly. And there's Nadiza that bites the dust. This goal zone also gone.
Beautiful. Big time numbers there for Legacy.
Yeah, I don't think you can push Gyarados here.
Of these overcaps, especially
they're not going to give up. They're going to go into their jungle and steal.
I mean, imagine if you just would have scored a little bit
nice.
More in this goal, a little bit more in that goal. Right now, they are up by only 5 points, but they are up. If no one scores throughout the rest of this match, we'll have another nail-biter of a game score-wise. It feels like positionally, level-wise, score-wise, these 2 teams feel very even this game, but I feel like Kakalak is actually performing a lot better than they did in Game 1.
I agree. Keeping pace, though, and unrattled is Legacy. They're playing well. They have the slightest level advantage on their big characters here. 13 on Cerulege is actually going to lead the pack in Thea Sky Ruins. We're going to see where they're going to engage as Spoo is just kind of running around and SCG not going to let themselves get caught. Mufasa jumps on Lel. Lel desperately trying to get away. If they nab this portal, I think they'll feel pretty good, and they do.
And we have 2 members of Legacy actually running towards this tier 2 goal zone. Blastoise has a pretty good idea that that's happening. Landing on them immediately. Rapid spin, water spout, putting the damage in, seeing if they can stop them on this goal zone. And we have Wolf there, ready to possibly unite. You could throw a Gardevoir unite pretty late, but it looks like they actually peel back from this fight. 240 now to 206 in the hands of Kakalak.
And now it looks like Pufaza's up top. They're eyeing down this Reggie.
It really is anybody's game here. The scores are tight. Levels are pretty even.
We've got about 10 until a basement Reggie, and of course Ray right around the corner.
That's right. And Dragonite can just head to this bottom.
Now will they go for Ray?
Anytime they want. Gyarados
we'll find out.
Getting an eye on what's happening with Regieleki. These two teams are just going to trade objectives right here. Legacy is behind, so if this Regieleki walks, they can make a sneaky play. But at the same time, Kakalak knows this. They can counter it. A lot of the times when a Pokemon runs towards that tier 2, they end up getting caught, and then the Rayquaza fight is much easier for their side. Regice heads over to the side of Kakalak. Point advantage to Kakalak. Match advantage to Kakalak. If Legacy loses this Rayquaza fight, their tournament surely is over as we prepare for Ray to hit the map in 2 seconds. Rayquaza is here. The position from both of these teams is strong. They're poking each other out to find out exactly where everyone is. They don't know where this Gyarados is.
All right, here we go. It's going to be a small stall here. Here comes the fight.
Boo's going down very quickly. They rabble-rouse and eject in. They're going straight towards Mazo. They have a portal down, but nobody's really taking damage. Right back into the middle is Salto. Tons of damage. Charizard picks up a Unite move. Dragonite takes to the skies. Very Singularity catches a couple, but no conversion on KOs quite yet.
Crustle's down.
Goes down as Lil pops the ring's unbound. Salto's all over Pufaza. They are
oh, it's
gone.
5v3 now.
Down now for Kakalak. They are getting cooked in their own kitchen here, and the bake temperature is 350. We're going for it. Rayquaza getting left alone as Mazo's back capping that burger. It's going to go in, and now they have the advantage.
They have the advantage here, 240 to 306.
Oh, they're skipping the Ray. They're just going for the score.
There's still time on the clock, and Kakalak can still look for a fight.
Oh my god, the Mammal just locked in there.
Regieleki just being hit a little bit by this Eldegoss, seeing what can happen. Here comes Dragonite pushing forward. The multi-scale passive is proc, so they're going to lose that damage reduction now. We have Ceruledge moving up, and they're looking for another possible engagement here.
Salto jumps right in with the Earthquake, trying to catch a target on the backside. Follow up, eyes down, Pufaza. They're getting so low, they bounce over the wall. They're KO'd by Mazo. Salto on the backside, going to catch a reset.
It's not over yet. Ray's almost dead. Who's it going to go to?
Can they secure Hyper Beam? Kakalak gets it. Kakalak gets it.
Oh my god.
There's just enough time on the clock for them to take a lead, but we've got the back cap action happening, and
Blastoise is going for it.
Chomping on burgers.
How is it possible we're in the exact same position we were last time? Points going into this main goal zone. It looks like Legacy scores another 80, but here comes Dragonite with 100 points. It's scoring in this top path.
Oh my god, it's so close. He's got to score. They took the scoreboard away. What the hell? Oh, no way. Holy shit.
Let's see the score.
They got the dub. They got to. Holy shit. 8 points difference. These guys were cooking.
Dragonite's the business. Come on, baby. Hyper Beam was with us the whole time. He slept on it, but it never went anywhere. Holy smokes.
Wow, these were some epic games.
2 games between these teams.
Are you kidding? Kakalak.
I mean, what are these 2 games? 15 points?
God, it sucks for them though.
Yeah. Because it was 8 and 9. What's that math? 17.
There is no reason that they couldn't win it.
Not even.
But man, down to the final, like literally losing both games on the final seconds.
One of those balls.
It needed both.
Imagine they don't pick it up. Imagine something else happens. Imagine there is a different cap. Imagine Legacy puts a few more points into that tier 2 when they push early. What
was this?
Brutal.
Holy. Listen, I know our energy is high.
Yeah, I'm screaming.
But like Legacy, this is a dream crush moment.
I know.
This is a dream crush moment. And while we've got a Cinderella story on one side of that stage, we have utter devastation on the other.
Yeah, this
Legacy.
is the heartbreaking thing that happens. To have a champion, every single team that has come here from around the world has to go home but one. Cakelock right now sending Brazil's last chance at the World Championships home. What an incredible series between these two teams. I mean, these matches really could go either way. Here's that moment where they were looking for that Rayquaza in game number 1. They were able to get it almost 0 time on the clock.
Yeah, let's see this
Legacy
again.
runs to score, but Cakelock is able to take that match.
And here we go. We're seeing scenes from
Rip Brazil.
second
Is there
game.
nobody left from Brazil now?
I mean, if you look at the KO, we kind of see the KO numbers on our screen still. 4 knockouts they took that game, but holy smokes did they find some quality ones, and that one's Rayquaza.
Yeah, just incredible stuff. Such a close game. Legacy now up in this moment, and this is the exact position they were in last time, right? We talked about it. They're up. They need to KO multiple members of Cakelock, and they do get a few of them. But
You know, it
Cakelock
looked
has
like they
great secure for that
they really locked
Rayquaza.
him out
They
from that
have
Ray,
this Dragonite, and they're gonna
but
look to make something
the
happen here. They need it.
Cake really just said like, no, we got to try for it, and it really paid off in the end.
Beam gets the secure. Somehow, Legacy is not. Oh, God. Right there. That's it, right there. They just can't stop Dragonite in time.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Cakelock
Unbelievable.
As they take down one of the best in the world in a 2-0 series that just came down to a few points each game.
I mean, there is no closer margin there. Spoo getting the tip of the cap here in our player of the game for this second game.
Yep, last one got eliminated. So we have no NA and we have no Brazil in Worlds anymore.
First pick out of the gate, SCGSGC says, give me that.
What do we have
Boy,
left?
Right now, and you kind of start to
Asia
understand
and
why
Europe, and that's
Legacy
it.
banned it in that first game.
Yeah, and you take a look at this right here, but 247 points, by the way, scored by that Dragonite, the game-winning play by that Dragon. It was like the game-winning play for Ray, and then the game-winning play again to score, and then the game-winning play again to score, and finally shut it down. You can see, damage-wise, Legacy once again was fighting, doing a lot more damage, and winning some of these engagements a lot better than we had from Cakelock. But Cakelock was playing a different game. Once again, it came down to the end. They saw their win condition. They went for it. They took it. It's what you're going to have to do here to become the champion.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. The smallest margin separated these two teams. Said it yesterday, I'll say it again. Welcome to Worlds, baby. That's what it's all about. These teams are operating on the slimmest margins, and that's why you get games like that.
I missed the
Credit to
first
Cakelock.
day,
They might not
but
have taken a bunch of fights.
I would say that's probably like the craziest 2 matches of Worlds in Unite yet.
They were controlling
Nothing
where
can
they
really
wanted their
compare to
players
that. Like
to be.
literally
Every
milliseconds, I think, made the
was only
difference.
committed to Dragonite.
Not even a full
They only
second.
had SCG there. They were understanding. They were just catching the Regielekis as they were coming in, defending the goal zones well, and holy smokes, you can see what a good Hyper Beam can do as well.
What an incredible match between those two squads. I absolutely love Legacy. Of course, I'm heartbroken for them. But like we were saying before, you know, sometimes the longer you let these fights go on, even when you're ahead, you continue to open up opportunities for your opponents. And I think that's what happened here. Cakelock saw victory. They saw how they could make it happen twice in a row. They did it with just a little time remaining, just seconds remaining on that last score. What an incredible series. We have more because, of course, every single game is win or go home. 2 teams will have won their entire way to our grand finals. We will be right back with more Pokemon Unite here at the World Championships.
Well, we're one step closer to the end of the tournament.
Pokemon Unite!
All right, we got 2 minutes. Where we should go now? Let's go over to Pokemon Go. We haven't been over there in a while.
Very high attack because that was a risky play going at the exact same time. The Shadow Ball enough to
I think there's a
Here comes the
Philippines
Skarmory,
team
and
left.
Skarmory
I'm
is
looking
gonna
at
need to be
the
able
player
to
tree
take
now.
Attack here, going for
Does
that
it
heavy
say
hitting
where they're
Shadow Ball.
from?
And do you think you're going to see an immediate swap to Wigglytuff just to get some charm damage?
No, I think the opposite. I think you stay
think it
in
just
with
says the
Annihilate,
name of
get
the
as many
team.
counters as you possibly can. Oh, excuse me. We're going to see the Wigglytuff come in just like you said, Amanda. We might see a Brave Bird get fired off here, but that's the only way you can.
All right, so round 1 is complete. We're on to the
That's
quarterfinals.
so hard for Marto as well because
8
now this
teams
pound damage
left.
is going to be doing even more, but he needed to throw something to get this Wigglytuff off the field. Meanwhile, a punch is coming in.
I'm assuming we're going to get to finals probably in 2
Pocket
hours.
strikes back in game number 2, uses the Wigglytuff just like game number 1, but this time he found the right positioning. He sent it back out against the Skarmory, but the ending was different in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a really good call by Pocket, recognizing, okay, I can't stay in with that Annihilate versus a Skarmory because if he ends up being able to farm me down, he's going to be able to Brave Bird again in the Wigglytuff, or he'll be able to double Sky Attack and take me out. I need to be able to at least do some damage with that Wigglytuff and cause Marto to make a decision.
Looking back at our game 2 replay, Lickitung coming in here to the Lantern matchup. Again, the Power Whip getting thrown and connecting didn't matter because Marto shielded as well, took down the Lickitung and secured switch advantage, but then Annihilate came in, and guess what? Protect shield advantage, energy advantage, Annihilate.
If we get a regional by me, I'll probably
You saw this coming
probably
in.
enter.
I
think I would do Pokemon Go.
Hitting Shadow Ball once that connects, just getting out of dodge.
I think I have enough mons to have a competitive team.
Be the charming self that it
I don't know how
is,
well I
just
would do,
start,
but I would definitely just
away at that Skarmory, forcing
compete just for
Marto
fun.
to make a move.
I went last year.
You and these.
I thought it was really cool.
You
Fun experience.
started willing away.
A big knockout there for Out of Pocket to seal up game number 2, but we are headed into a decisive game number 3 on the winner's side bracket. 2 fan favorites facing off here on stage in Hawaii. It all comes down to this.
Wouldn't have it any other way here in these winter semifinals. Decisive game 3. Here we are. Skarmory. It looks like it's a little bit of a reverse situation here. Skarmory versus Annihilate. But as we know, this is sort of a baiting game. Is Marto going to go for that heavier hitting Shadow Ball, or is he going for the Night Slash? He's going for neither. His first Pocket is going for the Sky Attack.
You see Lantern on Marto Galde's side. It's definitely a solid pick, but it does not get aligned with the Skarmory here. So Skarmory's able to take that first protection away from the Annihilate. Meanwhile, Marto's kind of in a tough position. Does he decide to bait? Does he decide to go for the Shadow Ball Out of Pocket? Pressure on his shoulders.
Pressure on his shoulders. Looks like he's going to shield up. He's got 1 second left to decide this is going to go through, but it's going to be big, knocking out that Skarmory. Marto has completely not gotten what he wanted, the Lantern on the Skarmory, but it's still, he has a half health Annihilate with a lot of energy.
Yeah, I think Pocket preferred that Annihilate with energy and shield advantage in game number 2. He's going to try to go for the same maneuver here, but now Marto baiting another Night Slash. He's taken so many shields
I
off
guess
the Pocket with
Annihilate
the
is
Night
like a
Slash.
new
It's
meta
actually
pick for
Yeah, this Annihilate
for
is pretty
GBL.
much going bananas. Not only did he get a shield, he was already at another Night Slash, so though Pocket will let this one go through, going to get a lot
better
of
start
damage
setting
in,
one
and I
up-
think at
setting
this
one
point
up.
he'll probably just let it go.
I don't even know if I have one in
because
Pokemon
he
Go.
just got the boost.
Exactly. Out of Pocket did win the charge attack priority earlier on in the series. He doesn't force it here. He's going to go for the Night Slash.
No, I
Marto
don't.
going to wisely let his Annihilate go. It's got very little health. He only has 1 Protect Shield remaining. Got to hold on to that valuable resource. In comes Lantern. At this point, I think Pocket is starting to see a win condition, but time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is all coming down to baiting.
It's not even that bad to get one. Defeat 30 Psychic or Ghost type Pokemon with Primate, and you can evolve it.
Lickitung just continuing to slobber
Every other
away. It's
Pokemon here
so
has pretty
close,
much
too
been in
close
the
to
mid
call
ever
here.
since the start of the game.
Slam, though. Marto Galde doing well to Marto Galde.
Skarmory, Lantern, Lickiting's pretty popular as
Things
Wigglytuff.
are getting really difficult for Pocket here. He's looking down. He's trying to
Gudra?
apply as much damage as he possibly
I
can.
guess that's
but
a new
Skarmory's so
a new
resilient.
addition to the
Already
meta.
has enough energy for a Sky Attack and a half. Lickitung, meanwhile, aiming for the Body Slam, but Skarmory fires first.
Looks like this first Sky Attack is going to go through. I don't think at this point Pocket probably suspects it's not going to be a Brave Bird.
Yeah.
He is correct there. He wants to try to keep the shield, just getting a lot more energy. Wonderful counting there by Pocket as well, letting this Body Slam go. And I mean, at this point, there's still shields up on both sides. Low health Pokemon on both sides. And this is decisive game 3. It's coming down to this. Sky Attack coming through, getting that last Protect Shield off of Pocket because he wants to keep this Lickitung around.
Out of Pocket is running out of options here, forced to Protect Shield up his Lickitung. Gonna look for a Body Slam here to get the knockout against the Skarmory, but that Lantern's still in the back. He's gonna fire with the Body Slam, try to pick up the KO here and piece together a plan to try and win this game, but there's still a healthy Lantern in the back.
Yeah, Body Slam connecting here. Lantern is sort of healthy. This other Body Slam coming through here. Marto Galde shielding this up. No Protect shields left. Will he be able to water gun down? Does this Annihilate has any energy left? Because there is a Thunderbolt now loaded on the other side, and Pocket not going to be able to make it in time.
Pocket, does he have it? No, he does not. Here comes Marto. Lantern Thunderbolt is going to shock Pocket and shock the stage, picking up the knockout and winning him game number 3 in one of the closest series we've seen all day long.
And you can hear the crowd.
Nah, I want to play Unite. I do too, actually.
Is not out of the tournament.
Like I said, I would play Reunite between the intermissions, but there's just not enough time between them, unless maybe a quick match. I don't know how long a quick match goes for. Like, is it 4 minutes?
Unstoppable Marto finding the wildest win conditions against some of the top competitors on the planet, and he's done it time and time and time again. But if you're an out-of-pocket fan, don't go anywhere.
Wow, look at that setup, though. That's a really nice stage for Pokemon Go.
Through the competition.
Absolutely incredible plays. We're in just the winner's side of the bracket. I know it looks like we've done so many battles today, but there are still so many more to come. Like we said, Pocket's being dropped down to the loser side of the bracket.
Looks like we're returning back to Unite.
We've seen redemption runs. We've also seen what we call
that's a tough question. At this point in the tournament, I have given up on making predictions. So I do believe they can do it. I will put it there. Every team can do it, but will they do it is the bigger question. Will Adesu be able to figure out where to put the Nouns glasses? That's a secondary question. The answer for both could very potentially be yes, but right now my faith is not so high.
The first challenge before they start the set, they need to get the glasses in the right position. You've got to get the aesthetics down. You have the hooper.
What is this?
Peering out into the crowd. You know, it's those lucky charms that are hopefully going to bring them good luck and give them those good vibes.
Yeah, and the innovation, using the little leaves to use as a
oh my god, dude.
Like that idea, but we can actually talk about the game, I think. As great as this is. Oh, let's go! Hand of applause for Adesu. Winning the first match of the day, the match against the...
Gotta decorate the stage.
Which I guess was actually a team from India, but not that team, against real-life Gravity here. But Nouns, they've been looking so good all day. It's really cool. We got a chance to kind of sit with them for a while just in the back, and I feel like they're all feeling pretty good, you know? It's a long day. We're starting to hit the point, I think, in the weekend especially, where the stamina of a lot of these teams is really being tested. I mean, it's the best of the best in the world for 2 days straight, but they still look like they're in it to me.
Yes, they've just got to keep calm here. Now, we actually have both of these teams that were able to do 2-0 against their opponents in round 1. So it's just a matter of whether they can keep up the momentum. I know we've had just such close games throughout the day, and I feel like this might be another close one.
I could very much see that, but there's still, I think, a lot of upsets to be had, even with only 8 teams left. I mean, that last
match, that's why they have the glasses. Part of their logo?
Great example. That was a... I would think a lot of people would consider that an upset.
Just notice it on their jersey.
Again, that was actually, I think, the only team that was chosen by their opponents that actually won, I believe. Oh, no, actually, Onyx Rise did as well. That's right. Shinra Day was this first in their pool. But at least that we got to see on broadcast. So there are certainly, like I said, a lot of upsets, very potential to happen here. And this, I mean, who knows at this point? I'm seriously, I know I keep saying it. I've given up. I think you and me, I have given a bunch of predictions, and a bunch of those teams have been out, and some of those predictions are still in, so it's just like, what are we going to do?
I feel like every time I get asked by somebody, who do you think is going to win Worlds, I have given a different team name each time. I need to cover my bases.
Yes.
However, something that I have said time and time again is Nouns. I mean, Onyx Rise, I was actually speaking to... the team manager, and I think I mentioned that they didn't.
Looks like we got boot ops in chat. Exclamation point Pokecatch.
That's
but I think they do.
I would suggest probably an Ultra Ball for this one.
One thing that I was talking about earlier is the amount of just in general APAC teams. Obviously, you know, APAC gets kind of split up, and then that gets split up into other different regions. But just APAC in general, there are so many teams that made it, and so many teams that made it into day 2. So I know there were a lot of things like, for example. Oh, I forget which team it was. It may have been Shinra Day who gave a big shout out to like Elevate, who couldn't make it to like visa issues, and they were saying like, we're gonna win it for APAC for you, or things like that, where it's just like a lot of your regions here, a lot of them made it. Only one team that from APAC did not make it to day 2, and they were 1-2, 1-2 as their record in one of the hardest groups. So I just think they're doing great, and with so many teams doing well, I feel like you've got a big region basically supporting you here.
Yeah, 100%. And you nailed it on the head, right? It is a long weekend. They played through yesterday. They still have to play through today. So, I mean, this is only their second match. And I'm wondering whether they've had any warm-ups or, you know, kept that momentum going in between breaks. I think they were mentioning they were just chilling back. Nouns, watching the other groups.
Yeah.
They just seem so
Yo,
calm.
Conan.
Dreyu was
Are
actually.
you watching the Olympic Games? Yep.
I think at one point
We're
he said,
watching
"Wake
the
me up when
Olympic
our game
Games.
starts," and put his head down, and then immediately dropped his phone. But we don't
The
need to talk about
Pokemon
that.
Olympic Games.
No, yeah, that's one of the toughest things. Honestly, as a competitor, is the break in between matches. It's always
The good ones, I mean.
Once you get into game, once you get into the into the zone, basically, you're there. You know, that feels like that ends in an instant. You just go into a completely different mindset. But
We are
in
currently
between,
watching
the break can be very
Pokemon Unite.
So making sure that you're
They just finished the first round, and now we're going on to the quarterfinals.
mental rest,
Only
and
8
not
teams
too much
left.
rest where you kind of just get tired. Like every little bit about it is very, very difficult, and it's one of the toughest things I think for being a competitor.
Staying hydrated as well. I know some of those team members making
So the
sure
finals
to
will
drink
happen
that
actually
water.
today,
All
even though
of you folks are also drinking
the whole
water,
tournament
keeping hydrated
continues on
today,
till tomorrow.
especially if you are here in the crowd, and those folks at home as well.
I should probably drink some water.
There's also drops available too.
You know, we'll see if that actually
So,
happens. I don't know if I have time,
if you're looking to get the drops, you do have to be in the official
I was
streams.
talking about it earlier, but I feel like APAC is really in the kind of top position. I don't know if I want to say fully top position. I mean, Fennel
For right now, Unite, there's no drops available. You have to actually watch the finals specifically to get this next one.
getting through to day 2, so many still in the tournament.
I'll try to
now,
remind everyone when that happens.
Sub-region of APAC. What?
There's only 8 teams.
Also, there's a bunch of codes you can redeem as well. So in Scarlet and Violet, there's a Sylveon you can get with the code Sleep Talk Worlds. That should give you the Sylveon. I think it's from the champion VGC last year.
Obviously, we're all looking at it on screen. We've got 2 from Japan. Zeta
Also in
and
Pokemon Go, there's unfortunately the code's not easy to read. It's a bunch of random numbers and letters, but you get a T-shirt from Worlds for your character in game.
We've got Legacy's not in anymore.
And then in TCG, there is a
Fusion.
Mecha Run card that you can get if you redeem the code Outburst World 24.
Over the course of this weekend, but we've got a big split.
And for Unite, if you haven't done so in Unite, there's also a code for a Platinum Gengar emblem. That code is WCS24 or 2024. Sorry.
See an APAC East going up against APAC West if they are able to defeat Nouns here.
How many players have cheated so far? In Unite, there's probably no cheaters, but maybe in VGC, I don't know.
While we're switching around, we could have just
I haven't heard any news. There probably will be something on Twitter for me to look at later.
charismatic people.
But for the most part, Unite, Go, ECG, pretty safe.
Now, Onyx Rise, like we said, did manage to pull off an upset so far, and then within their group, I believe they lost to Zeta Division and then managed to win in second.
I was actually just trying to eat dinner while I stream. I don't normally do it, but I'm going to be here for a while. I think finals will be probably in like another 2 hours from now.
Runner to win the entire tournament, sitting right next to their Japanese brethren, Fennel. So they had a chance. They had a relatively close match, at least one of them, one of the games against Zeta Division. I'm curious if that's really just kind of showing that they're like one step below. We've also seen some nice runbacks today.
Yes, we have seen the runbacks, and I mean, this is the runback of the year.
Yeah.
We're talking about it.
What are they
Nouns
waiting
going up
for?
against Onyx. They already versed each other last
I thought they
year.
would be starting
Nouns ended up
soon.
Losing, so, you know, we're talking about this revenge arc, and I feel like this has been a common theme from this year's UCS.
Yes. Well, as the scene gets more, I want to say established, right? We've seen so many players, whether it's be entire teams together that have competed with
The Switch is
like
lagging.
Fusion's a great example, right? Fusion we've seen year in year again.
Oh man,
So many different
imagine that.
tournaments, so they have now experience playing against all these other teams, or whether it's players like Toonslim for
They may be waiting for a better internet signal. You know, it's funny. Earlier, they were this Unite stream specifically was crashing every so often, so I'd have to constantly refresh the browser source on the stream.
Fun thing about Toon is he
It was so irritating, and then I'd have to watch ads too because I'm refreshing the stream. Like, great.
EU now playing for Nouns, and here are the top.
It got better. It hasn't done it in like a few hours now, so we're safe.
So they
Also, crazy news: the official Pokemon Go channel. I think that's the one on the bottom right. It got banned. Like on live stream, got banned, and all we saw was like this channel's been basically terminated for violating terms of service.
Versus Inteleon, two Pokemon that are right here. They're pretty different. You know, one wants to be exactly close to you, one wants to be exactly far away from you.
I'll see if I can get the clip,
is a
get the link.
Player who has played in multiple regions, played multiple roles. There's just so much going on with Toon, and having also just lots of competitive experience, whether it be obviously.
Yeah, this is the one I think.
Person, some more than most people that are even less in this tournament. It's just such a great advantage to have Toon on your team.
But they're playing local mode? Yeah. Everything's zero ping. They're all playing on local.
The fact that we have 4 Pokemon being banned at the beginning, you have that opportunity for the opponents to even steal, say, a comfort pick, and we have actually seen that come on through. You know, the target bans, I believe we ended up seeing a Garchomp being targeted ban along with the Cypher in one of the previous sets. So I'm wondering whether any of these teams, I mean, well, look, they versed each other, so surely they do have that research. But whether they're going to just go for an overall blanket ban of a Pokemon that they think is really strong, or whether they're going to hone in on a singular player. Maybe it might be Toon. They are the player to watch.
Honestly, that would be a great one. But the thing is, I think pretty much most of the teams left, everybody's a player to watch on every team, which is really tough. I mean, Soraya, we can see them right now. Another player that has been really popping off this season, newer to Nouns than most everybody else on the team, and being able to really show off on like 300 different Pokemon. There's not that many in the game, but well, in Pokemon Unite. But still, like, actually, genuinely, I think we saw one tournament where there were like 9 different picks from Sorayu, and every single one he won with, which is very impressive. And Nouns has that kind of in spades, just being able to flex around. So even though there's 4 bans, it sometimes does feel like it's not enough.
But I feel like that's key, right? The flexibility. When it comes to the World Championships, we're talking about the best of the best. The fact that we are already at our top 8. So, you know, they're probably just collaborating, having a think. You know, we have a little bit of Toon taking a little bit of a
Man, are these guys going to take a nap before we play? Like, what is going on?
Talking about that, look at bro. Like, that
Buddy's already like meditating or something over there.
That is getting in the zone right there. It's like, I'm about to take a bunch of damage from a bunch of people on a defender. Let's see how this feels. But also, just while we're waiting for this match to get set up for our lovely stage admins to help us along, I want to give a shout out to all the people who are co-streaming this weekend. I believe that's something that's new, and I mentioned this yesterday, but we got a bunch of homies who are doing a lot of the co-streaming this time around, and that's really cool. First of all, of course, we've got a bunch of people casting essentially over us in different languages, where you can see in like Portuguese, or I believe there's one in Spanish, which is very, very cool. So if you want to hear it in a different language, you can, of course, check them out. All the links are in social.
Co-streaming? We're not co-streaming.
Like, you know, people like Curly Q or PK Sparks or Buzzer Ball.
Oh, he's dropping names.
Them as well, doing co-streams at the same time. So shout outs to everybody out there who either is co-streaming or is currently watching a co-stream. I'm giving you a shout out.
That's you guys. He's shouting out to you guys now.
Exactly. We have the folks here. We have the folks at home tuning in on Twitch and YouTube, which is so epic. Keeping up with the socials as well on X, formerly Twitter. I know there's been a lot of posts going on up. I've been scrolling myself, seeing all of those updates and the highlights. It's been very exciting.
Yeah, the Pokemon Unite esports Twitter. I know I am. It seems like I would be biased, but it is great. Trust me. And it's not because they posted a picture of me yesterday. They are just honestly quite funny. So be sure to follow that. Be sure to follow Pokemon on basically every social channel. We got so many different ways to watch it. And lots of other games as well going on this weekend. So, I mean, Worlds is certainly, it's going to be over for us today, which is wild to say. We're going to decide our champion. But, of course, tomorrow there's a few other games finishing. But we've got...
Hi, Mom. I'm on TV.
Big finale. And we've got only 8 teams left. We went from... I don't even know how many thousands of teams we started with at the beginning of the season, but we're down to now only 8. And once this set is over, we will be down to 7, and we'll see which those 7 are. But first, we're going to be going to a quick break to get this match set up. So don't go anywhere. Nouns Esports for Zonic Rise right after this.
No ad break. Let's get right to the action. Oh, great. How long is this ad break going to be? 4 minutes.
This is the
What the heck? This is a
international
scam
event of our 2024 season, and we're so excited to watch our competitors solidify.
All right,
their
quick.
invites
Everybody get on
to
Unite.
Worlds
Let's play a quick match.
2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii.
The stakes get higher.
You know what? Let's go over to VGC and see what they're doing over there.
That coveted world champion title. Move the electric terrain from the field as well, but still, you're going to be looking to try and find some damage.
I kind of want to see where Wolfie's at.
Either take another attack from this Miraidon. It did drop 2 special.
Does anyone have links to the standings right now in VGC?
Or you assume your opponent is going to switch that Pokemon out. You Terra Starstorm. You go for an attack
check their
on
chat.
that
Check the chat. See if they have like something pinned.
Hopefully figure out a way to handle the Miraidon the next time it's around.
Yeah, this Miraidon is truly not too much of a threat into Huma right now. You can feel confident that both Terapagos and Rillaboom are not too threatened with the -2 special attack from the Draco Meteor. So, of course, Sungjae has to swap that Miraidon out and bring it around later on in Game 1. He will decide to bring his own Ogerpon Hearthflame onto the field. So 2 grass types here for Sungjae against the Rillaboom. There's the encore we were talking about. Because Rillaboom did not go, or can't fake out a Covert Club Pokemon, now Tropicos is locked into clicking Calm Mind every turn and not getting any damage. Woodhammer with a great switch for Sungjae because he takes resisted damage.
Wolf Click actually get
a lot of trainers
beat
would
out?
try and switch out the Pokemon there to avoid being encored into an attack, but
I think he
until
did.
the reveal of the Ogerpon,
He was undefeated up to a certain point.
It's not the worst thing to be locked into Calm Mind. You're still at full health. You still have the support of the grassy terrain and the leftovers recovery to mitigate any damage, and that Miraidon had already taken the special attack drops as well. So this Terapagos was in a really prime position to take that risk, and honestly, you can capitalize on these couple of slower turns as we see Sungjae switching Pokemon around to get additional Calm Minds in. Yes, the Terapagos can attack this turn, but barring a critical hit from the opposing Ogerpon, it's not exactly threatened either.
Sungjae does swap Whimsicott out into the Iron Hand, so he
Look
has
at all them cheaters with their shiny and 6
Pokemon here in
IV
Game 1,
teams.
as Huma has as well, since this shiny and
I know
Incineroar
that's a
is
joke,
hitting the
but it's
battlefield
kind of
over
true.
That Rillaboom spot, and now it's time for Sungjae to terrestrialize Ogerpon Hearthflame with that embody aspect, turning it into a pure fire.
Just watch out for Caphonics on Twitter. He'll have the down low on how many people were cheating.
Into the other side, he was intimidated on the other way around, so it's back towards neutral. But here is a Fire Ivy Cudgel into the Terra Shell Terapagos. That's pretty solid damage.
It's solid damage, and especially with the reveal of the
Oh,
Iron
yeah,
Hands
so
on Songjae's side of the field, the Terapagos
Wolf
is in
Click,
a lot of danger.
he had
This Iron Hands has
9
access to
straight
its own fake
wins,
out.
and then
It has
round
both
10.
Drain Punch and Low Kick to go for damage
I think he
here,
lost.
and overall will be able to take
Yeah, he lost in
hits
round
thanks to
10,
the Assault Vest. It's a
then
very
round
naturally
11,
bulky
lost
Pokemon
again.
on top of
And the
that.
light screen.
And the light
Round
screen
12
as well. So
also
even
lost
though
again.
Huma is going to again be playing
And
through
then
a
that's
couple of
it.
these
I think
more
he's
passive
out.
turns, getting those
Damn.
Calm Mind boosts up. Songjae has found a board
GG's to
position
him.
where he can just go on the offense and really put
What
a lot
a
of board
throw. I
pressure
know,
down
we
while
saw
Huma
his
either
round
waits for the
9
encore
match,
to end,
I'm
which
pretty
should
sure.
happen after this turn, or
And then
finds a way
we
to
just
give it around.
stopped
If
watching
you
him, and then he just
go ahead
threw
and
the
party
rest of
shot
the
with your
tournament.
Incineroar, you can drop the attack of that Iron Hands a little bit. You can get your Rillaboom back out onto the field, but I don't think you want to switch in your Rillaboom because as soon as the Miraidon comes back, you need a way to remove that terrain.
Right, Huma's in a really tough spot. Losing Ogerpon Hearthflame on turn 1 has given him much less flexibility.
Oh, they're getting
being
closer
down
to the
3
end,
Pokemon
though.
to 4.
There's how many
Whimsicott will
contestants
swap
left?
onto
1,
the
2,
Iron
3,
Hands
4,
position, and now it's time for
7,
another Terra boosted Ivy
10,
Cudgel
11,
into
12, 13, 14,
Terapagos.
15.
Not enough for the
Can't be
KO.
right.
Takes
1, 2,
it
3,
like
4,
a champ.
5, 6,
That is
7,
now
8.
the last turn
Sorry, 16.
of Calm Mind. However,
There's only 16
Whimsicott's
left in
right back on the
VGC.
field.
And as long as that Terapagos
That's in the
doesn't
Masters,
attack
though.
before the
There's different
Whimsicott
divisions, too. There's also
connects a
seniors and
encore
junior.
With that slot, it will be encored into Calm Mind once again.
I'm too
So while
old for
Huma
junior
is
or
able to
senior.
pivot here, will
I
get
would
the
have to play in
Rillaboom back on the
Masters
field. You
if
still
I ever
cannot
went.
flinch that Pokemon. And Terapagos, you either switch out and you lose all the special attack and special defense you just built up, or you protect and then you just get encored into protect the next turn, which then you don't necessarily get every
That's the thing.
turn.
It's like, oh, okay, well, I'll just protect to get out of Encore, but then you get protected into it. So Huma's Terapagos is in just a really difficult position here in game one. Whimsicott as well, if the Terapagos somehow switches out for later. Light screen is almost up, so the Whimsicott can still stick around and reset up light screen
Looks
for later.
like we're going back
Humans
to
out at
Unite.
this
I
point
think they're
in
back
time
from
is most
the ad break.
likely to go for a
Ad
double
break,
protect.
if you want to call
It's
it
a
that.
very risky play here.
Oh, okay. So I have selected Sarah Lich. I feel like that is really strong in the meta. I can't go wrong with Lissy. And we have seen a lot of Umbreon, just the shutdown potential that this Pokemon has. And hey, I think I've just stolen one of your Pokemon here on your shirt, the Cramorant.
Cramorant's a great pick. All those great picks, all of them have been shown off to be extremely strong this weekend. Mine, I actually didn't choose Cramorant because I actually kind of thought it was a given.
What's
what?
number 4 there?
Yeah,
Right there.
okay. I want to talk about it. Like I said, I actually thought that they were going to make fun of me for it the first time I brought the graphic up.
I'm making fun of you right now. What is this?
I want to point this out. This Greedent has a 100% win rate at Worlds, and it has been banned several times as well. That's all I'm going to say. Nightmew Foxy and Gatlu both have used Greedent, not on broadcast. They were all off stream, but they did both use Greedent, and they both won their games with Greedent. So, maybe I'm not...
Raptor's saying Greedent's going to be nuts. Well, I guess we'll find out.
Honestly, I just thought at some point we're going to see Night Fever
Depending if they ban.
Foxy, or we're going to see Gatlu play Greedent, and it would make me look really smart. We didn't see it. I still think I'm a little bit smart. It's probably not that good, though.
Well, actually, we did have them play, MYS played that 5 defender comp yesterday over on the B stage. And from what I heard, it was popping off.
Yes. And when MYS was on the actual stream, they did have the Greedent actually banned against them. Like, genuinely, that was the first ban every single game against them. So
it's too much of a nuisance.
It really is pretty annoying to deal with right now. It got to that point where it was buffed, and then it was maybe a little bit over buffed, and it got nerfed. But
Crimson, you mentioned the Sylveon for SV. Are there other codes for this game? I don't know which ones are active. There's always new ones popping up. The latest one is that one. Again, the code is Sleep Talk Worlds.
Continue with Wonder Chef made a funny but smart choice.
Oh, so you want what they did at the bottom for Spraggles?
For Spraggles, yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. He's VIP. Yeah, maybe we might be able to get that through to production. However, Greedent, I feel
I'll see if I can find a list of currently available codes, because they do expire. So whenever you see a code, whether you're scrolling through your Twitter or X.com, or you're on Discord and you see someone post a code, it's advisable. Just redeem it as soon as you can.
Besides the Greedent, is there anything you'd like to see in this game?
I mean, one thing that I think I want to see is Soreo bring out a little bit more of his general roster. He's used so much during the
I think these
season.
are all the active ones. I'm going to see if I can paste this in Discord.
Different picks. But once again, we are setting this up, and there was something really important last night that we got to show off, which was a preview for a new mode. Spraggles and Dupe Snacks were up here having a lot of fun being able to cast a show match for it. But in case you missed it, we do have a trailer for that particular mode because it is very cool. Let's check it out.
Here comes the trailer for the new game mode. Score 500 points to win.
Type of Unite battle, the first team to score 500 points wins. Remote Stadium returns with new upgrades. Wild Pokemon, berries, and even scoring area have all been updated to keep things fresh. Plus, make use of new AOS technology to spice up matches in fun and unpredictable ways. Employ unique strategies in every
I didn't even notice this.
This new mode is officially launching next spring. Stay tuned for more info.
My God, next spring of 2025. It's a long time from
I made
now.
a joke earlier where I was saying that we need the Adesu one, where one of the AOS technology icons, just Adesu's face, and it just does extra damage to Rayquaza if you're playing the support. But honestly, are you excited for this mode? It looks really fun.
Yes, 100%. It was so exciting watching it, seeing all the different things on the map. Seemed like there was so much that was happening. But it was so exciting seeing the content creators join in with the Chinese visitors here. So that was really, really cool. I believe they were competitors, right?
Yeah, there's.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a whole mishmash of different kind of players with different play styles and experience, and we got to see Steph Anime up there, which is one of my first actual UCS casting partner a long time ago now, almost 2 years ago. So shout outs to her. She got to do an interview. She got to win a game. Last time we played, she actually we ran into each other in ranked, and she stole Rayquaza from my team and beat me, and I was very, very sad. But no, shout out to her.
Yo, is that Brawly on
awesome
Cam 3?
But yeah, it was really cool being able to see
The
like,
Pokemon Go channel? I'm not sure. Billy Beats You was playing last night. Yeah, I think a lot of the creators, a lot of the Twitch creators were there, and they were the ones participating.
Choose interesting things like Greninja or we
saw
got,
Gengar.
Yeah, Gengar was there. And then we got to see how different it was. There were so many interesting things. The evolutions were faster. The EOS technology, for me personally, I think is really cool because I'm a gigantic nerd. So every single time that I get to talk about like choices or strategy or builds or stuff like that, I'm like, that is a plus for me. So I think it's going to be really fun to watch. Also, a lot of those matches were actually really fast. Some of them ended in like 6, 7
I mean, the
minutes.
guy being interviewed.
Yeah, not the regular 10 minutes that we usually see here. I guess it's the first to 500 points. So it could either go for that 7 minutes or it could potentially go longer as well.
Yeah, I don't know if we saw too many that were really long. I really want to see what two kind of very defensive teams can do against each other. What are we doing here? Oh, we've got announced. Oh, they're already losing.
What?
I told you we could just leave the camera on Adesu. Oh, no!
Knockout.
Back. That is rude, Gatlu. The counter.
It's over. He had
You
blue
could seriously
hair.
Just leave the camera on Adesu for probably 30
We're switching
minutes.
over to Dragon
We
Ball.
could talk. It would be a good show. It's like a reality show.
We better get a new map
Now you definitely
as
do.
well, or this game is done.
Sometimes you've just got to keep the energy, right?
Yeah.
It's
You
like
gotta hype
the
yourself up, get that,
It's unanimous. Everybody wants a new map. If they don't do a new map, I don't know.
such a
Then they ain't really
to
listening.
watch, and you can just see how much love and friendship they have for each other, which is really heartwarming.
Yeah, that's one thing that I really love seeing with a lot of these teams. I think.
Okay, we went on a whole tangent before the break. Then we took the break for 4 minutes. We come back, and something else is wrong. I think they're stalling, to be honest. Something must be wrong with their system.
Big reasons why they really started to pop off. And for those of you who maybe aren't as familiar with the Nouns storyline, of course, Nouns as an organization, as a base team, has done really well. For
I said it'd be
many
like
years, but
2 hours, but and I was guessing 10 p.m. here, but I don't think it'll be 10. I think it's like at least 11. We might be here till midnight for me.
Which players gel with each other, and more so than even their play styles, their roles. It's just like who feels good playing together, who doesn't get angry playing together. And I feel like this current build of Nouns, this comp of Nouns, has really hit the nail on the head as far as they just like have fun, you know? They make a lot of jokes. We get to hang out with them backstage. I want to be on any team with the Desu.
You want to be on their team?
Yeah.
Hey, now are you recruiting? We have a player here. They did ended up getting the Rayquaza stolen by Steph Anime though, so I don't know if you want him.
That's true, but that's why I need a Desu there to be the best Rayquaza stealer of all time and potentially defend me. I was wearing the
Wait,
Nouns
did
glasses
she say
before,
someone
but,
stole Ray
that's
on
what
Steph of
it was saying,
Anime?
Hopefully we're getting a little bit closer to getting this match underway. It is getting very close now. Like I said, the tension's building, you know? You gotta wait for the good things to come.
You know, I gotta find the VOD. Where's the VOD of this?
Obviously take those deep breaths in along with everybody else. As you said, the tension is building, so we are getting prepared and making sure that everything is working and in order, and they are ready to join that lobby. So we'll have this game back to you very soon. But I guess one thing, we've talked about Nouns a lot.
We have talked about Nouns a lot.
Onyx Rise.
Maybe too much. I feel like production's gonna get in our ear and be like, please stop talking about Nouns.
Let's talk about Onyx Rise, right? APAC West.
Right.
3 of them represented last year on the stage as RRQ.
Right.
So coming in, and then they've obviously got those other 2 members. So we're talking about Nouns making those roster changes.
Also, Conan, I just posted a link for all the active codes in SV.
I feel like it's all regions.
It's in the Pokemon chat. If you want to click that link, it goes to game8.co. They have a list of all the active ones.
That we saw for each month.
A lot of them don't expire till a lot later.
These teams
Some do expire actually in a couple months from now, so
slight changes here and
just make sure that you redeem those as soon as possible.
You gotta try what works. If it doesn't work, try again. Is that the saying?
No problem.
Try
Anytime.
what works and doesn't work, try again. That's definitely the saying. No, I don't actually. But no, I do agree with you though. And one thing that's really been kind of, I think, hard for a lot of people maybe outside of the region to follow as far as a lot of the APAC teams is there's just been a lot of name changes as far as teams, as far as players, and there have been a lot of shifts, like you said. So, for example, like teams like UD Vestuan, that is, you know, Cakewalk, or teams like RRQ, like you just said, or teams like
Okay, they're sitting down. That's a good sign. That means something good is about to happen, like the game. Can we just get on with the show here?
And it makes
Talon, which is actually not the same Talon as last year
right.
as well. So I know for us, you know, trying to keep on up, but something that we are going to have to keep on up with here is going to be this draft chef.
All right, here we go.
Esports over on purple, Onyx Rise on the orange. They're going to lock in the Urshifu as their first ban.
I feel like Nouns get to power up when they're on the purple side. It just fits off.
Inteleon.
Ooh, Inteleon ban. That, you actually were talking about how they could potentially start to target Toon being one of the best players in the world, and that Inteleon ban is absolutely targeted at Toon.
I would guess Toon isn't going to be doing any targeting with that.
All right, we're getting no Inteleon, no Umbreon, no Slowbro, or Urshifu.
As their second choice, Slowbro and Umbreon, and we were talking about Umbreon and the shutdown potential that it has. Slowbro also has that, but it looks like they're going to prioritize this Charizard.
I fully get it. Charizard has been a huge powerhouse pick in a lot of different matches. It's also fallen short in a few. It's not quite as dominant as maybe I think some of the people thought it was going to be originally. It is, again, it's a ranked powerhouse right now. It runs over everything, but so is Ceruledge. You know, we've seen a little bit of like kind of back and forth between these two powerhouses, expected a lot of bans, and then taking their support second, we are going to be giving the Hoopa over to Onyx Rise and then Adesu with the signature Eldegoss.
Yes, the signature Eldegoss, which we have seen come in with those steals. Now, Brav, being that tank connoisseur, has decided to lock in Trevenant. I know earlier on in yesterday's matches, we didn't actually see a lot of Trevenant. I feel like it didn't actually get selected until later on in the day.
Oh, we might see another Crustle.
Realizing that, no, Trevenant is still actually a really great pick, especially with that Horn Leech Wood.
Oh, never mind. We're going to the Mammo instead.
Another defender. They're actually kind of going roll for roll almost here. With the Mamoswine, which we've seen so much over the weekend. Zoinks making a great choice as far as his Pokemon to watch earlier. He was the one who chose Mamoswine, and it's so powerful. Icicle Fang enabling so many different like single picks that lead into so much good damage. Blaziken looks like maybe going to Soraya. There could be some switches here as far as playing what, but oh my gosh, it's happening. You're showing it. You're giving a little bit of a spoiler, but it's coming back. We are seeing the Zeraora. We saw it the first two sets of yesterday doing quite well. Toon, supposedly the innovator of playing this Pokemon, and it's coming back.
It's coming back. Seeing this team composition, it is so brawly. They have
Zera?
melee characters here.
Apparently he's ran it yesterday, so let's see if he cooks.
But coming in with a Delphox to counter this. If Axeq selects this Fire Spin, that could be a huge nuisance for Nouns here if they're all bunched together.
I've been wondering why we haven't been seeing more Fire Spin Delphox all weekend, to be 100% honest. Currently, there are a lot of like really strong self-sustained Pokemon as far as a lot of these brawlers that we're seeing, or getting a little bit of extra healing is really important on them. So being able to potentially lower some of the healing, whether it be through the Cursed Incense, which we're seeing currently used, or the Fanciful Fireworks Unite move, that's all really good. Plus Fire Spin, it completely lets you like disengage or allows your team, if they've got a bunch of brawlers, to engage on one target. So I think it's a great pick. I think it's got good mobility potentially as well. There's just so many good things that you can do with Delphox.
Yeah, he won with it yesterday, but Overlord lost with it yesterday.
I feel like both of those are going to be kind of the signature Pokemon.
Is that a skill issue?
From these comps and most
maybe.
Yeah, but
so far, I noticed the Iron Hands, Fluttermane, Porygon 2, Mr. Gifts.
I feel like this is going to
As for Steenie, is only available is
the feast, because there's just so many
it is only even exclusive. Steenie, I think it's an in-person one. There's one that people get when they go to Worlds. You have to actually be at Worlds to get.
Nouns Esports going up against Onyx Rise, your first match for round 2.
The first one to see who's going to make it into our top 4. How cool is that? We've got Nouns, like I said, on the purple, and then Onyx Rise in the orange, and currently they're sending a little bit of protection for this poor little Charcadet in the center area. Both sides going with a little bit of protection. Charizard will be the one going to the center area for Nouns.
Yeah,
So I'll make my own
it's
Steenie,
that
exactly.
Has decided to just not take that red buff. Zoe has actually taken it on the Hooper, getting a bit of a stun there, able to get some healing. And
We
HP,
have
but
the
this has
power.
allowed Sarayu to go in and get in the first dunk for their attack rate.
That's really good. It can be really hard, especially if you're kind of like the first few when you're still a poor little Torchic that's currently getting bullied quite heavily, but is going to make it back to the pad. The damage from Flail can be pretty significant if you do a lot of damage to that Magikarp, but not allowing the Magikarp to get anything going, although Desu getting very low, barely gets away once again with that heal.
Yes, and it's just being able to keep that momentum forward, right? You've got to get the effort points.
What is Magikarp doing? Just chilling? Oh, he's waiting for the
That way they can fill
the
up
farm.
their bar and get that Gyarados. However, lurking in the tall grass, we have Cerulege diving on in. They have managed to zone out Nouns Esports here. And
Carp's coming back.
up those Swablues, leaving that Altaria and taking down that Torchic.
Oh, is Gyarados.
That is a very early Gyarados. That's looking great up in this top path.
Very nicely
for the
done.
Side of Onyx Rise. Look at this Gyarados.
All thanks to that Hoopa. Sending them back to the base to heal up and come back.
There's pretty significant defense as far as things go. Desu, though, still kind of being gate kept at level 3, needs to find a last hit, and I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing Onyx Rise kind of jump in there to try to prevent that from happening, but they will just get back through the portal, go home safely, waste some time, and come back safely, too.
Yeah, they've decided to come back because we do have
This
the
Gyarados and
slots
Hoopa
that are gonna
combo.
spawn at the 8 minutes.
Doing
However,
really
Nouns
well.
Esports, they're not going to focus on that. We have 4 members trying to target this basement pad. However, Zero or Toon ends up going down.
Oh no, that's a pretty, oh, actually we're gonna see another KO as well. So that's 2 strong KOs early for Onyx Rise. Feels like they've really taken the early game so far. I mean, 51-9, that's a pretty big sign. Desu still at level 3, still getting chased down. Will Dev make it back to the portal? Yes, just barely in time. Amazing portal placement so far from Zoe.
Yes, and the fight isn't going to stop here as you have Gyarados going in and bouncing once again on Bruv. However, they are Tanky Tree, able to get some shields, quickly bonk them on the head. Unfortunately, the bonk just wasn't enough.
Ooh, I love the fire spin on the Altaria where it just shuffles around all the little birds right there. But look at how much action is still being had.
Shuffle around the little birds.
Of Nouns Esports. This is
Oh my.
Rise just being very aggressive, very bullying, and realizing that they can build so much space, they can just take this huge lead. I mean, both of these damage dealers that we're looking at right now, level 9. We'll see if we can get the steal on this Regieleki. It's very possible. This Gyarados is a huge threat. Gatlu, though, trying to make sure they can get it, and they do manage to get it. Well, can they turn around? Oh, no, I'm sorry. They don't manage to get it. The other way around. Gatlu got it, and Dev running away.
Yeah, being able to secure that Regieleki that is going to march on through.
Oh, he stopped them, but yeah, the Regieleki coming in, it's no point.
On hand. So whether they're actually going to go and break this, maybe they're just going to farm up whatever experience they can and leave it to the last minute. But such a little HP, they finally
getting jumped here.
break that goal, but they have left Sarayu unattended.
Yeah, I do think you kind of just got to give that one up at that point. Sarayu was like, well, this might be the last chance, so let's just take it. That's going to set them up as well for a lot of aggression as far as being able to use the spacing of Regielekis later in the game, which is still not going to be all that threatening.
Jojo, you're having the worst luck catching stuff today.
Looking at the levels right now, we already have 2 double digits on the side of Onyx Rise. It's just a matter of
You even use a great ball this time.
take what's yours. They have just been keeping the pressure in, making sure to secure all of that wild Pokemon. However, Bruv did end up managing to push back a lot of those Swablues and Altaria to their side. Still not reaching the Unite move, however.
Oh, the jump in from Toon, getting completely jumped on in reverse. Toon still managed to stay up just barely. Is going to be able to chase down that Piloswine and get the KO. Big KO as well onto the Charizard in return from Onyx Rise. They've got at least Axew there to defend, and that jumping around Gyarados from Dev is just going to be able to make it so hard to actually chase down their ranged special attacker. This looks like this is going to be a great defense as they jump on Toon as well. Can they get the reverse break? Certainly 240s if they can get off in time, and they will not! Oh, just barely!
No, the Fire Blast is going to stop them from breaking that goal. They are going to retreat back, replenish that HP pool, considering there is that basement Reggie about to spawn.
They're going to need to. It's going to be a little bit before the Regieleki up top, but pretty much most of Nouns is down here, all but Toon, and there's only 3 members of Onyx Rise.
Crap. So your prediction is Nouns.
They've got a tough fight as far as range.
Are they gonna win it all?
Everybody popping the Unite move for Hoopa. That's going to bring down at least Eeyore to be able to try and just burn down that Reg Ice while this fight is happening. Execute in the backline. Revenant Ren coming through. Looks like it was maybe. No, actually, it looked like the Blaziken was able to take down the last hit on that Reg Ice on the side of Nouns. Rayo going down in return, though. And so they did
Look pretty good right now.
Member a piece, while Nouns came out slightly on top via getting the objective.
Yeah, getting the objective, but also getting that HP replenishing here. But the fight isn't going to stop as you have a Luna being able to solo out an Ice Fang, that Zera aura down. They're just trying to see if they can try get another pick. However, that Ice Fang was not able to land its mark there.
Yeah, it's definitely a very short range, sometimes kind of hard to hit and move. You actually do not have a lot of leeway with it sometimes, so we could see a lot more whiffs if these players weren't quite so good. Big bounce coming in, but the counter the bounce say, you jump into my arms. Gatlu popping that Charizard Unite. Can really get the
Nouns or the Japanese team? Or a Japanese team or Fusion. Okay.
On the side of Onyx Rise is starting to get quite literally melted. Having to use that Unite.
You know, I gotta remember to do the predictions. We should keep the Gamba going in here. Predictions, where are we?
This is all back and forth over and over that portal.
There's still time that we could run one real quick on this game.
I feel like the Sky Ruin just turned into a trampoline park there. The way they were all bouncing around with their United
So it's
and
clear.
the
We
Gyarados
got
as
Nouns,
well,
and we got
jumping up and down. However, we have a minute until the final stretch. 115 to 105 points, now 145. Still a
All right,
really
let's see if
close
we can
match
get some people to win some points or lose some points. We'll see. I'll give it a minute.
The levels as well are very, very close. I would say overall Onyx has a...
All right, prediction started. You guys can gamble away.
I feel like the real turning point could be whatever happens if they decide to fight at this bottom Reggie, but this is a pretty big risk, one would say, to take, because we're getting really close. We're going to be at about 30 seconds left as it spawns until Rayquaza spawns. So how much do you really want to commit to this? How much do you want to forfeit, basically, for free?
Well, it is a Reg Ice, so we're going to have to see whether they're going to prioritize it. Nouns looking to just retreat along with Onyx Rise. So 18 seconds left to go. Do not
Remember, you can always add more coins, Pokecoins to the gambling if you want. You don't have to just lock yourself into one bet. You can bet multiple times if you want to add more coins to, buff up the pot.
But yeah, that's going to be despawning. I think they were just trying to see if anybody was going to overextend. That shows a lot of respect for both these players. Makes a lot of sense on how close it is. But look at this positioning. Look at this Hoopa positioning.
All right, Ray is here. This is it. This is the final moment. This is really the deciding factor.
You're in trouble. You can get, oh my goodness, getting out of there. Getting united by the Charizard, putting you way far back could have been kind of the end. So I am very scared at how far forward they were. But that's a lot of damage now going onto the Mammoth Swan. It's trying to get the reset. It is going to get the reset.
Queen, you want to do another battle royale?
The kill on the Hoopa without being able to use that Unite. That is gigantic. 5-4 in this final fight. They're going to turn around. Sarayu getting KO'd by Sarah Toon, chasing down Eeyore, just barely going to be able to get that KO as in the back. They traded once again 1-for-1, 3-for-3 here. Now, well, I was going to say in the center, but now they moved down to the bottom path.
But the thing is, Onyx Rise still have 2 Unite moves on hand, the Hoopa and the Gyarados to utilize. Nouns Esports have used all of their resources.
It's so close. They don't even need the Ray. They could quite easily just go down bot and just score.
Right, and I mean, Sarayu has the Unite, but that does not count because it is Blaziken.
They might be able to pivot down bottom, like if there's no time left, do a 5-stack. If they got to get at least a man down, they could do a 5-stack with a man down, and then rush in and score.
Everybody going to support their own support. Brub's starting to get really low. They are going to chase down as well Adesu. That's one more going down. 2 members left on the side of Nouns. Rayquaza's getting a little bit low, but I think Onyx
This looks bad.
target on every member of Nouns before they get a chance. That's a full team wipe.
Oh, that's wipe. That's a team wipe. That's it.
Onyx Rise will take the first.
That's it. GG's on that one.
Absolutely wild. We had one fight and then another fight. It just seemed to draw on out. However, being able to get that team white and just keep Nouns at bay, getting those shields, going to just pad those stats a little bit further. Wowee.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well.
They didn't waste no time. They're like, yep, it's done. GG's. It's over.
But that was close. close. That was scary. I mean, that was such an even fight that was so extended, but it's so much about
Conan bet against the house, essentially. Oh no, Kraft.
like you mentioned, all the Unite moves were used by Nouns. There were still a couple very important ones up on the side of Onyx Rise. One of them was intentionally holding on to it. The other one was just Hoopa getting KO'd before they got a chance to use it. But there you had him, and that's what's important. They were able to get the refight so incredibly
Profit.
well, and then they won.
It was such a close one. I know there was a moment there with Toon on the Zera Aura, and I feel like that just demonstrates the level that they are at. Getting that drag.
Oh no, they're
discharge
throwing.
And vault switch was insane. Being able to catch out Zoe there, however, Onyx Rise, they were able to stay collected and just roll their way through the absolute chaos that was.
Yeah, they actually made that situation that looked really, really bad. They turned it to their favor, right? They all jumped.
It's that
onto it as soon
Zera.
as they
So
saw
many
that. They
options
saw the
that are
direction
better.
the giant unbound Hoopa was flying. And they
Yeah,
were like, "Let's
true.
just all go over there." So we saw Eeyore and we saw one other person.
It's kind of
I
a
cannot
weird
remember
pick.
because that was quite a hectic situation. I'll jump down there, get the KO on Toon. But here we go. Our player of the game is going to be AxeQ on Onyx Rise.
And I feel like this fire spin works so well into Nouns as
Yes.
well. Just being able to lay it on out as a ward, but
People in
also,
chat. Toon is not on his game
to bunch
today.
them up and spin them around.
Yeah, just being able to kind of displace them and force them to disengage or give you time.
I
to
just
disengage,
voted
give you
without
time to
checking
engage.
factors, just
Like I
dumb
said
luck.
before, Plus, realistically,
It's a good guess. It worked out for you. These matches have been kind of unpredictable.
So strong in what was currently
No one's able to
metas that we've ever
really guess who's going to be the winner.
The difference between, like 1 or 2 hits can mean everything. It can be, oh, you didn't quite KO that Pokemon, so now they're going to get healed back to full HP by their own moves, or, oh, you did that extra little hit, now they're KO'd, now the entire team crumbles. So just being able to get that little percentage of extra reduction on healing to any target, it is so good.
Yes, especially when you're only relying on Eldegoss to try and help heal your team. I feel like in terms of Eldegoss healing in comparison to some other healers, it isn't there, but Pollen Puff does end up providing that damage reduction later on when it gets that plus movement, which works really well into those brawlers.
Yeah, it's still really strong. The Unite obviously is just incredibly valuable, and I guess the threat of it within the early game in the path is very, very strong as well. So just a whole lot of things that are really strong as far as Eldegoss. There's a reason why it's been a good support literally from day one of the game until now. It's also just a Pokemon that people can be really good with. Obviously, Desu's played it a billion times and is very, very pleasant.
Toon's trolling.
I feel like it's unmatched to a Hoopa though. Not only do you get the resets to go back home, it's the ability to teleport from the top to the bottom to the top, or wherever you want with your Unite move.
Or you could go Trick as well.
Oh.
I'm still a big fan of Trick Hoopa, but we have actually seen it a whole lot less within the meta, which is unfortunate for me, but probably fortunate for the players. If you want to really hard carry one Pokemon, it's still quite good. But I do expect that we might see some relatively similar drafts as far as things go this time, just because I feel like when we see games that are that close, and it didn't feel like anybody was dominating for any good amount of time, I feel like they just want to run it back because they want to play the better position within that final moment. Plus, it was a lot of cover picks, I think, for both sides.
Yeah, so we're going to head
Right,
on
round 2.
into
Let's
our
do it.
draft. We have Nouns on the purple side still. They have decided to ban the Hoopa.
Ooh,
Okay,
I like
Hoopa was a
that.
deciding factor for
So
them.
we will not
Okay.
see a similar draft. We're gonna have to see what support Onyx Rise ends up going with. Or
And Teleon
maybe they'll
is still
with
gone.
Eldegoss. There's a lot of cool, interesting things they could go as far as. I actually really love when supports are banned because there's so few supports in the game that. Oh, okay.
Double support ban? Come on.
Is there a chance that we see first pick
Eldegoss?
That would be wild.
Ooh, but then this is up to Onyx Rise. Whether they're going
Zera.
to ban something else. No, they have actually decided to do 2 target bans here. They have just
They
shut
told
down- we're
Toon
talking
no.
about flexibility, right?
Just no.
Teleon, then also banning away
my
that
God.
Zera Aura. It'll be interesting to see what they bring to the table, but you called it. Picking
That is
up
weird.
Eldegoss first, considering they decided to ban those 2 supports, but that doesn't leave Onyx Rise empty-handed as they're able to pick up the Umbreon, which, yes, it's a defender, but it has that wish maneuver that it can still heal its team.
Right, they've basically shoehorned them into using that. We've seen some Comfey as well. I mean, it's not like there's no other options, but currently we are seeing a lot of good support Umbreon usage. However, it's been a little bit more effective in the kind of tank role, the defender role, the true defender role. So I do like the fact they forced them into it, and now they know exactly what type of healing they're going to be fighting against and how they can potentially counter it themselves, as we're going to see the Slowbro picked up, Sarah picked up.
Are we betting on Rooster Fights with Pokemon and Unite players? Yes, we are.
That's actually led out onto the field, so
Basically, same thing.
that one up. It'll be interesting to see what Soraya and
Oh, we got Marit in chat. That's my point.
I mean,
Exclamation point. Pokecatch.
we didn't see a lot of range.
I'll see if I can get it with
so
just
is
a
that what
Pokeball.
they were missing? Are they going to go for more range, or are they just going to go for more brawlers? No, they're going to go for more brawlers. 3 all-rounders on this team?
Ooh, this is really interesting. Yeah, 3 all-rounders is, first of all, very, well, I guess we're seeing a decent amount, but seeing the Lucario, this has been a question for a lot of people. Soraya, very well known for Lucario through a long time, years, but Lucario not really.
Crowd is happy with this Dara ban.
On the other side, we are going to see the Dragonite, which we've seen a lot of the Asian teams do very well with. And then aside from that, pretty much entirely meta picks. So that's looking really solid. But aside from the meta picks, which we have seen Mimikyu both pop off and kind of not pop off, I think Lucario is the biggest question mark for me. What value does it bring? What build will we go? And why choose it over something like Blaziken that has not been picked nor banned?
Wait, yeah, that is actually a really good point here. Maybe this is just a
Why are they shitting on Lucario? Come on. Can't do this to me.
Punch, because it seems like they are lacking the secure over their side. I mean,
Oh my god, nobody caught it. What the hell?
Go and secure
Pokeballs are useless in
here and
Pokemon
there.
community game.
Whether they're going to go with that Hyper Beam, so they have that extra secure. But you know what? 3 all-rounders on either side. What do you think about that?
I think that's where our meta's at right now. Basically, we just kind of have to accept that fact. But I do think that we are going to see okay, first of all, it's more different than I thought it was going to be. But I think we're going to see a game where the slow beam is going to be very important. Slow beam, I think, is classically very strong when we're in a meta where it's like one big target is the issue. Whether it's going to be like a Zacian that you want to hit, or whether it's going to be a big speedster like a Zoroark. But now, it's like, who is your main target on the other side? The Ceruledge maybe? The Gyarados maybe? The Dragonite maybe? We're going to have to see, but only one way to find out. Now Esports fighting for their tournament life. One more game for Onyx Rise to potentially move into our top 4.
Yes, here we go. We're going to send the Charcadet and that Charmander into the
Okay, I'm heading home. I'll be back later. Sounds good. Drive safe.
lane. Just need to get those effort points. However, Zoe has already been shredded down to half HP on this Eevee.
Well, we did see a lot of aggression from Onyx Rise in game number 1, so it's time to see if we can see maybe a little bit in return. No invasions. Once again, kind of the center area Pokemon are going to be the same. Getting a little bit of support, but this time it does seem like Nouns on top will be.
Let's run another prediction before I forget. We'll run it for at 9 minutes. We'll do.
I guess in comparison,
I'll leave it open for 2 minutes.
Mimikyu doesn't need to evolve, so it does have that early level advantage.
That should give us enough time.
That Ceruledge already
Right.
online, trying to see
Start-
whether they're going to go into
start
the bot. The
gambling.
Top. It looks like both of the central areas actually going to opt for that top half.
Oh, I see ER just hiding there, waiting, seeing if they can find anything. Maybe one juicy target to help that Gyarados evolve, but the juicy targets right now are just going to be experienced, and then they're going to be backing up. It doesn't look like anybody's jumping in all that far. Maybe a more passive game, actually. While I thought it was going to be a little bit more aggressive, it is looking very passive. What's going on there with that? That Magikarp just splashing around.
I mean, there is a lot on the line here for Onyx Rise, so maybe just trying to play it passively, wait to get that splash so they can get that Gyarados, and there we go. The last hit on the Bunnelby was able to give him that.
So it's going to be interesting. Blastoise. I was going to call Gyarados Blastoise. Wow. Gyarados doesn't have Hoopa.
Around the 8-minute and 20-second mark.
Let's see how they do without Hoopa, because Hoopa was really helping the Gyarados out. Like it was able to evolve so quickly. They're still able to do it this time too, but the plays are going to be a little different.
That is going to be a very scary threat. Currently moving in. Oh no!
I'm just waiting to be a contrarian. You're going to just always bet against everybody. It's actually not a bad strat.
What an absolute pick from Aluna there to Ice Fang Adesu into their team. So once you don't have healing, there's not really much you can do except retreat.
I mean, you can hold forward and maybe go back to base that way, but no. That was definitely a time for them to back off, especially if you're only giving up 1 KO that's on your support. Going to be low level. You're not going to be giving them as much of a reward. You're not going to be losing that much EXP on that Pokemon because they've got the XP share. But we're going to see a spawn up top entirely going to Onyx Rise's side. And it does show that the good majority of them are going to be up top for that Regieleki potentially, although they are rotating down with just enough time. So I like that. Showing vision of where you are and then immediately moving.
I feel like this match so far has been so close. Nobody has decided to dunk any points yet. But as I say that, Umbreon has dunked in the first goal, 26 points. But we have both of those objectives.
Umbreon looks like they're stacking.
Get some stacks in. It's going to be a Registeel this time around, Chef.
Now we'll see if they can get the Registeel on the Registeel, as currently it's getting really low. Nobody really targeting each other. Reverend going in, and last it's going to go to the Slowbro somehow on the side of Nouns. They're going to get that Surf as well to help secure that KO on Eeyore's Ceruledge. 2 very low members of Onyx Rise remain to defend, and I think they're just going to have to back up. What else can you do?
No, it looks like they're just going to retreat.
Minimal risk, max profit. Throw down or done by Lady Luck. That's what I usually do too. Like if there's a prediction, I'm like, And I feel like there's still a pretty good chance of it going the opposite way, even though everyone's voting the other way. I'm like, I'll put some money in and see if I get it. Because like you're gonna get some crazy profit if you get it right and everyone's betting it to go wrong.
Your chances of stealing are extremely low. In fact, you are paying the ultimate price for it. You are coming up, sorry, not you. Zoe coming from behind as well, pushing the entire team forward. Toon using a very, very late Unite. They are going to be able to back up in time. They're turning this around with the damage, but just barely, as that Umbreon is going to live for such a long time. Big Unite coming out from Dev on the Gyarados. Not quite enough. Still trying to chase down here. Oh, they almost let that Regieleki in.
Yeah, I saw that. Lucario just like hop right back. It's like, nope, Regieleki, you're not going anywhere.
They had that Revenant Ren to go in and slash, but they quickly get shut down by that Mimic here, and Ceruledge is out of the picture. Umbreon
Okay.
there, watching, knowing that they can't do anything.
They're doing some good stuff here.
You're like, well, I really wish I could do something right now, but all I can do is sit and wait. So, with such an aggressive game 1 from Onyx Rise, it feels like things are turning around completely. Level
It's the
advantage
recess bet
at the
moment.
halfway mark and point advantage, both pretty significant for the side of Nouns Esports, which is really, really good because they're fighting for their lives here.
This Lucario is speaking to me. It's my Mon. He's running the same moveset. It's fun to see someone in Worlds playing it.
And the Gyarados are going to dive onto it. However, Slowbro ends up shutting down the Dragonite, and the Regirock ends up smushing them down and finishing the job. Gyarados being able to dodge themselves out of the way. Regirock quite low, ends up being Umbreon that gets the secure.
Wow, Zoe's been in great position.
Oh, careful. This Umbreon, I don't know. Yeah, he doesn't live from that.
Going down after 2 more members, both Grub and Adesu, have already fallen. Toon will be able to defend pretty well here, but I don't know about against 5. That's looking really tough.
Ceruledge is going to get that point.
But that goal zone is gone. They're going to start a fight off of it, though. Unite coming in with Dragonite. Look at that. The Gyarados chasing down. They're going to hit a huge Unite on Toon. Toon going down.
Yeah, but Gyarados isn't finished. They're going to dive on in as well, trying to look for more KOs. 2 members, 3 members of Nouns are down. However, 2 members of Onyx Rise are eliminated as well. The fighting just doesn't stop. It was a slow burn there, but finally we are reaching that boiling point.
Oh no! Are we reaching that boiling point or not? It's Ray with 50 points and 1 HP, not realizing that Luna was in the tall grass, and that's going to be very, very unfortunate.
The Slowbro. Help the Slowbro.
I mean, Adesu's there as well. They shouldn't be taking all
Honestly, he just needs to get out of there.
Wow, actually, it's going to be Adesu just leaving. Bro saying, all right, I'm giving this one up. Just get away. I'm going to build some space.
Just got to take the KO reset as they can, but 195 to 123. Nouns still have the lead. They have Lucario and that Charizard at level 13. However, Onyx Rise, despite the points discrepancy, they've managed to keep up in levels.
They have. It's actually very impressive. They're just barely, I think like they're just barely on level, I guess I could say. We could see them out level very, very soon. just because they've been so far ahead on the side of Nouns Esports. But they've got about a 72-point lead, or exactly a 72-point lead. So they can hold on to that. This is going to be really big. I feel like if this basement Reggie can go to the side of Onyx Rise, they'll be exactly even or maybe even slightly ahead as far as levels go, as Nouns is going to prioritize that Reggie Alecki to get more pressure onto that top half.
Yeah, but it's interesting because none of Onyx Rise are going to actually retreat and defend that. They're going to let it crash. Instead, they want to prioritize this Reggie steal, which will be huge for the team. Grubs going in, seeing if they can get the steal, but
oh, they secure it.
Rise get the secure with Sarah Lynch.
Ooh, that is tough. And honestly, you're in a scary position right now. I don't know if you really want to go in on the side of Nouns. Yeah, they're just going to back up. But now, look at this. We look at the levels, and it is exactly even, but then slightly ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, it was exactly even. Now it's slightly ahead on the side of Onyx Rise. All of their lower levels are just slightly ahead. The points lead still in Nouns' favor, but again, they've got to win.
All right, Charizard starting off the Ray. I think Cerulege is looking to just hang back and snipe if he needs to.
That Earthquake, and they are, Mammoth Slime is rumbling the floor, chucking them up in the air, being able to take down 2 members, and now they have siloed out that Slowbro, who is now on the chase as they are trying to shred down
Ooh,
this
5 on 2 or 3.
with the Charizard, who's up in the air. However, the Unite move had just ended up
Ooh, that was a quick burn there.
You cannot be unmatched with a Hyper Beam secure.
Hyper Beam, there's one thing you want to do with Hyper Beam, and that is burn down Rayquaza. Points lead now barely in the favor of Onyx Rise. They're up by about 108 points. They've got to.
What are they going to do here? Are they going to be able to figure this one out? Or is it GG's?
Look at this. Axew with 50 points in pocket. Still has a shield. Umbreon hiding up on the top path. Adesu does see Axew. They are going to be backing up. Maybe trying to take
Oh, that Umbreon's very sneaky top.
Maybe a Unite move. Be able to unite in, use that shield safely.
They're really waiting for a moment. Will they figure it out? Nope. We got Lucario and Slowbro doing defense. Luca's going into the jungle. Can the Umbreon sneak these 50 in? Come on, Umbreon, go. Do it now. You gotta score. He's going for it.
As they end up getting 90 points, and that is going to break them in the lead. But Umbreon ends up getting 100, and now Onyx Rise have the lead once again. They need to try and take the fight, get the KO. Sarah Leach has been taken down. Once again, Trampoline Park as we have them jumping
that's not good.
with the jump pad and the Unite move. But oh my gosh, more points went on through. 449, 523, 10 seconds left to go. Can you get any more?
Oh, they got it. They took the score away again. Damn it. Oh my god, who won this?
Last chance for Nouns. We've got to look at the score.
Who's it going to go to?
Left side purple is Nouns, right side is Onyx Rise, and the winner.
Holy shit. Oh my god. 2 points. 2 points separated that.
Onyx Rise clutching it with 2 points because of the back caps there, even though Nouns tried all they could to push on forward. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
That's rough. Literally, they could have grabbed like 2 points off the ground and just dunked it. And they could have got that, but like, who would be able to do that? I don't know. That's rough.
Now, 2 times in a row, 2 sets in a row, we've watched the strength of APAC and their ability to score in the final moments of a game and win that score race. Onyx Rise, a team that came out 2nd seed of their group, has now moved into the top 4 teams in the entire world.
That is absolutely wild. Nouns weren't able to do it last year. They weren't able to do it this year. Onyx Rise, I mean, maybe, you know, there is this revenge arc, but unfortunately they just weren't there. As we look at these highlights, like Onyx Rise, you have just risen my heart rate here. And I think everybody else's.
I know. Honestly,
well, they're on to the semifinals. I believe the next 2 teams is Fennel and Talon. So whoever wins that will go against Onyx Rise.
There was so much, like, there was the mobility of the Dragonite. There was a score somewhere that I didn't even see. It was kind of a ridiculous amount, but we can take a look at the player of the game. That is going to be Axew from Onyx Rise. The Dragonite I was just mentioning 200 score. That is going to be a big number, considering the fact that they won by, I don't even remember how many points it was that they just won by. They won by like 2 points. That 200 points was everything. The fact that when they got caught by Adesu kind of running forward, they decided to back up, rebuild their Unite. They can charge back relatively quickly and then get that rescore. It was extremely good.
It was, and you know what? We're talking about the Hyper Beam Secure, being able to get those Ray Shields.
All right, JoJo, it was a wild sock and check. You catch this one?
They've had absolute wild madness here. I'm at a loss for words here, and we have a replay, Chef, that I would actually like to show. So this was the final moments. 37 seconds left on the clock. 289 to 323, and we can see Onyx Rise, they still had this tier 1, right? So if we just press play here, you can see now they were trying all they could with the surf, getting the defense here, taking the lead, but this is where it just turned into absolute mission.
Umbreon got the 100 there.
Umbreon actually ended up getting their dunk along with the Dragonite. I don't know how to use this, Chef. You're going to have to teach me.
There, I can pause it.
Oh, there we go. We got to pause. What an
Look, okay.
This is just absolute
You want to see the ultimate tech? Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I love this. We can actually move back slightly because I did want to talk about this as well. Exactly like you were saying, the Umbreon gets the scoring, right?
Yeah.
And
well, we know how to do an arrow. Oh, we've done a circle.
No, here, I'll give you the arrow.
Oh, we learning. We learning here.
We're pros at this. We're pros at this, by the way.
Yeah, there we go. The arrow, little arrow. That's a really, really little arrow. No, I'm going the wrong way. Chef, I don't know how to use this.
It's okay. We've got it perfect.
There we go. The arrow.
Oh my
the
God.
arrow, exactly. No, but seriously, incredible stuff here. I'm gonna clear this one once again for you. You can see the coming in.
Crap, you just got the news? Yeah, they lost by 2 points, of all things.
That I really wanted to point out. You got to take a look at exactly that on the main map.
JoJo, I'm sorry. I use an Ultra Ball. That's any consolation.
But it was very smart. So I think that moment, big one to take a look at. I think that was a genius endgame play overall from Onyx.
I think I need to refresh the stream. I think it's like desynced.
I'm no pro here with this replay, but I mean, it was just so close. 2 point, Chef. I know we were going off. I know the Japanese casters were going off, and the crowd was also going off. Wow.
Wow is right. And so now, again, we are one more region.
Watch, now Fusion's going to get knocked out.
As we're going to have Onyx Rise eliminating Europe completely from the tournament. Europe's gone, North America's
And then,
gone.
yeah, it'll probably be some like Asian team that gets it.
But there's still plenty of regions left to go, and there can only be one at the end of the day. So don't go anywhere because we're going to be moving on to our next set of top 8 matches right after this.
All right, I think this is a good time to refresh.
You'd figure you have to see a couple of. I know sometimes a player doesn't necessarily have the greatest Dondozo answer, but going into the port, right below them, James.
What do we got here?
Boyd
Masters
from
top cut.
Australia. I got a nice little interview with James piloting that Raging Bolt, or should I say Rigatoni Bolt, playing it because it looks like his cats. So that is really cute.
Is that really the reason? I mean...
he actually showed me a Raging Bolt, but instead of the Raging Bolt, it was his cat, and it does look very similar.
Fair play.
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe if you win the World Championships here, we can take Rigatoni on the next trip.
Exactly. Well, what is that matchup going to be? We have the Raging Bolts. What's the other deck?
Yeah, I believe this is our... on the other side, we've got the Dark deck. We're playing... What was that there?
Well, was this our Roaring Moon?
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's what the percentages were not great for Roaring Moon, as we saw. It's a difficult deck to get your friends on, but obviously it's performing very well. The Japanese
all the teams I think will win get eliminated.
Pokemon catchers.
Yeah, Unite is a wild card. You don't know how's it gonna go down.
EX V-Star decks are right now stealing 2 prize cards as early as possible.
It's the ultimate gambling because really you could pick on the stacked team to win, but
is a good question.
There's really no guarantees. There's not even a really good chance, maybe.
I didn't expect Roaring Moon.
Maybe it
here.
just says
So
that
it is
Unite's
actually
more
just
like
really cool to be even
good
in
luck
the
based.
top 8 here, so it would be really cool to see it go further than that. And then that last matchup, Isaiah versus Raz there on the ends. These are all star-studded players playing up against each other in our top 8
One match still going on to get into the top 8. This is our brand new asymmetrical cut here, Kyle. Are you a fan?
Yeah, this is great. I mean, at this point, we saw with the bracket the way it was, Rahul on a 1-2 record, working his way all
It's
the
Ray
way
based, yeah, exactly.
to
it's
9 straight match victories.
you fight, you get
Literally
Ray, and you flip a coin, and if you get it, you win. If you
that
don't,
opportunity
then
to compete for the
it is
World
what it is.
Championship. And now at this point, he's got that win in. Now it all leads to Jesse Parker at the end, but if he's able to do all that, give the man the trophy.
Exactly. Hey, maybe the light is shining, right, Kyle? Maybe.
That's what it takes.
Do you want to talk about the 10th spot that we saw on that list, Kyle?
Yeah, it's a name we've seen once or twice.
Once or twice, maybe.
Maybe the best player of all time, as we've seen. Tord Reklev, 29 points, was the #1 seed of all of those as far as the resistance, but fell short at 10th place. Still
1 point.
Incredible accomplishment, but I mean, you start to wonder, were any of those those ties able to be wins? Any of those losses able to be ties? You always think about those, but ultimately 29 points in 12 rounds is phenomenal, and you have to be very proud of yourself there.
Yeah, I feel like before I'd want to even start thinking
Good night,
about that, I would
guys.
just
No
go
German
on
with
the
Jojo
beach
today
first,
because
you
I'm
know?
tired.
Especially
All right, have a good night,
especially
Jojo.
after practicing for so long
Thanks
in
for
your
coming
hotel
out.
room
I hope
here
you
in
had
Hawaii.
fun.
Just go out
We'll be
there
here
and
for
enjoy
like
Hawaii at this
probably
point,
another,
But,
I don't know, 3 hours at this rate.
Missing it by 1 point there. We had
I at
30
least
and
want to get
31
to the point where we find out who
Honestly, even
wins
just thinking about that
the Unite
is
Championship.
bananas to me, Kyle. That is so many points.
Yeah, it's also when you think about the way that the rest of the points were laid out, Jesse stole so many points that people were counting on by just beating everyone. He didn't have to do that. He played against a Lugia in the final round. He could have conceded, allowed them into the top cut with him, and maybe had them as a competitor. He said, nah. I want to be the undefeated world champion, and he certainly has an opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, I mean, I
After
don't even
3
blame him
hours
at
of
this point. That
Fortnite, right?
is such
Oh,
an
God.
incredible feat to have under your belt, especially I know Chip was kind of saying in that lounge segment.
Oh, you reminded me. I gotta open up Fortnite on my phone
player, but
to get that skin. I still haven't done that.
definitely a very familiar player here representing North America.
Yeah, I think that just speaks to what you're able to accomplish in 1 year of solid play. His record was all accomplishments of the 2024 season, but he's been with some of the best players in the world playing every single day, focused on one goal, which is getting better.
Unite is
and
back.
He does that. He's found his deck. This is
I don't think so.
So we saw Talon really early first day, I think.
Yes, yesterday. So
Yes.
today.
Yeah.
So we are going to introduce these teams. Now, Talon, we have RBX.
Oh, it happened again. Their internet, it broke. Oh, wow. F's in chat. They'll come back in like a minute. We'll see. I don't know. Banned from Twitch. Imagine if the Unite channel gets banned next. I guess it's a good time to refresh all the streams. Was that silly kid playing with the signal cables? They unplugged the router. This is so weird, playing ads on the stream. Like, come on. There we go. We're back.
Very high placing, I guess, veterans of being here at Worlds, or I guess you should say in Japan last year on the side of Fennel. I believe 4 members altogether being there, just on somewhat different teams.
Yes, a mixture of 3rd and 4th place between those, joining forces to just make it the ultimate. Could it be the ultimate Japan team?
It's looking like it. It's looking like it's kind of hard to say that that's not the case. They have been dominating every single opponent basically that they have fought, but like I said, APAC is looking really, really good this year.
Hawaiian cat set on the
In
modem.
fact, I believe the winner of this match will go play against
That
the
would
running
happen
guys of the
too.
APAC. And so Talon,
It's like, oh, this is nice and warm and cozy. I don't think I'll sit here.
Zoinks has always got his power rankings. He's got the whiteboard on his streams. And Talon ended up for quite
Either that or
a
they
while,
sat on the keyboard and then said,
fourth or sixth or something
end
like
stream.
that, which was very, very high. However, Fennel, formerly champion of the road, they were sitting at #1 basically forever.
Yeah, but we'll
Another dude with some towels for all the sweat of their gaming sessions.
Going to go up against Onyx.
Just get turbo. Yeah, if I was doing this all the time, like
That's right.
streams of streams, then turbo would be a necessary thing.
Basically, I think Japan has had some pretty unique choices.
But after this weekend, this won't be a thing till next year, so I won't need it.
We have seen Mimikyu do quite well. Nouns was doing well with it recently, but to be first ban often over and over.
Looks like we're doing Urshifu, Mimikyu,
Oh, we're gonna lock in the Blaziken. Oh,
Blaziken and
as
Hoopa.
well. So 3 all-rounders, the supporter. It'll be interesting to see what Talon prioritize as their first pick here.
There are so many good options with how this draft has gone. I like that going with the Umbreon. That I've talked about it before. It really does not show what your strategy is going to be. It shows zero direction. You can play as a support Umbreon. You can play as a tank Umbreon. We saw top path brawler Umbreon.
Just get it for a day and ask for a refund. Yeah, I thought about it. Wasn't for me. Can I get a refund?
Quite good. When there's some other scary options like Saralege still.
I really didn't like the idea of not watching ads. I miss my ads. Can I get a refund?
Those evolutions, but it looks like we're going to answer back with a Mew. Now, we actually saw earlier, I believe it was Fennel that had that support Mew, wasn't it? Yeah, so taking that away and locking in the Charizard as well.
Well, I do believe we're most likely going to be seeing an actual attacker Mew, but that's a lot of damage. The Charizard is, once again, one of the high priority picks currently. Saralege, though, really not being picked, and they're just kind of ignoring it. I'm curious as to what their exact priority is. I don't think I've seen most of the Japanese teams play it all that much. Tone did play it, I believe, and it went really well, but we're going to see the Slowbro picked up, which has been picked up more and more as the tournament has gone on, I feel.
Yeah, it wasn't very popular in the beginning, but I guess you just can't go wrong with a slow beam, especially when that Charizard is up in the air with their Unite move. That's one of the moves that can stop it in its tracks.
Yes, they're the weird rock, paper, scissors of now unstoppable Unite moves that stop moves that are also stopping unstoppable moves is strange, but oh, the Talonflame coming in.
Interesting, we got
Talonflame. I really, really
Talonflame.
like. It's been picked up a lot less recently, but oh, also the Serena.
Yeah, so another lockdown character with their Unite move, so just lockdowns all around. But can we just say...
All right, let's get the next
Talon
prediction
playing
set up. So Talon,
this is meant
That's
to
true.
be.
Fennel.
That is absolutely true. There is no Fennel Pokemons. They can't return in kind, but you gotta love it. You know, they're going for...
What do you think, 5 minutes from now?
Is still quite strong.
Get those,
if it has the right
those
targets.
bets
I'm
placed.
assuming it's gonna be going a lot for that Espeon.
There we go.
I just like it in general, though, still as a kind of a speedster. We don't see too many speedsters, though, I would say, recently, or at least being played as speedsters. Sometimes we see them playing a little bit more as a brawler, but interesting comps on both sides. A few Pokemon that we're not seeing that are commonly being picked. No Cramorant, no Saralege, no... I feel like there's one more, but I can't think of it. There's still just a lot of interesting picks overall.
And I guess this isn't the time to really experiment here. So Lance potentially going in for a comfort pick. So I'm really interested to see how this actually
Does anyone know
works
what
in
headphones they're using and what headset? I love how they put Pokeballs on the headsets to pretend like, oh yeah, this is these are Pokemon headsets. It's like, no, you just put a sticker on them.
Leafeon also just has maneuverability to move out of that move.
It's true. It might also be trying to get rid of that Blissey, but again, there's only one way to find out. We're in the top 8 here at Worlds, and it's time to see who will be moving on to the top 4.
I think it's
First
Hyper
match
X.
of Talon on the left, Fennel on the right.
Yeah, we're actually going to see that Charmander take that central area for Talon.
What model of Hyper X would it be?
Half there. It looks like a Blissey and Slowpoke are going to take this red buff or just help them along the way. Slowpoke actually ends up taking that, an interesting one.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of annoying, honestly. We are going to see the no EXP share Slowbro, by the way. Tone, almost undoubtedly playing the Scald build up top, which should be able to prevent a lot of the damage on the side of Talon. I do like that a lot. It's going to be very, very interesting. It's not something we see all that much. We saw it a little bit to try and counter, I guess it was the Buzzwole meta, but it didn't really pop off. So I'm curious how it's going to go.
Look, it's just that shutdown potential there. Maybe for that Espeon, getting that special damage reduction there. But I mean, we have a little bird here who can't really do much. The pecking just isn't doing enough damage into Ton as that slow bird.
Yeah, it's
Or a cheap pair of headphones. Yeah, just any old thing will do. They went to the dollar store and bought a bunch of headsets and slapped some stickers on them.
Yeah, but that was a great pushback from that Umbreon to lead those Swabbers and Altaria over to their side. That way they can get the secures. It's just a matter of whether we have Lucapo retreating on back, considering that red buff has just spawned for them. Just reset before those next objectives.
Yeah, we also, ooh, nice wall. That's going to at least force Mashio to kind of, like say, oh, well, I'll hit you one time, but they weren't able to retreat to exactly where they wanted to go. And that wall, I mean, this is an interesting pick. Crustle has really not shown up much day one, but day two, it's been looking a little bit better.
We do have those Swabbers and Altaria spawning in about 10 seconds into that middle half. However, Kai is at such low HP, is able to grab themselves a berry. Nobody is there on time just yet, as they have that bird prioritizing their stacks.
And Yume just kind of hiding there, trying to get that final hit. But in the middle, it's not super contested.
You can hear the crowd cheering in the background.
This long, over 11 seconds, and only have 2 people trying to go for them. So Tone's going to not even take the entire thing, as they're going to be pushing. Oh,
we got Seeking in chat. Exclamation point, Poke Catch.
Getting that KO, well, actually, it was Damashio, but winning that fight, I should say, taking down that
I keep forgetting about Poke Gift. Do we have enough people to do it? No, I think we have enough people that play the PCG.
That way they now have 107 points. However, Sho ends up getting caught out, able to use their eject button over that crustal wall.
Yeah, that's going to be really big, is all the different mobility tools that we have to get over the crustle wall. There's not all that many, but there's going to be certainly a few really, really key ones on the team. Speaking of crustle wall, you got to get past that. That's really scary. That is going to build a little bit of, or stop the full push onto, I think, this gold zone. Give a little bit more time. He, though, dashing in, trying to jump onto Dylan. That Unite's going to probably finish them off.
Yeah, Mew is gone. Charizard is caught in a scramble there, not able to get themselves out. And this is going to give the opportunity for Fennel to go and dunk in some points, leaving it on 11. Crustle puts up a wall to stop and interrupt that dunk. However, the 26 points does go in. All the meantime, we actually had Leafeon downstairs securing themselves a Reggie Rock for Fennel. Reggie Ice.
Yeah, one of the Reggies, one of the basement Reggies.
We need 2 more.
I don't know which one's which. I'll figure it out. There's 3 of them. That's way too many to count. But we are going to be trying to steal some of the experience in the center here, as right now Fennel is just bullying Talon, pushing down their tier 2 on top with this Regieleki. The defense is looking pretty strong, but maybe not strong enough, as KYY is also going to be going down. Last one on the team. They can jump back, but that Regieleki's going in. You're not going to have a tier 2 goal zone to jump back to.
That is 3 goal zones down on the side of Talon before the halfway mark.
If anyone hasn't joined the community game, you can use the command !point Poke Start. I think if you just have like an account, that would count as an active person in chat. I don't know what they mean by active. Maybe people haven't chatted in a while. I'm not sure. It's kind of vague. Maybe I'm assuming active means like you have an account.
But as we're used to the Talon Unite running into a wall before it reaches any of the targets.
Yeah, if you guys play Pokemon community game, use !point Poke Gift, and then it will basically give someone in chat like a random reward. Like you get more Pokeballs or special items, and you can do that. I think once a day.
This map, they're up by about, I don't know, 260.
It's like your daily gifts for anyone in chat.
Something like that. But this is just looking like completely their game. We're only at the halfway mark, and their levels are like 2 ahead almost across the board. They've got good positioning for potentially whichever objective they want.
It's pretty crazy. 300 to 42, and there's still 4 minutes left.
Prioritize these objectives. 3 members down at the bot, 2 at the top. But this is going to be risky for Talon here, because this could be home base Reggie, so they're going to actually have to defend it. We're going to see Leafeon solo down that basement Reggie like we saw last time, making sure to trust their team to deal with Talon up in the top.
I like the fact that Talon is pushing really far forward to try and stop this Regieleki, like not even maybe let Fennel get to it. The X-Scissors right there, it's going to be really nice, just pushing everybody back there. Regieleki
Oh my god, Kraft. I see your bet that you put in.
getting caught a little bit, but the advantage of the mobility of choosing that move is so good, as you can see right there.
Kraft out here betting 69 Pokecoins.
Big Unite in the back from Umbreon. KOI is going to get a nice set of shields, and Lance going to the Unite. Then he's going to hit, not getting a whole amount of damage. In fact, 2 members down on the side of Talon, as now they're having to run away.
Yo, Gary, what's up? Nice to see you.
And even as a fast bird, you cannot
I'm doing good. We're just watching Pokemon Unite. We're waiting for the finals. Right now, we're just watching the quarterfinals.
As you mentioned, 364 to 48. Lucapro was also able to just starve Talon even more by taking that red buff. It looks like they have their eyes on the
How you doing? It's Saturday. Shouldn't you be out partying?
Oh, this is just going down.
Having drinks with BD.
More and more. Looking for a way to get back in with Talon is looking, I mean, kind of impossible at this point. I mean, one thing that I will say, they do have the potential for a good amount of secure.
After all, he is drink.
I mean, there's nothing going to be huge. There's no blazing or anything like that. No single striker.
He is not drink.
If you can flip, maybe you flip.
Oh
at this point,
my.
you kind of have to do something, as Talon is now down by over 300
Dude, just
points. So
go get a shirt made where it says he is not drink.
KOs, their counter scoring is going to just stop you from winning at all.
But I feel like Fennel
Actually, just say I am not drink.
as the stars align straight
And
down that
surprise him one day.
they are not going to let them in at any choke point or any of those goals. We do have objectives spawning before the Rayquaza, so it'll be really interesting to see whether any of these teams go and prioritize any of those, or whether they're just going to wait in the bush for the Rayquaza.
Just remember for next birthday.
Close to the 2-minute mark, so we will find the
I actually have the BD merch. There's merch. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Tier 1 maybe? No, it looks like Talon will be at least making sure that Regieleki is not.
I'm a noob when it comes to the BD lore. I'm like an early,
they're trying to sneak. Maybe it's a back
not early, a late follower, I guess.
Yeah, making sure to take different positioning here.
I wasn't around when it was Game Docs.
Circling them around. Leafeon has
I think it's been like, I don't even know how long it's been. Is it 3 years, 4 years, maybe 3? I'll show you next stream. Sounds good.
Now it's going to be a 5v4. They're going to be diving in. That wall is actually going to be detrimental so much to the side of Fennel. They cannot escape. The Slogan coming out is going to at least take down maybe that Charizard.
Ooh, shit.
A little more damage. No, it does get KO'd. Oh, the block on the Unite from the Talonflame with the wall.
It's a 4v3 right now.
Serena is going to get the KO on Umbreon, but he is still just so low. Tone, the only one kind of healthy, is Mashu is going to come back in with a big Unite.
Yeah, catching out that Crustle, just trying to replace your HP. However,
oh, there goes Crustle.
Taken down. Talon has decided to retreat, get that replenish as we are about to head on into round 2 resetting. I mean, all Unite moves have been used, so it's just a matter of seeing if they can get any Unite moves for the second round.
At this point, I don't even think you have time to think. You've got to go all out. There's less than 1 minute left. And
I don't think they have enough time. 50 seconds is not enough time to rip and get in score. But it's really all they got. They have to do that.
Not without a Unite. Unites are coming back. Charizard is getting theirs. We are going to see the Leafeon get theirs back as well. Those are going to be both
40 seconds.
In fact, we're seeing it start off.
Oh, there's the Unite.
Down at least one member.
Oh, they're going for the score.
Everybody's scoring in the back. The home goal zone of
I don't know about this one. 610? That's a lot of points.
Do they have enough points to return?
Everyone positions.
Score 100 with everybody, and they might still be behind as
They're got to be behind, right?
the home goal zone of Talon.
15 seconds left to go on the clock, but Fennel, they didn't even need to worry.
Oh, they're hiding the score again. Damn it.
So far in the lead. Instead, they just
Come on, guys. I think they lose. I think they still lose.
They knew exactly what their win condition was. They knew that the moment that anybody jumped on Rayquaza, they were going to just walk away. The very key amount is 500, right? If everybody on a team scores Hundo Burgers and you still cannot take that lead back, then there is just not really anything you can can do. A huge score line throughout the game, but Fennel taking control of that late game incredibly well.
Yeah, they had all of those bases.
He is the lore in a nutshell, or here is the lore. Before the BD stream was Game Docs, before Game Docs we played Smash together in college. I was
They were just so far into
I was the best Mario. Brian was the second best. Oh, is that the story? Okay, you're caught up now. Got it. I figured it out now.
I mean, you know, the story tells itself, and
That's crazy.
this is the level that Fennel are at.
Yeah, and we can see there.
I knew there was like a Super Smash Bros. Like history somewhere around there. I don't know how far. Like, did you guys play competitively?
That could have been kind of the linchpin for turning around the fight. So I love that pick.
Serena was 64,000 damage.
Unites that can stop unites, that can stop unites, that can stop unites. It's very, very funny, but if you can be up ahead of that, you are in a great
Yes,
place.
briefly. Briefly.
Was in a great
What happened? Lost like the interest?
From this match as
Who knows? You could have been the next like
so early on
Smash champion. You were the best Mario after all.
It was. That was really the kind of start, right? When you're trying to focus down a team and use points to win, right? The point advantage to win, taking out those top path goals is so important because you take down the Regileckis. Every Regilecki becomes stronger and stronger and stronger, and they can defend against it less and less and less because they have less safe places. And then Fennel knew that exactly.
Yeah, they did, and you're talking about the shutdown from the Unite moves there.
I lost interest when Smash 4 came out, and Nintendo was cracking down on PM.
And yeah, this was the moment where it's like, okay,
Yeah, that sucks that Nintendo's like that.
On the minimap, Fennel rushing on through, dunking in those points of their own as the score lead just grew.
So does that mean you started with Melee, or were you into like the N64, like the original one?
Sets in a row that have been entirely almost based around just score and score at the end. It's very interesting to see where this meta has kind of gone. But let's go into our next draft.
All right, so outcome Fennel. I guess Craft's taking this one.
Urshifu was getting taken out relatively quickly.
I played N64 and Melee.
Clearly, highly respecting that Mimikyu.
Yeah, but another
The most experience I had to Smash is like N64 with like the homies. Sometimes on the weekend I would go out to like the club, and then after come back to like some of the homies' place, like where they like stayed while they were in school, and they'd have like N64 there, so we'd be like order pizza and just play for like for the title, just being better than everyone. That's about it. Never really got into competitive Smash.
Assume that you will or assume that you won't.
The game's sick. I love it, but like I don't have the patience to like go competitive.
Now we saw so much lockdown from both of these teams. There's
So I guess I lose this bet and gets hit by Razor Leaf. You didn't lose much. I think what did you put in, like 10 points? Or like 20 points? I want to see some big bets. I want to see like someone drop like 1,000. Damn, out in the club, what a Giga Chad. Yeah, I used to be that kind of person where every weekend I had to be at a nightclub. It was like the Friday night when I had a club that I would go to, I had to be there, and Saturday night I had another one that I always go to too.
Yes, just being able to get.
And if I wasn't going out just to like, like hang out and dance, or I rarely drank. Drinking's never been my thing. If I wasn't doing that, then I was actually like the DJ of the bar or the club.
I mean, range Pikachu, something we have seen picked up a fair few times this week.
Jojo lost 1,000. There you go. I want to see bigger ones. Then I want to see someone lose like 5,000 Pokecoins.
One of these three Pokemon will probably.
That's the kind of channel points I bet.
We're gonna see the Gyarados maybe last picks.
Let's see a prediction. I'm like I'm pretty confident. If I'm confident, I'll drop like 5K. If I lose it, oh well. I'll make it on the next bet.
This time, but also a little bit more of a front line with two defenders, and Charizard getting last pick is surprising.
That is very surprising, and I guess it's a given there. You got a last pick if Talon aren't going to
DJ Crimson, pretty much.
But we are going to have a few switcheroos here, making sure to just finalize all of these items. So we're actually going to keep
Urshifu, Mew, Mimikyu, and Hoopa are banned.
And give the Trevenant the double stacks with the attack weight and the Aeos cookie. So something we have seen, I guess, Mamoswine play. And I guess because Mew is banned, Shio.
Oh yeah, I gotta start the
is
next
going
prediction.
for that
Let's do that
next
now.
Attacker support style.
Yeah, I like that a lot. We saw in Era not that long ago, in maybe the last set of big UCS tournaments, where there was a
Should make a
lot of
third
top
option.
path brawler trevenants, and it was so incredibly
The third
strong. There were a few
third
nerfs,
option
a few
always wins.
buffs to some
You
other
know,
Pokemon,
you
some
never.
fall a little bit more out of favor, but it looks like we're bringing it back on the side of Fennel. And once again,
Start
they're only
prediction.
one game
There we go.
away from moving into the top 4. Talon, they really have to fight to their last chance to be able to stay in this tournament, but it's looking really tough. I do believe they can do it. This new draft, we'll see if it can help them out.
Yeah, it's going to be a matter of getting that Gyarados.
We got
online,
a
but
Pharaoh seed in
also
chat.
the
Next
Zelda
point,
turning
Pokecatch.
into that Metagross as we are about to head on into our match. Can Talon take this match and bring
Oh my
it
god,
to
I'm
a
out of
round 3
Pokeballs.
ship?
They're going to have to, and we're going to be sending that Magikarp up top as expected. Bottom, actually, we're going to see the Torchic going. That's a little bit surprising.
How does it go for Ultra Balls?
They're just full of surprises, I think, on the side of Fennel. Their meta is
Ultra
one of the
Ball?
most interesting to actually watch. Lucapo already going up, trying to take out
Okay.
that Magikarp, doing a pretty good job.
I think
of
that's
it,
the
but
command.
They're not quite able to get that KO. Now it's going to do a lot of damage with Flail as well.
Yes, they're going to just try and
Wait,
get
I
that
can't buy that
effort
item.
up by getting those hits with
Why
the
can't I
basic
buy
attacks, but
Ultra Balls?
Also the splash, as you do have Eevee going and dunking in 2 points of their own in the top half.
I'm just gonna use the extension.
That's really why
It's just so
you're
much easier.
Pikachu early in the game. That move is so good. So many people say, like, I wish I could just keep it for the entire game. And it is true, but not able to quite get a KO with it. We got a few dunks in from both sides, very small amounts of score, and then everybody backing up. I think the respect in this game is going to be pretty high. We're not going to see the super
Alright, I am
aggressive
stocked
stuff
up.
that we've seen in a few of the other sets. And they're just going to back up. They're going to wait. And especially, you don't want to give Lance an opportunity to evolve that Magikarp into a Gyarados.
No, there is a lot on the line for Talon here, as they are going to send 4 members up in the top half to verse 3, try to secure as much experience as possible. Looks like we have Metang going in with that Zen Headbutt and Gyro Ball pick.
Yeah, that's something that they've been doing. They were doing it earlier yesterday, and it was working out really well. It's
Big
just
bets.
a
What are we
very
betting here?
scary brawler,
How many coins
especially
did you guys
combined
put
with
in?
the Espeon, that was one of the combinations that they were using. The unites together between those two are absolutely terrifying. So I'm excited to wait a little bit longer into the game for them to actually get those unites and show off how they can coordinate them.
Yes, but coordination is key, as we have Shio and Lucapo trying to shut down Pi. However, they're able to, no, they're not. They end up getting caught out by the Electro Wed Thunder combo.
Ooh,
So
5k
hard to
each
deal with early
side.
on. I mean, that is just the path winner, one could say.
This is gonna be a
Dylan
big
Sinclair's
one.
going to be kind of trolling around the center area, trying to find some experience. And,
It's a
Talon is gonna be
50-50 too right
waiting
now.
for them. Already a Charizard, already doing a lot of damage. They go for the
So whatever
experience,
you
they are gonna
bet,
get KO'd
you get
in
double.
return. Dylan will be running
Well, you get your
away,
money back
trying to just escape
and,
with their lives at this point. As
the same
it's
amount.
looking like Fennel is taking a little bit of an early lead, despite not being able to score until maybe now.
Well, but they put a lot of trust into Lance here to try and defend this top tier 1 pad. But with 3 members there, they're not able to do anything, and that is going to be a 7 over dunk.
You guys got
Yeah, that's
about 2 minutes, 2 more minutes. So around the 5-minute mark of this match, bets are locked in.
Relatively quickly. Good reaction from Talon, realizing, okay, a lot of them are top. They're not going to defend bottom. Let's take this immediately. And now we're getting close to the first.
You know what? Weird concept. Can I bet my
Good
own?
amount of health missing, I would say,
My
on the
own
side
points in my
of
own
Talon. They have
chat?
some berries. They don't want to take them quite yet in case they have to retreat and defend. So they're going to sit on that pad, get some healing, and almost everybody in the game is meeting down here on bottom.
So look, there is a hot.
Wouldn't that be interesting? Because I'm the one that gets to pick who wins. Well, sort of. Not in this case.
As the Regirock is getting poked at. However, Charizard ton is quite low as we have Metang.
Streamers can't cast a prediction on their own channel.
Just weren't enough for them.
Okay, fine, Twitch.
But we have Espeon saving themselves with a Unite move of their own. Fennel are looking quite low in HP.
They are. Every single one is low. They're trying to burn down Regirock, but instead they're going to get jumped on. And this Umbreon is going to be able to at least take 1 KO. Or maybe they didn't, actually. I thought they did, but it looks like they were able to just barely escape, get out of there. Regirock needs to get last hit. Who can actually take it? They're not only going to take the Regirock, they're going to take the Umbreon as well on the side of Fennel. Going from a very small lead
Are we going to see
to an
Fennel just
extremely
sweep it
large
here?
lead, as this tier 1 goal zone is going to have a lot of points put into it. They're not going to be able to get that 40 in that the Lucapo was holding, but they're still Nil up by about 150 points, and now their level lead is up by 2.
It's not just that bottom goal zone. We had Blaziken soloing that Reggie Alecki, and we had Ton coming in right at the last second to go and break it down. The fighting isn't going to stop here as Dylan is trying to work their way away, but they end up getting shut down by the focus blast from Blaziken.
The house can't bet. I guess the house only gets to place the bets, not winning them.
KO streak from P, amazing stuff, and yeah, 2 level 11.
I mean, it would be sick if I could, because then I could bet whatever I want, like 1,000,000 points.
But they're also getting some more expensive stuff.
And then if someone bets against me, you would take it, and I would lose nothing because I have unlimited. I'm basically like printing money in my own chat.
What can you do? Especially when it's Pokemon like Blaziken and Charizard that have the lead on you. It doesn't matter if you're a tanky Metagross, you're getting melted. It doesn't matter if you've got some self-sustain as Gyarados, you're getting melted. It just doesn't matter. And look at this. They see any sort of opposition, they're like, we just have to give up.
Yeah, they're just going to protect that pad, but the thing is, the risk, the Reggie Alecki, 10 seconds left to spawn. If Fennel grab this, that is going to be heading towards that home base because they have no protection. Talon are aware of this, so they're going to send all of their recruits up into the top half to try and shred it down themselves.
Well, they are
Crimflation. Yeah, it also ruined the value of my own currency. It's not good.
They're trying to defend, but big double or big start. Single unite outside the bounce and now the unite from the Metagross.
I think the point is to make my currency more valuable by having no points. I gotta get you guys to make bad bets and lose all your points. Isn't that how crypto works?
Most importantly, going in, so even the support of the teammates on the side of Fennel will not be able to stop that.
Oh, the maneuverability. Unfortunately, Fluxzone was just not enough to stop them. We have Blaziken going on in, Charizard going on in with the Unite move. However, they quickly get shut down. Once again, Lance diving straight onto that Pikachu. 2 KO streak for them. Unfortunately, Yumi wasn't close enough to provide some eggs.
And Lance going for even another. They are starting to pop off. Level 13, first one in the game for going from a huge level lead on the side of Fennel to now Lance being far in the lead. Well, now not far in the lead as we see another level 13 on the side of Fennel. This is looking like a much closer match than just a few seconds ago. The points lead not super significant. 1 minute 20 seconds left to the final stretch. Level
This could be anybody's game still.
Slightly in the advantage of Fennel, but just barely. And that Gyarados really popping off.
I think this is a really smart move from Talon.
It's not over yet. Do not give up.
Utilizing all of the Unites. They had a lot of wild Pokemon on their side, so just trying to hit those power spikes. However, Fennel are aware of this. They're going to try and secure these birds for themselves, using a little wish to heal them. They need to play it safe.
Wait, did the Charizard spin back at them?
That will spawn in 20 seconds.
Once again, this is Fennel. Fennel's chance to move on into the top 4, and Talon.
It looked like they were spinning on base, but then Charizard's like, yeah, I can do that too. Saying like, you guys suck or something.
Have everything on the line. Everything is being built back up. They're getting into a relatively safe position, but oh, a move in from Lucapo. That might be a mistake. They are going to be able to Horn Leech out, try to get back to safety, and a lot of damage going on to Umbreon. Sync down to, Kai down to about 1/3 life, and they're going to have to back up. That Regieleki is getting threatened. The fight might happen here for Rayquaza as RBX now being hunted down, taking so much damage. Everybody taking a lot of damage. Unite coming out from the Charizard, Unite coming out from the Pika, from the Espeon, everybody in a row, but no KOs going to the side of Fennel. 1 already on the side of Talon. That's going to be 2. They're hunting for 3 Lance. The real highest damage on their team needs to escape, but they will not.
No, and they are down for 25 seconds, which means Fennel have the chance.
Aloha from Hawaii. Kiki, welcome on in.
With the Umbreon, who has popped their Unite move.
How you
not
doing?
Able to get any shielding of their own, as we have them pushing on forth, seeing if they can get another catcher. But the slow beam onto the Charizard. They have been wiped out as Rayquaza is now at half HP.
Oh, this is looking like it might be turning the other way. Gyarados just respawning, not gonna be there in time for the fight. So the curse from the Trevenant is gonna be gigantic as 2 members now of Talon are very low. 2 members are KO. Dylan running away, trying to just escape. Lance coming back into the fight, but you're the only one.
Ooh,
left.
just Gyarados left.
You don't have a chance to steal. You've got to escape.
There's no shot they live.
Not gonna get that chance. Fennel has a chance to take this Rayquaza. Slowbro's getting a little bit close, but can't get
Ooh,
that
I think that's GG's.
Machio taking not only a 4 KO streak, but the Rayquaza on a support Pikachu.
That is experience share Pikachu. The amount of damage they were able to do with that. Now they're going to go and dunk in some points. And unfortunately, I don't think there's a lot that Talon can do here to try and defend, as we already have Slowbro getting wiped on out.
Oh, this is looking rough. I mean, not only do you need to defend, you need to get the team wipe, you need to turn around, run to the other side of the map.
This is for everything.
Right now, you're the one who's getting wiped. 3 members probably not going to be back up. 4 members probably not back up in time to even reach the other side. Only poor Slowbro left, going back into their goal zone, and that looks like there's no more chance. Just sitting outside as Fennel is looking at their victory through, I guess I don't know, whatever the wall is there.
Oh my god, they're just fighting on the wall? Come on.
One final fight just for good measure, but with 10 seconds left,
I think they just gave up, honestly.
Fennel to a 2-0 victory.
I think they're defeated.
Into our top 4 at Worlds.
The first top 4 that we have here today at the World Championships in Honolulu. The crowd goes
All right, that's
wild.
another
They are
series
also
done.
Celebrating their victory, and that was a top tier victory indeed, as they just created so much pressure.
All right, so it's Fennel and Onik Rise. Them two will face off.
Like I said, looking like one of the best teams in the
We got 2 more matchups. Zeta Division, Zora Tigers Gaming. They'll battle out next, I believe, and then we got K-Kaloke and Fusion.
If they want to stop their reign of terror at this point, incredible players earning their spot into that top 4, but a huge hand as well to Talon, making it all the way into the top 8 at Worlds. A great showing, just a little bit short of that top 4 spot.
Look, they have still got to be proud of themselves, right? Making it up to day 2 is no easy fate there. But top 4? Fennel? That is insane. And I mean, this is probably the reason why they were so high on Zoinks' power rankings.
They were. Zoinks off to the side, very shiny. I'm sure you can actually see his shine off of my face, but he's got to be very happy, proving that his power rankings are looking very, very good, and they're certainly good in the hands of Fennel, who have, by the way, had so many different picks over the course of
My
this tournament.
points. Oh, we gotta do the cash out.
Number 1 of this Slowbro with the Scald was so incredibly interesting. You can see right there, an eject button Scald to try to get a final hit, but it was working. It was a pick that was
All right,
very
there you
cool,
go.
very surprising, and
Paying you guys out.
Yeah, it was effective. As we see this was such an intense moment here. Talon having all of their members try and shred down the Rayquaza, but the big brain plays from Fennel to just abandon that and get in the dunks of their own, which means the points
The
don't
rich
even
get
matter with
richer.
shields.
Yeah, no kidding. I think Kraft has the most in the channel.
It feels like it's been a long time since we've seen a Rayquaza win until, of course, this final moment of Game 2, where they were able to just take the Rayquaza, but they actually technically
There might be someone has more points than you,
but Lucapo, legendary
but I'm not sure.
MVP,
If,
player of the game,
because they haven't been here in a while, so I don't know.
And they did actually have the double stacks there. I mean,
I don't know if there's a way to
here,
actually look that up.
replay,
I don't think there
full
is.
KO streak, but also the Rayquaza. I mean, yes, they did have their whole team there.
Ooh, I'm
but I
thinking
bet those
Meadow. Meadow might have more than you.
Oh, yes, that is so good to see. And yeah, on the fact
But
that we support Pikachu, we've seen Pikachu
I think
being built both different ways
if
throughout the
they
entire
did
tournament.
have more than you, you're like definitely catching up, or you're
Even if you're going
past
as a
them.
support, you can
I
help
don't know.
teammates win the lane, you can help give them experience, and then you can still pop off near the end of the game, which is super cool to see.
Sits
And again,
outside of the
shows
Hawaiian casino.
flexibility of a team like Fennel,
With
able
the
to play
pina
Mew as
colada,
support,
right?
Able to play Trevenant back in top path, able to play Pikachu as support, or Pikachu normally. I believe they maybe chose Pikachu.
Technically, I
or
lost
maybe not, but they've got so
4,013
many
points.
different Pokemon in so many different roles.
Really?
They
Is that how that
surprised us with
works?
Top Path Brawler, Slowbro. It's just like we cannot even begin to anticipate what we're going to see from Fennel in the future. And now we know
Yeah,
that
you
we're
know
gonna see more
Crimson.
Fennel in the future. I believe they earned their spot against Onyx Rise up in the top 4.
It's you're drinking it out of a coconut with like a straw.
This is the thing with a huge roster like this, you need to have things up your sleeve, especially when you have the team doing their research and watching.
Oh, right,
So I'm
right.
wondering
Your
what other surprises
your
we're gonna see
net
from Fennel
gains.
here, and I'm really excited to see them in the top 4.
Me too, but we've got
Net
more
gains,
matches.
net loss. I don't
Who's gonna
know.
make it to the
One or
top
the
four?
other.
If you want more matches from Japan, we're going to get that right up next with Zeta Division up against Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea. Another clash with potentially one of the final members of a region. So don't go anywhere. We're going to decide our third member of the top 4 right after this.
The 1K soften the blow. True. Very true.
World's Edition, snacks with snacks, baby. Hawaii, that's where we're going, so Hawaiian snacks, it makes sense. Hurricane Hawaiian popcorn, mystery silver
Oh my god,
packet,
Doob
going
Snacks
straight
gets
in.
to be the
Lot of
snack guy,
nuts.
does he?
For the amount of setup required, pop
He's got
the bag of popcorn
spam.
and eat it. There's popcorn, I'm gonna say 5 out of 10.
What is he doing
the
with
original
spam?
Hawaiian soda crackers. So like saltines have salt, these are eens. No salt to them. Just a flat line.
They're
saltless
eens,
product.
okay.
Whatever, 2, 3. Sweet Maui onion chips. This is what I like to put in my save for later pile. 6 out of 10 here. Kona Coffee Royal Cream Crackers. This I would eat on their own, but I would love to dip this in coffee as well. 8 out of 10. Canned sizzle pork. Pop this open like a military ration
Sizzle
from
pork?
the 60s. Great color, just that of cat food. 4.5, but you can gussy this up to at minimum a 7. This is tuna sashimi for the content. I mean, tuna sashimi is good.
What?
6, I'll go 6. Island iced tea. 5.25. Mauna Kea cookies. No shot I said that right. Is this like made of spackle? What is in the middle of these? Dropping this to a 4.25.
Is this made
Yahweh
of
smoked
spackle?
barbecue macadamia nuts. Great like on the go snack, I imagine. 6.5. Okay. What is this?
Pineapple.
An apple. Okay.
Ouch.
The outside's a little tough, but the inside's good. If you just remove the outside of this type of apple,
Yeah.
I think it'd be a pretty decent snack. So like in the apple family, I'd put it at like an 8. Worlds, Honolulu, Hawaii, we did it. The last snacks with snacks for the year. That's 4 done now. We'll keep this train rolling if they'll ever have me back. Peace, love, and hugs. We'll see you in a bit.
Hello there, I'm Anna Prosser here
Oh
at the
my
Pokemon World
god.
Championship,
I don't think
and
you
I'm here
can
with
give
Taka
any snacks really high. There was no 9s, there's no 10s.
Slowpokes.
And why did
For
you
a guy
choose
named
Slowpoke?
Doob Snacks. It's very critical about his snacks.
His name was Loki, and he was like really slow. Yeah.
Slowpokey.
Slowkey.
Slowpokey. And you guys are here cosplaying as a couple, right? What's that like?
Sizzle pork, ew, bro. This guy is gross.
We
as
can always
fuck.
do coupley cosplays together, and we're always like bouncing off each other's energy, giving
Who
each
eats
other like
tuna
hypes
like
and
that?
stuff
I
like
mean, he's doing it for the content, I guess. I don't know.
Cosplay, is that right?
Yeah.
Thank God that's over.
We wanted to be able to move around.
That's Pokemon approved content apparently.
What have you been doing moving around?
Mostly today we're just mostly watching.
Tuna sashimi is great. I've never had it. I wouldn't know.
What do you guys prefer to watch?
We love Unite, but we also love the VGC and TCG and Go.
He was gonna say
Do you have anyone
VZ
specific you're
cheesy.
rooting for or just like to watch?
We're rooting for
Yo,
Lumos.
I love Pokemon Unite, but I love VZ cheesy.
Awesome. I also can't help but notice you have some bling here. Tell us about that.
This is my prized possession. This is my Beckett Black Label Slowpoke. This is
I'm gonna
not
call
the most
VGC
expensive
that
card,
from
it's
now
not a
on.
Charizard, but it means a lot to me, and yeah, I can't replace it.
The value is wafting off of it. I can see it. I can feel it.
I'm sorry, he submitted it himself.
I also like cheese. I'm a huge cheese
when he's, like,
lover.
feeling down, he'll, like,
You
open
can't have cheese in this house. I will nom it all.
I totally understand that. And I'm sure a lot of people at home can absolutely relate to that as well. I want to ask one more thing before we go. A lot of people may be a little intimidated by an event that's as big as Pokemon, and you're here being like, I'm comfortable, but I'm also dressed up, and I'm watching matches, and I'm hanging out with friends. What advice would you have for someone who wants to come and get involved in the Pokemon community?
I would say just come because you're surrounded by everybody who loves the same thing, which is Pokemon, and I think it's amazing that we're all celebrating this.
Yeah, it's a very inviting community. Like, everyone here is very inclusive and accepting. It's very nice.
I think that's really true. Thank you both so much for your time. You are so cute. And now let's get back to the Pokemon World Championship.
Oh, here we go. Your resident content cowboy. Yeehaw. Oh no, it's not him? Does he just have his own sign?
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite World Championships 2024 here in gorgeous Honolulu, and honestly, first thing we got to credit is that amazing stage behind us. Unbelievable work from production to make it look just as good as the surrounding area. What's up, everybody? I am
Donde Esta
and we are
La
almost
or
all the way
El
through our
Cowboy.
quarterfinals
He's around.
matchups.
He's somewhere.
Top 8 games. We have 2 more remaining before we make it into top 4.
And it's going to be a pretty devastating matchup because I was telling you before the broadcast swings, I feel like whoever wins this could divide communities. We have Zeta Division from Japan. You guys know them. We all love them. They are such a young and talented group of players going up against Zora Tigers Gaming, the Korean representative this year, and they have shown so much potential on the world stage. And if they beat Zeta today, they would have been the furthest best performing team Korea has had yet.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Top 4 placement would be obviously a trailblaze moment for the region, and this team is incredible. The best look we have seen from Korea out of all 3 competitive seasons by far. They have been playing amazing in the group stage. They looked fantastic, able to make it out, and then of course push past their round 1 opponent in round of 16, make it into that top 8. But this is most likely the most challenging opponent.
Japanese team's way too strong.
Division
Isn't one of them Korean though?
These teams that are still in the tournament from Japan have been so strong and have been demanding so much respect from the entirety of the playing field.
Yeah, and I think Zora
I don't know where I
Tigers
can
as well,
find that
they're looking to
information
get
because
a lot
like I have
more
the
respect their
playoff
way.
tree
And if you need
in
a
front of me,
notable
but they don't say
achievement from
like
this team,
what
Zora
region they're
Tigers, They were
from.
the ones to eliminate MYS on the B stage earlier today, and we know a lot of people are looking forward to seeing MYS progress further through the tournament. So for Zora Tigers to beat them, that has to say something, because leading up
They'll
to
probably
the
say in a
world
moment.
stage,
They usually have the region right beside their team name when it shows up.
MYS. A lot of them really looked up to this team, and to have them eliminated
Does that
by
guy
Zora
have the
Tigers,
Fortnite
I
switch?
don't think
The
you
blue
want
and
to
yellow
be
one?
underestimating them this late
you imagine?
in the competition.
Yeah, no way can you underestimate this team any longer. I mean, an accomplishment like this of just getting into top 8 and probably the toughest competition that we have ever had at the World Championships, I think already is demanding of that respect. And now if you can take down Zeta Division, I think it's very safe to say at this point in the tournament that Japan is favored to win this whole event. If you can take down
pretty
one
sure
of those
Zeta is
Japanese teams, I mean, all of a sudden Zora Tigers
Japan.
Gaming becomes the team to
I was gonna say
beat.
JP, but I'm like, what's the point of saying
To
JP?
me, I mean,
Japan.
their next opponent, it's top 4, right? We still
I think he'll
gotta
say
go
in a
through one
moment.
more match before
Well, when
we
the
get into
actual
that grand
match
final,
starts.
So, I mean, we've got
We'll
to figure
see.
out who's going to be top 4 first and who's going home. Because
I think Tiger
unfortunately, we can't
Gaming
have
is
both these teams
Korean.
progressing through the tournament. So while we
So
wait
what
for
you're
this
saying
tournament to get
is-
set up, like, I guess we've got to talk about these teams and what they've shown so far on
Zeta's
the main
gonna
stage.
win.
We've seen Zeta Division, so this is not a team that's going to be new to people if you have been watching the main broadcast. But Zora Tigers, we haven't really seen a lot of these guys on the main stage at all. A couple of matches here and there, but from what we've seen so far, I don't think we have seen the full potential
Yes.
of Zora Tigers yet.
I guess we'll find
Yeah, I
out.
mean, to be able to take down
Predictions have been pretty bad.
MYS, like you called out,
We'll probably get another upset.
put some eyes onto this squad to see.
So
what they
I
can
guess maybe
do.
my money's on Tiger Gaming.
Rosters. We saw them a little bit earlier before. We got Mule, Chobo, Ward, Jong, and Subin on this Zora Tigers Gaming team.
The finals is going to be
Specific
Japan
player I
versus
wanna call
Japan.
to watch. It's got to be Ward. Ward
Probably.
is an unreal defender.
We have no
player.
NA.
Plays
We don't have
the
Brazil.
entire host of the Pokemon available in that role and plays them at a top level. But a couple other players on this roster, Mule and Chobo in particular, have qualified for the World Championships all 3 years on different rosters. But now that they've found themselves on Zora Tigers Gaming, this is where they have found the most success.
And to have people play it
Was there even an NA team? Yeah, there was actually.
And assisting their newer teammates that might not have
What was their
competed
name
at the world
again?
stage before, prepare them mentally, teach
Let me
them
look at the
how
list
to get
again.
ready for these tournaments, because if it's your first world, sometimes you get a little the jitters, you get the shakes, you get a little bit nervous, but to have
Oh yeah,
someone hold your shoulder and
orange
say, "It's gonna
juicers.
be
That's it.
okay,
I was like, no, I
got you,"
forgot, but
it really helps,
they were our
especially
last
at
hope.
the
Unfortunately, they were
top
knocked
level
out.
competition that we are about to see today. Draft is up for both of these teams, and Zora Tigers Gaming moving in Zeta Division. What is on the table
Game is rigged
when
to
it
Japan
comes to
only.
bans? So far,
Not
some pretty popular
originally.
choices here.
I think NA was really good. I guess this year is the turning point. This is where Japan starts to take over and just leave NA in the dust.
Which is not as super popular in our tournament, but it will be that Leafeon. So Zeta Division.
What were the other teams craft other than Orange Juicers?
Pokemon is. It's truly the only speedster that's really found a lot of success here on the main stage. A little bit of Dodrio in some niche cases, and in fact, this might be the game where we see the Dodrio come out from Kakata, but we'll have to see. The first selections from Zord Tigers Gaming, clearly the Umbreon, but Zeta Division is going to pick that.
Yeah, they're Korean. It says Korean there.
Yeah,
Zeta's
Blissey has been
Japanese.
such an integral Pokemon for Zeta Division. They really love to use that Bliss Assistance aggressively, not just to save their teammates, but really capitalize on that massive damage boost for whoever gets that Bliss Assist. Now, this Urshifu Vitopo, we know he is incredibly aggressive as a player, so he's going to be wanting to make those moves early. And I was wondering, as Zora Tigers, do they want to match that energy? And if you're picking Blaziken and Inteleon, you're going to be a little slower out the gate. But the good news is that they have actually prevented Rom from getting his hands on that Inteleon.
Exactly. Yeah, if you could prevent Rom from having that playmaker sniper Pokemon in Inteleon.
NA as in North America, more like not available. Yeah, I hear that too. NA gamers are too casual. We only like Melee, and Nintendo doesn't like that.
Way more success than people think I expected from it. We see
I don't know what it
percentage
is.
stats on this player right now. Rom is a 100%
Other MOBAs is the same thing. NA doesn't do well.
All right. Actually, I want to point out, Rom and Sabine, they've got
LG,
very similar pools of
G,
Pokemon that they play.
OJ,
They both
and
play
Fluffy
Espeon, they both play Inteleon,
Nemesis.
which I think is a very interesting observation. But what are we going to
And
see
of all of
rounding out
those,
here
only
for Zeta Division?
OJ
They
and was
have been
LG
favouring
in
that
the.
Blastoise, and it's going to be on
Were they
Kokoda
playing today?
again. So a fan favorite of his.
They were knocked out, right?
Looking at the two draft Zoinks, okay? Who are you
That's
kind of
crazy if
favouring
that's-
here,
if
just
LG
going
didn't-
into the laning stage?
I guess, yeah. I see the tree here. I don't see them on the
We're going
list.
double defender into an Inteleon. We might not have that dive potential outside of maybe some early game moments of Vidopo, but other than that, I think we're feeling very solid. If we're looking at just some of the statistics, I think you're feeling fantastic about Zeta Division's composition.
No, just OJ and Nemesis. Ah, okay.
71%
I didn't even see
of their
if
games
Nemesis
in
was on this
tournament,
list.
and
Where
they're
are
walking
they?
away with an 80% win rate on it as well.
Oh, they were.
We see
They lost
items
to
being
Talon.
selected of that muscle band, rapid fire scarf, and focus band. We're going for a lot of auto attacks. We're looking at a spin stoice.
Looking at a Spin Stoys and being such a big team as well. Look
Spin
at how
Stoys?
big
Yeah,
and
the
tanky
mon that
Zeta
I
Division
seem to forget how to do every time I
This
use
is
it.
gonna put a lot of pressure on Zora Tigers to now have to focus
Crimson,
their
what are those
damage
side
in those
screens? Are
fights.
those
They have to
the
focus someone
consumer
down,
brains?
because if you spread that damage,
You know what? You wouldn't be wrong, but so Pokemon Worlds has like 4 different categories. We're watching only just one of them. This is Pokemon Unite, but the other screens are the other streams that are going on at the exact same time.
long as possible.
So you also have VGC, which is like the main series Pokemon games. So like Scarlet and Violet. For you, Gary, if I got to translate, it's like Pokemon Red and Blue. You know, and they battle and they see who's the best in the main series video game. And you have Pokemon Go, which is the app where you actually play in the real world, and you know, you touch grass, you catch Pokemon, that kind of thing. But you also battle in it, so that's the one at the bottom. And then you also have the Pokemon trading card game, TCG, so that's just with the cards, just battling with the trading cards. You forgot to add Subway Surfer. Yeah, that's exactly how content works these days. You just do whatever you want and put Subway Surfer in the corner of the screen, and you just get views.
I actually love this buff mirror matchup happening in the top lane, right? We've got
Honestly, it's like I should just try that and just see what kind of results I get.
they want to try and get that
Touching grass, wow, that sounds interesting.
but the central laners have headed
Gary,
towards
do
that bottom
you
lane,
not
but
touch
looks like
grass?
that first KO is going to be on that Sobble. So for
Yo,
Zeta
crap! I
Division,
just
a
got the
great
skins in
start in this
Fortnite.
bottom lane 'cause they've gotten rid of
I
the
literally just put my
attacker.
character on auto run for like 20 minutes, and it like worked.
For that third, if they can, Tomato is gonna be okay. Actually gonna be
Which reminds me, I do have a TikTok I'm gonna do about touching grass. There's one clip where I went to regionals. Let me post the link in chat. I have a follow-up to the video coming out soon. Just haven't had time to do
I
it.
mean, Tomato has understood these defenders so well. We talked about how they've been a dominant force on Trevin for so long. Lapras in some games. It's been a minute since then. But even this Swinub, Piloswine, Mamoswine, whatever stage they're at, they know the ins and outs and how to dominate the laning phase.
All right, so Jong, he is that Gyarados, but he's not looking too happy here with 3.
Why does Snorlax have a tree growing out of him? Ew. Yeah, that's called a G-Max. I can't talk today. Gigantamax Snorlax. It's like a special form in Sword and Shield. So when they G-Max or whatever, they look different. Butterfree, Charizard has a Gigantamax. Brian, when he's here, he has the Gigantamax Charizard.
Position, and with how aggressively
yeah, so Snorlax is so big, he basically just turns into the earth or something. I don't get it.
To capitalize on any mistakes.
Yeah, it's been tough.
Grass is bad, it hurts me. Times 4. Oh, you're at your 4 times a week to grass.
Jong going to take some early damage, and if there's a bright spot for Zor Tigers Gaming is that they're keeping a pace with.
So yeah, I posted the link to the TikTok video.
Really out of hand if that Gyarados starts getting out leveled, but they got a 1v3 to take care of. On the bottom side of the map, though, things are looking quite good. Subin setting up some of these snipe shots is out leveling Rom, but Espeon doesn't really need that level scaling as much as other attackers.
Kabigon is perfect with a tree.
Top lane because the Gyarados unfortunately was taken out. Just so
I'm a Swampert.
Offense happening in that top
Oh,
lane.
that is true. I didn't even realize you were Swampert.
They want to completely control it. Break the goal zone, go straight for these objectives. If they can deny Zora Tigers all of the objectives.
Yo, crap, we got an armadillo in chat. Sandshrew.
That's where you're going to have to be questioning if you're Zora Tigers. What's your plan B? Because the overall composition for this team is really team fight.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, taking out Zora Tigers Gaming in that early fight makes things a little.
When I get a house, I'm getting turf. Ain't mowing no grass. Damn, I've seen people completely rip their grass out and put like cement or just a rock garden.
Taking out the Umbreon. That is a huge KO for Vidopo to find that Gyarados for a second time. And
I don't want to mow the lawn either.
Will most likely be
or rocks. There you go.
Rather soon, but we need those attack weight stacks on the urgent move first.
Love that Ward just swiped away the points just in case Mikopo was thinking.
Great call, honestly. I like that. Yeah.
You know what you should do? You just change your front yard into a WWE arena. There you go. Then you don't have to mow the lawn.
Up and staying together. You are not going to find this team separated. The only one alone is Tomato, but you know, Tomato, he's just a diversion. He's just doing his own thing. Yeah, he goes down, but it's just a Piloswine.
Exactly. I mean,
that's a good idea. Watch. I'm going to see a video of Gary standing in the middle of the rink like, I just did this. There'll be Snail Mania all the time.
Nobody within range, as well as Jong's Gyarados Unite move, finds nothing, and Rom was able to take that knockout. Kokata does take a pretty big snipe shot, but Wajiro...
Oh, we didn't do the prediction, did we?
Will take a bit of damage, but positioned there to block the damage from the Blastoise.
Okay, I'm going to have to make it short. I'm going to make it a 1-minute prediction time.
On the side of Zeta. They could have tried to break that into a fight, but they just decided, guys,
because it's already at 5 minutes.
Can't give him any opportunities. We cannot make those mistakes. So just to go for the reset, grab the wild Pokemon again, reset your buffs, get ready for this next objective because it's going to be that top Reggie Alecki. Now these snipe shots, this can start to add up for Zora
In this
Tigers.
video, I turned my front yard into a WD40, WWE arena.
Absolutely an opportunity for somebody to get jumped.
Exactly. That's going to be
It's like a Mr. Beast video.
Out of Mule's job. You want to jump on those low HP targets and take full advantage.
It's like I took 5 Twitch streamers and we made the ultimate WWE arena. I want to say WD-40. That's the mechanics coming at me. Shit, where's the WD-40?
It's Rom getting to work. Vidopo into the backline. They have found Subin in that tall grass, but they're going to have to chase them down all the way. Jong learns what's going on in this fight. It's just going to recall back to base as well as
we don't need it. The Japan is going to win. Oh my god.
The people to initiate that fight, it was
they better not.
Espeon jumps forward, Psychic Solaire locks everyone in place, just opening them up for those.
I'm just going to be cheering for the underdog from now on.
Got a little bit too far here, maybe not. They're still getting knockouts here. The freeze onto the mid attack animation there for Jong. They will get Tomato, but again, remember, this is just a defender. He's just level 10. He's not giving those levels away. Rom, in the meantime, he's a level 12 Espeon, so you kind of don't want to be losing your attacker here. Maybe Zeta Division stuck around for a bit too long in that central area.
Maybe. I mean, they got an extra KO out of the Blaziken as well in that scenario, so I think that trade, honestly, worth it at that point, in my opinion. But the big source of experience for Zora Tigers Gaming will be found in that Registeel. Team-wide, shield, not to mention the attack buff that they are going to have. It does last 90 seconds, so it'll last for the first few moments of the Rayquaza fight as soon as it spawns in. They'll have to try to contend with that extra damage and see if they can make any
Oh,
kind of
damn.
happen.
Conan,
So
you have
far,
no one to
Zeta
bet
Division has
against.
been
We need more people betting. Everyone in chat, start betting the channel points.
This is possibly going to discourage Zeta Division from
When the
winning
next
fight
one
because
starts,
if
get
you
in
fight
there.
into that damage buff, look how much
I want to see a
damage
10K
they were
bet.
taking just from those snipes.
We just did 5K, we can do 10K, right?
They have managed to catch out that blast wave, but Topo, though, really thinking, does he want to go in there? They do get the pullback, but it's just an Umbreon. And Tomato
Gary, you missed it? Oh, no.
on that attack buff. Zeta Division,
It's
they
funny
need
because
to calm down.
whether you know the
Like
the teams, good luck predicting who wins because it's kind of been crazy.
Defense is going to be incredible from Zeta Division. You're investing in this double defender composition for
Anyone who had like
and it applies a lot
any
crowd
kind of
control,
info
but
of like,
it's
oh,
also
who's the
so
best
difficult
teams would have bet on them and would have lost.
time when you're trying to score on these goal zones. But that push will result in Zora Tigers Gaming having the superior.
Wait, so I get my coins back or do I lose them if I
They're going to
if?
push in a little bit early.
Interesting
That's a good question, Conan. I don't know.
Sabine is actually back in their central area trying to
I think if you bet wrong, you lose them.
Now with 50 points, 5 seconds
But if you
left on this
win, what do you
attack buff
get?
before it expires, and Zeta Division, I'm pretty sure they're keeping tabs on this. Once that's down, it's an opportunity for them to jump.
All right, Tomato was
I also don't know crap about the teams. Yeah, you don't need to know anything about them. Just watch like a game and just kind of guess how well you think it's going to go for them.
Jong does chase down a couple of targets. Jong's in the back line, but they're locked up by this Mamoswine and Espeon. Make that even longer. Psychic Solaire trapping them for forever, but Jong is able to dive away, and it's the Helion to start off. Subin finding the KO onto the Blastoise.
Oh, this Umbreon not looking too healthy. Forced to use the Unite as well. Rayquaza down to half health as well. We need to get that secure. Sabine's charging Espeon! Ram on this
No.
secures the Rayquaza.
They
and
got the
three
Ray.
Teammates on Zora Tigers instantly knocked out in that battle.
Oh, that's rough.
Division, I don't know how they do it. They are so good at securing these objectives.
They made the perfect play calls in those final moments. Blaziken, realistically, the only secure threat that they really had to deal with. And as soon as you see Rayquaza gone, you take a look on the left side of your screen at the 14-second respawn timer. So they isolate that Pokemon first, even mid-overheat, and find that KO. With 42 seconds left and a scoreline of 700, this is Zeta Division starting off our series 1-0.
Starting off 1-0.
If you want to redo it, I can go in.
Basically setting
It's
themselves
okay.
up
I think
one more game.
if I click delete on the prediction, I think it's just refunds. Let me see.
One more game in. If they mess up the next one,
This
they
will
still
remove the
have another
prediction
game
from your
to go,
dashboard.
but
Viewers will no
Zora
longer be able to
Tigers,
contribute towards it. Voters will not be saved. And all channel points will be returned to the viewers who participate. Yeah, I can do that.
And again, like we've mentioned
Do
this
that.
earlier today, Zeta Division is not a one-dimensional team. It's not a case of banning one Pokemon, banning for a particular strat.
It's a lose-lose bet.
Multiple things to
Back to betting rehab. This is what I do here. I get you hooked on betting channel points. I mean, really, what is this stream about? I'm calling it now. Japan wins all of Worlds from now on. Perhaps going to be betting on Zeta for sure.
However, they have leveled up a ton for the World Championship.
So that means if the Tiger team wins, then you could probably get some good points.
Fantastic. I mean, Zeta Division have compositions.
So we should all be voting for the Tiger Gaming to be winning.
So many different versatile offensive threats that really just, when you break it down, you have so many things to work with.
Right, so as we get ready for this next matchup, I think we have to take a look at that Ray fight because it was a case of just very, very slow, very patient play coming out from Zora Tigers, just trying to find the opportunity to just break through and hopefully get the knockouts before they were even forced to go for the Rayquaza. And so you can see here, Jong tried to
But yeah,
go
Gary,
into
how's
the
the Snail Mania going anyway?
so desperately actually get rid of Rom, but this
Almost
Espeon,
ready.
the power up after Psychic Soleil, we cannot forget that getting the attack boost is so big on an attacker.
100%. You can see here that Blaziken pulls multiple targets, is charging up that overheat. And
It's going well.
before the
Good to hear it.
overheat can secure the Rayquaza, that is an Espeon.
Wait, did the
stored
stream
power,
freeze or did they
taking that
pause it?
secure.
Okay, no, they paused it.
Unbelievable. That is so close. There was a snipe
Hopefully
shot
soon.
from one angle and an
I want to know. I
overheat
want to
from
know. I want to
another,
be
and
there.
it's Espeon taking the Ray in all of that.
Do you know how lucky you have to be as well to get stored power shots to land on Rayquaza?
I know.
Normally, it's going to be landing on other Pokemon, so
Exactly.
it's just Rom. I don't know how this man does it. It's just Rom. Plays
I'll be back
amazingly on the
getting
Inteleon
some
and
food.
the
No
Espeon.
worries.
I don't expect the Espeon ban, but
We'll be
I
here.
wanna
We'll be
know
here for a
what's the thought process
long
here with
time.
Tigers now, because ban-wise, Hooper, Charizard, whereas for Zeta Division, Ceruledge and Leafeon taken out of that pool. What changes are we going to see? And it looks like Urshifu is one of them.
Love this.
Oh, if you start to bet,
decision.
I'll
Vidopo
bet
has
now.
become
All
a
right, let's do it.
phenomenal talent on this Urshifu, and when they pair it with this Blissey that they frequently pick in their drafts, it just
I gotta
becomes
type
the
it out
rather
again.
so
Come
We'll
on,
go with that
Twitch.
Blissey for a second time, taking that Blissey Umbreon pick again.
Making
I've
my
said it
life
a few
miserable
times on
here.
broadcast, my favorite orange side
I'm just
first
gonna
pick
put
pair, but they were going to be denying
Zeta.
that
Yeah, I think it's
Urshifu-Blissey
pronounced
combination
Cora.
for 2 games in a row.
Or
And
Tires
it looks
Game.
like the next pick is going to be that
Tires.
Gyarados.
Tiger
so
Gaming.
Again, I think Jong did reasonably well on that
There we go.
Gyarados. Maybe have to just polish up that top lane a little bit more because he didn't have the easiest time. But then again, it was also Vitopo Urshifu applying a little bit of pressure up there. So if they can tighten up Jong's early game,
All right, guys,
I feel
get
like
the
Jong
bets
could be
in.
Such a big factor for the team. Now, one thing I am sort of curious about here was the fact that we locked in the support and the defender on Zeta Division. They could have gone for Roms and Inteleon, but are they basically using it as a bait, saying, okay, Rom can play Inteleon, but maybe we kind of don't want Inteleon now.
Yeah,
you can
no,
have it.
I think they're extremely confident in this more bulky frontline-based composition rather than the snipers that they've been leading into. And we're going to see Vidopo's
It's open up
Dragonite
till
locked
for
in
about
as that
4 more
final
minutes, so
pick.
there's lots of time.
Ward will be on the Trevenant in this matchup, which I think
But
is
yeah,
gonna
definitely
be
get the
one of
bets
best
in.
looks for Zora Tigers gaming that we have seen so far. But as you can see, some players swapping around. We get a better look at what Zeta Division is trying to do. That is a tank Mamoswine and a top path brawling Umbreon. Top path Umbreon is pretty unreal strong. You see it running the attack weight, so obviously it'll boost its attack stat, which means either build is really, really good. You're always going to go foul play with this. However, Wish or Snarl both will have their purpose. Umbreon has this unique mechanic where their healing is actually based off of their attack stat. So if you scale it more with attack weight, you'll be getting better Wish healing, and you can just use that on yourself if you want to as a top path Pokemon, just have that extra HP to work with.
The damage reduction as well on that Wish.
I've been
I feel
having a lot of
so
fun with
underrated.
Umbreon,
Being able to
actually.
mitigate a lot of that incoming damage.
I was
and
playing it
it's-
last night, and I'm
helps
like,
everybody when it comes to that
man, this is a good,
survivability. So
this is a good mod. I'm
we'll
starting to
have see
understand
what
like
the plan is gonna be,
more and more of how to play.
The Urshifu change,
I really
like.
enjoy like healing my
The
team
Trevenant
and also
pickup,
being able to
I
do
like.
damage.
But I
It's
don't
kind of a
know
nice
if these
mod.
two Pokemon are enough to really slow down Zeta's very quick early game progression. They are so good in the laning stages. We haven't really seen anybody really be shut down. And Rom, because he's playing Espeon, he doesn't really have that moment of weakness because he's always going to be hitting that Espeon.
And they're usually splitting their buffs too, right? But
yeah.
All right, we'll get answers to all these questions as we jump into game number 2 between
Oh no,
Zora
Crimson
Tigers
taking my
Gaming
role. I
and
am.
Zeta Division.
I told you, it's starting. I'm gonna be defender main.
So, having a look at these lanes, nothing out of the ordinary it looks like. Just pretty standard across the board. Again, lane priority.
645 versus 666. Who did it?
Are they going to be playing reactionary, or are they the ones that are going to try and make these
That's
moves
my
happen
number,
first?
666.
Certainly weren't in the previous game, so you gotta hope for Zora Tigers game they'll have a momentum response as well. I was curious if Tomato was gonna take the swing up into the enemy central area to start things off, but they are just gonna remain in lane as long as they can to try to get that Espeon evolution. Jong at about halfway through their effort gauge on this Magikarp and almost
Yeah, only bet 333 because you'll break the stream if it goes past 1,000.
extremely bulky already.
Yeah, this bottom lane is a nightmare for Zora Tigers, unfortunately. You might have a Sobble that is really good at secure, but there is so much catch potential in that bottom lane. Although, if this Urshifu comes in, maybe Mule can turn things around, but couple of hits with that stored power. Yeah, Mule doesn't look too happy down there, but he's going to do his best. Jong, though, still hanging
Oh
on.
no, someone did it. Someone did 666 versus 666.
A little bit more time, but with 3 Pokemon in that top lane, we'll have to play a little further back, maybe even go back
Great, we got the devil versus the devil.
just to get that final bit of
I mean, it's appropriate for gambling, so
Yeah, that's the fun thing about
I
playing
guess that
Zeta
works.
Division. If you go back to your central area, it's actually not safe anymore because Zeta Division will always be close at your heels. That's a Gossifleur being knocked out. Bedopo already at level 6 on this Dragonair, and able to take out the support player of Zora Tigers Gaming. A good early push by Zeta Division. This team's motto seems to be early and often with this strategy.
Yeah, I think it's still early and often they're doing a great job denying experience, really. I think all 3 lanes have been slowed down on the side of Zora Tigers. Down bottom, they're still looking at a Drizzile. Jong is just evolved on that Gyarados, so this is not an early evolution at all. And even though they've had Mule running around on this Urshifu, he hasn't had that.
Oh, we got a small amount of time left. Last call on the Gamba. Get your predictions in.
Is it just the choice of Pokemon that they've decided to go
Cribs'
for?
channel, promoting gambling since 2024.
Easily assist for a potential knockout.
Yeah, at least not until they have Snipe Shot, right? That is going to be both your closer and your
I should just
initiator.
leave Twitch and go to Kick. Maybe I gotta deal with Steak.
Even with a Swinub and an Espeon in front of them, they're not able to chase
We'll do
that tail.
slots. We'll do
It's like
slot
a little more reserved
streams.
fighting around the birds. Zora Tigers Gaming going to take most of that experience, but Tomato will take a little bit, giving them their evolution into Piloswine.
This is an interesting move. 4 Pokemon in that bottom lane up against just 2 so far, just the Piloswine and the Espeon. And the fact that they're not getting knocked out, this is a big win because up top...
This is why I bought Urshifu and Candle.
The down bottom though, this Registeel who gets a secure Rob! Again, this Espeon just swiping away these objectives.
Yeah, Ward not able to get Rom in that Woodhammer. They were trying
Wait,
to
why did
pull
you
them
buy
out of
Urshifu
the
and
ball
Candle?
pass by doing so.
For
Only grabbed 1 target and unfortunately
countering
the
who?
wrong one. So Zeta Division undisturbed in their secure attempts, and they're going to pick up yet another
Or am I just thinking
objective
something
in this
completely
game. How many
different?
times can I say that?
Both
Also, there's a Joltik in chat.
They've secured both objectives. They didn't even need Vitopo there. Vitopo soloed the Regieleki all by himself. And so Zora Tigers now back to square one, trying to figure out how am I going to get those levels on my teammates? How are we going to get some knockouts? How are we going to score? Because
I need a new role because you taken mine. We could run Umbreon and whatever else. You can still go whatever defender you want. I feel Umbreon's kind of versatile. It can be a defender, it can be the support. You can kind of play like an attacker too, right?
Going to be an easy task, and currently the Gyarados looking for a target, but Kokata taken care of well by Wajiro.
Oh, Craft, were you there when...
I
think you might have left last night. But like me, DJ, and Danny were playing, and me and DJ came up with the mean block.
See them getting knocked out at all. They're just. You also have the Blizzard system.
I think you were there. I'm not sure.
So you think you have the Umbreon, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, there's a shielding, extra damage. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to bail. Oh, Zora Tigers playing so defensively, so reactively. Does it just...
Reactively reserved as well as another word I would use for it right now. Zora Tigers Gaming play an extremely safe game. Now, the benefit of that is it has been rather challenging to score on these tier 2s, something that Zeta Division likes to do a lot.
Yeah, I left. I didn't see it. So yeah, I was on my alt account. I was running Snorlax because that's the other Pokemon I built on that account. And he was running Umbreon. So he would mean look, and then I would go into block, and basically whoever's in the mean look would have like this just stay in the corner and not move. So we just called it the mean block. We were like a duo essentially.
A little bit more confident trying to fight into Zeta Division. They're all going to launch themselves into that top lane, though, ready to defend against that Regieleki.
Toxic.
They can't quite catch anything with the Woodhammer, unfortunately, and even a preemptive Unite being used by Sabine. So really just to zone Zeta Division away. They don't get any KOs.
I wish Snorlax was more relevant.
To stop the
I had a lot of fun playing it too.
Zeta Division never done with a simple Unite move bait either. They rotate through the enemy central area, and that's a blue buff taken away onto their side now. Mule also not safe, as Kokata's going to get a ton of snarl damage into that Pokemon and stun them for a moment, and this pressure from Zeta Division cannot be understated. At this point of the map, the 2/3 of the map are within their control at any given time, thanks to this Umbreon and the Mamoswine constantly roaming up and down the center of this area.
Looks like they have found Tomato, but unfortunately the Horn Leech just not going to connect. They have found the Umbreon instead, though. Blissey there has used the X. Bliss assist as well, and they're forced to use the Dragon Current on the Gyarados, catching 4 people with the Dragon Current, but do they have the follow-through?
I play it all the time. It's good, just not OP.
Is this where they time to shine?
No one ever like thinks of it or wants to play it. I don't know. It just seems like maybe it's just underrated. I don't know.
The time we see them come back.
Yeah, John with a great initiation on Gyarados. I mean, that's one of the biggest Dragon Currents we have seen all tournament long. Not only that, avoiding getting KO'd themselves, with just a few auto attacks in here and there to get that lifesteal that Gyarados
I like
has.
playing heavy slam block, but is there a new meta for it? Is flail and yawn a thing?
You gotta make clutch plays in those moments. Great call up by Zora Tigers Gaming.
And more importantly, the levels are now in favor of Zora Tigers. They're sitting on 3 cores that are above level 12. They've passed the levels of Zeta Division, so now all of a sudden...
No, so heavy block is the best so far.
Confident. And also these resources help you get ready for that Rayquaza because you're going to get your plus skills.
Exactly.
I thought flail was an option.
Big plus moves that can really be game-changing for a few Pokemon in particular.
If you play that build, you trolling. Oh my
In
god.
favor of Zora Tigers Gaming as well. So yet another attack buff to work with. Feeling quite confident about these final moments, or at least the Reggie will help in that regard. But Zeta Division have taken the early defensive positioning. Umbreon and Mamoswine, they've been doing this
I'm
all
back
game
Crimson.
long.
Who's
Why stop
winning?
now?
Demonic Dances.
Gotta keep it up, you know.
Right now, Zeta is winning, but it's still like too close to say who's gonna win it.
As a team is relatively unmatched. So if there's a team that can make a comeback happen at a level deficit, it is Zeta Division. But who makes the move first?
All right, here goes the final fight.
Only at level 12, right? Despite a big push earlier, they still were able to catch up as much as
Just
maybe
got
they
13.
would have liked. They finally get to that level 13, and Urshifu will start tapping that Rayquaza. Always a danger when playing into a Dragonite combo. Okada with a big push. Tomato right behind. That's a few Defender Unite moves with the Dragon Current with the response. That is Rom down to start this fight.
They've also used the Psychic Soleil, so even if he comes back, he won't have that damage.
Oh, there's 3 down.
On the backline, Jong as well.
Oh my god, no way.
But everyone is down anyway. Kokoda.
Oh, they got it. They cleared it.
Rayquaza at the mercy of Zora Tigers Gaming.
Wow.
Zoinks, we're possibly looking at a game 3
Zora
situation.
Tires. My god.
I think assuredly that is what
Zora Tigers Gaming. Let's go.
Unbelievable comeback. I mean, built up in that moment around the
They
box
ain't giving up.
earlier on, finds that confidence, finds the momentum, and they take a fantastic team fight. I mean, Zeta Division using a lot of their tank and support Unite moves to try to get out of an initial engagement.
Wait, crap. What did you vote
Tigers
for?
Gaming able to wait, bait out those moves, and then collapse with a way stronger
It went
and a
blue.
better advantage state
Oh
team.
my.
Amazing
See?
work from Zora Tigers Gaming.
Whatever Crab picks, just pick the opposite.
Not shaken, they were not moved. They said, guys, it is okay. It's not over till the game is over. All it
I think
took was
Craf's
them
been
to
wrong
just
about
find
every
that one
prediction.
opening, and they did it.
Whether or
Winning
not we were doing a
game
prediction in
number 3.
chat.
Zeta Division,
This championship's been nuts.
truly go
It is a complete wild card.
I think in this final game, we're going to be seeing some cheese. We're going to be seeing an ace. Someone's going home.
Yeah, some Zeta Division versus Zora Tigers Gaming. This Korea versus Japan matchup is a elimination game as well. And it's going to come down to one final game between these two teams to be the decider.
One more game.
I got to admit, I do not envy any of those players up on stage right now. The intense decision making they're going to have to make in draft
All right, I'm doing
phase in just a few
payouts.
moments.
Enjoy your
Pressure
points.
Like this, top 4 on the line. In terms of Korea, you're the last remaining member.
Looks
of
like
the Rangers tournament.
whoever
You're
got
the
the
only
points
remaining member to
took it
start
from
the event,
Kraft.
but Still a very, very intense run.
So for Zora Tigers Gaming, I mean, they did fantastic in that previous matchup. Do you possibly just go back and rerun the exact same composition? Because they look confident with Jong's Gyarados. They feel happy with that. I think they have to also take the Inteleon away from Rom because sure, Rom is playing a great Espeon, but I think it's...
I think they leave their strat the way it is. It worked.
Yeah, potentially.
I don't know if they're gonna be able to counter. They probably can, but oh no! Did the stream just die again?
Mimic that strategy
Oh no,
in their own
we're
right,
still good.
Take the Inteleon and deny
I spoke too soon.
being that same Pokemon, because I think that was one of the bigger moments of that final fight as well. But I do think if Zeta Division is building a strategy, it's got to revolve around this Urshifu. That
Bruh? Hello?
was where Zora Tigers game.
Is it my internet? It better not be my internet.
A lot of momentum in the final
Zero drop frames, bitrate looks good. Everything looks fine on my end. It might be the internet, who knows?
Wow, honestly, if I'm Zeta
Gary got the other half.
I'm making,
Gary's gonna be happy when he comes back with
moving
food.
into first pick position. That is what I would be doing. Zora Tigers Gaming getting that first pick means that they define how the draft goes and they set the pace. If I'm Zeta,
It's them, not you, Crimson? Oh, okay.
You want to change it around? Do you
I
think Zeta...
always change it around. First picks.
Because I was noticing like the other streams being laggy too. Wasn't sure.
We'll have to find out. Maybe Zeta Division decide to change things. We kind of don't know. Okay, we're not in the draft as of yet, but we do have a moment as our players get ready. Just have a drink of water. You can't have anything on your mind right now. You can't be thinking that you're thirsty. You can't be thinking about going to the toilet. You need to be razor focused.
That Hawaii Wi-Fi sucks.
And I mean, if there's two teams that look razor focused, I'd say
Are they having a tropical storm?
Zeta Division looking locked in. Zora Tigers Gaming, clearly some communication, but a whole lot of smiles. I mean, you just took a game off of Zeta. I think that's going to give you a whole lot of excitement and, of course, momentum.
So Zoinks, let's take a look at the two teams. Are there any priority players that you feel each team is gonna have to sort of gun down in these fights? Who's making the most influential?
Because I see the Pokemon moving on the lower part of the screen.
I think for Zeta Division,
Yeah, that should be fine. That'll run just. I guess you're right, because you would be watching and you'd see my stream lagging too.
Are revolving around that player in particular. I think Zora Tigers Gaming has got to find a way to slow down Vidopo. On the other hand, Zora Tigers Gaming has a, I mean,
Whatever it is, it looks like it's affecting everything over there.
spots, but yeah, Jongs Gyarados has been great. Ward on the Trevenant looked, I think, a little bit better, but Mule is the player you want to be shutting down for a lot of these fights.
So Mule's the guy.
Yes.
So does that mean we're going to be looking at an Urshifu ban?
No.
No.
I don't think we look
Okay.
at the Urshifu ban, but I do think we could get a little more creative with some of the picks that we have going into that. But we're about to find out the answers to most of, if not all of our questions. We're going to be heading into our draft phase for game number 3 between Zora Tigers Gaming and Zeta Division. Elimination match and the top.
Wait, you know what? I have an
spot on the
idea.
line right now. It'll be Hoopa Band and Sarah Ledge Band.
Let's
We're
see what I
running it
can
back.
do.
That's a Charizard band. No surprises so far.
And
Outside
Urshifu.
of that one, it
had to go.
The Urshifu band.
It had to go, Zoinks. I feel like both teams can play it, and it's like, if you don't get it first, there's a good chance you're going to go up against it. But because of that, Leafeon goes through. And we've seen what Leafeon has done in the tournament thus far. But because of that, Rom gets his Inteleon and Wajira gets that Blissey. So the dream team pairing is now here for Zeta Division.
Okay, so Zeta Division has the Inteleon in their hands, denying Subin to have it, and it will be the Blissey taken. I wonder if this means Zora Tigers Gaming would ever consider the Comfey support in this lineup. It could work great with that Leafeon, especially if Mule's main job is going to be shutting down Rom throughout this series, but Zeta Division is going to lock in the Blaziken. Vidopo going to take that Pokemon in particular. They're hovering.
Have an offer. Here you go. Pineapple pizza. Get out of here.
Okay, I like
That's not a pizza. That's just a pizza with a pineapple.
When I think of tomato, it's him.
They should not be touching. They should be nowhere near each other.
Okay, we are going to have Pikachu, attacker Pikachu this time around, not supporter Pikachu, locked in, and it will be the Metagross from Kakata. So obviously that Blastoise in game 1 wasn't quite getting the job done for Zeta Division. They want to change it up. They're going with the Metagross Blaziken, a very, very strong pushing kind of front to back melee build that they put together. Subin going to have their work cut out for them for that Pikachu damage early.
So a couple of things we need to consider looking at the drafts. Very early game oriented for Zora Tigers. It's only really Jong that they're waiting for with these evolutions. Zeta though, they've got 3 try evolutionary Pokemon that they're going to have to get those levels on. Now, obviously, Vitopo will get his in that central area, but for Rom and Kokoda, if you're Zora Tigers, who are you actually looking to slow down here? Because we know Rom on that Inteleon, he will rotate as a Drizzile as soon as he gets a snipe shot, but I feel like Kokoda, he also can't leave a Metagross untouched in that top
I have it inverted. A pizza melting into a pineapple shell. Ooh, that is weird.
For Zeta Division, I mean, almost the truest definition we've seen of one of those.
It's like
So it's gonna be
pineapple
late
with
game
pizza
focused.
filling.
You can try to shut that down early. Maybe you can take it out. Torchic target down. Maybe that Sobble. Build them tougher to take down. But here we go. Game 3 between Zora Tigers Gaming and Zeta Division.
Actually, it could work.
Elimination match,
Imagine having a
win or
pizza
go
tree.
home.
The fruit are like look like pineapples, but when you cut open, it's just a pizza inside.
Teams in top 4.
Then that might work.
Be standing by these teams' sides. I cannot believe we are getting so deep into this competition. Zeta Division, they have all of Japan supporting them, but for Zora Tigers, they have a lot to prove, and if they can actually win this matchup, I think this team is going to earn a lot more respect from the region than they currently are getting.
Yeah, Jong making that happen.
All right, that works.
Nice staff score of 4, getting those attack weight stacks in. They do have to be pretty safe as they retreat back to their side. Chobo did go into the central area to assist Mule with knocking out some of the wild Pokemon, as well as taking the red buff for themselves. And what is this? Tomato on a sneaky play to not only take some wild
he doesn't
Pokemon,
get it.
does not find that one, but is going to try to make the retreat happen.
He might go down here, unfortunately, although he might
Like a
have
hot pocket
speed
tree.
on him.
True,
Samara
exactly
is
like
with the
that.
eject, but no, too much damage. The Umbreon Pikachu combination, a little bit too strong. And with Leafeon here, maybe Rom could be in trouble. Caught back by that foul play, but again, the eject
Guys,
buttons.
if you want to play some Unite, I got the lobby ID on the top right there.
So the next push, they're going to have to play even safer than the one they are now. Eject button, one of the longest
Do like a little
cooldowns of
makeshift
any of your battle
lobby on
lines.
the side
Does get
here.
to the citrus berry. Eject button's away. They were pulled by a pretty nasty blaze kick from Vitopo, who's currently busy scoring already at level 6. Mule trying to bring the hurt though on the Leafeon, but Vitopo is getting to work. That's a Combuskin knocking out a Gyarados, and now Wajiro and Kokada are going to be chasing down Ward. What an early start from Zeta.
Oh, big overextension there for Zora Tigers. They thought they were going to be able to get the retreatment punishes, but just too much damage, too much tank there from Zeta Division. And now this is where things are going to start to get a little bit iffy, because Zeta, they're not as weak as they used to be. Jong is here as that Gyarados, but as much as I want to say the Gyarados is going to be able to carry here, we're talking about Vitopo and Kokoda. These guys can make a lot happen, especially when they're lacking resources.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's one of the biggest level deficits that Jong, I think, has had to work with in this top path so far. Just kind of playing catch up, matching the level right now, but definitely almost a level behind, as Kokada almost at that level 7. Jong waiting now at 720. We'll have another spawn of the Swablu Altaria, so yet another little objective to battle for, a few mini ones, if you will. And now Jong waiting for a specific target to find. I believe they do have eyes on Vitopo, but it might not be up to them. It might be up to the Leafeon to get that first strike.
Overheat securing most of that, then, oh my gosh, they have to bounce backwards, but hang on a minute, they Leafeon with the Emerald 2-step, they're gonna keep going, they don't have an aggressive one, but Tomato has been caught back, and look at this Metang just going into the back, snapping up a berry, but that battle coming at the cost of 2 for 1, not the trade you're looking for, but hang on a minute though, Rom is there with the
All right, new prediction. You can start gambling again.
Making a lot of these plays kind of not haphazardly necessarily, but they really need these stacks. So they're making really bold play calls. If you're going to try to get around this upper early game while you're waiting to scale, those held items that stack up with your scores will do you a world of favors. Zeta Division does get the Regieleki though, and that's going to give them yet another asset to work on a Siege 1.
They don't have that attacker here. Sabine is still camping out in that bottom lane as that Pikachu, so missing out on one source of damage, but they should be able to take out this Aleki for themselves. Meanwhile, though, as Leafeon gets the Metang, so that's going to be a nice knockout, but also gets knocked out in the process, so it does delay the push, gave the team enough time to get rid of that Aleki, and Zeta Division back to just getting those wild Pokemon.
Yeah, a bit of a trade, but in the end, you did knock out that Regieleki from going into your goal zone if you're Zora Tigers Gaming. On the other hand, Zeta Division able to take out a Leafeon. So, an even trade between these two teams. Zeta Division, though, going to have the first run at Regi since they've already shown up. Tomato going to lock down Mule, but they can't lock down more than one target. Big
my God.
That will be the KO onto Leafeon. So the Speedster of Zord Tigers Gaming gone already. Thunderstorm from Pikachu, hitting a few targets, but Tomato is not going to go down from just that. Eject button out of the Thunder. Horn Leech is back. That's an overheat.
Do you Unite? Did you just notice, Craft? I'm actually playing.
Jong will be taking the Regice.
Jong on this. Gyarados doing some major work for Zoro Tigers. Going to continue advancing for the team. Blizzard.
All those actions, like, I gotta just play. I gotta play a game.
He's been jumped on by the Gyarados. They want him so bad.
Oh, damn.
Now onto that tier 2. A little deep.
Zora Tigers Gaming with quite a push there. Yeah, you're right. Going to that tier 2 might be a little bit of a too far of a push, but Ward going to be camping out, potentially going to threaten 40 points in the back goal zone here in the tier 2, but the Inteleon is there. I believe that will be a stop. 40 points not going in.
Game looking pretty stable. Levels are looking a little lopsided.
We have a legendary bet, 150 and 151. It's Mewtwo versus Mew.
Got to get their supports and defenders to catch up a little bit because they are slightly behind. Thunderstorm, they're going to be committed because we have that Metagross in the front line, losing a lot of health. Kokoda trying to build up all of that shielding, but it's just not enough. Sabine's Pikachu amping out damage. Oh my gosh.
It's so strong, and it's not even equipping that cursed incense that we see on Pikachu quite a bit. So no anti-heal. Instead, just opting for that energy amplifier and spoon for some of the defenses, and of course deal out more Unite moves if you can. Also, the points looking amazing for Zord Tigers Gaming right now. We have the Leafeon and the top half.
Oh boy.
Almost there. Gyarados looking for one. John will take out Wajiro, and Zora Tigers Gaming have taken complete control of the momentum in this game number 3.
Massive lead, lots of experience, lots of points. It's looking fantastic here for Zora Tigers, but how does Zeta Division make the comeback happen? They're not too far behind. They're not in that code red. They just have to try and figure out, how do we pick apart Zora Tigers? How do we get into the back lines to deal with Sabine? Because if you let him pop that Thunderstorm in the back lines, he just does so much damage that even Tomato is at risk of just being insta-KO'd.
These are all fair questions, but you only got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to answer them, Danley. Right now, it is Zora Tigers Gaming kind of finding the key to success against Zeta Division up into this point. So much so, Zeta Division might have to abandon ship around this basement Reggie, an objective they've been playing around so much, but they're going in for a second shot at it now.
The stun coming out from the Pikachu prevented Zeta from having any of their initiators to jump right in, and even the Metagross wants nothing to do with it, just constantly stun left, right, and center. This Pikachu is a menace.
Pikachu dealing out the damage in the front line. It's also allowing Zhong to be a bit more mobile. Tomato's job on this Trevenant is normally to clear out space for the rest of their damage dealers to work, but right now they just have too many threats to try to take care of, and Zhong has finally found a way to weave around this Trevenant. The bounce is constantly hitting the back line, avoiding those tree stuns, and Zhong's Gyarados is on a whole nother level here in our game number 3.
Zeta Division, I think they have to put all their cards in Tomato now. Tomato's initiation is really going to have to set things up, try to set up for those snipes. Ron needs to chip this team down before a fight even begins, because that was one of the winning factors for this team in these earlier games. Every time he kept landing those snipe shots, chip them away, until the point where you have multiple Pokemon at half health.
I got 10 seconds left till Ray.
So we have to see if we can have that.
This is the tipping point.
Zora Tigers, as soon as a fight is about to happen, they just go. They don't let the picks happen.
Zeta Division doesn't have the defensive ability of that Espeon Psychic Solaire anymore, instead opting for the offensive option with this snipe shot from Inteleon instead. So they're going to have to play this one a bit more aggressively. Kokata checking every tall grass they can. Eventually they find Mule, but they have taken complete top positioning now as they force Leafeon back towards the goal.
This is so difficult. The fact that Mule is there, he's already spotted Kokona, so they can't even go for any stealth missions. They can't go for the backstab. The vision game for Zora Tigers, it's so on point.
It's great, and Kokata can find a few multiple targets. Let's not forget about Metagross's cute and crash Unite move. They will lock down a few targets, get a ton of shielding, and it works so well alongside the blitzes. So
They need to get in there. Like, there's only a minute left.
now we do have the Leafeon on the flank. They now have idea where the Inteleon is. Rom does land one big snipe shot, but they gotta be constantly aware where that Leafeon is.
He spotted Rom. Leafeon's thinking about it. They spotted him. Mule's been spotted. They know he's there. Blaziken having to play defense and protect Rom. Such a desperate situation. We do have a low Umbreon on the side of Zora Tigers, and things are looking pretty desperate. But Zeta, they're right next to Rayquaza. I think they have to start ripping. Their time is running out.
What are they doing?
Have to make the play
If they don't go for Ray or go for something, they're just gonna throw right here.
Zhong is going to jump in. Dragon Curve, they found multiple targets now. Leafeon going to get the engage as well, but the Blitz assistance is going to save them. Then Leafeon takes out the Blitzy first.
Oh, they got it.
Tigers Gaming securing the Rayquaza.
No way.
Tigers, they are doing it. They are about to eliminate Zeta Division from the Pokemon United.
Oh my god, what an upset.
Who would have thought this was a matchup that people thought it was going to go in favor of Zeta Division?
Let's go.
And I feel like for the first time within our top 8, we truly have an upset. Zeta Division, first place at the Asian Champions League, second place at the AOS Cup, second place at their regional championships, but they have been defeated by Sora Tigers Gaming from Korea.
They look like they're in disbelief as well. It's like, guys, we just beat Zeta Division.
I don't know why they didn't go in.
Zeta Division making some big swings in the draft in that game.
It took a long time to make that happen.
Very late game heavy scaling composition, and that gave Zhong and Mule just enough room to work with this Gyarados and the Leafeon. They find the way, the path to victory. Zora Tigers Gaming will be moving into our top 4.
Moving into the top 4, we have such a variety.
GG's all around.
Top 4, we don't even have more than
All right, so we have our last,
region at this point.
what is it, quarterfinal?
Actually surprising.
Unbelievable. So Japan will have one representative remaining, but before we send Zeta Division,
So we got Fusion and Kekalope.
flowers for such an unbelievable season. I already listed off all of their accomplishments from the season earlier, but still top 8.
We're getting closer and closer to the finals.
They have proven to be an
I can't believe we're still not at the finals. It's over an hour at my estimation of when the finals would start. So meaning this, we still have 3 more games. We still got to do 2 semifinals, which is like potentially could be 6 games if it comes to it. So let's see. What's the math here? If there's 3 games, that'd be 30 minutes. And then we do the 2 semifinals. If it's worst case scenario, another 30 minutes, another 30, so an hour and 30. Ooh. We might be going to like probably another 2 more hours, to be honest. I keep saying it. 2 hours go by? Oh, another 2 more hours. It all comes down to if there's any like matches where we have to do 3 games. If all of them are 3 games, then it'll definitely be 2 hours from now.
Mule getting the Leafeon, I think, was also such a big factor because every time you saw that opening, jumps in, Emerald 2-step, instant KO, numbers advantage, you know what happens after that.
Exactly, yeah. This Pokemon has proven to be a day 2 menace in this metagame. I think every team's got to be planning around either having a Leafeon composition or planning a team into it, or of course considering that beforehand. But who knows? Mule has shown that they can play a ton of competitive Pokemon at an extremely high level. The Leafeon looked great. The early game was solid in those matches, even though the early game was a little shaky, but there were some big moments. I think Mule starting to get a feel for what it's like to really dominate on stage. Now we have Korea in top 4.
Korea is in top 4. I want to know what their next opponent is going to be.
Yeah.
Right? I want to see the brackets. I want to see who's playing who because we're down to our last few games today. We're crowning a champion today.
I know, it is unbelievable. I believe their next matchup will be the result of the matchup that we are about.
All right, there you go. There's the playoff tree here.
Yeah, whatever team will move on from that top 8 match will be competing against Sora Tigers Gaming in that semi-final. And of course, Fennel and Onic Rise are waiting until later today to play their top 4 matchup. Unbelievable. So now we
Later today? It's not going to be later today. It's going to be later tomorrow.
next 2 matches are
I guess no wait, they're Pacific time, so yeah, it still lands on. It still lands on the same day. For me, it's tomorrow.
game.
I think we might be able to. Our next matchup is going to be Cake-A-Lock versus Fusion. And it's going to be awesome, but it's going to be right after this break. So don't go anywhere. More Pokemon Unite right after this.
More Pokemon Unite after this. How about this? We'll switch it over to the main screen. Come back. Finals is best out of 5. Oh, that's even worse. Well, I don't really care. It's fine. If it's the finals, it's the finals. More content, more exciting stuff to watch. I'm just thinking we're going to be around 2 hours before we even get to the finals. How many people watching the Unite broadcast? I didn't even look. I know it was up and down because of their stream always crashing. And it wasn't doing too well because of it. According to on my end, about 6,000 people. That seems a little low. I don't know why it's so low. Yesterday was a lot more. You know what it is? It's probably because NA is not in it anymore. So like if NA's not in, we're not watching. I don't even know if these were bots or not. They didn't seem like it was, but could have been. No, you're not scoring. This looks like a bot. They're running perfectly all the way back. I just realized we have double the screens. I should probably change that. Oh, we got Lickitung in chat.
Too many elements to her besides being yellow, white, and lightning, so she kind of falls down to like the bottom. But today I'm so loving this outfit. It's comfortable and moving, and it helps represent my island too.
Of course, and we talked to you yesterday when you were Vaporeon, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And since you were Vaporeon, any new news to report from around the convention? What have you been up to?
We went and explored the Hilton Hawaiian Village Great Lawn. We were there with the Shadowless podcast and had a cosplay showcase, showcasing cosplayers with their love of Pokemon and their cosplays.
How was that cosplay contest? Tell us about it.
It was so wonderful to see the different ages, from the youngest to the oldest, to dress up as their favorite character, trainer, Pokemon, and it was so great.
And you were a judge for that, right?
I was, yes.
Was it fun?
So fun, but so hard. Everybody came with their best dress look. It was really hard to make the decision.
Oh, that's so cool. Well, anything that you'd like to say if people are looking at you and being like, I want to do interpretive cosplay like this. I want to make something that's not necessarily the character itself, but something that brings my own style. How would you advise them to get started?
You know, just sketch it out, make a brainstorm, a mood board. Think about what makes you feel comfortable, what brings you excitement. Is there a theme that you love? And then just go from there. Don't let your creativity be limited, and just do what you love and don't worry about anybody else.
That's such great advice. Thank you so much, Evolutions Cosplay. And now let's get back to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
All right. This is like Brazilian music. I'm digging it.
We already have 3 out of our 4 for the top 4 finalists. Going
Live from Rio de
the
Janeiro.
last match of the quarterfinals. Cakealock versus Fusion. I'm Kalasaurus for those of you that are just joining us, joined by Wonder Chef here, and it has been a wonderful day at the Pokemon World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
It certainly has, and there's certainly a lot more. I've been cheering so much that my voice is starting to leave me. I'm sure you can all hear it. And let me tell you, I've been casting for a long time. My voice has only left me maybe twice before this, so that's just saying a lot. But not only do we have 3 teams in the finals, we have 3 different regions.
Yes, we do, but we have to take a closer look at Fusion. We did witness
We have
a few of their
3 different
games earlier in
regions?
the day. We have Zinus, Draken, Anemo, Tempo.
Does that mean we
and
still have a
Kaya.
European
They
team?
actually came first in each of their tournaments throughout the whole season.
And they're looking to make one more first, which is going to be very, very difficult considering their competition, but
Crap, is that a sign that you're joining me?
absolutely do it.
You're gonna
They
get on
have
Unite?
gone the distance. They are now still within the round of 8. They've got 1 more to make into the round of 4. If they do win, we will have 4 completely different regions in the final 4, which is amazing.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild, and I bet all of those regions are cheering for them. But we have to take a look at the team from APAC West. Cakealock, I feel like they're kind of the underdogs of this story. We have Pupaza, Nodia, Spoo, SCG, SGC, and Sensage.
Yeah, without a doubt, the underdogs. Exactly like you said, I don't think many teams
I think it's
expect them to
Korea,
go this far.
Japan, and
Danily actually
Fusion.
called them out as like people are not ready for them, and people have not been ready for them so far. So
Oh,
let's
Fusion's
take
LA.
a look at the draft. Fusion,
Latin America
maybe on the
South.
left, Cakealock maybe on the right. It looks like the pictures may be swapped. One of the things are swapped, but we can see immediately a Blaziken.
Wait.
Yeah,
Oh no,
Blaziken
it changed over.
has been hot property here today.
They
getting
switched.
The fans, but also
They switched it
picking
on
up,
me.
And it's such a great secure.
Crimson coins,
Speaking
please.
of
Oh shoot,
secure,
the prediction.
Dragonite. I feel like this pick
I
has
gotta pay
been
you
a
guys.
little
Here you
bit
go.
slept on today, but we have seen it come into popularity, so that is going to receive a ban of itself.
I think that Dragonite has really shown off a lot
Looks like,
this tournament. especially a lot of the
would you
Asian
say
teams. We've seen
Mew won that one
another
since it's the
Pokemon that I'm surprised
151?
to see banned. The Blastoise has been used
I also gotta
so
make a
well
new
by so many of the
prediction.
Asian teams. Japan,
New teams
APAC,
too.
They've really shown us that this Pokemon, while it did seem to fall out of the meta, is still extremely strong. Dragonite has secured so many Rayquazas this weekend.
Yeah, speaking of the other surfing type Pokemon here, Slowbro out of the picture, Urshifu also rising in the ranks. We've seen both that Wicked Blow and Surging Strike Spare, so it'll be really interesting to see which one Cakealock chooses here. But, oh, Mamo, I can hear Zoinks from here cheering once
Right,
again.
new predictions.
Mamo and the Ceruledge. Ceruledge has been kind of passed up by a lot
My
of
Mew
teams,
flexing on
a lot
Mewtwo.
more recently, which is
The
really
OG is better than the clone, right?
Ceruledge can chase down. It can be so hard to KO. It is truly still a high-tier Pokemon. But there's just so many good Pokemon that it's hard to exactly lock down what you want. Are we going to see the Clefable? This has been a support that has been passed up so often, and we're not going to see it. So forget whatever I was just about to say. Eldegoss, we've seen it throughout the day. They've now got potentially, I mean, they're showing this off, right? They're showing that the Umbreon will be the main defender of their team.
Yeah, both rocking the experience shares there, but because Eldegoss has been picked up, it looks like Kea is going to opt for the eggs, the Blissey, and ooh, do we get to see a Chandelure pick here? Look, as if one fire
Chandelure.
type Pokemon wasn't enough.
I don't think we've seen a single one.
I would have to expect.
I don't remember
I
anyone
have to
playing
expect
it.
that after this, we are going to see maybe the Scyther. They do tend to choose those two together as their final picks quite a bit. On the other side, though, the Gardevoir and the Gyarados, both the G names, and honestly, they're a great combination together. And we are going to see the Scyther. This has been the signature comp, I think, of Fusion. And it's so hard to not give it to them, because you're not going to ban Scyther, you're not going to ban Chandelure, really, and nobody's really picking them either.
I mean, some of the teams actually did
Some,
ban
yes.
it, but I guess Cakealock thinking they can handle the pressure, the slice and dice from Anemo here. I mean, Gardevoir, they're going to have to be real well protected in that back line, not to get caught out.
There is a good amount of defense, and again, you mentioned earlier that we're not sure exactly which kind of Urshifu we're going to see. I'm curious which kind of Urshifu it's going to be as well. Whether it's going to be a little bit more to like defend some of their backline. Do have a relatively vulnerable backline. or whether it's going to be diving with the, you know, the water options and just kind of go to their backline, which I think would be great against the Chandelure. That Chandelure is going to be very, very scared of the dive capabilities.
Oh, interesting. We have someone on Umbreon. Oh, okay, they changed.
It does have that ability to turn off the lights with its Unite move. So
Craftsman Candle.
Definitely have to be wary considering it is such a squishy pick itself. As they call it, the glass cannon. High damage, however, just such a low HP pool.
Yes, the literal glass cannon. But one thing that's interesting, speaking of the, you know, we'll talk about that in a second, but right now we're going to be getting into the first game here, our final game of the top 8 matches between Cakewalk and Fusion to see who's going to make it into top 4. Cakewalk on the left, Fusion on the right in the orange. This is going to be a good one.
It is. We're actually going to send both the Litwick and the Ralts down in that bottom path while those all-rounders go and take the central path. Ooh, we are going to have a little swin up here going for a little invade. And if we
No
know
one's
anything
betting.
about Kubfu, it cannot really do much on its own at such an early level, which is why we actually
Everyone's trying to like save their money. I think I taught them well. I always say just don't gamble.
Too worried about that small delay,
But then I also encourage it in the stream, so I don't know what I do anymore.
Get a pickup off of this. It's going to be a little bit slow, but they're running back to pass anyway. Oh, that's...
Oh my god. Look at that bar. The effort point on that magic cup is almost full. And that is just before that 9-minute mark. Oh my gosh, we have a Gyarados before 9 minutes. Actually, this is the quickest Gyarados we have had.
That is probably the quickest. We haven't seen that quick ever.
This top path was going to be quite difficult once the first power spikes went
Even
off.
with the Hoopa helping the Gyarados, it wasn't nearly that fast.
Gyarados very survivable, able to jump out of there, able to survive. We still don't see the Eldegoss. Some points will go in, but they're not getting KO'd quite yet.
Oh no, we do have that bounce just to give the Gyarados a little bit of shielding. However, Blissey and Sarah Leach have taken a trip into that Fluxo to go and finish the job that the Scyther wasn't able to. Dunking in more points, leaving it on 11 out of 80. Just gotta get those stacks in.
That is a lot of stacks, a lot of points going in. They were able to get the return KO though, and that's going to be super important as far as kind of staying on pace, especially when you did evolve so early with Gyarados. You want to try and push that advantage, but right now, they're just getting chased down. Tempo going all the way, trying to catch Eldegoss. Not quite going to be able to. In fact, the return jump, as we're going to be seeing Gyarados get at least a lot of damage, getting 1 KO altogether. Looks like there's a chance to run away. Are they going to try to turn around? That's so risky.
Oh, they're going to slice him up to half HP. However, that Fallen Path isn't going to take down that Scyther. Instead, they're just going to try farm on up a little bit more before we move on forward. But I mean, looking so far, it is quite even. We finally have the Swin Up evolving into that Kylo Swine, reaching level 5, which I think is the one that was falling a little bit behind there.
And we got to be careful up there. Big bounce, yeah, into the tall grass, and Nemo getting caught out. Scyther, very easy to kind of jump on and KO. It has a little bit of mobility, but it's not survivable at all. It's a true speedster once you can actually catch it. A little bit more range than I think a lot of other speedsters, but it was able to get out of there. Luckily, not a huge follow-up. Did have to back up a little bit. Good feeling, though.
Yes, you've got to stick by your team, make sure to replenish those HP pools with the eggs. But we do have both of those objectives spawning. And Nemo is on a different objective, being that of the Umbreon. However, they are able to make it out of the way.
I will say Nemo had to kind of spin around a lot and like chase a lot of people and didn't really get too much out of it. They should be able to get this Regieleki. Yep, they will. Perfect timing for that last hit. So finally they find something that they can KO. But they really want to try to break this before the Regieleki goes in. Unfortunately, the Regieleki will go down. Or sorry, not go down, but take the goal zone down. They should be able to get a lot of points into this tier 2. That's actually huge, 66 points.
Yeah, who needs a Regieleki crashing into the fact that they were able to clear that space, empty out their pockets. All the meanwhile, we do have the other team going and securing themselves that basement breaking. Another 40 points goes down into the bottom half. So Cakewalk are slowly climbing here as we do have Scyther just slicing on up. Gyarados is quick to shut it down though.
That felt like a huge risk to go for that. I mean, you do have sustain, but you gotta assume that nobody else is gonna jump in there and get the KO. And the KO on you as a carry, as Scyther, is so much bigger than getting the KO on just the support that you're chasing down like that Umbreon. So, interesting choice, but Anemo still leading the pack at level 10 by a good amount. Fusion, though, does have a point lead as well, so they can just continue to kind of hold tight. They gotta be careful of not to trade too many KOs like that.
Yeah, exactly. You do not want to pass over the experience over to the opposite side, but I mean, you've got to look at these teams. There's hardly any yellow dots on the map, so they are just able to wipe out all the wild Pokemon as quickly as possible. However, Spoo is able to get themselves out of the way, a little bit of a heal, as we do have Fusion backing on up.
Yeah, a lot more patience, I think, coming out once they started to realize, okay, the other team can actually fight back. But as I say that, immediately I remember Piccolo going in, Umbreon, there's too many Unite. Urshifu getting hit quite hard, big whiff. Not necessarily a whiff on the Unite from the Gardevoir, but there was just an immediate eject button out. It was only targeting one person to begin with, so it felt like a big whiff. And now you're not going to have that to defend this goal zone. They're just going to walk onto it. I like the spacing from Drake, and they are going to at least be able to let them get in a few points. And now another KO as they're just going to churn and bully. Big Unite coming out from the Scyther. It's going to dive all the way into the back line, but Gardevoir and Eldegoss both extremely healthy. And right now, Battlegoss is chasing down Anemo.
Yeah, trying to get the KO. However, Anemo is just all too powerful at a level 12, being able to take down that Eldegoss. Top pad has been depleted. Cerealich has just secured themselves a regional Licky, which is actually heading towards home base. Cakelock, it looks like they're going to try and take down this basement break, as we do have members scattering around, seeing if they can try and defend.
That's tough. This is a really rough situation, especially because we did see that the time the Cakelock won before was due to really smart kind of scoring play. And unfortunately, when you're this far behind, there's not really that much you can do that's smart as far as scoring. You've got to play tier out, so you're going to see a different style of Cakelock for the rest of this game. Only a minute, just under 2 minutes, I could say, 2 to the 2 minute mark. Big break without getting very much of an overdunk, but they're already hit by so much. Fusion's got to be happy with getting the space.
Yeah, it just stops that healing for Cakelock there, and also gets rid of that additional flux zone. So Fusion taking more progression of that map, able to go into their central area a little bit more easily later on.
Look at this chase. I don't think you're going to chase Enebron. Yeah. So literally jumped back. That was a little bit unnecessary, but I do like it. We are going to get a little bit of a convergence here. Eldegoss is going to ignite to get out, I think that was. And unfortunately, not everybody's going to be able to catch anybody. Just a lot of like, hey, do you want to fight? Do you want to fight? Do you want to fight? I think Gyarados wants to fight. Once again, look at them. They're just kind of poking at each other to see if there's a moment of weakness. And we're a minute away. You really don't want to expend too many of your resources. There's going to be one very important Regieleki. I think, as Cakelock, you cannot let Fusion take that Regieleki.
No, it's a bit of a staring competition, trying to see who blinks first. Gyarados didn't bouncing on in, but once again, they are not actually going to commit to the fight.
I mean, you just can't at this point, I think. It would be a big mistake, especially when you're down just slightly. Well, actually, levels have started to even up. It looks like this could be a very, very good final fight. I think it could even potentially happen around this Regieleki. It's so all-important for Fusion. That's one of the bingo cards from the Pokemon Unite Sports socials is Regieleki going into a home goal zone. The goal here for Fusion is for that to happen. Already starting to do some damage to it from Anemo. Just sitting up there, not really getting harassed. But the moment that I think it gets low, we might see a huge jump, and the jump's going to come already from
Got Cedra in chat. 6-point Pokecatch.
Fusion says no. This is not worth our attempt. We're down to only a few seconds left anyway. Forget it. Great way to disengage.
Yeah, really interesting there to just let it on go, not wanting to commit to the fight once again. They just want to hold that advantage that they have. They are at 317 to 120 points. So Cakelock have their backs against the wall. They're the ones that need to make a move. And speaking of moves, we have Gyarados looking for a back cap up in the top half, while we do have Umbreon and Eldegoss trying to see if they can keep eyes on the rest of Fusion.
And another big back cap in the other direction is Cerealich is going to get an 84 into the bottom tier 2, but Rayquaza is actually starting to get burned down. There's a lot of strong secure.
Life-size Lucario plush? Conan, are you on the PokemonCenter.com? There's a ton of life-size Pokemon on there. I think the very first one was Mareep.
Yes, they are the ones that just won that staring contest throughout this match. securing themselves that Rayquaza shield. Chandelure being able to just turn out the lights and burn and shred with the rest of the team. It's now 220 to 837 with less than 50 seconds on the clock.
I'd say this one may be in the books. I mean, 40 seconds left.
The one from the meme? Wait, there's a meme of the Lucario plush?
Every single person's pocket. So at this point, I think they're just fighting for fun.
I don't think I've seen that. Oh yeah, the one from that one. Yeah. That was the first one. Can't remember the second one they came out with. Because they have like Arcanine, Lucario, Spheal. I know I'm missing some.
They have a huge lead, winning game number 1 of their top 8 set.
They're all really expensive though. They're like at least like $300-400.
Oh my gosh, I must say, is this why that Scyther has been banned previously by other teams that have gone against Fusion?
I thought you were talking about the Lucario. I thought the Lucario had a meme, but yeah, the Marie. I remember that one well.
Maybe some other players that just kind of hide it, but as far as tournament results, without a doubt, the best Scyther player. And it does sometimes not work out too well, but a lot of the time, as we've seen this weekend, it is just so dominant. Teams do not have an answer, and I think one thing might be that people just don't really know how to fight against Scyther. It's so uncommon.
It's funny because we were actually speaking to Spraggles, and he was not a fan of the Scyther.
Lucario's 420 USD and already sold out.
Starting to change
420, what a number.
after seeing a Nemo pop.
Oh yeah, I would suspect that Lucario would sell out super quick.
Fusion can win with Scyther, then he will probably change his mind, but most likely not. Regardless, I think that just the overall skill of Fusion is so good, and their Chandelure play is a Pokemon that has really been attempted by a lot of teams over the course of this weekend. It's so strong. Like you mentioned, it does blind with its Unite, which is so important, but it's such a glass cannon. It's so easy to get jumped on, and Fusion have proven to be maybe the most successful team with that Pokemon as well. For whatever reason, the Chandelure plus the Scyther combination is just their signature.
I guess the Scyther's job is just to keep the enemy team at bay, while Chandelure is in that backline providing the additional damage. So you can't exactly break on through when you have a bug slicing and dicing in your face.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Also, Scyther can turn around and try to help. If too many people dive onto the Chandelure, then that Unite move is such a great way to deal with big groups of people, especially if you don't have anything that can kind of grab it away and steal it away and make sure that it's not hitting what it wants to hit. But the question is, how do you deal with it? And that is a question that Cakelot is going to have to answer. Because, again, it's very difficult to say that you want to ban Scyther, that you want to ban Chandelure. It's very difficult to steal either of those Pokemon away. You may have a Chandelure player, highly doubt you have a Scyther player. So, what will you do? Current first ban is going to go to Blaziken once again, not changing.
Yeah, and we do have that Dragonite ban once again as well for Fusion. So 2 all-rounders out of the picture, but we know there's so many all-rounders to select
350 USD, 71 inch, long furret, and sold out too. Furret, yeah, they have a furret.
Has been taken away from Cakelot.
I would want every single one of them, but like, that's thousands of dollars to do that.
Blastoise once again as well.
Yeah, the same ban from the side of Fusion. 2 strong Pokemon that, well, I would say 2 Pokemon that were not expected to be super strong in the meta, but have shown up this weekend very well. And they're not going to show up this match because they are not allowed to show up this match. So first pick, Urshifu. Very high priority on that when it's usually quite capable of being picked a little bit later on. But I suppose if you take the Blaziken and, ban the Blaziken and take the Urshifu, you've got a plan.
Yes, we'll have to see what the rest of the plan is to answer back to the Cerulege and this Mamoswine. Cerulege just being sneaky, being able to use that Phantom Force to a lot of the time to perfection to dodge a lot of the moves from Cakelot.
All right, let's get the next prediction going.
Tempo, we've been talking about this. Tempo is without a doubt one of the best players.
I'll give you 2 minutes.
I think certainly in contention for that title, and especially with the results this season. But just as far as like visually looking at one player,
The Char was the enemy team.
I think I said earlier they're worth 2 players.
Did he pick Charizard? Yeah, I remember Ty the guy in the last match.
It does seem to imply that we will be seeing support Umbreon and the Red Crustle, but actually we could see some Combat Crustle shenanigans. I'm not sure yet.
Look, maybe just try and build the walls, cut them on out, but we are going in for more brawlers here, locking down that Garchomp and Mimikyu pick. So there's actually no range on the side of Cake.
Yeah, not at all. Well, I guess you can kind of shadow sneak his range, kind of. But
well, I guess I have
realistically, well, yes. But on the other side, I like that. We had the opportunity to go for the Scyther.
Damn it, Cram.
Targets this time around. But Animo, not only playing one bug, but playing two bugs very well over the course of this weekend and the rest of the season. This buzz wall is such a good answer when somebody's trying to brawl with you. You completely stop, pick him up, dunk him, plant him in the ground like a tree, and say, you know what? You get turn when you come back and your whole goal zone after.
Yeah, I think
shoot.
that's a good answer, considering we might end up seeing this Mimikyu get up into the top half, so they don't really want to select anything that needs an evolution, which could get shredded down by that Mimikyu. I'm interested to see where Kiblock actually ends up going. We did see the hub route take the central area this time around, but are they going to prioritize giving it to the top?
Yeah, I mean, if you really look, if we look at which Pokemon we've seen, let's just say even in the top path. Urshi could go top path, Umbreon could go top path, Russell could go top path, Garchomp could go top path, Mimikyu could go top path. You can go say what could go center. You can go on that for a long time. That bid is far too long, but not likely for some of them, but we have seen them in tournament play in UCS. So their split is going to be really interesting, where they decide to send people. Specifically to me, I'm curious what the Garchomp is. Obviously very, very community hungry, but where do you send it?
Yeah, that's the thing. It is experience hungry in comparison to that Hubru and Mimikyu, but all of these answers will soon, all these questions will soon be answered as we are about to head on into round 2. K-Block versus Fusion. If Fusion ends up taking this match, they are going to join the other 3 in the top 4 finalists.
We're going to have to see a big adaptation from K-Block if they want to stop it. And we're already moving forward, going for stacks, saying, oh, you're going for stacks, I'm going for stacks, let's just all go for stacks. And almost getting an immediate KO here on the Mimikyu. They are going to get those points in. They're going to back up. They might be KO for this, but it can do quite a bit of damage. But it's pretty scary. Trying to beat him out a little bit further, get the dunk, but oh, not going to be enough. Big first KO here on the side of K-Block.
Yeah, such an early KO as well, and I feel like that is the difference in the stacks. They've got the one, they had the opportunity to back on up, but I guess they just couldn't get away from the Mimikyu claws that were slashing at them. Ooh, we almost had another KO there onto that Weevil. However, was able to get on out of the way, but with 3 members there, I don't know, it has a chance, it has both of those berries, so it was actually able to survive.
It still needs to look more evolved, which is unfortunate, but Rocket is going to face it down. I don't know if that checkpoint was necessary, but speed it up a little bit, I guess, but just making sure that there's no more shenanigans. Future's up by a few more points, which is mostly important for the top half stacking. Future starting off very early. But an attempt to invade, and I really like this. This is something we've seen from a few different teams now. Well, from a lot of different regions, you can kind of invade a lot with an upgrade. They're very hard to deal with. They can really delay your clear by a lot, and they also get fusion, run around, be annoying, and that kind of lasts for the end of the game.
Yeah, they're able to heal and sustain themselves. Speaking of those defensive modes, they still have that speed up. Thankfully, does have those he's behind, so good reach level 5 quite shortly, but we do have these mid-birds spawning, and it looks like K-Block are nowhere in sight for them.
Not actually going to attempt it. Not even have a bunch of them to clear. We are going to see just some attempts that I think play a little bit safe. Fusion has a very aggressive team, especially with those donks, and yeah, they were very ready for that. Trying to move in with the Umbreon, but you're not really going to be able to get anything as far as damage. In fact, you might be the one KO. It's going to last a little bit longer. They don't even want that KO that much. They wanted the stacks. That's the most important thing for them. They want the points. That's how they won last game. And they got what they wanted.
Yeah, and Noddy was actually aware of that because they ended up grabbing that straight Aeos energy on the floor. Wicked Blow ends up whiffing, and we have that Kylo Spine being able to pick up that 2 KO streak because it didn't hit him.
Just pick it up, everybody, and dunk him. Pick him up and dunk him. He says, you know, Buzzwole, you can do that. I can do that too. And going to get a ton of points in. 30 to set up a huge overdunk on bottom. And this game is starting to look a lot like the last game. Almost a 100-point lead before the first big objective spawn. And now they're spawning. We really got to see some love going to say some wins for Cakewalk here, but already base and Reggie taken from the side of Fusion. Big fight up top, but only Animo's going to be here, so they're not going to be able to get that really quick initial break on that top tier 1, at least with the first regular.
No, but that is going to bide some time for Cakewalk to try and get the levels evened out with the wild Pokemon over on their side. Boswell, Eldegoss able to deal with that, but I guess considering Fusion had that Registeel buff, they just did not want to push on forward.
Gonna jump over into the center area. Well, there's already a little bit of a fight, and really good position, I think, for Chandler to be able to engage here. That Crustle, nice eject button over the wall. He's gonna be able to at least attempt to escape. Wow, that Shadow Sneak you can see going down through the wall vertically was able to, oh, it connected. I thought it whipped, actually. I was certain of that whip, but maybe just not able to see it. That's how fast you are. Not able to get a K off of it, though, as we've seen Fusion play very careful as far as not giving up this single little picks to allow the comeback to happen.
No, when they're the ones that have the points lead, they have the level lead. It's just about keeping their distance, playing it safe, waiting for Cakewalk to potentially make a wrong move here. Getting burnt on down, sent back. Shifu isn't going to push on forward, considering there's 3 members of Fusion up here, and they're on the chase of the Mimic here, but it's able to eject itself out of the way.
This is a scary team to try and put. Like I said, I'm going to call them double dunk, right? Now the Swine says, oh, Buzzwall, you want to dunk people, I can dunk people too. But what happens when you can dunk by both of them in a row, right? That's the scary thing. It's like nobody is going to live that long through that, so you've got to be super careful, especially with the Mimikyu, or really, well, I was going to say any of the melee Pokemon on the side of Cakewalk, which is literally all of them, so that's why I love this draft.
Yeah, but we can see 4 members of Cakewalk up here looking to take potentially this top Reggie Alecki, as we do have Nodizal using their Unite move, diving onto that Buzzwell, who ends up getting taken on down. The lights have been wiped out by that Chandelure, which means Cakewalk have no vision. The Midnight Knight wasn't able to actually land anything, as Cakewalk have decided to retreat on back, but not if Fusion have anything to say about it, as we have the Mammo sign stopping them in their tracks.
Oh, the big Revenant Rain is going to catch, I believe, too. I think maybe there was an eject button out right before that. And so Crustle is getting very low, but Zinus has to get out of there. Chandelure getting KO'd. And a big Unite to try and turn things around, but Unite into Dunk, SGC versus Animo. And that bear is not going to be able to make it back safely to their goal zone. Big amount of KOs for Fusion and small amount of KOs for Cakewalk.
It is going to trade a bit of back and forth, but they're still quite behind here. Fusion able to lock down that Reggie Alecki, and this goal is less than 34, so if it does crack, has that potential for a big overcap. But, oh, it does! They decided to let it go on in.
Well, that is going to be, for sure, a big overdunk. They just got to decide how long they want to wait for it to actually happen. A lot of times you try to delay it as long as possible so that the EXP spawns as late as possible. There we go, we're going to see spawn over on the side as Tempo waited until the final just about 10 seconds of that debuff. Buff, I don't know, whatever it is, debuff on the goal zone from the Reggie Alecki. But, this is not a raid boss here. You're farming an objective, and that objective is wait a minute, 1 KO out of 3 gets
oh my god,
and manages to survive.
No way, that Dragon Rush combo to just give the stun, get themselves out of the way, and let the team to come on in and finish the job. Insane plays from Sensage there.
I do have to say that Garchomp is filling up really well. Every time that we've seen them within any sort of team fight, that's been when they've been getting the KOs inside of Cakewalk. So if they can combine together eventually as we get closer to this final stretch, win one big team fight, the lead is not nearly as significant as the last game. They can absolutely make this happen. I mean, the levels in general are in the favor of Cakewalk. It's just the points lead only for Fusion. So I think they're doing pretty well. They've just got to make sure they don't get all clubbed together as one big melee team. They don't get zoned out. They've got strength in this comp.
Yeah, stick together, stay together is what they must be chanting in their heads as they are about to head on into the final stretch. Trying to look for that prime positioning in the tall grass, not wanting it to get caught on out. However, we did have that pollen puff exposing the Garchomp from there, along with the Crustle as well.
Oh, that was really scary. That Rock Tomb was so good. And the tough part here for Cakewalk is they've got to make the first move as a full melee comp. If they can land one big rock tomb, that is going to be almost nearly a guaranteed KO. But they've got to find it. They've got to find it on the right target. If they can catch out that Chandelure, that would be everything. But if they rush in blindly, then they will end up blind, as that Chandelure is just going to unite. They're going to turn on them. It's going to be very difficult. And they've got to play patient. They've got to find their moment. But they've got to do it with not too much time left.
Yeah, but you do have Drake and diving on in. They are able to use their eject button.
Oh my gosh, so we got 218 to 37. They gotta play the Ray or
get a pick on there as Buzzwole is looking to have a feast on that Shiva. But here we go, we're going in and diving on in using those Unite moves. Revenant Rain gonna shred on down.
doesn't look good. I don't think they're gonna get this one. I think it's gonna go to Fusion.
Mimikyu has locked down that Chandelure. However, they didn't end up getting knocked
It's a
on
3v5.
Able to use that Imprison to shut it on down. And
With 1 minute, it's not enough time. So it looks like they might just rip Ray and further increase their lead.
Umbreon is here. This is a chance to steal. It's the only chance, but they're not there in time.
Yeah, it's GG's. Fusion's taking this one.
Fusion. They are going to get that last KO as well. Every member up, every member with 50 points in their pocket. Hundo Burgers across the board, and only one member even up to try and defend on the side of Cakewalk. This lead is growing and growing and growing, and with 30 seconds left, I don't think there's any chance for Cakewalk to make it back into this game, especially not if they're getting KO'd like this.
I think it is safe to say that we have your top 4 here. Fusion
I missed the cat. Glameow.
Semi-finals.
Amazing. As their fourth
Fusion, the only team I didn't curse.
Semifinals as well. That's a great thing to see. They're going to be taking down game number 2. Fusion moving into our top 4. Congratulations, taking down Cakewalk, who, again, huge shoutouts to Cakewalk. Without a doubt, the underdogs, I would say, of this entire tournament. Making it to the top 8 is an amazing, crowning achievement. But they just weren't quite able to topple the undefeated champs of this entire season.
Finally, we're getting somewhere. We're finally done that section. So we're on to the semifinals now.
Another first on the board, but there are still some titans here that they will have to get through. But that score must be something to be proud about, as we do have some sportsmanship going on through. Because you know what? 4th place is something to brag about as well, especially at the World Championships.
It is. I mean, honestly, the level of skill at this year as well is the highest that it's been across the board. We have had world-class teams that could have potentially won Worlds that didn't even make it into day number 2. So just make it into day number 2, make it into top 8, make it into top 4. Every single step along the way is just more and more proof that you are a force to be reckoned with. But we can take a few looks at the replays of how this all went down. And honestly, this felt relatively close, but Fusion just felt like they just always had the right answer at the end.
Yeah, I think that Chandelure being able to utilize that, turn out the lights, and leave Cakewalk fumbling around.
Right, so our next one's gonna be
they couldn't do anything. Some great team fights.
Fennel
really,
and Onyx Rise.
Cat and mouse here. Chase, are we
So that would put us, if they do, they're probably, this is probably going to be 3 matches each. So the semifinals takes about an hour, and then the finals, because it's five games, could take
who is our player of the
about
match.
50 minutes to do.
Really, Chandelure, like I said, it looks so powerful on paper, but the problem is defensively. It is so weak, but the strategy, the entire
All depends on delays too.
Being able to
They've been having some, I think they've been having some technical difficulties.
Which is such an impressive thing to do so consistently, and they do that. And once you can do that, Chandelure is an unstoppable force. Like you said, blinding, doing tons of damage. Imprison as well is one of the strongest moves in the entire game, honestly, if it's used correctly. Such a difficult Pokemon to play effectively, especially against other strong teams, but Fusion can do it, let me tell ya.
No, that is a great point. Imprison into a bunch of melee-type Pokemon. When you have that dive, they just get stopped right in their tracks, and Chandelure able to make it on away behind the wall of Fusion. But here we are, Chef. We have our top 4
That's right, and I know I keep saying it, I'm just so excited about it. You know, we've had a few kind of regional dominances in the past, but in our top 4, right? We've got APAC, we've got Japan, you know, I'll say the names. We've got Onyx Rise, you know, from APAC. We've got Fennel from Japan, we've got Zord Tigers Gaming from Korea, and now we've got Fusion from LATAM. So that is 4 separate regions, and 4 regions that have never won Worlds, because of course, North America's won Worlds every single time. So we're gonna see a new region win, we're gonna see a new team win.
Top 4, all different regions. They've never won Worlds, so it's going to be a first for somewhere in the world, some part of the world.
Fusion have broken their curse as
That's
well.
going to be interesting.
They took that game 2-0, which yesterday they were actually 2-1 for the whole day, and plus that earlier match earlier on as well. So, curse is broken.
Well, if there's one time you want to break the curse, it's probably later in the tournament, right? Take more losses early. That is how Luminosity won their tournament last Worlds, where they lost their first game of the entire tournament and it just kept on going. But Fusion, that just means they're probably getting stronger and stronger and stronger as time goes on. They're adapting the strategies of their opponents. They're adapting to the strategies of their opponents. They're looking at tape, everything about it. And now, like we said, many more difficult opponents ahead. Specifically, their next opponent is going to be Zord Tigers Gaming of Korea, who really got a chance to show their stripes in that last game. I mean, that had to be an upset, right? I think against Zeta, that looked like they were so good, and a lot of people didn't expect them to get this far.
You know who did? Zoinks. He had them pretty high up on their power rankings. But you know what? We are going to have more matches for you very shortly. Coming up next, we have Onyx Rise going up against Fennel. This is a match you do not want to miss.
Here, cue the epic music.
What's up, everybody? It wouldn't be a Unite broadcast.
Oh, look who it
if
is.
we didn't have our interview. I am here with Inder in front of the big stage while it looks like Nouns is going at it right here with Onyx Rise. I wanted to talk to him a little bit about North America, this tournament, going from the 2-time world champion region to not being in this top 8. What do you think, I mean, of the North American season overall?
Yeah, North America's had a tough start to the season, a lot of roster changes. Historically, NA's been known as almost the pioneers of the metagame, and I think with this meta, two bans being introduced in draft, North America really never found their footing, and they couldn't really innovate. So they relied on their practice partners, you know, trying to steal things from them. We saw some Zera Auras, some Sweet Kiss Comfies.
Go to the card
Nothing really
game?
ended up clicking, and you know, as a
Wait,
result,
why? You want to see some TCG versus your favorite
When you think about
Ender?
what would happen next season, obviously, you go from being the champs, all the teams are knocked out, you have to rebuild, you have to find something new. What do you think North America has to do next year?
Yeah, I think a lot of what happened this year was people wanted to make power teams, try to get the best player in each role on each team. But what NA had a lot of success with in the past was people playing with the people that they liked, playing with their friends.
This is the explanation to why NA didn't do so well.
To kind of more community-oriented, playing with people that they like. So I hope maybe in North America we can resolve some of the, you know, inner wars that have happened throughout the year and kind of just go back to playing with your friends and doing your best.
Tell me a little bit, you were the coach of the Orange Juicers, you were here with them. Tell me a little bit about what it was like, that experience. Obviously you go from being a pro player to now helping a pro team try to win here at Worlds. What was that like for you?
Yeah, I mean, on me, definitely it's a little bit tough.
Never mind, I thought Ender was playing the card game.
You know,
Imagine.
I wish I was on that stage myself. But it was a humbling experience. You know, those are a really great group of guys.
Dude had the same shirt. I think they're selling that at the event.
Everyone was kind of expecting the power teams at NA to step up. But the Juicers, they won the 2 tournaments in NA that we're a part of. They're the NAIC champs. Obviously, they didn't get the results here that they wanted. But I'm proud of them. I think they worked really hard, and you know they had a decent showing.
Now with what's left in this tournament, who do you think's making it to the grand finals?
Nouns is looking quite good. Fennel's everyone's favorites. I think it's going to be a tough road for Nouns, but my former teammate Toon is up there. I want to see him in the grand finals.
Wait, Nouns?
On the
Huh?
other side, we saw Legacy get dropped out by Kakalok. That was a big upset. So anything can really end up happening, but I've got my money on Toon and Nouns.
Amazing stuff. Thank you very much, Inder, for this interview. Gotta go.
This didn't age well. Oh my. This is an old interview? It definitely is. How old is it then? Did they just replay that from like yesterday?
With new upgrades. Wild Pokemon, berries, and even scoring area have all been updated to keep things fresh. Plus, make use of new AOS technology to spice up matches in fun and unpredictable ways. Employ unique strategies in every stage of battle. This new mode is officially launching next spring. Stay tuned for more info.
It was when Nouns was playing today in top 8. Wait, we would have seen it earlier, wouldn't we? I don't remember seeing that interview before. And it's weird that they would re-broadcast that. You would think it's like, okay, this is like a very time-sensitive thing. We'll run the interview before that they get knocked out, and then after it's like, this is content we can't air anymore. I think whoever's running the show is just like, just play something in the meantime, anything. This will do.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are in the semi-finals of our World Championships, live in Honolulu, Hawaii, where we are about to find out which of these two teams will be heading to the Grand Finals. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Ye to the ha, joined by the one and only broadcast bandito, Dupe Snacks. Hello, Dupe Snacks. Whoa, careful, buddy. Okay.
Bolster those. I'm so excited. Fennel, Onyx Rise. One of these teams is going to the grand finals. Onyx Rise, I'm going to say, out-kicking their coverage. I don't think anybody picked Onyx Rise to get this far, but they are riding the lightning. On the other side, Fennel, which has looked transcendent. They look like they've made everybody else look like they picked up the game yesterday.
This is one of those teams that just feels like they can't be beat. I feel like every year at the World Championships, there's one team that is just so hot, so good. Their macro is so strong. Their micro is incredible. This year, that feels like Fennel from Japan. They just feel like they are on another level. I think a lot of people would expect them to get to the grand finals here.
You know, it's getting close now. There's only 4 teams.
Right now, that is huge. Obviously, Japan wants to make it to those grand finals.
I'm trying to figure out who would I pick to win it all.
In the game this year, but Onyx has looked insane.
Again, just has completely elevated their own game. We talk about Fennel, okay, they've hit another gear.
I don't know why, but I'm thinking either Fusion or Fennel.
Everyone's expectations.
I think those are my picks. Right now. Eeyore, Aluna, we'll see if they're from 2 different sides, so they potentially could both go to the finals. If they do, then I'll pick a winner from that point.
You know these names. These players are here to game.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got Drapey in the chat. Exclamation point, Pokecatch.
There are moments where they're kind of playful in a match, even though maybe something's not going their way, or they recognize they can't score. They see their opponent, they sort of dance in front of them a little bit and run away. I remember talking to their manager backstage, and I remember saying, are they fun? Like, you never know, like, how fun are they? They feel like a fun team. He's like, yeah, these guys are really fun. Like, they are having a great time, and they're playing like it. They're playing fantastic. I love they brought out the Delphox in a game. I feel like that's been kind of an underused pick in that attacker role, and of course, that's what they're playing for, Dupe Snacks. Those trophies right there. The winner of this match is going to move on to our grand finals. This is a single elimination bracket. The loser is heading home.
Without a doubt. We're taking a look again at both these teams. If you're watching before, I mean, AxeQ was playing crazy good to help Onyx Rise get to this matchup here. And you want to highlight a player from Fennel. It's really tough to ignore the presence of Tone because they have been playing everything. One of the nastiest Sableye games I've ever seen. Slowbro game taking over. We saw them on the Charizard as well. This player is all over the map in all different roles, and no matter which Pokemon they're picking up, it is raw destruction.
Yeah,
I think one of the most impressive things about Fennel is they just have so many tools in their toolbox. It feels like they have so many different strategies they can throw at you, so many things that they are prepared for, and it does just feel like they are on another level right now. They're undefeated. I think they've gone completely undefeated throughout this tournament, not dropping a single map. I'll have to have someone check that. Someone check that, actually, but I'm pretty positive they have not dropped a single map.
Yeah, production, feel free to look into that, put it on screen, and prove Spraggle's correct for the first time in his casting career.
Huge if I was right for once. I would love
Right at Worlds, perfect.
Spraggle's being right? No
Here,
way.
Fennel, your purple team. Onyx Rise drafting for your orange team. First ban is going over to that Mimikyu. Blaziken on the other side for Onyx Rise.
Playing the fish, you need to carry me? Oh shit, okay.
Incredibly popular ban, especially out of these Asian teams, seeing how strong the macro that it facilitates, making sure that it can't get in the mix. And look at that, taking away the Zarina that we saw Fennel use to great success earlier today.
First pick heading over to Fennel. They are grabbing this Urshifu. We've seen so many different Urshifu looks throughout this tournament. Lots of teams on Dark Bear, lots of teams on Water Bear here. And it feels like no matter what you bring it in for, it is causing a lot of havoc here. The picks on the other side, Onyx Rise grabbing Umbreon. It feels like the tank that people are picking up, like the star defender, and Cerulege. A Pokemon that I feel like has been up and down, but some of these top teams are crushing with it.
Yeah, it's really the tale of two Pokemon here. It's like Cerulege is S tier, Cerulege is F tier, and Onyx Rise is putting all their eggs in the Cerulege basket. Two pink blobs for Fennel, Blissey, and Slowbro, incredibly powerful Pokemon.
And now we have Gyarados on the side here of Onyx. We've been seeing a lot of Gyarados. Basically, if you're not able to get your Blaziken or something like that, you're grabbing Gyarados, running it up into that top half. Final couple of picks on the side here of Fennel. Going to see what kind of attacker they want to bring out. Hovering the Mew right now, and possibly also Leafeon. The nice thing about Leafeon, especially into Gyarados, if you can get up there early, level 4, and just bully Magikarp for a long time, you can really shut down Gyarados.
One thing I've got my eyes on is Lucapo's Bear, and I can't wait to see it into this game. Actually covering Pikachu at the moment. We'll see if that's where they land. We're giving them just another moment here, and we'll see if that clicks off.
Yeah, we're going to see what they want to lock in here, and they do lock in the Pikachu as their final pick. We've seen a few teams actually play Pika this weekend, and it's looked pretty good each time. Some teams playing as more of a support Pikachu. They've got an EXP share on it. They have a curse item on it. Other times you're using it in that Volt Tackle Electro Ball moveset. That way you can just set up, you know, situations where Leafeon or Urshifu can't fight in some of these big moments here, as we are going to be heading into our first game of our semifinals very, very soon.
It's right around the corner. We've seen, again, the double defender, but Umbreon support role a little bit over this weekend, and sometimes it's looked pretty anemic. I'm excited to see Onyx Rise flip that narrative around a little bit, because a lot of NA teams went into this well and it didn't pan out.
Yeah, looking at this Pikachu right here, I'm thinking with choice specs and a curse item, we're most likely looking at Thunderbolt, which could be huge. You know, you do a lot of damage at range, you have a great stun, and then you are making sure that the healing is reduced for the entire team. It's not fully support, you're playing this attacker, but you're also disabling your opponents at the same time. As our players are now loading in, this is a very important game for both of these groups. The winner of this best of 3 heads to our grand finals. Obviously, I think most people would say Fennel is the favorite. Onyx is going to try to prove them all wrong here today. Here we go, everybody. Our first game of the semifinals. Fennel, your purple team. Onyx Rise.
All right, here we go, semifinals.
Japan versus Asia Pacific West. In our semifinals, we have the Leafeon running to the top half, instead deciding to give all of the central area over to this Cub boost so they can get enough experience to get online.
Zoe running right past 2 ships passing in the night here. Unfortunately, Spraggle's correct. Fennel is 100% win rate in this event. Congratulations.
Let's go! I'm right about something! Oh man, that's huge. I feel like I'm in the grand finals.
That's a big time win. It's not a trophy, but it's certainly a mental win if I've ever seen one. Quick score there out of depth. They're trying to make it back. Pete doing a good job smothering them down, trying to make it back to their side of the map quickly. You don't want to give up a knockout to an edge.
No, that would be huge right there. We've seen a few teams do it today where Magikarp evolves to Gyarados before the 9-minute mark, and it's really difficult to deal with as Eeyore's made it up to this top path. There's the Ceruledge looking to see if they can find some action that top path, possibly pick up a KO, and now running to the bottom path. They might run into each other. Hey guys, how you doing? We're both deciding where we're gonna go as they head towards this bottom path for the fight at these birds.
I'm taking a look here. Lucapo's going to go for a big time engage. They are this rapid strike Urshifu, and once they decide to go in, you know the rest of Fennel's going to follow. This is a special player on a very special Pokemon, and I'm so happy they went with rapid strike. We're going to see a lot of Shrew.
Take a look at this here. Leafeon getting really aggressive, and here comes the Gyarados. Big fight happening in the top path. Gary's in a lot of trouble. Umbreon's in a lot of trouble, but it picks up a KO and has to run.
A opener there, and now they're able to get some points and at least follow that up. Lucapo's going to peel back, and it looks like Yume might have to. Of course not. Nobody goes down on Fennel. Nobody gets knocked out on Fennel.
They really don't get knocked out on Fennel.
It's banana lands. How do they do that?
They're so impressive. The way they juggle some of these team fights and multiple members of their team make it out on almost no HP. It's so impressive. I think that's one of the things that's been so interesting to watch on Fennel is how good they are at moving in and out and weaving in some of these big fights.
Of course. All right, Ceruledge going right on top, and that's a great KO on Lucapo. They're going to need to grab that back the other way. Can they sort out Igor? Not quite. Yes, and who else but Tone to seal that one up?
Yeah, Tone picks up a nice KO right there. Taking a look at our bottom path. Mamoswine having to defend here. Just a little swing up. Getting the hot water as they're pushing onto this goal zone. Trying to get 28 points in there. Nice Icicle Crash. Not stopping it right there. They move in with the Unite move to pick up the KO.
And that's just clever communication. Pop your Unite move now. I'm going to start scoring my 30. We're going to get these points in while we have the opportunity. Zoe scoring back the other way. 123 to 74. The scoreline isn't awful. Now the Ceruledge is all on top of Tone to see what they can do. So we're going to have to peel back, but they got P right there in support. That's a big slash that doesn't really catch Tone for much damage as they go ahead and take that amnesia and forget all about it.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing P on this Leafeon and setting up, huge moments from path, not using any of that central area. Already level 9. The Unite move is back, actually, as they're going to look to actually take a fight here if they can before this Regirock goes down. It looks like they're chipping it up right here. The Thunder is coming in and secured by the Ceruledge.
Very well done by Eeyore. Tone steps back up. 2 players down for Fennel, and this is a great opportunity for Onic Rise. The Floopy flopping Gyarados getting into the back line, bullying them out, and now they've got a great opportunity to score up, to even up this scoreboard.
And here we go. They decide not to break this goal zone. Instead, head into the central area here of Fennel. And this is actually, it feels like a page out of Fennel's playbook. They're moving into that central area, taking it away from them, leaving that goal zone up so their team can continue to farm experience in that bottom path. However, it looks like Fennel has set Leafeon down there. It's going to be hard to out-secure a Leafeon.
Yeah, and meanwhile...
And it's gone immediately.
And it's gone.
I was right at one point, remember?
At one point, Lucapo going to grab that Regieleki and break the goal zone up top, so they're still holding on to that score lead. As two going to peel back for a moment, Zoe getting popped, and Lucapo kind of goes in and says, use your wish, we're going to throw more damage at you. And now, you're kind of wondering what we're waiting for. It's almost like, are you going to engage on me or not? But meanwhile, the rest of the team is moving around the map to, I hope, achieve something successful.
This is what I was talking about with Onic Rise. It's like he's just kind of having fun with him there. He's like, you can't really KO me. I don't have anything better to do right now. I'm going to dance in your face here for just a little bit. Nice big boosted onto the Mamoswine, pushing them back a little bit. I'm going to have to pull back from this goal zone here as we have no objectives on the map. This is the point when they're really trying to lick that plate clean, find all of the experience on the map, take everything they can, and possibly take a sneaky fight in one of these tier 1 goals.
That's another way to manipulate the game, is actually manipulating the clock. In the way that Zoe just did that, it's like, yeah, did they achieve anything, air quotes? No, not by a measurable metric, but they wasted a lot of time from 2 players on Fennel. They were just like, well, are we going to get this KO or not? Meanwhile, the rest of Onic Rise was able to move around the map.
Once again, I mean, just in their face with this Umbreon, wasting time, frustrating them. They can't take it down. Looks like Tone's caught right here by the Ice Wing. Big pickup right there as we have the objective spawning in the bottom path. Registeel has hit the map.
Machio moving forward, got Gary going straight towards Registeel to see if they can bait anybody in. I'm watching for Lucapo. This is a great time for them to have a pop-off moment to get Fennel feeling good. These last couple fights have gone weird. Registeel's on the Razor's Edge. Nice Earthquake by Aluna. Ice Fang pop-up. Gyarados KO. And they're flipping the script. They're taking the bodies on Fennel. We popped a Unite move. Nice Bliss Assist. It's right in there. We're using the Pikachu Unite. Thunderbolts all from the skies raining down on the heads of Fennel. KO streak of 2 for the Gary. And now Onic Rise is saying, Fennel who?
Rise looking incredible in these fights, perfectly orchestrated right there, taking that objective. All the meanwhile, Fennel was scoring points. We have the Leafeon moving around the map. It is level 12 right now, so it's keeping pace. We have the level 11 also on the side of Fennel, so they're not too far behind, and they are up on the scoreboard. But man, these fights are looking good for Onic.
They are doing a great job. Did you see that Registeel bait? And then there's a big earthquake engage, and the immediate Gyarados stops hitting Registeel, goes in, catches the body, Unite moves are flying, and despite an amazing Bliss assistance on Lucapo, they still take the raw deal of that bargain. Onic Rise up in another team fight.
Beautiful stuff here from Fennel taking the objective, but all the while that was happening, Onic Rise was able to score in the bottom path, getting that score lead shrunken quite a bit. 204 now to 180, very, very close. When you're, less than 50 points between these two teams, anything can happen. Nice big slow beam, worth the 3-minute 15-second mark, so they're actually looking for a fight on this tier 2. I think they're going to get pushed back, but Fennel is still pushing.
They're still going for it. They want that action. They want the smoke. Another version for Unite. KO Shrika 2 for Leafeon. What kind of leaf he on? Those KOs are getting high. Now the Regieleki hit this goal zone, and the score line's going up too.
That's one of your best. That's one of your best. 337 to 180. Tier 1 broken as we have Onic now on the back foot. Huge fight there from Fennel, but they used a lot of Unite moves. You can see the entire side has no
GG's
lights
Craft.
lit up. It's Halloween. They're not giving out any candy. They need to recharge those Unite moves.
Hopefully I did all right with Umbreon.
Seconds. Another objective in the bottom path here. 15 seconds until it drops. Onyx in a weird spot because they have a ton of experience on their side.
We got, what, 26 seconds till they jump into the Ray fight?
They're really going to want this objective so that they can take a big fight at Ray. There's not a lot of time on the clock. They're rushing to it now.
Like I said, my Fennel was my pick in this group. They are crushing it.
Onic Rise's strategy on its head.
You did good. Craft approved. Let's go. I got the approval.
We have a Ray around the corner, and now Onic Rise needs to do something with it.
They recognize that there's no way they can rip this in time and get good positioning here at Ray. Onic moving into the Rayquaza pit, looking to see if they can find a fight. No one caught there with that Earthquake. Leafeon moves in, the Ice Fang misses. We have the boosteds, we have the hot water, we have the solar beam into another boosted, into a Razor Leaf. The Mamoswine's in trouble, but they are peeling back. Another Scald, and it looks like they're moving in.
Def goes in, but they're getting collapsed on popping the Umbreon Unite. Zoe's gonna try and get out, but on the top side, it's a Luna lone HP. Ice Fang up on Lucapo. They get the KO after the Pikachu Unite move. Now all of a sudden, Def has to peel back. They still have everybody standing, but everybody's so low HP, they can't leverage the sick catch on Lucapo.
Beautiful catch right there, but they all need to reset, and this Umbreon's in a lot of trouble, and that's devastating there for Onic. They've lost one of their defenders as they're moving into this Ray pit. They are down, a minute 15 on the clock. The hot water finding them in the tall grass, and Onic is in hot water right now. They need to make a play. They need to get Ray. They're too far behind. Even a full pocket score won't do it. Moving on to Rayquaza now.
Okay, here we go. They're going for it. Will they get it? Oh my god, the Blissey secure.
Going to score 4 players down for Onic Rise, and Onic Rise is finding themselves falling fast.
Onic Rise not in control of that fight. A beautiful secure there from the Blissey, and Fennel is taking game 1 in commanding fashion.
way.
Controlling the score, controlling the Ray pit, controlling the fight, and then when they moved in to try to do the last thing they could, secure Rayquaza, they took that from them as well. Fennel going to be up 1 game here in our semifinals.
All I'm focused on right now is from
Oh, Conan, if you need more Pokeballs, exclamation point Poke Shop, and then I think buy Pokeball, and then the number. I'm pretty sure I still have a command in the chat if you're not sure.
They're ahead by 200. They're ahead by 3 levels.
Actually, no, it's not even buy. It's Poke Shop, Pokeball, and then the number of Pokeballs you want to buy.
How did we let that go?
Onic Rise played an amazing game, but you're right. There was a switch that was turned on for Fennel. When they took that fight with that Regieleki in the top path, they changed the game for themselves. They put themselves in control. They looked amazing in that
These guys got Glaceon and Umbreon as their, I guess, their mascots.
Felt like they were in control.
They're an EV team.
Out of that game. But again, now, once again, Fennel
no problem, anytime.
a single map.
I got you.
It's so crazy. When you talk about being in control, it can't be understated how much control Onyx had.
What was that?
The score was always a little bit tipped in the favor of Fennel, but in terms of how they were moving around the map, how these team fights were shaking out, it felt like everything was coming up Onyx Rise.
Yeah, it really did. And, you know, we just saw Fennel shift into another gear. It felt like for a second.
The menu does not display on my window for some reason.
That, you know, Fennel had a weakness, that something could be
The
done
menu,
about
like
this
the.
team, and then the flawless
You're talking about the
plays
extension
we've
for
seen
Pokemon Community Game?
Today, yesterday, seen in, you know, their qualifiers for this where they absolutely dominated in Japan. That came back out here in game number 1. That Reggie Alecki fight was the turning point of the entire match, and they never stopped.
Yeah, the game menu.
Nothing that seems harder in this game than
That is
full
odd.
5-on-5 tier 2 siege.
Are you looking at it through mobile or desktop? Because I think mobile it doesn't work.
They were using Unite moves. They were moving hard. They wanted to get their advantage there, and they absolutely got it. Picking up massive KOs, breaking the goal zone, giving them.
I think no extensions actually work on mobile for some reason.
Start getting their Unite moves back for this next fight.
The Twitch authentication token expired. Please reload the website or restart your app.
Our next draft here. The band.
Oh, maybe Twitch is just having a fit. I'm not sure.
Now we're gonna get our next band here from Fennel. They will be our team.
Yeah, I'm just checking on my phone.
A lot of teams lately
Doesn't work on mobile. It works on desktop though. If it's not working, yeah, just refresh your browser. Or close it and just reopen it up again.
You know they're excited about, but you want to run it.
Yeah, the problem for Onyx Rise right now is the best counter to Fennel is like disconnecting their switches. That is a gargantuan counter to Fennel. They just haven't looked like they've had any weaknesses all weekend long, and the trend continues. Even when you think you have a leg up, they are right there to snatch you back down and make you realize that Fennel's here to gain.
Onyx Rise now with 2 picks. Umbreon in that first slot. Umbreon's been getting first picked in so many matches here today. We're going to take 2 powerful all-rounders. Nope, switching up. Nope, still 2 powerful all-rounders. All right, there we go. We've got Ceruledge and we have Gyarados now on the side of Fennel.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll go bottom.
These next 2 picks. Possibly bringing in
I
Charizard.
guess.
We've seen a ton on Charizard today. It looked pretty fantastic. Next pick, hovering the Eldegoss. Eldegoss is the support that always provides massive value. As you can see what they're playing.
I'm back
for
in
right
Networks.
now.
Let's go.
Those
World Champion trophies.
Those trophies are gorgeous, and you definitely want the one where Pikachu's holding the gold.
Oh yeah,
without
the
a
one
doubt.
where Pikachu's holding the gold. I tried to touch him earlier. They said just make him dirty.
Yeah,
I thought it was mean.
We are
just
filthy
that no one
people.
can touch him.
But you don't wash your hands. It's disgusting.
Oh, come on.
He
Germs
does
aren't
wash his
real.
hands.
Germs aren't real. I won't get into it. They told me not to get into it. Mamoswine being locked in. Pikachu once again being locked in. I thought that Pikachu looked fantastic.
I think Deuce Snacks went a little too far and they had to dig themselves out of that hole there.
Bringing it back out here. Next 2 picks.
Saying
over to
Spragle
the side
doesn't
of
wash his
Fennel. They did
hands.
decide to move off of that Charizard, instead grabbing the Urshifu for Lucapo there. And finally, we're going to see what they want to fill in these last 2 slots.
Stone hovering the Cramorant, and a Mew is locked in. Mashio Mew last game looked great. It was just solar beam harassment, electro balls, and it was facilitating great engagement. Stone actually switching off the Cram to a Lucario, a Pokemon that you and I haven't been particularly big fans of all weekend long, but if there's one player that can make us eat those words, it's certainly Tone.
Yeah, Fennel is the kind of team that I feel like anything that's thrown at me, I'll go get Fennel. You're right. On the other side, Onyx, I actually kind of love the counter pick here with Clefable. We haven't seen a ton of Clefable this weekend, but boy, Urshifu and Lucario do not like gravity. And if we're seeing a gravity Clefable right here, I mean, they make their day miserable.
Yeah, there's a way to work around gravity, right? Go in, force the gravity out, wait a second, and then re-engage afterwards while it's on cool down. However, even just having the opposing team having to play around gravity is another hindrance that exists because it's not allowing them to operate in a manner that's the most efficient.
Yeah, absolutely. We have our teams ready for this next match. We've got the Rescue Hood on that Clefable with special attack spec. Looking to stack and get those big time healing. Once again, Pikachu with that first item to lower the healing of their opponents. And we see that EXP share on Mew. This is going to be a support Mew.
Yeah, and it's something that was played earlier. You and I didn't get to cast it, but I'm excited to get the opportunity to do it.
It's going to be cool to see here. Fennel up one game right now. One game away from the grand finals. Onyx down one game. They need to win 2 in a row to keep their tournament alive and head to these grand finals. Onyx last year in groups knocked out. This year, possibly heading to a grand finals as we head to game number 2. Fennel, your purple team. Onyx Rise, your orange team. Everything is on the line for Onyx right now.
Unleashing that Indeedee over to see if they can catch somebody. Not quite yet. Dev's going to move forward. We want to see an early Gyarados for Onyx Rise so they can start putting pressure on this aggro Umbreon.
Yeah, and we have this Clefable just stealing some berries here, looking to stack as much as they can, but not making a lot happen. Umbreon moving over to the side of this Magikarp, able to steal away some of that experience here. Again, if you can, you really want to try to shut down this Magikarp early. So many teams will let it get online so fast.
Yeah, I mean, already going to be level 5 here in short order is key, but in combination with the Gossifleur, just the A-Press monster is great. Electro Web, one of the best moves in the game. Is it going to be enough? The way they just covered for the Mashio coming through, boosted out a long range. K opener is on a Cerulege by who else?
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. That was a pretty fight too. We had the Bitter Blade charge up for the Mew, poaching right into their allies to pull away from it there. Nice big boost that they're pushing onto this goal zone, raining in some points, which they're able to easily do. Gets themselves a score lead, 47-7, in control in the bottom half.
Tone actually outscaling Lucapo here. They're both on the verge of level 6. Lucapo will take over, but just Tone, impactful player over and over and over again. Okay, we got a pretty decently timed carry. We're going to have to jump back, grab a berry. So at least the push stops for now. 4 players for Fennel. Actually, Lucapo peeling away. Let's see what they're going to do.
Yeah, here we go. Just throwing some boosters at them here. Peeling back from this goal zone. There's a lot of experience to deal with on the map. Urshifu running back to that central area. Cerulege on the other side as we have spawns here in the middle. The birds are about to jump into this middle area here. And I didn't see which kind of Lucario we got. What do we got? Is this extreme speed? Power up punch? What do you playing, Tone?
That's a great question. That is a great question. We're moving back through all of that experience. Went to Fennel really quick. Eeyore caught out, and they are going to get buckled by Lucapo. And now Axew finds themselves like, wow, there's 4 players. What's going on? Baluna going to have to peel back, grab a berry, but Tone is right there with them. Electro Ball popped up. Ice Fang reposition. Is that still the Electro Web? I mean, we are struggling out here.
Beautiful stuff here on the side of Fennel, breaking that goal zone. Nice overcap there. Not massive, but also the positional advantage at this next bottom. Reggie is going to be huge. We did get to see its power-up punch, close combat. We're going to see if they have more luck with it than some of the teams we've seen throughout this tournament. So far, so good. The level lead is pretty incredible for every Pokemon on the side of Fennel.
Being down almost the entire level on Dev over there on the Gyarados, but still hanging in there, hanging tough. Umbreon has great sustain, and the way that they're playing this aggro Umbreon is going to be able to scrap pretty well on its own.
Yeah, now down to the bottom half here. We have Urshifu starting this Red Ice. Both members of Onyx Rise moving down to this fight. Huge catch right there with the Ice Fang. Tone's in a lot of trouble. Tone goes down. Unite Move is not able to come out, and they have to peel away from this Red Ice. It looks like they just got it
Brian,
right
what's up?
Rise. Thank you very much. We'll take that.
Beautiful, beautiful engagement there.
It is getting late. I've been streaming for so long. We're trying to get to the finals. I'm trying to stay alive until we get to that point.
Yeah, they recognize very intelligently that just was not going to work out for them. Lucario already got
How's it
caught.
going?
Let's not give up more, right? The worst thing you can do is throw good money after.
Wait, our finals tonight? They are, and it's going so late. We are currently watching semifinals. If Fennel wins this, then it'll be the other bracket, and then whoever wins that, then we're on to the finals.
So at least P came back with some sort of prize on that chase.
Yeah, they picked up some KOs there, but you're right. That's what some of these top teams are able to do. If they're going to give up a KO, it's going to be on their lowest level supporter running the EXP share, not their level 10. Nice Cerulege already. Wow, looked like they were going to be able to secure it right there. Not able to make it happen as this Reggie Alecki is walking towards the side of Honor.
Giving them a real opportunity on Onyx Rise was Dev with a nice little bounce in action. Moving forward, charging up, engage on Dev quickly. Pikachu Unite Move is great. We're going with the follow-up.
Yeah, the crazy thing is they're on Pacific time, so us East Coasters have to stay up really late if you want the drop. The drop is a free license, like one of the basic Pokemon. For me, it's worth because I don't have everything. But for like people like Craft, it does not matter.
Rise, point-wise, everything is looking great for them.
Oh,
Finally,
crap.
we have a Mammoth line on the side of
Run,
Onyx
run,
Rise,
run, run,
all
run.
evolved up and ready
I'm
to
also
go.
playing some Unite as well.
Ability to use coaching with this Mew has been a wonder to watch. They are
Watching all this
just
Unite has made me want to play the
never
game.
giving themselves up as a potential target for Onyx Rise to
Even worse, they're on
capitalize
8. Oh yeah, it's right. It's in Hawaii, so they have their own time zone. I just considered it Pacific, but yeah, that's true.
Now healing towards this top path, looking to see if they can score. And Gyarados is going to try to cut Lucario and Mew off at the pass. Ceruledge looking to put some points in, and they do. 32 points ran into the goal zone, and they're now going to peel away. Nice use of the fan of force to make sure they don't get hit.
We've seen some pretty crazy games too. We've seen games won with just milliseconds on the clock. Games won by like just 2 points.
Meanwhile, we have Fennel taking this bottom objective here, ripping apart Reggie.
And yeah, NA, non-existent, not in the running.
Of course, the caster curse. Yeah, there's something they can do about Clefable.
And all the 4 teams that are still left are from different regions, and none of them have ever won Worlds before. So this will be a record for somewhere in the world.
Yeah, but we head to the top path here. We have an objective spawning here. Fennel is ready to go. Reggie Alecki is on the board. They have a good shot to take it here, but now take a look at this. Onyx Rise is on the march.
That's insane,
All
yeah.
5 members making it to the top path.
They're looking for an engagement here. We've got a little bit of scrap downstairs. Okay, we're going to crash land on P's on top of them. On Yume is. Now we're all sitting on top
We need to rep NA in the Worlds next year. Yes, let's start a team. Let's make sure it happens.
Actually backs off this Reggie Alecki. Is this fight going to materialize, or we just
I don't know if I have the energy to do it. I mean, I'm willing. I just don't know if I would ever be able to do it.
Want to engage right here. Obviously, it's hard for Fennel to jump in and fight.
Be really cool
gravity.
though, for sure.
It's difficult for Onyx Rise. They have no goal zone. They don't have good positional advantage. They're just moving back and forth, back and forth. There's so much experience on the map. There's so much that could be done, and Fennel notices it. Mew running to the bottom path to score here. Onyx sees that. They move towards Reggie Alecki.
Reggie Alecki's at half. I mean, Onyx Rise is definitely going to have to take this. Tone not even willing to engage. They're just going to sit on pad to see if they want to defend. If it hits, they have a great opportunity for an overtap. But we're going straight for Tone action, and they're going to let it walk.
Beautiful stuff there, bringing them one.
Well, we got 3 down. We can do this.
A full pocket score. When we have double time here in 20 seconds, we'll put them up by 1 point. Onyx Rise's tournament life is on the line.
I'm a little late on that one.
The last hope for Indonesia, the last hope for APAC West. They have to somehow take down Fennel. Clefable has not found its moments, has not found the gravity to get them stuck here. We'll find out if it can happen in this big fight. Solar beams coming through, the healing on the team as they move towards Ray.
Going straight for the rip, we're on to the backside. Gyarados, nice Unite, spins up a couple. Can they leverage it? We're pushing forward here. Lucapo pops their Unite move, they're on the chase. Dev uses that action right back. They actually have to bounce away. Nobody quite down yet. Pikachu is yet there. Rayquaza solo, taken by the Pikachu. Onyx Rise remains alive. Can they get some points in? You said one burger evens this thing up. Luna doesn't have full pockets, but they are one of the few with the shields. Clefable's peeling up top. Is that the burger they need to go up by 1?
Clefable running to the top path here. They're going to let their ally score first as Onyx Rise is now up 372-51 here in game number 2. A minute 15 seconds left. It's definitely not over, but they still have Rayquaza shields. They are
Still possible
looking
here.
to score. They're still looking to put more points on the board while they try to defend. Meanwhile, we saw the gravity in that fight. They caught them in it like Sandra Bullock, and they were able to shut them down. Huge fight for Onyx Rise as they are now
They're all bottom.
pushing towards this tier 2 goal zone.
Come on, someone. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. They're all coming down now.
Make sure that P can't get their points in. We've got just the moonlight. We've got the gravity down. They can't press this pad. P is low on HP. Lucapo comes back in. We're bouncing backwards. Another grab put down. Crash landing on top of their heads is Pikachu with another Unite move, getting 2. And now Tone is standing all by their lonesome with just Yume in their back pocket, and there's not enough in the tank to get this done. KO streak of 3 out of this Pikachu. Give him the whole squad.
That's it. That's all she wrote. So 1-1.
Rise has done the impossible. Well, not impossible for them. They finally take a match off of Fennel. Fennel can be beat, everyone, and it could happen in this next game as our semifinals are all tied up.
Onyx Rise handing Fennel their first loss of the weekend. Their first map loss of the weekend. And you know what they say? When it's you and me, it's game 3.
That's right, my friend. Always a game 3 with us. And, you know, that's the reason no one could take down Fennel. They just needed the right casting.
It's actually their first loss. That's
We are
insane.
the kryptonite of efficiency when it comes to tournaments being run.
Are we running?
I still think they're gonna get it. I think they're gonna win the next one.
We'll make it a little longer for all of you.
It's
but
gonna be
who wouldn't
Fennel
wanna
and
watch
Fusion
another
for the
match between
finals.
These two titans right here. And once again, Fennel dropping a game, pretty unusual for them. And now the question is, how do they react when they have lost? Right. This is something they don't have to deal with often. Some teams can get quite rattled, and you would think, well, one of the best teams in the world, maybe not. I don't know. They don't lose too often. This might be pretty unusual for them.
Yeah, they might be navigating uncharted waters for themselves here. And Onyx Rise, you gotta think this is
Ooh,
just
a
a
gold.
shot
I'll take
beyond
that.
of pure momentum.
Also a
as
silver
Eeyore
camera.
is going to get the tip of the cap. 232 points, 2 knockouts, but that's Cerulege showing up.
Ooh, yeah,
Cerulege
nice.
has just been, again, as we talked about, kind of up and down throughout this tournament. Always a powerful pick, and it seems to slot into a lot of teams. Everyone having varied results with it, but they all recognize how powerful this thing is. I think one of the biggest things about it is its level 5 is
So many people are on tonight. Oh my god. You mean on Unite? I can imagine.
Yeah, that's the
Normally
thing,
it's
right? Is
dead.
it the game-changing Pokemon that we all kind of assumed it might be? I think you can make an argument that it
I
has
think people that were like hoping that NA would go through are like, you know what? Let's just go play Unite.
essentially following through on its
We'll
role.
carry NA
Onyx Rise
online.
finding a way to get it done today.
somehow they took a game. And if they take one more, they're heading to the grand finals.
I guess the
And
world hype is
region
real.
that
There was
seemed
more
kind of
viewership
unstoppable, Japan could once again
earlier.
not make
I
a great
don't know
run.
why
This would be crazy.
it's dropped. What is that right now?
them all
Actually,
weekend.
right now it's huge. Before was it like
Especially after watching them at regionals.
I think it was like
this
what
just felt like
7,000
such a
people?
monstrous region.
I guess people are like starting to realize like this is the time to watch. But it was actually the lowest tier at one point compared to the other 3 channels.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about a giant slayer. We're looking at one right now.
This seems about right though. Like TCG's the lowest.
This draft is Onyx
I don't know why
Rise is gonna
VGC is so low though.
for Fennel, and Onyx Rise is going to have the first pick this go round.
Yeah, we're going to see how Fennel wants to
It was
take
at
2 picks
6K.
in a row. Onyx Rise, a lot of great options.
Everybody
here.
wants to watch the end game. True.
Picked up by just about any team if it was
I guess VGC will pop off like on Sunday later on in the day.
like an Umbreon, but
It's that big announcement that we're all looking for. You guys got room? Yeah, we could play.
Yeah, really, it might
As long
be
as
like
Craft's
we
down to
pretty
rank.
good on it, but we
Are you down to
definitely
rank,
don't wanna deal
Craft?
with Fennels. We're going to see where they end up. I think the Umbreon's a great place to start. One of the best defenders going, and we're going with Gary.
I like this. Gyarados, Umbreon, that all-rounder that everyone
let's
was like,
go.
this is really good, but I don't think anyone recognized that it was going to be one of the top all-rounders throughout
Invite
this.
sent.
On to the other side, we're going to see the next 2 picks here for
I think
Onyx.
playing Unite's the only thing keeping me alive right now because, oh man, doing a stream this long is tough. Imagine doing this all weekend.
Finally, yes, they do lock in Pikachu pretty early in this draft.
Yeah, I mean,
It's been a fun journey doing it. It's just way too long. I had to eat through stream, which I don't normally do, which is fine by me.
It's really been exceeding
Yeah, we're on 9 hours. I don't even know if I've done a stream this long.
It got some buffs a little while back. It's one of those Pokemon that has been slow.
Mario RPG was the closest.
Entire UCS season, and I think a lot of people just didn't give it an opportunity to shine.
I think that was an
but
8-hour
Onyx
stream.
is. We've got Leafeon and we've got Mew. Leafeon, interestingly enough, was a Pokemon that at the beginning of the UCS season was banned out almost every single game.
Yeah, exactly, and it's really been a peak and a valley with this Pokemon, right? Originally with
Hey,
Solar
Crimson,
Blade,
what's
and
up,
then it kinda
Conan?
had a resurgence when people realized how good Razor Leaf
Did I miss
was,
something? Did I
and then
do
it
something?
Kind of fell off, but crawling back into the mix.
Where's my
and it's had
VODs?
some
I want to
great games
see.
this weekend.
Now, interesting here, the Lucario has now been picked up by
Apparently
Onyx
that
Rise.
game was Fennel's first loss to the tournament. Yeah, it is. That's their first game they lost.
Really, every team that's picked it up, I feel
That's
like
why they were one of my top picks. I've been watching all today, and they've been doing really well. So I still expect them to win.
Surprised to see it here. I really personally don't
This next
understand the
one,
strategy behind it fully.
Fusions did really well. Those are my top
Felt like
2.
a great pick for them, and and we do have Charizard as
Also,
a
Wolf Glick was on a 9-win streak. We were watching it on the VGC channel for a little bit. And then we went back to check up on him because undefeated, that's nuts. And then he lost 3 in a row, and he just got, I guess, after 3 losses you're out or something.
Yeah, this is
He just threw at that point.
match here. We've got the 2 all-rounders that I think a lot of people expected to be sort of the big dogs this weekend. Cerulege and Charizard. We also have 2 more.
He got eliminated, yeah. It was looking so good for him. The fact that he was just on a win streak like
on the
that.
side of Onyx is interesting. They don't have a ton of front line. They've got the slow
I think it was in round 9 he got his last one, and then it was 10, 11, 12.
And of course they got this backline. It's Pikachu. It is Clefable. It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see how they can get away from the Charizard Unite moves. If they can, and if they can outlast them, they probably have a better team fight here than Fennel.
I have a tendency to agree with you, Spraggles, but it's Fennel, so you can't just assume that, oh, we have a theoretical better team fight here. You have to execute. And now, for these teams, if they lose, they are out.
That's right. This is it. All is on the line for these 2 squads. They are playing for that spot.
Oh, I forgot to mention another crazy thing that happened on the stream. So because we have the 4, Pokemon Go actually got banned. The channel got banned live.
And the last chance for Japan to make it to the grand finals.
There's more on the line than that.
So all we saw in the corner of the screen was just like the Twitch ban. It got unbanned within like a couple minutes or like 5 minutes later. But it was crazy how that happened.
Mario picking up a nice secure right there, taking it away from Fennel, which is in their face, trying to stop them. Here comes B into that central area, seeing what they can steal, looking for this red buff, and it looks like they're going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way Eeyore could even contest that, right? The level 4 run across, grab a buff, and then hit top path is going to be devastating. We still have a Clefairy there, and Dev is moving back with just above half HP.
And we have this Magikarp looking to get some experience, get online here, become Gyarados. We have Eeyore in this bottom path, able to now get to level 5, running towards this fight, barely making it to the 850 birds, but they do make it in the bottom path.
Now we have P ready to go. Razor Leaf pulled back through, grabbing the Swablu and Altaria. Dev, I think, actually got a couple of them to their credit, able to skirmish there and not leave empty.
Dev just looking to watch Yume right there, going, yeah, we know what you do as Umbreon. We know you're coming in here. We're watching you, buddy. We're trying to make sure it doesn't happen. Clefable scoring in this top path. Still a Clefairy, but they need those stacks so their healing is able to really support them near the end of the match. Leafeon running up to the top path right here, moving back onto the Slowbro. Slowbro pulling back towards their central area.
Lucapo hitting Gyarados fairly quickly, not the fastest we've seen all weekend, but certainly reasonable, able to be an impact.
We have no idea how it got banned. It was just there, and then it wasn't. It was just the black screen. I don't know how it happens. Like, even if someone reported the channel for something, and like I don't know, maybe a bot just said sure and just accepted the report, but I thought Twitch has moderators that watch that kind of thing.
As they run down to this bottom path, that Charizard's 8, it almost has its Unite move. Once it has
Pretty crazy though. Like, you get banned, and it was just like a few minutes later you get unbanned. Like, you must have a direct line. Give him a call. Hey, can we get our channel back? Like, yeah, no problem.
We've seen them on Mamoswine Tice. Slowbro might be the difference maker here.
Yeah, Slowbro pushing forward, getting some vision here, and we can see Charizard just pushing them back there, looking for this level 9. If they're able to get it right now, this fight changes dramatically. That's 9. They can now push towards this with impunity. They know if they move in, they can grab a member of the team, and Onyx is aware of that as well. They see them at 9, trying to push back the Umbreon right here as they get ready for this bottom objective. It looks like they're going to have to give it up. They recognize without a Unite move, there's not much they can do, and they say, hey, fair enough, we're just going to score and break your goal.
What's crazy is right there was a 5 versus 3. All of Onyx Rise was there, and there was only 3 players for Fennel, and that was enough just to push them away because the Charizard was so big.
Yeah, they recognized having that Unite move at that bottom Reggie was just too much for them. Reggie Lecky being ripped apart. Cerula's Unite move coming in. They do get the secure, but Char's in the air.
And they're burning them down. Close combat comes out to get a little bit of HP back, but that is not enough. Moonlight's not down, which means they're not getting healed. Zoe gonna have to run after, gonna try and pick up Eeyore, who has a KO streak of 2, finding a way to get it done. Reggie Lecky nicely secured again by Eeyore, and they let it hit. They completely missed the stop, and now the goal zone's gone. Yes, they still have the lead, but they're finding quality KOs, and they're climbing back up. Zoe just rolled the Hyper Beam. They lock it in, and that spells disaster for
Bullshit.
Fellas. Eeyore is still going. Can Lucapo leverage a knockout here? Spraggles, they need one big. They bounce into the middle, trapped in the gravity. They find action, son, and now they're getting on the goal zone, plus 35.
He coming up an absolute savior in this fight with this Leafeon that was going horribly wrong for Fennel. Nice little stack here in this top path on Fable. Again, they don't give up a ton of experience here with this KO. And they're running right back for it. They're saying, look, I'm really trying to stack this matchup. I gotta heal the squad right here. And when you're KOing a lower level Pokemon Dupe Snacks, you really don't get a lot of XP. Right. The reverse, of course, is huge.
Yeah, Pokemon Go became Pokemon Gone.
Adamashio to get the knockout on that Lucario.
Yeah.
I almost forgot the name of the Pokemon.
Yeah, it's because we don't see it too much. 155 to 198 right now as we're at the halfway point. It feels like these teams are pretty even here. Fennel moving into the central area.
I didn't see the VOD from yesterday because I was busy, but apparently the way they showed off the new game mode is by having all the creators play it. So I need to run it back and go find that VOD. Sounds interesting. I think they had creators against what someone said, a Chinese team.
This Leafeon is just so aggressive towards all of the wild Pokemon on this map. They are gonna get
I totally did miss 9 hours of stream. Yo, Keegan, what's up?
but they're down 155 to 14. Getting ready for this tier 1 goal zone here for Fennel. So this is a pretty safe fight for them. They can move in and out as they move towards the side.
This is the late night gang for some of us.
Coming out, seeing what they can make happen. Gyarados heads underwater. The Phantom Force was not on time, and they go down.
They catch Eeyore right there. That's Gargantuan. They're going to be able to get this Registeel for free. And you can already see where that Umbreon is, just menacing them, moving forward.
Oh my god, there's too many of them.
Beautiful stuff there.
I can't even get out there with XP. That's crazy.
Gyarados actually popped out of the water a little early to sort of make sure that they could outplay the Phantom Force that was coming from Cerulege, or if it was just simply on
Steph play, I think? Yeah, that's what I heard. Something about a Ray Snipe that I need to see now. Like, I think she was melting it and someone took it on her. So now I'm like curious.
Again, they're behind on the scoreboard here. Level-wise, they're pretty close, but Fennel is all over their side of the map.
Yeah, and immediately grabbing the Reggie.
The Crimson Night Owls, TM. Yeah, I'm gonna be up to like probably 2 or 3, who knows.
Oh, we have a slow beam was used as well here. That's a pretty late one, as now they're able to defend the goal zone, but they're fading back. 2 players down quickly. Eeyore getting another KO streak of 2, but they are dealt an L on the backside of it.
Yeah, they stopped them from scoring, but they're going to need to recharge these Unite moves. One nice thing about slow
I don't usually see JoJo here or his Twitch name different than his Discord. Yeah. JoJo went to bed.
The unfortunate thing is they get more experience over the side of Fennel. Fennel with a level 14 Charizard, 13 Gyarados,
Ow, ow, ow.
about to be 14. Almost at their max level with 45 seconds left until Rayquaza. They're going to be a force to deal with. And we're going to have to see if Dev is going to be able to make anything really happen on this Lucario. It feels like it's been mostly a non-factor.
I mean, Yume always getting quality vision for the team. I mean, Fennel has a clear understanding of where almost every member
We got Stunfisk in the chat. That's what you want,
going in,
Pokecatch.
put the Razor Leaf down to see if they can get a catch. They can't. You actually saw Yume come down for the support here. 15 seconds till Ray Spraggles, and this one matters a heck of a lot.
That's right. It matters so much for these two teams. Onyx Rise, Fennel, 1 game away from the grand finals. The only thing in their way is the other team. Onyx Rise is down right here, but not by much. If they can catch them, they can make something happen. Umbreon in trouble.
Oh no, they're gonna find me.
They have to use their Unite move, and Charizard picks up and slams down. They don't get any quality action here. Yume peeling back. They rip Ray the whole time! They rip Ray the whole time! Tone secures, and holy smokes, 3 players down in a heartbeat. You want to talk about a bait and switch? Fennel Fennel just pulled the rug out from under us.
Fennel takes Rayquaza. Fennel scores the top half. Now moving towards this main goal zone here, deciding to peel away. A minute 30 left on the clock. It happens so fast. There's still time in this match.
Whoa, showing a shiny? I heard the noise in stream. You're not shiny hunting, are you?
Gyarados does, Charizard does, Leafeon does. As Gyarados is looking to make something happen, the slow beam stops them. They're going to get a KO, they're going to break a Ray shield, but two members of Fennel are running towards their main goal zone, and they're going to score more points. This is going to make
Let's go, we got it.
Almost insurmountable for Onyx Rise.
We've got 1 minute left, Spraggles, and they're going to need a miracle on the side of Onyx Rise. They've been
Oh no, not Charizard.
Is there anything more in the tank? Mashio says, doubt it, son. We're putting so many points in. This thing is over. 45 seconds until the Rise has fallen.
That's right. 409 to 869. There's just nothing that Onyx Rise can do here. They would have to
Let's go,
every
Fen.
single member of Fennel, and even
My
then,
team,
I don't know
my
if
team
there are
pick is
enough
winning.
points on the board.
We just won our
Four
match.
members of Onyx Rise do fall. Fennel takes game number 3. Fennel from Japan is heading to your grand finals.
We got the Japanese in the
Squad
finals.
is. They're acing the rest of the team as we go into the last 10 seconds. They are in the grand finals, and they've looked like the best team all weekend. It shouldn't be a surprise.
Can anyone beat Fennel? So far, the answer to that is no. Onyx giving them the best run for their money so far. But Fennel from Japan heading to your grand finals to prove that Japan is the best region in the world.
What a play. We thought that Yume was getting caught. No, they were doing the same thing we've watched them do all game, wasting time. We actually saw the Charizard Unite come out on Illuna. The Slowbro realized they have to go help sort out the team, so they actually peel away from the Ray Pit, and that immediately spells the demise of Ray as they jump on top of it, secure, score, and win.
Taking a look at some of these amazing moments throughout this 3-game series, the only team to take Fennel to a 3-game series. Onyx Rise in game number 1. This was that push, Doob Snacks, that was just so beautiful. The game changer. They threw their Unite moves, what felt like a little late, but they broke the goal zone, controlled this here, and then Blissey with the miracle secure here with the Egg Bomb. Here it comes, boom! Somehow, Egg Bomb always gets it done.
It's just the story of Pokemon Unite. If there is an objective and there is an Egg Bomb, there is
Of course,
a
I get the
route to
flat
victory.
gremlin.
We are
This
moving
game,
through,
this
and was a
Pokemon has
great team fight by
Thunderfang
Onyx
for
Rise
biting
in
my
game 2
toes.
to take this right and secured by the Pikachu with a basic attack.
Incredible stuff here from Onyx, actually able to take a game off of Fennel. Beautiful stuff, but match number 3, as we said, they were just taking Rayquaza.
Oh no, their stream died again? That's also been a thing too. It's happened a bunch of times in the past. It's been pretty good the last like 3-4 hours, but at first it was constantly dying.
Now is the time to find out.
Oh lovely, we
what
have
makes Mazda
ads.
different.
I love ads.
Fennel is throwing so many unique looks at these opposing
The TTV on our team is live. Oh no.
Yeah, there we go. The sportsmanship between these two squads. Onyx making it so far this year. Almost all the way to the grand finals. Stopped by what looks like the unstoppable squad that is Fennel. Representing
Does that mean we're gonna get some visitors?
qualified for our grand finals, and I don't think anyone's too surprised.
Nobody's surprised about Fennel, but can we send off Onyx Rise with the highest level of respect? They gained this weekend. They shattered dreams of their own. I know they're walking away with theirs kind of in tatters, but they ended a lot of runs of a lot of quality teams that some people would have said had the best chance to win, or at least give Fennel the run for their money. Onyx Rise, big compliment.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Onyx Rise. Falling just short of making it to the grand final. semifinals against one of the best teams in the world, possibly the team that will be the Grand Finals champion. We have more incredible Pokemon Unite coming very, very
Oh crap. Careful, I'm gonna die here.
corner. We have one more semifinals to see. The question is, who will be moving forward?
Your guess is as good as mine now.
My
Everything
shit
that I
craft.
thought I knew about this game is out the window, and I'm just along for the ride with everybody else. I am loving every single moment of this.
That's right. It's something that you might not expect at home. The next two matches are going to be played in the new 500-point mode. No? I made that up? Fair enough. We will be right
Oh, I
back
couldn't get away.
very, very soon with more Pokemon Unite. Don't go anywhere. I'll be very, very.
There'll be more, man.
There'll be more. What is up, everybody? I am down here on the floor in front of the Unite stage with Draku. Draku has been watching a ton of the games all day today and yesterday.
Draku song.
At the B stage, watching a lot of the games we didn't get to see on broadcast. So I really wanted to pick his brain. I was over there for a bit, but what were some of the craziest moments that you got to see on the B stage?
I think a lot of us heard it more so on, online. But Luminosity Gaming, two-time world championship, not coming to day number 2. That was a huge upset on this stage.
Yeah, without question, right? And it's one of those matches that we didn't expect to see on broadcast after they take down Legacy. You don't think that Luminosity is then going to lose to what would be looked at as the last place team, the lowest seed team in that group. Were there any matches that you saw over there that kind of made you rethink what you thought about a team coming into Worlds?
I definitely was putting some of the Philippine teams on the lower end of the bracket that really impressed me today, especially Talon, Esports, and of course Ice Momentum, who did end up knocking out Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Question that I feel like I have to ask you. Why is it when we queue into each other, you steal Talon players?
Talon is such an underrated pick. It's so much fun, especially in solo queue. It's sometimes really hard to counter, and it's a slippery Pokemon. It doesn't have, it's not a water type Pokemon, but it does get around the map very quickly.
Now, obviously, we don't have any money on this, but who do you have your money on winning this whole thing where we're at right now?
That's a really good one. I think I'm going to have to say Fennel. It looks really good.
It's hard, right? There's always one team that feels like they are just sort of heads and tails above the competition. A lot of years we looked at that as Luminosity. Right now, it does look like Fennel. If it's not Fennel, who do you think makes it?
That's a really tough one. I do have to give it to Nouns Esports, so those
Moving back right now, because before we head to our next match between Fusion and Zora Tigers Gaming, we wanted to do an interview up on the big stage.
Zoinks is finally ready.
Winners from our last match here. Zoinks said he didn't know if he could handle it. I said, Zoinks, I know you can. We're going to send it up to the big stage right now. You can do it, buddy.
All right, thank you so much for a second chance to get so much Fraggles. Yes, I am here on the big stage with Tone after an amazing tournament win. And now, with Fennel making it into the Grand Finals, this is the first time a Japanese team has ever made it into the Grand Finals of the Pokemon Unite World Championship. How good does that feel to be that team?
マイハートブロークン。いや、とても嬉しいですし、すごい名誉なことです、本当に。でも本当に手がもう震えちゃって、はい、緊張でもう手汗も止まらないし、すごい嬉しいです。
I'm extremely happy and I'm very nervous so much that my hands are shaking.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. That last matchup looked like your toughest match yet, since it went 2-1 in map score against Onyx Rise. How did you find the victory against Rise?
ただいまの試合は非常に難しい試合だったと思います。2-1で、それに対してどのように対応できましたか？
そうですね。もう正直に言っちゃうと対応はできていません。もう彼らのなんかディフェンシブなプレーはすごい素晴らしくうまくて、 もう本当に対応するのは難しくて、集団戦で勝ち切るっていうビジョンがあまり見えませんでした。なのでもうオブジェクトを絡めた勝ち方をするしかないと判断して、今回はオブジェクトを絡めて勝ちました。
So this time, our opponent had a very good defensive strategy. So we had to make sure that in the end we had to make sure that we got the objectives in order to get that win.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Now, this next matchup on stage is Zora Tigers Gaming and Fusion. Who do you think is going to be your opponent in the grand finals?
残ったチームは、Zora Tigers と Fusion.
Oh, Mr. Bulldops on the other team. I didn't even realize that.
僕はゾラタイガーゲーミングと戦いたいと思ってます。まあ理由はやっぱり僕らが今ここに立ってるっていうのは
Pretty sure I follow them.
あえてまあカビちゃんって言い方しますけど、まあ彼らのおかげでここまで切磋琢磨できて強くなれたと思ってるんで、ちょっとまああまりにもちょっと
Are they even live?
まあちょっとあんま良くないんですけど、
No, they're not even live.
悔しいんです。勝ちたいんです。彼らにリベンジを取りたい。
So I'd like to get revenge on the Tora, ex-Tora.
Okay, I gotcha. A revenge on Zora for knocking out Zeta. That makes a lot of sense. That's going to be a great matchup if it happens, because we have another great one here on the stage. I think we're going to throw it back over to Spraggles and Doob Snacks, but thank you so much, Tone, and good luck in the finals.
I told you could do it, buddy.
Great
Zoinks,
job,
everyone.
Let's
Isn't
go.
he incredible. Look at him. He's just a little guy. You can pat his head over there.
You all don't know the toll it takes for us to be shrunk down to be on stage and then re-expanded to come out here and cast. Absolutely preposterous. But we have a bracket. Let's rack it and show it to the folks at home.
Let's take a look at how this has all gone. Legacy versus Cake-a-Lot.
I think I'm still alive.
Fusion against the Juice.
Is it late there, Conan?
Fusion moves forward. Fusion taking down Cake-a-Lot. Fusion now going up against Zora Tigers Gaming. Zora Tigers Gaming taking down MYS 2-0, taking down Zeta Division 2-1. The Phenoms from Korea.
Oh, that's
seeing
bad.
if they can
Just
make
jumped
it to
right
the
into
grand
that for no
finals
reason.
For the first time, as we have Fennel moving all the way through this bracket, taking down Isanamento, Talon, and now Onic. They are hanging out in your grand finals. Who will be facing them? We are going to find out very, very soon. Will Japan win their first grand finals? You're going to have to stick around to find out. We will be right back. You're staying right there.
You stay there. We're not back, but like the show will be back, so don't leave.
You stay.
Just don't leave.
We go. You just.
Oh, no, 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 no. Let's go. I'll go second tier. So I won't be able to break the first one. Go, Mew, go. Nice. I'm running away. Oh, that's a nice beam. Go, go, go. We get more points, that'd be great. Man, Urshifu bullied the hell out of me. That was a rough match for the first little bit there. I don't know if we won or not. Oh, let's go. We gaming. Wait a minute. There's two TTVs and they're just reverse of each other. What the hell? Azurican, you're still up at this time? How old has it been? How old? It's been 9.5 hours old. Can we play Fortnite? I'm in the middle of playing Unite with Kraft and Brian right now. I'll switch it back in just a moment.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite World Championships. And I'm Zoinks, she's Dandely. You're not going to see much of us because
the main channel's showing Unite now too. Maybe that's why I went down. I think they've been having technical difficulties across the board. Even just getting some of the matches set up, they had to like take a long pause, casters to kind of like buy time.
So up until
I guess they're done VGC for the day.
The toughest matchup these two teams are going to be going up against, and if they manage to best this, Fennel is waiting for them in that grand
So I think it was offline earlier, so they probably said, you know what, we might as well just host content on this channel anyway.
You have to beat the best of the best. So Zora Tigers, this team.
That Hoopa pinged me because I was still a fish, bruh.
Such a top contender, but look at them, top 4. They have beaten Zeta, one of the favorites in the tournament as well. So if they can take them down, is Fusion the next one to potentially go down, or will Fusion continue their win streak?
Yeah, you know, I mean,
I'll mute the game too.
Can now earn the title of like the Japan Titan Slayers, right? I mean, Fusion taking down at that point Kabi-chan's in the grand finals of Aos Cup, and now Zora Tigers Gaming taking down now Zeta Division in that top 4 spot. So, or sorry, top 8. Moving into
Oh, they're bullying me.
Zoinks. This opening draft, I'm looking at a lot of
Ow.
powerful Pokemon on the side of Zora Tigers, whereas for Fusion, they're playing it safe. Defender, supporter, and the fact that they had the Buzzwole, I think Fusion with the Buzzwole, they have managed to really use this Pokemon to its maximum potential, and it's a great brawler against some of these squishies.
Whoa, okay, we got Snorlax locked in for Ward.
Wow.
Very interesting. I mean, a defender that has essentially no pick rate whatsoever in our tournament. Ward does have some stats on it, so clearly in some of the off-broadcast games Zora Tigers Gaming were bringing it out to play. But it will be that Scyther pick locked in for Fusion. They love these bug types, specifically Anemo.
Yeah, Anemo's fantastic Scyther. I love the way that he plays this Pokemon. Very sharp with his decision making, especially when he's trying to go for a particular target.
Oh, damn it. That Clefable is really annoying.
Right now thinking, oh gosh, where is Anemo going to be? But I think even the Buzzwole is going to be a potential Pokemon that will try to dive him as well. Now, I have questions, just like you, right? This Snorlax coming out from Ward. We know Trevenant's still in the pool. We still have Mammoth.
You missed a shot. Is that enough time?
Snorlax
yes, it is. Sick. Oh, I think I still die here, though.
Something like a little cheeky invade?
Oh, they definitely could. We don't see any movement speed items from the Snorlax, nor in X speed. Usually we'd see something like that from an invading Snorlax.
Yeah.
The decision to me seems to lead into an early game laning phase decision. Snorlax and Inteleon are both notorious for their last hit secure, even in the early moments of the game. Specifically, Sobble, unbelievable secure for just being a first stage evolution, and Snorlax's tackle is both a great secure option and early game crowd control. This is going to be awesome for them in the bottom path. Zainuz has been known to make this Chandelure work despite having tough matchups and a slow game, early game is Litwick, but that's going to be a tough bit of competition.
Yeah.
Just like this match is going to be, Danley. Let's get into it. Game number 1 of Zora Tigers Gaming and Fusion.
Oh boy, this is going to be an absolute treat of a matchup. And just taking a look at the lane so far, nothing too crazy. Not looking at any invades either, so it's going to be a very clean matchup. Or maybe we're going to be seeing some cheeky stuff from Kia, thinking about it, but instead wanting to press the attack there. But Tempo just trying to do what they can there onto Jong. Slow down this little Charcadet and if possible, prevent the evolution. And Buzzwole, best bully to do so.
Yeah, this is one of the first times we've seen Charcadet in path. And honestly, it doesn't do too bad. A decent amount of secure options, but
oh, Charizard's here.
Starting things off with a bit of momentum. That Buzzwole dealing that damage. You see that
Wait, it's the same guy? I didn't even realize. Bring it back.
The next Fell Stinger they land will
do
two
of them?
more damage than the base attack.
Yeah, so both teams just going to disengage for now. Reset, maybe reconsider what they're going to do. We do have the Scyther up there, so Animo ready to assist if they want to try and push the issue in that top lane. And it's definitely going to happen, especially when we do have the Swablu and Altaria pop in. So Animo ready to secure this for the team. And here we go. They have come in, and yeah, Jong's like, guys, nah.
Yeah.
I want to live today.
Yeah, Lava Plume not really going to take a lot of that experience, at least not in the face of a 3-team member of Fusion. In the upside, we do have the poor Chansey having to make an escape, but it will be a level 6 Scyther after a big score. Good early pressure from Fusion so far.
Oh, if Kia steals this, that would be very bad, but unfortunately not going to be enough there. It looks like the Snorlax has come in, or trying to slow Kia down, but too speedy there on that Eldegoss. Meanwhile, Leafeon in the enemy central area and actually will be going down to Animo. Quick feet, not quick enough for this Leafeon. The Scyther 1-0 in that speedster matchup.
Yeah, Leafeon able to at least take the red buff, but Scyther taking that right back by knocking out that opposing Pokemon and transferring the buff over to it. So Animo having a great start to this matchup, roaming all over the map, but that's going to make things tricky. Huge snipe shot from Subin. The second one does go wide, and that means Tempo getting this fight started, though, taking the fight up close and personal on this Buzzwole, and Jong will not be able to run.
Tempo is creating tempo for his team. He is massive on this Buzzwole, just beating people down. And for Zoro Tigers, just the way that they've built up their entire composition, they don't really have anyone outside of that Snorlax that can stand toe-to-toe with that Buzzwole. So they're going to have to try and figure out a solution when it does come to dealing with tempo in those team fights. Yep. Will it have to be Sabine with the potential pokes and prevent him from coming in
Let's
himself?
go. We secured.
Some kind of burst potential.
Good job,
we
Craft.
don't know yet, but this Buzzwole is a problem for this team so far.
All right, Emerald two-step will start things off with a KO. So Zoro Tigers Gaming finally with a bit of wind beneath their sails. KO trying to defend the goal zone against 3, but that's a KO streak of 2 for this Leafeon.
Right.
Fuel gets the work. Ghostfire versus Ghostfire right below the goal zone, but that will be 6 in, leaving this goal zone at 3. A small over.
Oh, no.
Still breaking the goal.
Zynus thought he was safe. He even stuck around as well. Very big loss for the team there to lose the Chandelure. Really don't want to lose your attacker there if possible. Have them just looking for that experience, but look at the Snorlax, the sleep onto Animo. Beautiful play. Love how Ward is doing such a diligent job in protecting Sabine. He understands how pivotal Sabine is in these fights, especially with the snipes, and oh my gosh, there's the follow-up from our
Oh, what the hell? A United into a Charizard Unite? How does that make sense?
Grabs everything, the buffs, the experience. How is Zoro Tigers so clean?
I know, Zoro
Going
Tigers
back.
Gaming finally getting a bit of momentum. A tough early start to this matchup with some early aggression of Fusion, but the response has been perfect. I love that heavy slam yawn choice. Snorlax does have block, but that yawn is an unbelievably long amount of stun.
Especially
the heavy slam tining onto the Scyther, and of course the yawn landing will extend that CC for up to about 3 seconds, which is so much for a very squishy Pokemon like Scyther to deal with.
It's not even just Scyther. I think, you know, Tempo would have to be worried about being yawned himself. He cannot afford to be idle for his team. And I love how after noticing that this Buzzwole being a nuisance in the early game, constantly coming in with the attacks on that Leafeon, Emerald two-step every time it's off cooldown, just to slow down the progression of that Buzzwole. So Tempo not really holding that same level of power he had in that early game anymore.
Yeah, and again, we're starting to see this Leafeon dominate this tournament, but now without that Comfey pocket that we've seen so popularized, which does mean that Blissey can kind of support the entire roster. They need the Blisses as that Sailors. They can. Big heavy slam, but doesn't land on anybody. But a check button plus power nap is going to land a couple of stuns. Very nice work from Ward on this Snorlax pick.
Fusion, though, very lucky not to lose any Pokemon in their central area, so they managed to retreat, and because they know some Unites are on cooldown, maybe thinking for themselves, maybe we try and make a play happen here, especially with the Reggies coming into play very soon.
Yeah, Fusion want a foothold
the Charizard.
in this matchup. Objectives would be a great way to do it, but it looks like they're aiming at a siege on a tier 1 in the top path. Great spot to do so. It only has 1 left on it. You could overdone by it. Ward takes a ton of damage. Buzz will Unite, will get that execute, and Anemo's going to bring the Scyther Unite as well. Green Illusion dive hits at a few
They're locked
That's
in.
2 Unite moves from Zora Tigers Gaming to trade the other direction. Leafeon going to chase down Anemo. Gets that knockout, and now the fight rages on the other direction.
Man, that Bliss Assist makes it so difficult for Anemo to try and go for the snipes, but look at that! Oh my gosh, the Unite, the catch onto the Leafeon and the Midnight Ignite
let's
as well.
go.
Snorlax is back into the fight though, Ward providing assistance. John
Good job,
doing quite a bit
team.
himself, taking out the support. And now both teams trying to find their next opening. And actually Zora Tigers looking to grab the objective themselves. The Snorlax being punted back by Tempo, trying to push him back and lower his health. Chandelure waiting in the wings, trying to go for the burst himself. The Secure is there, and it's going to be yet again Jong picking up the Secure on
Guess
that
we're staying here.
Regieleki. And now Fusion needs to back up. They cannot afford to lose Pokemon in this attack.
Yeah, impressive stuff. I mean, we had Draken looking for some backline targets on this Slowbro, but Saraledge able to take them out from Jong. It's just too tough of an opposition to work with in that objective fight. However, a nice rotation by Anemo will net them that Reg Ice, so a healing buff for the whole team, but most importantly, that precious experience they need. And they're actually looking okay on the side of Fusion. 12-12-12 for their damage dealers. Looking pretty solid, but they are playing catch-up to Zora Tigers Gaming right now.
Yeah, Chandelure though hitting that level 13, so it might be Zynus to really be that hard carry for the team, just really dish out that damage and really provide assistance for Anemo, because I don't think Anemo has that element of surprise anymore.
Looks like it's
He
pretty
can't just
close
go
between
in
the two
and
of
try to
them.
pop somebody. We've seen time and time again the Blissey on point with the Bliss assists.
Of course, yeah, the Bliss assist. It's also a great answer if that early slow beam comes out. It's one of the best ways to make sure that targeted Pokemon
All right, GG's
is kept up
everybody.
and running in some of these fights. Bliss assistance not only gives you healing shields, it also redirects a lot of the damage to Blissey themselves and absorbs so much of it. It's such a clutch defensive support Unite move.
30 seconds to go on the clock before we have that last 2-minute stretch, and Rayquaza hits
That was my
field,
Masters
but look at
promo. Let's
how
go. I knew it. I
defensively
knew it
Fusion are
was.
positioned.
I'm like, we
They are
won
so
a game. I thought you just
afraid
need to
of
win
being
one,
picked
but
off and
2.
sniped off, and
It's
I
got to
do
be
not
it.
blame them. The poke potential on
Finally,
Sabine,
we're all
if
Masters.
too many of those snipe shots connect, they're going to take critical amounts of damage, and because you have Eldegoss, you don't have a quick healing support. You can't afford to take big hits.
Do you want to keep
like
going, or no? Are you
Take
done?
One, right? You have that Cotton Cloud Crash, which is going to be restore all of your HP, but that's such an expensive resource in a situation.
I think
like
I'm on a
that.
10-game win streak at the moment. Let's
Rotation
go,
around this
dude.
top side to control that map, mostly to shut down Mule on this Leafeon. They don't want that free flank.
I had
into
a
the
6-win
backline.
streak on my ult
Devastating for the Chandelure or
the other
Scyther to
night.
have to deal with.
Yeah,
Down to
Mule
keep
also
playing?
playing
Alright,
a
let's
really
keep
big
going.
role for his team because he's also covering Sabine's northern side. So in case anything wants to slip on through, he has the vision for the team. But Fusion, they are playing this extremely
Star, you in
patiently.
chat?
They know they still have a minute 30 to go. So what's the game plan for this team? Are they going to slowly poke this Rayquaza? Are they maybe going to try and run into Zora Tigers themselves?
Oh my god, I
Because
misspelled
really,
Pokey
Zora
catch.
Tigers, they're not that far away. A little micro cap can tie this game
Poke
and even push
a
them
catch.
into the lead.
Yeah, I think that's why we saw Anemo join
Oh,
this
yo.
fight so late.
Haven't done
Bringing out
draft in a
mid-range
while.
backcaps because of how
What are we
close this
banning?
match score is right now. They were about to lose the first minute of the final
Oh,
stretch.
I don't even
and that is
know.
where those points are doubled. Snorlax going
We got Charizard.
just a little bit to apply a bit of pressure.
Oh my god,
Then Imprison is going to lock them down. We're all
Rip.
eyes are on Tempo at the moment now. He's looking
It is
for a
what it
big
is
hit.
now.
They're hit by that heavy
Oh
Slam
my
and
gosh.
Now Buzzwole is immediately down. Power Nap into the middle. Saraledge Ren clears some space. Surf going to stop and does lock down the Saraledge, but they don't get the KO. Let's see, healing's going to keep them up for long enough. Draken, Anemo, and KO trying to hold things down, but that is so much to make up for. Ward is going to run, get
It is so close. 185, 194.
They're going to continue.
Just
it.
drop
We'll find
anything.
it though. Draken really wants Sabine in this Bliss. He's already used that Bliss assist.
Oh,
Anamo's still
100.
Here. If he can try and get the jump onto Sabine, this could be huge. Going under the support instead, getting rid of the Bliss.
20 seconds, not enough time.
Massive, but I don't think they can find them. Tempo is back. He's finally come back into this game. Leafeon is out of the picture, and Rayquaza is dropping low.
At this point of the game, you would need to have a player not only at Rayquaza, but also at a goal zone. Tempo will secure the Rayquaza on that Buzzwole, but it won't be enough. Zora Tigers Gaming going to start our series 1-0.
No way. Fusion lost the first one. That's crazy.
Coming out of nowhere, on the prowl, looking for the victory.
Unbelievable. I mean, what a great response. I mean, Tempo and honestly, all of Fusion played that fight so patiently until they didn't. They finally play up forward with the Buzzwole.
What are the odds we run it back with the same squad again?
Side of that Rayquaza pit, thought they could push forward, apply a bit of pressure to that Leafeon, but immediately shut down by that Heavy Slam and Yawn combination, and even the tanky Buzzwole, who does have that Super Swole Slam, they can kind of get you out of some danger, but you can't use that while asleep. Great shutdown by XTG.
I want to emphasize the fact that Zora Tigers, they made that play happen because they are so diligent with their vision game. They don't allow their opponents to come in from a blind spot to potentially take them out, right? So Zora Tigers, you can't just go for a very obvious play. You need to do something so unconventional that you don't normally see, that they really wouldn't have expected. I can understand wanting to try and make that play there for Fusion because
Yo,
this team,
Crimson, why does your Raichu have stars?
they love
Can I have
play
it too?
fast, but in that particular
Stars?
game, Zora Tigers, they had so many
Oh, I
opportunities,
think
but
it's
they just
shooting that out
denied
because
Fusion from doing what they wanted. Poor Animo, so used to seeing
actually, I
this
don't
man just
know
go
why
ham
it does
on
that.
Scyther, going into the back lines and basically shredding.
Maybe
those
because I'm the
attackers,
streamer,
but
so I
to
get
me,
stars.
The support of that Blissey, every time he got to the back lines, the Bliss assist was there.
I know there's like a little star that flies above everybody's head that you can press the exclamation point jump to catch it. But I don't know what that's about.
Success on that Pokemon in particular, because it is a pretty wild pick. As good as it looked, trust me, folks, we don't see Snorlax this often at all. Bans are going to be locked in. Zora Tigers Gaming banning the Hoopa and the Charizard. Fusion could be banning Blaziken and Urshifu. One interesting thing to note here, Fusion losing game number 1 means they had choice of side for this game, and they chose second pick to have both last pick and these back-to-back double picks.
They clearly have something that they want to bring in that final pick. And if you're Zora Tigers, I hope you've covered all of your bases in this upcoming draft, because sometimes all it takes is one unconventional pick to completely break down a team composition. So for Zora Tigers, clearly they want to pick up something that they're comfortable with, right? So I think Zhong did a fantastic job on the Cerule Edge. Every opportunity he was given, he took it. Chobo, Eldegoss, this is going to help the laning stage. They love to have that pressure, so but I think the great choice here for Chobo, Sabine back on the Inteleon. I mean, if you keep picking it, you don't have to ban anything.
Eldegoss also a great
Oh my
response
god.
to
Of
how
course I go
fast
down.
Fusion likes to play these team fights. Cotton Spore gives you a little bit of anti-dive variety in your move kit. And there we are. The Cramorant pick for Zinus is interesting, and Anemo is going to lock in this Mimikyu, a Pokemon that is usually phenomenal into speedsters and dive Pokemon. Gyarados and Ceruledge not necessarily fitting that bill, but can still play in similar fashions. It'll be Tempo locking in that Pokemon. And if Fusion is putting their hopes in one player in particular, it's gotta be Tempo. One of the most gifted mechanical players this game has ever seen. And now they are locking in one of my favorite Pokemon in the Mimikyu.
I think a lot of people love that Mimikyu pick, but is it enough, right? Even though Mimikyu can be a monster in the laning stage, and even in the mid game as well, when given the opportunity, it can come in and really dish out that damage. I fear that there still might be a little bit too much on the side of Zora Tigers Gaming. Zhong is going to be playing up on that Gyarados in that top lane, right? So there's a top lane Mimikyu versus Magikarp matchup. If you can slow Zhong's early game, I feel like that's when we could possibly see Tempo take over. But that's an if.
Of course, yeah, you could try to delay that Gyarados, but best laid plans and all of that as we head into game number 2. Honolulu, I need you to help me out. Make some noise as we head into our second game of this series. Win or go home.
Here we go, folks. Straight into those lanes. And again, nothing too crazy. I'm glad these teams, they're keeping themselves composed, not doing anything too out of the ordinary that they themselves might not be comfortable with. But I do want to see a surprise. I want to see something magical, something that we haven't seen before that can push this game to a game number 3, because if Fusion, if they do the same thing as last game, I fear this could be a 2-0 matchup. I do believe they can do it because we know Fusion, they are an incredibly talented
shoot
group.
slow, bro.
Absolutely, and there were so many aspects of their game in that last set that I was so fond of. I mean, even going into that final moments, they had the lead, they were doing great on levels, but the slight misstep around that Rayquaza fight is, of course, disastrous, and that is so tough to deal with, but you clean that up, you could be looking at a 1-1 set, and I know there's a lot of people, but more than anyone, these 5 players on this Fusion roster are begging for that.
They are begging for it, and so far both like bottom lanes, they're just waiting for all this experience. They just want to make sure that they're going to hit their level timings as quick as possible. We have our central laners in this top lane as well, ready to go to try and get all of this experience. And look at this, actually going straight for the pullback onto the support, so that's going to be some free experience. Jong and Mill hanging around in that top lane, but there's only so much you can do as that magic carp, so free scores to start the game here for Fusion.
Yeah, great push. I love that choice to jump onto the Casa Forward for a Nemo's Buzzball. Oftentimes we try to chase down that Magikarp, deny that effort gauge from getting filled up and put on that early aggression, but sometimes taking out that support is a nicer option, and in fact Magikarp can't even do anything after that. So fantastic work playing around Jong and of course Chobo.
And we are looking at an 8-minute evolution as well, so definitely not the fastest Gyarados we have seen in the tournament thus far, which is what Fusion want. They don't want Jong to snowball off the bat, because we've seen what happens with Gyarados is when given the early evolution. And actually, mid lane, we're seeing another battle here as one of the supports already taken down for Zora Tigers, and they're going to keep chasing for that Cramorant. It's going to be 2 for 1 so far. Looks like the Snorlax setting up for the team as well. Does Buzzwole Animo can't find that opening, instead pulled back and gonna be shut down as well. Zora Tigers, their fangs are out.
Zora Tigers Gaming gonna reduce this goal zone just to 8 after that play. I mean, clinical how they took down those targets one by one. Tempo with that play rough is in pretty deep, and of course that slap shot's gonna hurt. I don't think we see them make it back to the goal zone, but with the Blissey assist, they might be able to push this fight a little bit further. Play rough gives you invulnerability frames. They're able to avoid a lot of damage, but not when you're not using it. What a shot from Subin!
Oh, there's snipe shots coming in from Subin. The fact that they're landing, they could have kept the Mimikyu up, but just the threat of this Inteleon, you cannot leave this Pokemon unchecked because it does so much damage, especially with the fact that the snipe shots, the further you are, the more damage it does.
Exactly. Being on the receiving end of those things is not something I would wish upon my worst enemy, Spraggles. But I would not wish that upon them, of course. Kea takes a bit of damage, has to defend this goal zone, but they're going to have the help of the Regirock buff that their teammates got in the bottom path. Tempo trying to defend this goal zone, tougher to do with that play rough since it is
team.
Single target.
Perfect.
Shadow sneaks onto
Got all my
Subin,
stacks
but
while we did that.
enough. Regieleki will land, and Zora Tigers Gaming are going to be racking up these AOS energy scores.
Racking up the AOS
Oh my God,
energy,
Brian
getting
is
the experience
killing it.
as well, but they're not too far ahead. Fusion are actually doing a really great job keeping up with the macro. We haven't seen a lot of Zinus in this match, and it's mostly because he has just been hunting all those wild Pokemon to make sure that he's able to stay toe-to-toe with Zora Tigers in the level department. The rest of the team, they are trying to hold the fort here, and we do have that Slowbro and the Buzzwole. Mimikyu there with the Unite, they do get Sabine, so there's going to be no more snipe shots, as well as the Eldegoss. So 2 of the backbone of this composition down and out, and even the Gatling Gold missile comes out as well. Zora Tigers, they may have finally been halted.
Yeah, Fusion get a foothold as they take down a few targets. My favorite play in that entire match is from Tempo in that engage. They use the Unite move so early to lock down that Inteleon. A lot of people like to wait for a big Unite move or something that you could shut down, but in fact, sometimes just forcing a fight to be 5v4 is so much better for your team. Great call by Tempo. They might be pretty low level in this matchup right now, but they're starting to catch up.
They can absolutely catch up, especially if they can keep coming up with those very crafty plays. Play with Zora Tiger's feelings and really coax out the backline, put them into a more manageable position. I love the fact that after that one fight, Fusion, they are hunting. They're not going to sit passively on their heels. They're looking for more, and they want to do this because they want that map control. They want Zora Tigers to not feel safe.
Yeah, I like this play from Fusion. They read the Regieleki play by Zora Tigers Gaming, and they're going to all rotate towards the bottom path. Chobo is going to attempt to defend that goal zone, but held by a telekinesis from Draken is going to be just enough to rein in these points, and that's a tier 2 goal zone broken. Fusion now going to have time to recall and defend against this Regieleki. No worse for wear.
No worse for wear, and this is going to be an issue for Zora Tigers in that late game because the home base is now exposed. So not only do they have to manage that top lane, but home base, that being exposed, it's extremely far. It requires a very fast Pokemon to go back home and defend this. Bottom lane, there's tier 1. They really want to break it, Zora Tigers, but can they do it? The Gatling Gulpit's there to continue to zone them out. Zynus, his Unite has been so crucial in ensuring Zora Tigers can't fight where they want.
Yeah, what a credit to Cramorant Unite move that even with it Unite
they
moving
caught
so
Mule!
the other way, it still hurts. Blitz Assistance is on that Mimikyu, so that damage buff enough to take out the first KO. Play with me onto Ward, and together the team will find the KO on the Snorlax.
Oh my god, that snipe, that saved us.
Picking up some steam.
Fusion, they are smelling that game number 3. They are feeling it, and they are looking like they could very easily take this game as they
Oh man, we need to defend.
the past couple fights.
Slowbro go bottom, I'll go top.
As well, especially with the way that they are picking off Zora Tigers. Fusion have to keep this up. They have to keep up the aggression. They can't sit on their heels, even though they are looking pretty in their current position, because we know for a fact Zora Tigers, they will look for you if they need that experience as well. And they actually managed to catch
Do we need more
there
points?
with the Yawn. They're going to try and hang around. Unite is
Oh
used
shit,
there.
here comes a
Also,
tree.
Jong, that Gyarados, he will stick around the Cerulege. They're using the Unite to maybe try and zone again, but the team is here.
It's
Slowbro is
close?
down, and
Oh,
actually,
crap.
they're just going to back on out. It's a 1-for-1.
That's a lot of resources used just to knock out a Slowbro, and Tempo's going to walk away with 2 KOs, so I don't think Zora Tigers Gaming is happy with that exchange at all. Fusion hold on to that defense. They do allow that 1 score because of a nice yawn from Ward, but other than that, they hold on. I like that play from Draken, hiding out in that tall grass forever on that Slowbro with the sole purpose of defending that tier number 1.
Alright, I'm coming back to defend.
No real Regieleki gamers on the roster of Fusion, as they are going to be giving up on that
Nice.
objective time after time, and instead trying to find value elsewhere.
Oh, Dragonite, you thought you could leave and come here? Yeah, right.
Home, so it's just going to be knocking out wild Pokemon and setting up for this Rayquaza.
So Jong has gone into that bottom lane just to clean up those last few wild Pokemon. Really wants to get that experience, creep closer and closer to that level 13, because we have 20 seconds to go before we hit that final 2-minute stretch. And
Let's
at the
go.
moment, looking pretty spread across the board
Gaming.
here for Fusion. We have that Mimikyu guarding that top goal zone, the Slowbro at that bottom goal zone. I don't blame Fusion for being quite defensive.
Alright, another
here because
close
they have
game
too
too.
many
231,
open goals to worry about
258.
at the moment.
And we all saw how that last team fight played out, right? An extremely patient exchange where Backcap could really turn the tide of this entire series. Zora Tigers Gaming trying to lock in their spot in the grand finals in this final stretch. Fusion trying to keep their tournament dreams alive and force us to a game number 3.
Now the question is who makes the move first, because Zora Tigers, they are the ones behind, so ideally they want to have the dream initiation. And is it going to come down to Jong? Is he going to have to put on his snorkel and go for that Dream Dragons Unite?
All right, there's a Shadow Sneak that does land onto Mule. That is Tempo chasing it down. Play Rough is going to get them out of danger. It's a lot of Unite moves, but Jong going to be the first one to strike. Sorry, Mule takes that KO. Mule now putting up 2 as Mimikyu also falls. Gyarados jumps to the back line to try to help defend, but it's Fusion who strikes back. Rayquaza at about half HP. Fusion trying to chase down the remaining members of Zora Tigers Gaming. Jong needs to find a
the
good
Ray's
place to
going
engage,
down.
but there's no one at the moment. Ward yawns.
Who's
that
gonna get it?
bubble, and
There's
Nemo is stuck
Snorlax?
in that position. Rayquaza extremely low. It's knocked out. It's Zora Tigers Gaming.
Oh my
Nemo
god.
is still there though, defending. They cannot break the
Tigers
shield. There's 2
Gaming?
Rayquaza shields.
Are they gonna
Time
actually
on,
get Fusion
and Zora
out?
Tigers Gaming needs to take this lead and put in these points.
And Kia, the shield is so low. Can they break
They broke it. They broke the shield.
Oh my god.
Only 1 score in from the Eldegoss. 100 points.
No
Zora Tigers
shields?
Gaming now holds the lead, but we got 40 seconds left, and Fusion streams
It's gotta
are
be over,
still
right?
alive.
It's still alive, but they have to wait for those 10-second respawn timers. Can they even make it in time to that tier one goal zone in the top lane? That's the closest one that they can go to right now.
They got the call. There's no backup. All they have is 20 seconds to
Can
take
someone sneak
this
into the home base?
tournament fate. Mimikyu is moving towards potentially the home base, but it's back to that tier one. Tempo does land the Shadow Sneak on to Subin.
Oh,
All the way in
come
the
on.
back. That's the first KO. Ward does block. Heavy Slam blocks up this one. 58 points in the tier one from the Sarah ledge. Back the other way. Blitzy puts in 20. 20 more. From
Oh, they cut the score on that one.
Unbelievably close.
They know.
I am stunned with Zora Tigers Gaming reacting like they
I can't
do.
believe Tigers Gaming won.
That is gonna be it.
Another, like, every single one of these games is just like an upset.
Eliminate Fusion, handing them their first
It's anybody's game in this tournament.
of the entire season.
And Zora Tigers Gaming achieving a first for their region. Korea is in the grand finals.
Just say one thing, I told y'all. Zora
Well, we have our teams for the
Tigers
finals.
Gaming are going to be competing against Fennel in our grand finals. Korea versus Japan for the first time for both of these regions in a finalist position.
Oh, shoot. I wasn't looking.
Unbelievable. What a match.
I am so impressed in the journey that Zora Tigers Gaming have taken, not just to make it to grand finals, but from making it at the beginning of the year to qualifying to Worlds. And just the fact that they look so different, vastly different. I don't think you would even think of them as the exact same team from what I saw at the beginning of this year. They started out all right. They looked a little scrappy at times, but as the year progressed, they cleaned up. They polished up their skills. They've managed to really solidify their pool of playable Pokemon, and they can now play it to absolute perfection, knowing all of the limitations needed to execute in the most crucial moment of their competitive careers.
Zora Tigers Gaming, you were so right, Dan.
All right, I guess we have a 50-50. What does everyone think? Who's going to win?
But truly only one
Is it going to be
question
Fennel
remains for this team.
or Zora
Are they going to
Tigers
be our
Gaming?
world champion? And the tough part is there's a pretty big asterisk
My
there.
pick was always
It's
Fennel, but I don't know.
I will have a counter argument.
Every single time,
Make an argument, but go ahead.
it's the opposite. Every single time.
Zora Tigers have beaten
Brian thinks
Zeta
Fennel for
Division. I
sure.
feel that is probably the
Fennel for
closest
sure.
team to Fennel.
Japan
Not
team.
the same, because of course they do have their own individual
Craspin's saying
quirks,
is going to
but
go to
I feel like
Japan.
if you can beat Zeta
It looks like it
Division,
might.
I think Zora Tigers, they have the knowledge to best this Japanese meta.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly had the answer in one matchup. The question is going to be, are they going to have it in another? But, I mean, with Zora Tigers Gaming taking out a team like Fusion, in which I admit was #1 on my power rankings going into this tournament, able to take down them, I mean, the sky's the limit. My whiteboard was the limit, but now the sky is the limit for Zora Tigers Gaming.
Anything is possible. I mean, Zora Tigers, I'm very sure they're coming into the tournament and they're just saying, guys, we made it to grand finals. Like, they're happy already. Obviously, the crown is next, but we've seen these guys backstage. They are so casual. They're like, we're watching the games with us as well, and they're just talking amongst themselves. They're not sitting there just thinking strategy. They're watching, they're awing, they're eyeing at the other teams as well. So I can't imagine what they're currently feeling going into that grand final.
Yeah, the energy from Zora Tigers Gaming is contagious, so we want to share it with all of you. On stage, we have an interview, I believe, with Kellosaurus, and of course, Zora Tigers Gaming. Take it away, Kello.
Can we hear it for Zora Tigers Gaming once again? What an incredible set. In that last 10 seconds, it was so close. What was going through your mind and what were your teams saying to each other?
마지막 10초 동안 정말 많은 생각들이 오고 갔고 소통도 많이 있었을 텐데 주로 어떤 생각과 어떤 소통이 오갔나요?
저희가 이번 마지막 게임에 힘들게 이겼었는데 저희가 골을 이기는 걸 아니까 이제 골만 막으면 된다고 4명이서 충분히 막을 수 있다 생각해서 4명이서 막고 확실히 이기기 위해서 그 저희 파라블레이즈를
Wait, where are these guys from again?
나는 콜을 하고 위에서는 계속 이제
They're not Japanese because there was one of every region. I don't know what region they're
죽여야
from.
된다는 콜을 하면서 있었습니다.
I don't think they're Korean either.
We had a really rough last
They're
game.
probably
but
like
we
Asian
as soon as we
West
got
or something.
the Rayquaza in the middle, we knew we just had to defend the goals, and our priority was to send the Cerulege to the bottom lane, while the top is just busy fighting off the other team.
Putting the trust in your teammates, going and getting that back cap, that was absolutely insane. How do you feel knowing you are one step closer to becoming the 2024 Pokemon Unite World Champions?
이제 결승전 우승자가 되기까지 한 발짝 더 다가섰는데요. 현재 기분이 어떠신가요?
사실 저희가 그 여론 자체가 계속 mỗi 게임마다
Oh, they didn't even go for the bundle bead.
일단 이렇게 오게 돼서 기분이 좋고 이제 여기까지 왔으면 우승해야죠.
You know, there have been a lot of talks here and there on our way all the way up here, but we made it all the way here, and all that's left is to win.
All there is left to win. However, we still have the grand final. Zora Tigers Gaming going up against Fennel. We're going to throw it back to your casters, Dana Lee and Zoinks.
Thank you so much, Kelasaurus. Great to hear from Zora Tigers Gaming because they could be our champions coming up very, very soon in our grand final, Stanley.
They could very well be one of the champions. They have the qualities. They made it here this far, and it's not a case of them being lucky. They didn't just get 1 point, 2 point. They convincingly beat all of their opponents. They beat Fusion, they beat Zeta Division. The fact that they were able to beat these monsters, MYS as well, along their journey. Zora Tigers, the unassuming champions, I'm down for that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you can no longer sleep on this squad. Zora Tigers Gaming, like you mentioned, have taken down so many squads. The same can be said for their opponents, though, in Fennel. I believe we're going to take a look at our bracket here, but as we get set up for our championship finals, but I'm hearing...
All right, we're literally, I would say, an hour away from finding out who the championship or champions are.
Fusion, Zeta
We got
Division,
5 games
Team
max,
NYS.
provided they
Fennel,
don't
on
take
the
too much
other
time
hand,
between
now
each
Isen,
each game.
Talon, Onyx Rise, and now their next opponent.
Well, can they beat Zora Tigers Gaming? I think that's the next question for Fennel. And we can only find out in that grand final matchup. So I hope you all are ready for it because it's going to be an absolutely thrilling grand final here at the Pokemon Unite World Championship Series. But before that, let's have a quick break so you guys can prep for the grand finale.
We got some Hawaiian music.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024!
Oh boy, that was close. Conan's voting for the underdog. Honestly, probably a good pick. Something's still telling me that something will go right and Fennel will take it.
We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon! Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
All right, we're leaving.
International champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful.
No.
Battle, I have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in
This Venusaur's gonna die. It's got to.
I'm nervous because I don't know to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can.
Well,
make
it's
it
gonna
happen.
unite.
I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Are you winning now? Actually, we are playing Unite, and we are winning. We haven't lost a game yet.
Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10.
So if you're wondering, I do have the gameplay top right corner. We're leaving the main screen to the broadcast.
I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like you're good.
So don't get confused about why there's two Unites. The top right is us playing. Holy crap, I took some damage there. Oh, Charizard's uniting. He's won. Nice, 4. Where's the last one? Oh, they're gonna get me. Or not. Okay. Weird. Shoot, are we taking Ray? You don't need Ray. We don't need Ray. Okay, we got Ray. Whatever. We need Ray then. GG's on that one. Oh yeah, I forgot about the new app, Pokemon the TCG Pocket game. Wonder if we'll get any word on that tomorrow.
Unite battle, the first team to score 500 points wins! Remote Stadium returns with new upgrades. While Pokémon, berries, and even scoring area have all been updated to keep things fresh. Plus, make use of new AOS technology to spice up matches in fun and unpredictable ways. Employ unique strategies in every stage of battle. This new mode is officially launching next spring. Stay tuned for more info.
Pokémon Unite! All around the world. The best of the best from each region has been flown to Honolulu, Hawaii to compete. Now, after 2 grueling days of competition, only 2 remain. Fennel from Japan and Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea. For the thousands here in attendance and the hundreds of thousands of you watching at home, welcome to the Pokémon Unite World Championship Grand Finals!
You can hear the crowd. Of course, we're ready. They're ready. The teams are squared up, ready to knuckle up and ready to game in the Thea Sky Ruins.
Yo, you're right. That is Joanna.
Because it's the grand finals, and that's what this is all about.
He's gonna unbutton his shirt even more the more intense.
I have 4 more buttons, folks.
I didn't even think about that.
2 incredible
Classical
teams
cat.
for you right here. Again, Fennel from Japan, Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea. We are
She's
going
not
to be
live,
sending
is she?
it up to the big stage to introduce our players. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, you two. That's right, we got a little special something cooked up for all of you here in attendance for our grand finals.
No, she's not live right now.
We're gonna be introducing these players. Are you ready?
Let's do this.
All right, let's do this. Hit it, Kello.
Wait, she is live. Hold on, I gotta refresh my Twitch then. Did I not see it?
They come.
Oh, she is. Oh my god, she's live.
Well, I think we're gonna.
Yikes.
Wait a minute, time until production tells us. I think we're there waiting on us. Hey, audience, how you feeling about Pokemon Unite Grand Finals?
What are the odds?
All right, Kello, I believe they're ready for us. So why don't you introduce our first player?
Let's try that again, shall we?
Yeah.
Watch out for that dive. Here comes Lucapo.
Oh, all right, and of course, dominating in Japan, it's Machio!
Go ahead.
The final boss.
Oh, I know we do. I know we do.
They've won absolutely everything so far. It's Yume!
The absolute mechanical god.
Look at this intro out to the grand finals.
All right, we're going to jump right into their opponents in Zora Tigers Gaming. To start things off, their team leader, we got Chobo!
Don't be scared. Here comes
I think I wonder if Joanna still thinks I'm like some kind of asshole. I don't know.
The sniper,
She seems so mad after that raid.
never misses. It's Subi!
I know she was having a bad time and all that, so maybe it was just that, but it's like, oh.
pretender. Here comes Ward.
And we like to call him the hard carry. It's Mule! All right, Honolulu, one more time for your 2 finalists.
I'm not gonna live. Maybe? Maybe? Oh, the Swift at the end there.
Go to your desk. Captains, please stay. Teams, you may go to your desk. Thank you so much, Kello. We are going to be setting up our match here very soon. We are going to get one player from each team. Tone, I'll have you here for just a moment. This is going to be an incredible matchup. And we are going to have the translators on just away. Your semi-finalist games were unbelievable. So exciting, incredible matches. We wanted to get a word in from them each. So let's start with
Oh, shoot.
Fennel. You've been dominating
I
all
couldn't get the
tournament
mean
long.
look.
One opponent stands in your way. How confident are you that you can become the world champion, Tone?
トンさん、フェネルはもうすごいいっぱい活躍してきて、もう調子とても良さそうなんだけど、
Why is Dark not there at Worlds? I don't know. Maybe one day.
あります。
Maybe.
僕らがこれまでしてきた努力
This is like as a guest, like
何も負けてません。
maybe not a competitor.
Yeah, we got a lot of confidence, and we're gonna use everything we learned to give it our all.
All right, I mean, that's a lot of learning. Well done. Okay, for Zora Tigers Gaming, you were considered the underdogs in this event. Not a lot of people think you could win it, but now you have earned your spot here. How confident are you that Zora Tigers Gaming can become the world champions?
여기까지 올라오기까지 많은 분들께서 이 팀이 올라올 수 있다고 생각하지 않았는데 결국 여기까지 오셨어요. 결승전까지. 이제 얼마나 자신감이 있으신지 말씀하시고.
언더독으로서 결승에 왔으니까 또 잡아드려야죠.
Because we were called the underdogs, we have to win.
Okay, I love that energy. Awesome. Captains, you may return. Thank you so much. Our grand finals is now set up. If we want to get one final handshake between our two competitors, one final handshake between our two as we start our matchup. Wonderful. Good lucks exchange. Wonderful. You may return to your desk. Casters,
Nice. Okay,
we're
let
going to
it
throw it
in.
back over to you for our grand finals.
That's right. We are back here getting ready for a best of 5 grand finals to determine your Pokemon Unite World Champion. Both of these teams making their way through a 16-team single elimination bracket here in day 2, which means they are both undefeated heading to our grand finals.
You only get one bite at this apple, Spriggles. Best of 5, that's it. There's no bracket reset here. There's no nonsense, no funny business. One of these teams is going home. The other team will be undefeated, will be your world champion, and will be the Kings of Honolulu.
That's right. They become the Kings of Honolulu.
That is a new thing that we just added, by the way.
I'm hearing they don't become the Kings of Honolulu, but
Production,
what they do
can we make
become
them kings? Thank you.
is the Pokemon Unite World Champion. 2 regions who have not made it to a grand finals yet. Japan, this is the region we expected to be here, and Zora Tigers Gaming from South Korea.
We get down
as
there?
they mentioned on the stage, the
It's an
underdogs,
epic fight,
they
my
sure
gosh.
aren't playing like it today.
No, not at all. And if you've been watching these two squads battle it out, you can definitely see that they have elevated and stepped up to this opportunity. We saw Zora Tigers Gaming. We are looking at Fennel right now, and everybody has come alive for both of these teams to show why they deserve to be here in those grand finals.
The question is, will Fennel take this whole thing home? The favorites here, a team that a lot of players and viewers would have said is their #1 to win the whole thing. No shock that they're here in the grand finals. Then you have Zora Tigers Gaming, a team that has been through a gauntlet, taking down impressive team after impressive team, winning their way to these grand finals. And I feel like from what I've seen this weekend, every single match they are leveling up. Every single match.
Oh, I couldn't get away.
More why they have made it here to these grand finals, why they are facing off against Fennel, why they could be the Giant Slayers, and why we all may have been foolish to call them underdogs.
Dark, do you play Switch on or Switch? Unite on Switch or on phone? I play on Switch.
Made it into the top 16. But once
It's
they showed up today,
not always the best experience, but it's what I'm comfortable with. I like using a controller.
And they have marched through. You said it, an absolute.
If I played on mobile, I'd probably want a controller.
To be the
Oh,
top teams at
I
this
almost
event.
died. I
And
lived
right
on
now
one.
They're looking across at Fennel saying, "You're just the next one on the chopping block."
Of course, the match we just saw before this saw Fusion A lot of people thought Fusion, Fennel, that's happening. That's our grand finals. Fusion, the first team to qualify for Worlds. Perfect throughout their season. Perfect throughout most of their days here at the World Championship.
Oh no, we're getting jumped.
Tigers Gaming handled them. In fact, they looked incredible against Fusion.
What are we like down there? 40?
Fan-made sands right there.
They might be going top.
Right there.
Yep.
And I'll tell you
Cinder
what,
Race, I'm on my way.
There's a Spraggles sign in the crowd.
Oh, shoot.
All right. It's not just the. Some people like the casters too.
Some people.
Honestly,
we've been told.
A lot less.
Some people.
A lot less. We're being told.
These teams are dialing in again. A best of 5
Glaceon got me.
them from lifting the Grand Champion Trophy here in Honolulu. They are dialed in. Zora Tigers Gaming looking for the last and final and biggest upset of their tournament run. Fennel can't be understated. A lot of folks thought this is the best team going into this thing, and they've been playing like it.
That's right. Fennel almost not dropping a single match throughout their series. Not even one game until finally the last semifinals against Onyx Rise. They actually showed a small sign of weakness. They can be beaten. And now Zora Tigers Gaming is going to try to prove it. I told you there was a sign. I didn't make it up, everybody.
There's also a Duke Snack sign.
Cinder, are you good up there?
We haven't seen it yet, but it definitely exists.
If we have enough time, someone scour for a Duke
Please,
Snack
someone
sign.
make me
Oh shoot, this could not go worse.
Struggling up here. We're seeing the crowd shots here as everybody's waiting for bated
I thought we were safe. I should have healed first.
And I am like getting jittery. I'm so excited for this thing to get underway.
I do feel nervous for these teams. I feel like there is so
Okay.
much on the line. There's
Can
so
we
much,
get it
there's
together
so many
on Ray?
expectations put on both of them, especially
Mimikyu's
Fennel
gone at
out of
least.
Japan, a team that I think the whole
It's huge.
world has been rooting for. And you have Zora Tigers Gaming from South Korea, a team that I think a lot of people are unfamiliar with. Well, you're about to get pretty familiar with them here in our grand finals as our teams
crap.
are loading into our first draft.
Let's get into it. Hoopa quickly selected by Zora Tigers Gaming. Mimikyu on the side of Fennel.
Let's
get to work.
go.
Here we go. Charizard banned out from Zora Tigers Gaming. Don't want to deal with ton on that Charizard.
Healing.
Final ban heading over to the Leafeon. Zora Tigers Gaming
We
with
got
their
it.
first pick of these
Nice.
grand finals. Again, this is a best of 5. A team will need to win 3 times to become your champion.
We see who we're hovering, and it's a
Did they give
smooth
anything
leg
out for
snap
Unite
out
players?
by
Yes.
Tom
So
here
if you
on the
watch
side
the
of
official
Fennel.
stream
How will they
on
respond?
Twitch,
Great
yeah,
offense here. It
I think
looks
it's about
like
an
it was
hour.
a
You get
quickly
enhancers,
queued up.
and actually right now we're about to do the finals. You do get a free license for a Pokemon, so I highly recommend if you're not checking out the stream, go over there and have it open and just watch. I don't know if it's an hour or what the requirement is, but you can get drops from it. Just the one license.
Steal away something that you know your opponents want.
I don't think Chobo's too rattled, though. They've been on this Eldegoss multiple times today, and they have saved the entire team with that Unite move. And now Mule snagging that Urshifu, which means Lucapo won't have it at their disposal.
You're right about that Eldegoss. We saw some absolute heroic
Also, I got
plays
some
from Zora
commands
Tigers Gaming
too,
with this Eldegoss.
if you're wondering on how to do that. So you can do that link there will take you to the Twitch support page that lets you know how to link your Pokemon Trainer account to your Twitch.
Looks like Fennel is trying to get
We also
you to
have
become their
exclamation point
biggest fan here on
progress.
broadcast, locking down the bird as
That gives you the
long as it has
link
the right amount
to
of hats.
your inventory. So when you get drops, this is where your drops will go.
Great on this Mew. They played it in the 3 games against Onyx Rise, locking it in again. Unsurprisingly, though, Ward, who has had just an absolute ball-out performance on the Snorlax to get them to these finals.
Yo, let's
grabbing Mamoswine,
go.
a
We did it.
quality defender pick.
And here we go. Pikachu, our last pick for Zora Tigers Gaming. A Pokemon that I think a lot of people counted out, but you can't count out the mascot. It's been performing incredible here today. And as someone who loves Dodrio, I can tell you,
GG's to
you hate a
everybody.
Pikachu on the other side of the map.
Stunned. We've got a gutter pick Blaziken, what folks consider to be one of the best Pokemon in the game, and these priorities and the meta changes throughout the life cycle of a tournament, and we've just seen the biggest proof in the pudding of that right there.
Right there on the big stage. 5 trophies, 5 players, a best of 5. 5 games could separate them from becoming your champions. One team Their dreams will be dashed. One team will raise.
I'm just
the
checking to
trophy
see right
here
now
very,
if the
very
drops are
soon
enabled.
As our teams are loading in.
We've got a few more moments to these final preparations.
Easy clap.
These players
We also
get
have a
dialed
command for
in
that too.
because once they hit the map, it's all action.
That's right. You have to imagine that the pressure is intense. This is the most pressure they've ever played under. They've been playing here all weekend, but they haven't been playing for everything. They haven't been
I don't see progress on my end.
trophy.
I don't know about anybody else.
Share of a $500,000
I think we have to actually wait for the the match to start.
Ready for it. And you know what? Fennel looks like they're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, they're dialed in. They're ready to go. I think they know that this is their tournament to lose.
Are limited and viewers will receive rewards on first come first served basis. Thank
Here
you.
we go as we get ready for
Okay.
game number 1.
So there's limited supply of these apparently.
Zora Tigers Gaming, your purple team. Fennel, your orange team. These are the
It might be just a random drop. You just watch and then probably like lands into your inventory at some point.
Anything up to chance here. It's all about that action. You see both central area
That's the last one for me. My phone is in the red. Oh no. All right. No worries.
to kick off the grand final.
That's right. Urshifu takes a little while to get online, and it can definitely be pressured. As a lot of pressure is actually, move towards this bottom goal zone here. 4 members of Fennel assaulting this tier 1. Mamoswine trying to push them back right here, but they are just having
All right. Do we just run a duo?
Fennel has done an amazing job.
Unless anybody else wants to play some ranked.
Look that they've thrown at their opponents, keeping them on their toes, and essentially making any research may have done obsolete. Nice electro ball, boosted auto follow-up. Mule is right there. Ton taking a ton of damage, and they're able to make it back. This team covers each other's behinds day in, day out. Nobody ever getting knocked out.
Beautiful stuff there from Fennel. What a tricky play. 4 members of their team down in this bottom path. I remember the 1-1-3, but the 1-0.
I'm still here. I think so. Conan, are you awake? Are you good? If you need to go to bed, go to bed. I totally get it if it's too late.
About that action, gonna step back behind as you can see them clump up. And this is a big time KO streak of 2 for Mule, saying, Lucapo, you got an Urshifu, I got one too, big boy.
It's almost 2 a.m. here, and we're just starting the final, so we have at least 5 matches. Not at least 3 matches to watch. A maximum of 5.
Here in the central area, Urshifu coming up to help. They pick up another KO. They're looking for Dodrio. They're looking for a Pokemon on the other side as well. They go down. Cerula just taking Dodrio goes down.
Ward making it back to their side of the map. Meanwhile, we've had this Umbreon just working on the top. Dodrio finally evolved, ready to get into the action here. 69-21, the levels look in the favor of XTG right now, but with that Pikachu getting knocked out,
13 game win streak. That's insane. I don't know. I'm having the same thing. Like my alt, I'm on a streak. This one, I think I'm on a streak. Keep forgetting to check before I click next, but I don't know what it is right now. I think Unite's in a great position right now. I am not complaining. Either that or we're just gamers and we're just, I don't know. Yes, I'm awake and no need. It's Saturday. True, it is Saturday. If I was at the club right now, I'd still be there right now. Only 10 minutes till it closes. And then it'd be like, oh, I gotta stop at McDonald's for some snacks. And then maybe head back home and, I don't know, chill until I pass out.
And that's going to be a problem. Mule getting away from the overheat, boosted auto on them, and now we've got Reggies that have hit the map, but nobody's looking to fight over them quite yet.
Yeah, and it looks like Mule's going to start this here. He is level 9, so he does have his Unite move. Mule also with the Unite move here, hitting another massive.
Okay, now I see the progress. It's actually working. So you got to watch the finals, 1 hour of the finals. I'm already at 6%.
That is taken by Fennel. The first objective and great experience goes over the orange team.
That's right, and as we can see in the top path, we have them fighting over this Reggie. Alecki goes to the side of Zora Tigers Gaming. 1 objective for Fennel, 1 objective for Zora Tigers as they start moving towards this goal zone. Are they going to be able to score here? Will Reggie Alecki go in? 3 members of Fennel are here to stop him.
Yeah, and they're just going to be able to rip this Regieleki. Where's XTG going to go to try and find value? Blaziken getting collapsed on in the middle here as P tries to just go to the chase down on Chobo, but they're actually looking at the Blizzy. Nice Blizz assistance to keep them going. Can P convert? Nice eject finding the overheat. They're going to catch one and they're going to go for more. Chobo just running away and Jong saying, you're supposed to support me, big boy, but you're going in the wrong direction. Now they're getting on top of this goal zone. Yume has to peel back, but P is still in the action. And you know that fire type's all about the smoke. They're charging up an overheat. Nice Umbreon unite by Tone.
Oh, I just see the post on Twitter, Brian.
Now and the points are going in. And finally, Fennel has the lead after a KO streak of 2 by P.
Continuing this push right here, looking to score. Pikachu actually stopping him with a Thunderbolt right into the Unite. Trying to stop the scores, but they can't do it. The points are raining in. Fennel now up 88-143.
You take a look at that. They looked at Pikachu and said, you might be the mascot, son, but I'm the best Pokemon in this game. And just hit him with a couple scissor kicks to the teeth, sending Pikachu flying in a bad way.
Here we have in the top path, Mule trying to get as much experience as they can. Level-wise, it's very close between these two teams. Score-wise, also very close, but we have a bottom goal zone gone for Zora Tigers Gaming. Yes, they have access to some free experience on their side of the map, but they lose a huge positional advantage down here at this objective, and you can see it's going to be difficult for them to move in and fight. Instead, they possibly could look for a catch in the central area, but look at this. Fennel looking to put more points on the board.
Yeah, as they've had great vision on XTG. Nice engaged attempt by Ward to at least get space, but Lucapo's not shying away. Overheat charged up. It does catch Mule for half their HP, forcing out the Pikachu Unite. Cottontail crash by Chobo, picks up Cerulege, and now they're going to get an opportunity to score. Big overdunk there in a good way. Still down by 52, but it's signs of life out of XTG.
That's right, and now we have one goal zone gone for both teams. Regieleki getting very, very low. Secure. No! The Unite move not able to make it happen. Urshifu starts pushing towards this Umbreon. Umbreon in the face of Zora Tigers Gaming.
Nice solar beam by Machio to get on top of this team. Nice Bliss assistance on P to bully out the other Urshifu.
Here we go. Regieleki walking, but it looks like it's going to be stopped by Fennel. There's not a lot Zora Tigers Gaming can do about it, and they're not pushing with it. They're also not moving.
All right, good luck, have fun.
Goal zone. This bottom goal zone still up and giving a great positional advantage for this next objective in the bottom path. We have a Reggie who has spawned down there. We have another fight breaking out here in the center.
Tone using foul play to get the burst towards their side. Boosted out of Electro Ball, catches Mule. Mule is taking a ton of damage. They're jumping on top of them, and the KO's down. Mule is down, getting donkey kicked back to face. And they're raging forward. 2 players down. Solar Beam finds Ward. Ward taking a ton of damage as well, and they're sent packing. This is another goal zone getting attacked by Fennel.
That's right, Fennel attacking this goal zone. Mew getting very, very low, but somehow peels out with almost no HP. The Unite move from Pika doesn't find it. The no HP Mew from a mile away decides to hit him with the solar beam. They have to pull back now as we have Urshifu, Eldegoss, and Mamoswine defending this goal zone. Still very close. 150 now to 238 after Fennel has scored more points in this bottom path. Umbreon scoring again, another 12, bringing them up to a 100-point lead.
What is very important of this composition that Fennel have is that Dodrio is incredibly good at scoring points and playing away from the rest of the team. So that's an opportunity how they can
he got me still.
Nice KO by Zhang on the Blissey to be able to work on this Registeel. Solar Beam's a little early. They're not going to be able to take it out from under XTG. 30 seconds till Ray, the first Ray of our grand finals.
That's right. This will be our first test of these two teams at Rayquaza. Very close on the scoreboard. In fact, one full pocket score in double time here under the 2-minute mark will bring these teams to a tie. However, the team that hit the score threshold first would win if they happen to tie in this moment. So Zora Tigers Gaming needs to score a little bit more than that. 10 seconds now as we have Fennel positioning around this Rayquaza. Same thing here with Zora Tigers, finding out exactly how they want to engage here. They know they're behind. They know they're going to be the team that needs to make a play. And Dodrio can run away, as you said, and score at any moment. We're going to see how Zora Tigers wants to play this. Getting aggressive, moving towards the side of Fennel right now. We have Mamoswine Pikachu, and we have Cerulege hiding in this tall grass, waiting for this fight. They don't want to make a mistake, but they do need to make a move. Fennel chipping up Rayquaza, getting it ready, or just really trying to bait their opponents into a fight. Nice big solar beam onto the Mamoswine. Urshifu still waiting for this fight. Blaziken pushing back and forth. And Fennel can do this all day because they are in the lead. Ceruledge is coming around, looking for their moment. Pikachu with the Thunderbolt, pushed back by the Mew. Still no engagement here, Dupsnax. Both teams playing very, very safe. And here comes Umbreon!
Umbreon Unite, great double engage after the foul play. They're looking for the target. Jong is solo solar beam. They pop their Unite move to save them. Their shield is so low. Mashio goes back in. They're popping back forward. Nobody goes down just yet. Subin is an absolute blender here. It's finally Mule gets attacked here after they use their Unite move. Bliss assisted to the middle. They're going to keep this thing going. And finally, this Dodrio's coming alive. A KO for each head that it has. They're sitting on top of them. Big charged up overheat. And that's Curtain, son. Just ward standing. And they're trying to rush back to the middle. But I don't think Fennel cares about the big dragon.
That's right. They can run and score right here. Dodrio putting some scores into this top path as points rain into the bottom goal zone. 30 seconds left on the clock as multiple members of Zora Tigers Gaming are coming off of respawn. Back from the Pokemon Center, but there's not a lot of time. There's not much they can do here. Completely zoned out, not able to push towards Rayquaza with only 15 seconds left on the clock in the score lead here. Fennel takes game number 1 in our grand finals.
What a match by them. Really, from beginning to end, it felt like they had a really good pulse of what XTG was trying to do.
Yeah, it felt like Fennel played incredibly right there. As you can see how hyped the crowd is for Japan, how hyped they are for these
That's
grand
one win for
finals.
Japan.
Fennel feeling great, playing great, beautiful Rayquaza fight. And you see how good these two teams are, Dupsnax. In these moments, you'll notice a fight going on and on and on, no one going down. The level that these defenders and supporters play at, protecting their team, how good they are at the macro and micro in these moments, able to move in and out of combat. It's just so incredible watching these top tier players on these top teams have a Rayquaza fight. It's a thing of beauty.
You're able to send players like Tone on an absolute mission, right? We saw the big foul play engagement on 2 players in their central area. Excuse me, XTG had made their way to Fennel's central area and they were able to engage. And we watched this Blaziken run up and down, 95k damage and
XTG, that's
right.
I should have said that instead. The name is way too long. I didn't know that they go by XTG as well.
That means they were
Makes
brawling.
sense.
The knockouts means they were getting big time KOs. Even with the damage, it really matters if you can actually finish something off. They absolutely did in that fight. Fennel feeling great. One step closer to becoming your champion.
We saw a lot of great things out of Zora Tigers Gaming, though. I mean, Zhang, Mule was having a very good game on that Urshifu. Unfortunately, Zhang was the first player to go down in that Ray fight, which means it makes it super easy to prioritize Mule and let that Urshifu essentially stymie it from taking over.
There was a moment, Dupsnax, in that last match
Oh my God.
where the Ceruledge for sure was going down. It was caught with the Pikachu.
We're wrecking them.
There was the Electro Ball following Ceruledge and had a beautiful Phantom Force disappearing right on the edge of almost being taken out. They eventually did chase it down, but it's just these kind of plays that you only can see here with these top teams.
Zora Tigers Gaming, we're watching this draft develop here. The bands looking exactly the same from the first game, but we've got Ceruledge locked in by Zhang again. And I'm not surprised. They were playing pretty well. It's just on the other side, Fennel playing great.
Yeah, and they're taking this Umbreon, taking this Blissey. They want to shore up that part of their team before they let their opponents know exactly what Pokemon they're bringing. You know, the earlier you pick some of your carry Pokemon, the easier it is for your opponents to counter you.
Without a doubt, Mule grabbing the Urshifu again, and now we are seeing where we're going to go on the side of Fennel. They're going to grab the Blaziken again, but prioritizing it a little bit higher to make sure they don't lose it. Mashio on Mew, why not?
Yeah, and they may want to see what their opponents are bringing out before they decide to possibly bring Dodrio again, or if they have some other ideas that they want to bring out to this match. We're seeing Trevenant and we're seeing Inteleon. The 1-2 punch of these Pokemon, it's pretty impressive. The Wood Hammer sets up a perfect snipe shot for Inteleon. And now we do have Dodrio once again in our grand finals. Please don't nerf it.
Don't nerf it. Lucapo on this Dodrio is going to be able to harass Subin, though, and that's going to put a lot of pressure
Yo,
on
we have an
Ward
Urchin in
and
chat?
Chobo to elevate their game and make
That's
sure
sick.
that whenever Lucapo goes for a big-time dive, that they are there, doing what they've done all tournament
Definitely
long,
pick that up.
making
Exclamation
sure
point
that
Pokecatch.
Inteleon stays standing so it can grip and rip some snipe shots.
Zora Tigers Gaming obviously needed to change their strategy up a little bit right here, and they have in game number 2. They want to even this series up. They have a best of 5, but they don't want to give another because they'll be right on the edge of losing this whole thing. We're going to have to see how they want to play this. They had some phenomenal fights there in game 1, but it did feel like Fennel had control of that match most of the time.
They really did, and the fact that they were able to leave players in
No,
by themselves
shit.
and have them
That's not what I wanted to
achieve their
do.
goal, which was essentially not give up a goal zone, right? How long did we see Tone just sitting up top, sitting on pad, defending it by themselves until finally the team rolled up? And
I need back up, back up.
Here we have our
Oh.
players loading in. Fennel riding high after that first victory. Zora
Oh my
Tigers
god, we got
Gaming
the Ray.
needs to figure something
Oh,
out
they
as
were
we
had
head
like
to
no
our
interest in the
game
Ray.
Number 2. That is what they're playing for. The hardware, the big bucks, all the pride.
Yo, congrats,
and the
Conan, on
ability
the
to call
Urchin.
themselves a Pokemon Unite world champion. We
Oh,
are heading
Blastoise.
into game number 2.
Oh, damn, he still was able to get it.
Here we go. Zora Tigers Gaming, your purple team. Fennel, your orange team. Up 1 game in this best of 5 grand finals.
Sending Blaziken in the middle this time. No need for Yume to be the
We're
escort.
fine though. We're
Lucapo
fine. We
going
just
straight
we just
across.
defend
They're gonna
now.
Start scoring now, and they're going to be able to put some good pressure on Zhang. Another Pokemon that isn't too great in the early stages, of course, this Ceruledge, and they are just going to have the pressure put on them by Yume right now.
Urshifu?
It looks like Yume is having to
Oh, what
run
the
away
hell?
from
They
this,
just let
but
it happen?
They are actually able to get out, stealing the berry, not able to score a moment ago, but instead taking a berry, heading back home. We're going to see if Dodrio can get any bit of this experience here as it heads over to the side of Zora Tigers.
Well, Mule's rotating downstairs.
Going down bottom, have to.
Got a balanced fight up top, and they're going for a pick on who else but Tone, who is nigh impossible to knock out. They make it back to back, boosted auto, fired away.
Oh, there's nobody here. Just me.
Can't keep that pressure up.
Oh, never mind.
Tone
I
makes it out
didn't even
again.
see Ceruledge. Kind of just
Fennel
blend into the
here, they're
blue.
the only team to have scored a point so far as we have a fight getting ready to break out here. Combusting can try to pull it back, and they do. Pulling it towards
All right,
their
we're
side.
good,
They
we're
pick
good,
up
we're
a KO on the Inteleon. They could continue to push, or they could just leave him alone. Big time boosted.
All right, we'll
big-time
take the surrender.
Electro Ball, and now this experience is theirs as well.
Yeah, they might only be up 17 on the scoreboard, but that's looking to change real quick as we still have a Phantom trying to evolve here. And I'll tell you what, that Trevin really needs the Woodhammers to come online to feel like a real character. Darting back through his Lucapo. KO for them as a Gossifleur goes down. Chobo can't even get to Eldegoss.
Fennel right now in absolute control of this match, seeing if they can stop this Ceruledge from evolving and take some of this here. Dodrio, it's already got the correct number of bandanas here in our top path as we have the bird spawning here at 8 minutes. Urshifu coming
Wait,
from
does the game
side
not
of
tell you
Zora
if you're on a
Tigers,
streak?
Gets noticed and caught out by Fennel.
After Masters?
Moving through, Mules looking for a target, but taking a ton of damage here. Tone not really afraid as they go
thought it
straight
did.
on to Ward. Half their HP's gone. Electro Ball boosted auto puts them on the verge of getting knocked out. You got the shield up, Solar Beam, KO.
Big, big stuff here for Fennel. It feels like they're winning everywhere they go, stealing away these berries. You can see how annoying and amazing Umbreon player like this is as they break this bottom goal zone. Shades of last game, taking away that positional advantage, making it so it's really difficult for Zora Tigers to fight over this bottom objective.
Tone going straight in. Now Lucapo sees that the team's there, and it's about that action. We're going for it. Electro Ball again on Chobo. Takes a ton of damage. Zhang has to peel back. Ward steps up and at least eats the boosted, but we press forward. Tone with the foul play reposition. Ward chipped up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm on a 15-game winning streak right now in ranked. That's crazy.
XTG has to look at Regieleki and hope that they can take it.
That's right. They're just going to try to
Most
rip
of it is
off the map as
Umbreon.
fast as they can get it for themselves, and they do. Snipe shot by Inteleon, able to get the secure. This is going to walk towards Fennel. They could let this in for a very, very small.
2 of them with
here in the top
Lucario,
half.
and 1
They
of them
also
was
try to
Aurora.
Stop it and not give any score or positional advantage to their opponents, and it looks like that's what they're going to do as they're making their way down to this bottom path, possibly looking for a sneaky catch right here, not able to pull them into the overheat.
Tone is fearless, seeing 4 players players and going straight after their tank, saying we have nothing but action for you. Regice is getting ripped. We're gonna put overheat is there, eject button in to get it. Taken by Fennel. That is clockwork, son. And now we're using the Tone Unite move. 2 players down, the pressure is crushing them into a diamond. Subin gets buckled. Fennel is on fire, funneling them.
Look at Fennel go. Holy damn. They're just pushing them.
That's another one. That's a 4-pack. Can we make it 5? We're going to keep scrapping here. And you know they want it, Spraggles. They're sitting on the goal zone. Bliss assistance is perfect. P going to try and line up another.
That's a penta!
A penta. Yo. They gaming.
As Fennel continues this push, they won't stop. Every member of Zora Tigers trying to push them off of this goal
They're going
zone.
insane over there.
Like Fennel is just trying to assert their dominance here, prove a point. They could have left a long time ago, and they're trying to leave with the trophy here today.
Zubin again finding some snipe shots finally. KO streak at 2 for them, good experience. Popping their Unite move, they're looking for Tone. They say, I'll take a couple myself. Luca Post snuffing out Mule, no problems. Looking like a donkey out here getting put down.
Look, Zora Tigers Gaming had an incredible defense right there. They picked up a ton of KOs. They got a lot of catch-up experience. But boy, that looked good for Fennel. And a penta KO in a match like this feels pretty dang good. Scoreline as well, 93 to 220 with a tier 1 still up on the side of Zora Tigers.
An absolute clinic out here. You are looking at Fennel, and they are not giving up an inch to this XTG team. Reggie Lackey getting work done. Snipe shot going wide. That's going to make it tough to pressure. Tone looking at this. Trev Unite does catch 3. Overheats charge. Another objective secured. They use the Unite move. Does the Urshifu, but they go
Oh, it's not look good for XTC or XTG.
is going to hit, and this is a big overdunk opportunity. Chobo and
They are
Subin
like Fennel has really found their place.
Beautiful stuff. Huge overcap in the top path. 93, 290 with 4 minutes on the clock.
Even on levels right now, they are just going.
Why not? It has control over
Even
everything
like
else in this
Rake
match.
Fight's going to be extremely difficult if they don't get a chance to do something like farm. I don't think they get this win.
Plates of Zora Tigers, a double KO. They won't leave, and Zora Tiger Gaming can't do anything about it.
I got that hot chicken karate. We split logs out here. That Trevenant's done for. Fennel is on another galaxy right now.
They're just taking everything over. Any farm, they're in all places at all times.
Getting ready for this Reggie Rock. We have multiple members of Fennel here while they're scoring in the top and bottom path right now, increasing their score lead. We have Cerulege moving in. Musin, nah, that's okay. I'll become invincible here for a moment as we finally have an objective that looks like it's going to go the way of Zora Tigers.
And I think Fennel doesn't care because they want the action. They are up by a metric.
Japan team too strong? Really,
no
eh?
exception, going straight at them again. Why not? We are all over them. Solar Beam comes through. John goes down. We are looking for Chobo. Nice little Dodrio Unite to get on the backside, and they're gone. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to land. There's nobody to save because all your friends are in the Pokemon Center. We're looking for it. We're going to go for it. Nurse going. We got another one. We need to get them sorted out.
Are you kidding me? This reward is no longer available. So no Unite license for anybody else.
Incredible stuff from
I didn't even get one. And I've been here for almost 11 hours.
Blissey decides to get in the action. I'll take a KO as well. I feel like everyone's getting him out here, right?
Oof, yeah, it's right.
This game. 30 seconds until
I'm starting to think scams. Come on, it's crazy that they can't give away like a license.
In their central area, pushing back right now, seeing if there's anything they can do.
Especially when it's like limited to certain mons.
20 seconds until Rayquaza, and these teams are getting ready for it.
11 hours of pure gaming, for real.
Maybe we'll farm up. Maybe we'll hang out. Let's just talk about what we're going to do. Oh,
I can't even talk anymore. I'm just like getting so tired.
Of course, that's exactly where we're going.
Here we go.
But at least we winning in Unite.
That is a level 50
on a winning streak.
Blaziken on the side of Fennel. Not surprising here. I think it has 15 plus KOs as we have members of Zora Tigers Gaming looking to see if they can find Fennel. Fennel has been so aggressive, but right here they can kind of relax for a bit. They're up so much on the scoreboard. Zora Tigers Gaming just needs to come in and then they can catch that tiger in the trap and take game number 2.
It's hard because Tone is still running at them. They've got a great idea of where all XTG is. Nice solar beam. Ward is at half HP already, which means they can't lead an engagement here. Snipe Shot hasn't found a mark yet. Two beams moving around. Let's see if they can actually get. Cerule Edge with the back cap 88, but that's not going to make a big dent in this just yet.
Not yet. They're looking for a possible fight here. Fennel is. Obviously, Zora Tigers Gaming needs to make a play. They decided to score here, which is good, but they need to take a big fight. The problem is on the other side is Fennel that's been absolutely handling them all game, and here comes the overheat.
Cerule Edge goes right to the downside. We're fighting in the middle. Umbreon Unite pop to get the shields, and we're going forward. Mule is down instantly. We're Cotton Cloud crashing, not going to save anyone, but at least Luca Poco's down. Mashio looking for an opportunity. They dart over the wall. Ward is like, where is my team? What just happened? I don't know if you forgot about this, but we need this Ray. Ward with a Horn Leech, but they're so low. They're going to be easy to be sorted out by the level 15. Blaziken here. Meanwhile, we have Chobo just A-pressing the Rayquaza. It's below half. We're moving to the middle. There's one player
Just
down.
A-pressing the Rayquaza.
Inteleon for a chance. They get buckled. 10, Jack, Queen, King. That's an ace. And Fennel is looking to take game 2.
Oh my god. They are just zooming.
Shifu hanging out at the home base. There's nothing they can do in this moment. We had multiple members of Fennel go down. And they said, yeah, an eye for an eye. We'll take the eye of the tiger here and take the whole team. Fennel up 2 games in your grand finals, and I don't know if anyone can beat this team.
We are looking here, and this seems like deja vu if you've been watching.
It's over. Just give them the win. I don't know. They still got one more game that they can turn it all around.
Year 1, 3 straight games.
The mood and the hype is definitely on Fennel right now. Like it's definitely in their favor. So it's definitely gonna be hard to find the confidence to overcome this. But if you're still in it, you're still in it. You got to play to the end. You know, imagine they get a win. All right, it's still looking bleak. They get another win. Now it's all tied up. Now you're still in, like you're still in it. You can have the championship, right? It's not over till it's over.
Amazing how when we run to our grand finals here, Doob Snacks, there is just 16 KOs. I was kind of right. 15 plus, baby.
That is wild. 107,000 damage. And I'll tell you what. When he heard the crowd pop off when they were sieging that goal zone and they saw that KO streak of 4 kick up, and then they saw the KO streak of 5, that big penta, the crowd became electric, and that just fuels what you're doing. And they just, again, hit yet another gears. I don't know how many gears are in a car, but I know how many
Oh, nice. We got the Regieleki.
And it's literally infinite.
I've heard that there are thousands of gears.
Bring the team that got third place back.
Beat by a mile. It's kind of a car.
And that's a car thing. We nailed it.
Good. Hey, we're bringing it home too. As we get ready here for game number 3, Fennel looking to bring home that trophy here in Hawaii. Japan has been a region that has always been amazing, always competitive, but they've never been at this
Did we
level,
dunk it yet? It's close.
in a grand finals. The same can be said for South Korea and Zora.
Oh, it's not gonna go in.
They've looked
They're all there.
fantastic
Oh,
throughout
it
this
went. That
tournament.
still went in.
And
Oh my
last
god.
match, it didn't look too good into Fennel. It looks like Fennel was handling them, playing with their food, if you will, especially on that tier 2 goal zone. They just wanted to keep showing off for the crowd.
If you're XTG, you've got the reverse sweep ahead of you if you want to win. That is so much work you lie ahead. Take it.
I'm good. I'm good.
At a time. The next 10 minutes is the most important of your turn.
I had to make a decision there. Do I go in and waste my Unite to like dodge the attacks, or do I say screw it?
Win this thing bit by bit, the same way that you eat a Buick, just a little bit at a time, just bit by bit. Brought a
Oh.
card thing back. Pretty good, right? As we look at our band,
Trying to heal everybody.
Charizard, Cerule Edge, Mimikyu, and Leafeon first pick to Zora Tigers, and they are taking away this Umbreon.
Yeah, I mean, Tone's been insane on it, but that does...
They're all here. They're all here.
The Hoopa. We'll see if Fennel truly cares about it. They've been operating incredibly well without it so far. Is that the well they're going to dip into now that it's their opportunity?
Take a look at this here. Blaziken, I mean, are you shocked after that performance last game? There's no way they want their opponents to have this.
I can't keep it
Maybe
going.
looking at the best Blaziken player
Oh, they're
in
gonna.
the world right
How much
now.
is that?
On
Yeah, that's the whole
side here
thing.
of Zora Tigers, the Hoopa is taken. The Urshifu once again makes its way to the battlefield. Felt like that Urshifu got shut down hard in game 2, but we've seen how powerful it could be throughout this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the focus, the prio of attacking Zora Tiger's game that Fennel has put into practice was meticulous, right? In the first game, it was Zhang, then Mule. In the second game, it was Mule, then Zhang. Depending on how they're going with these engagements, switched up what they're doing, and Fennel was always on the same page. Now, we have Tone on this Mamoswine, Mashio, Mew, match made in heaven.
Here we go. We've got the Mamo. We've got the Mew on the
Oh,
other side.
of course they're hiding there.
Possibly coming out. We saw this earlier in the day from Zora Tigers, and it looked pretty amazing.
I still got time to get that Unite back.
If those snipe shots land true, it will be amazing for them. And Lucapo says, I don't see any reason I'm not bringing the bird back here for game number 3. I'm looking to win this whole thing, and I've been feeling pretty good on it.
Well, there's another thing Fennel needs to consider. If they're going to win right now, these are going to be their Pokemon that they're going to be stapled to as the one they won the World Championships with. Now, Lucapo loves Dodrio 3 times in a row. They're trying to make you their biggest fan.
Oh, Pikachu down here.
Absolutely. Not enough people are playing Dodrio. It's an epidemic out there. I didn't want to take a moment in the grand finals to talk about it, but we need your support. When you log on to Pokemon Unite, play Dodrio. It's important. It's a 3-headed bird.
Oh no.
Amount of hats.
I'm not gonna be able to get out of this.
Also, actually, you know what? Don't play it. They're gonna nerf it again.
Okay, never mind.
We are moments away.
Got the
from
X
game
speed.
3. 10 minutes separate Zora Tigers Gaming from being eliminated and Fennel from being your world champions.
It's going to be pretty hard to dig themselves out of this hole. Not impossible. We've seen Zora Tigers Gaming have amazing sets, but Fennel is flying high right now, and they are looking to swoop down and snatch those trophies right out of the hands of Zora Tigers Gaming. That last match was a clinic. It was a whole hospital. It was just about every medical unit you could imagine. I mean, it was insane what they did to Zora Tigers Gaming in Game 2. We're going to have to see if they can bring that to game number 3 and just close this out right now.
Oh crap.
We're queuing.
We gotta leave.
We're locking in. Fennel's locking in. Zora Tigers Gaming better lock in because they are about to be eliminated. And really, Fennel looks unstoppable going into this third game.
For Zora Tigers Gaming, this is your moment. This is when the Eye of the Tiger could start playing for you, and you start fighting back. I don't know if you heard the bell yet, Zora Tigers Gaming, but it's time to turn this thing on and start fighting.
I think they get it just
Fennel
before,
seems to
yeah.
have your number, but you want to prove everyone wrong. You want to prove
Oh,
that
we don't
you're
want
not
to
the
fight
underdog.
this.
You're going to need to do it here in game number 3.
We're looking them load in. They've got the Pokemon they want to take to battle. Thea Sky Ruins is about to be populated by 10 players, 10 trainers, and 10 minutes left to get this thing.
Oh, wow, they're starting Ray already.
Feeling great right now. Just this moment waiting for this match here. They have to be feeling pretty confident. You don't want to be overconfident, but you know what? I don't think that would hurt them too much. They've just been playing so incredibly well. Only one team throughout this entire weekend has even taken a single game off.
Let's go. Screw you guys.
How good they are. And that is what they want their world championship run to look like. An almost flawless
What is
march.
I'm like, I gotta hit the A button at the right time, or the, I should say, like, R button.
Zora Tigers Gaming. They are getting ready to jump into the action, which we were in.
We are in the action here of game number
No, he broke my shield, damn it.
grand finals here. Fennel, your orange
I took so much damage to get there.
your purple team. And you know what? I'm not going to lie to you.
I gotta come back. I can't score with 50. It's not gonna happen. Someone with like less points can go.
This is pretty choppy, but we're going for the scores. We're going to stack them up. We're going to do our best out here. Ward going to peel back, of course, grabbing that Umbreon out from Tone, worth that first pick. We're about to find out.
Mule heading up to the top path here with the Rapid Strike Urshifu, seeing what they can make happen.
I just hope we got enough. I don't know if we did. I would have liked to get that 50 bomb.
Push for this fight. Magikarp not online yet, but it's getting very, very close, especially if they can pick up a KO or an assist.
Still just this little torchic. Ward able to foul play back all of this while Bruno Altaria. An Electro Ball comes through and tries to pick it up. Mashio getting a little bit, but not as much as they'd like, as Subin is knocking on the door of Inteleon.
And here we have the Magikarp looking to evolve here. The only point scored so far is from
All right, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We keep the streak going.
Cosmic Pokemon Unite. Yes, the game is skipping.
You saved that game? Well, let me see the score. How close was it?
We see you
Oh.
going up. He gonna peel back his combustion.
That's a GG's for sure. Holy crap.
Going chase, and Yume not ready to
I think
give
that's
up
my
on this
best skill in Unite is the race
Here,
knives.
Shifu pushing in, looking for a fight, not able to make much happen. The hyperspace hold there, but Umbreon not able to make it back through it. Huge solar beam takes the KO, and Mamoswine pushing forward, looking to grab with the Ice Fang, not able to make it happen, but Urshifu needs to run away once again, and it feels like this Urshifu is always running away from these fights because Fennel is dominating them.
Yeah, the Piloswine has those little
All right, let's
tufts
keep
that
the winning
T-Rex
streak
on can't quite reach as far
going.
until it hits Mamoswine, but Tone is ready to go and ready to go to work. The portal is down. Mule doesn't even, I was going to say, Mule waits for it, takes it back. Are they coming back through? Yes, we're going to go for this engagement here. Mule gets picked up, put down by the Ice Fang, and now Luca Poe's there to do a ton of damage. Mule getting chopped up, taken down quickly. The portal is way too late, and they blink out of existence with full HP, roar right back through as Gyarados is online.
And here we go, Dodrio looking to make something happen here in this top path. Ton looking to start it here with the Ice Fang, gets the secure on the wild Pokemon, but not able to grab anyone from Zora Tigers Gaming just yet. They decide to break this goal zone. This is a play they've been making over and over again. Get rid of this tier 1 in the bottom path. They don't get as much experience as they would in the top path, and they take away all their positional advantage down there. Regieleki getting ready to head over to the side of Zora Tigers, and it does. On the bottom path, we have Fennel ripping apart this Registeel. We're going to be able to get it. Blaziken's got the rip, it's got the secure, and it's got the steal right now. 15 to 107. Ton in a little bit of trouble right here, getting caught out, and they go down.
Really, again, that's just buying time for the rest of Fennel to get this Regieleki off the map before Zora Tigers Gaming can step up and use it to their advantage. So a nice little play and read. P looking for Zhong right now, charging up an overheat.
Want to go to bed after this win or lose?
Engagement follow-up with that big boosted attack out of Dodrio. They put a drill right through their chest.
Oh no, he's taking my Umbreon.
Nobody home.
And here we go.
This is where my streak ends.
Boost. It's continuing with the Electro Ball, seeing if they can score in this top path. Dodrio looking to make something sneaky happen, but Zora Tiger Gaming has sniffed it out. They're sending Gyarados down to that bottom path to stop them. Here comes the Umbreon, trying to pull the Blaziken away, but there just isn't enough damage. Once again,
You know what? I think I should go Lucario.
and that's another KO.
P moving forward. They want Ward. Or they're gonna
Who's
switch
going
their
central
attention,
though?
and
Oh
they're gonna
shoot.
get the next target down. They
I guess
rage on.
me?
This goal zone is gone.
And here we go, scoring 15 to 180. Nope, 201 before the 5-minute mark. Huge lead here for Fennel. Fennel is just playing so incredibly well. Like
You got this? All right, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully Zera's still decent at jungling.
Performances. Zora Tigers Gaming needs to step it up.
I know I have a lot of practice with it.
Moments. Could this be the start for them? Well, it has to be. They are so far behind, and if they don't win this game, it's all over. Fennel becomes your champions.
Do you not remember? Yeah, I remember, but I don't think I'm playing the caliber of teams that he's going up against.
Able to get that knockout on P. At least that's good experience. That's where it starts. Where do we go from here, Spraggles?
That's the question for Zora Tigers Gaming, right? How are they going to be able to come back? They have Unite moves. They can get a massive catch. If they're able to grab Dodrio as they've grabbed Blaziken right here, they can come back in this game experience-wise. Score-wise, it's going to be a long time before they're able to climb that mountain, but they're looking to make it happen. A reset coming through this hyperspace hole as Regieleki is walking towards this top path. Members of Zora Tigers are now going to have to decide if they want to fight here or if they want to find other opportunities. The map is littered with experience. There are wild Pokemon everywhere. They can get back in this game experience-wise and get ready for a fight near the end of the match if they just take some of it. But there's another objective on the map, and there's a Blaziken that just seems to do whatever it wants on the side of Fennel.
Lucapo easily getting out of the trap that was sprung on them as Tone is living in the central area of Zora Tigers Gaming. Poor Mule can't take
All right,
any
where
of
do
their
we
air
need the
quotes
most help here?
safe farm because Tone is living in their house.
Here we go. Regirock going down to the side of Zora Tigers. They actually have a little wind in their sails right now. The match is slowly turning in their direction, looking for another KO. It's on a support, but they'll take it. They'll take anything they can get. Big time overheat. Gyarados uses the bounce to peel out of this fight. As Mamoswine looks to move in, Umbreon in a lot of trouble, gets shut down.
I mean, that was a forced out Umbreon Unite a little late. They're going to have to work to get that back, and we're using
All right, we got rid of
Urshifu
Charmeleon.
going in. They don't get a KO for it. We're going rings unbound. They just want to take a fight. They need a confidence booster from somewhere. We're surfing through his Machio. Subin finds a target on the Dodrio. Now there's 3 players down in a heartbeat for Zora Tigers Gaming. They picked this fight, but they weren't ready for the bang, bang action that Fennel's ready to bring. KO streak a 2 for P. They're keeping this pressure on.
Oh, that
KO
was
streak a
close.
3, and I don't see this number going much higher unless Zora Tigers Gaming is willing to play ball.
15 points. Yeah, it's not looking good for them.
Here, looking to make a statement. They're continuing the fight, but a massive catch there for Zora Tigers. That is a level 14 Blaziken. The experience that just went over to the other side can help even up this match. They know they're behind on points by a lot, but they can get close on levels and they can win a big fight. They could come back in this game, and catches like that could make it happen. It could be the overconfidence of Fennel that lets Zora Tigers Gaming take game number 3. Reggie Alecki walking right
Come
now.
back.
Zora Tigers is going to need to decide when do they make their stand, because Dupe Snacks, this could be their final stand. This could be their final match of this series. This could be the final Rayquaza where Fennel takes the whole thing and proves to the world that they are the best. We're looking now at how Zora Tigers wants to play it, because Fennel can do it.
All right, here comes the Ray fight. This is it.
They're going straight forward, the stun in the middle. Who's going to go for this?
Oh my god, they're going straight for it.
It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by
That's it. GG's. We got our champions.
I'll tell you what, Fennel has only been in Honolulu for a couple days, but Hawaii has a new Alei. Bow down to your Chiefs of Unite, Fennel!
And it's going to Japan. They're bringing it home.
Rayquaza has taken a flawless game number 1, an even better game 2, and in game 3 here of your grand finals, Fennel now just gets to do what they do best in KO members of Zora Tigers Gaming. The undefeated, the unbeatable, the unstoppable. And I know we've got a minute and 10 seconds left, but I gotta be honest with you, everybody. It's over already.
Japan never gave the crown back.
Finals world champions.
Damn.
Fennel from Japan has taken this whole thing, and it looks like the enemy home goal zone is theirs as well.
From the first minute to the last minute, besides
That's
Onyx
crazy.
taking one 10-minute stretch out from under them, they have been perfect. They have been meticulous. They are now your world champions, and there is absolutely no doubt who the #1 team in Pokemon Unite is right now.
The clock counting down here before they can celebrate. They don't want to set their controllers down. They don't want to set their device down. They want to savor this moment, because in 20 seconds, they get to come to the full realization of what we in this arena have already found out. Fennel is the best to do it this year in Pokemon Unite. Japan is the best region in Pokemon Unite, as we are counting it down the last 5 seconds here before we can crown our champions.
Let's go. It's finally here.
Dark Crimson is getting the chat hyped.
After 11 hours, we finally have our champions.
Crowd chants their name. They've done it. At Doob Snacks, there was no question about it.
It's a no. We call that a no-doubter. We saw it season 1 with Blackhand. We saw it season 2 with Luminosity. We see it season 3 with Fennel. And when the team is dialed in, and when the team is playing like that, the team wins in fashions like we just watched. And that was raw obliteration.
There's no question about it who the best in the world is, the best region. Taking a look at all the players around this arena, watching this go down. I think everyone expected that Fennel could be here, but I don't know if anyone expected it would go quite like that.
We gotta leave. We gotta leave.
Proved it without a doubt. It's no question. It's not close. They are your champions without a doubt.
We see these players going through, showing the utmost respect to each other. The sportsmanship, of course, is there. And we know how good Fennel is. They just showed us. But let's give all the flowers, all the respect to Zora Tigers Gaming. What a run. What a Cinderella story.
Zora Tigers Gaming were looked at as an underdog, maybe a non-factor here in this tournament. And they make it all the way to the grand finals and put on a show here with Fennel.
So are they going to do the trophy ceremony right here, right now?
Managed to do. There you go. Flareon's from Orange Juicers throwing up the big W right there for Japan.
Well, when you catch a couple L's, you tilt them sideways, you put them together. I guess.
NA will be back next year with hopefully no drama. Yeah, I know, right?
Only dropping one single map, one game all weekend.
Oh shit.
Almost
Can't get to that in time, can I? No.
From this team, you can see the emotion.
Don't you? Oh, Jesus.
It's been a long road for Japan. They've never made it to the mountaintop. And here they are, the best in the world, the best region in the world.
All the other streams are down. It's just Unite now.
This team, this is going to be looked at as one of the greatest teams to have ever played the game.
In one of the most competitive years the game has seen, they sit supreme. And wow, what a statement.
Not gonna lie to you, I want to cry a little bit. I've seen all the emotions. I'm getting overwhelmed here, Doom Snacks.
I mean, we have the Japanese casting desk right next to us, and the emotion that we've seen just when they made it to the grand finals from their casters, the excitement and passion they have not only for this game, but of course for their home region, and for them to deliver the big time win that I know Japan knew they were capable of achieving. It's got to be an absolute breathtaking moment for them.
And in a moment here, they will get to hoist these trophies high above their heads and declare themselves the champion. It's the third time we've seen it in Pokemon Unite. It's the third time it's been done in dramatic
Charizard, get down here.
It's the third time it's not ended with a period, but an exclamation point, saying that they are the best in the
Two
world.
down, nice.
Finally, Japan has made it. Finally, they have done it, and now they get to enjoy being the best.
I'm taking a deep breath here, and I'd drink it all in too. I wouldn't be busy and
Serena, come here.
to try and get off that stage. Drink in every single moment, and I'll tell you what, I'm just beyond fortunate to have been here with you to watch this.
I just needed that last move.
Fennel and the region of Japan.
Right back at you, my friend.
I'm going to go to bed. Good night, chat. Thanks for coming out, Kraft. Have a great night. I'm so sorry there's no NA champions, but it is what it is.
I might be just staring at the score screen at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see that victory screen there, right? Let's take a look at some of the big moments.
Let's
here
go.
from
We're
our
gaming.
grand finals here at the
4 of them
World
down.
Championships. And a lot of these are just going to look like a highlight reel for Fennel.
Yeah, I mean, again, statement plays here. We're already watching game 2, and this is that crazy penta push that they were able to get done. And the crowd, I mean, they came alive, right? The crowd was building momentum.
Oh, they surrendered.
Saw that penta in game
The streak
2,
continues.
you could tell the tides and the fandom had shifted.
The day you go
All
there
of the
will be
momentum
NA
was behind
champions.
Fennel, and that carried them blistering past the
Imagine.
What an incredible series. What,
Then I can tell
just what an
Kraft. I did it.
incredible 3 games.
Here you go,
To have
NA.
3 games to be your Grand Finals World Championship games go like that. I mean, especially this game 2, unbelievable. And you can see how hyped the crowd was throughout the entirety of it. I tell you, Dupesnacks, these Unite crowds are absolutely insane.
They have the backs of the teams that they support. And what's great about Unite is they have each other's backs as well. Once the
Holy
team is
crap.
eliminated,
I
you just
started
kind of
playing Unite when I had 1,199 as my elo. I was 1 point below like the default of 1,200. And now I'm at 1,406 and I'm not even trying to climb.
That's right. When you look at this bracket, there were so many amazing teams that made it to this
Nothing stops you from
top
achieving it. It's
16,
true.
but the real
It's all in
story
your
is
head.
Fennel
If you want it bad enough, you'll do it.
Fennel only dropping 1 game throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Chad
Fennel in your
gave a round
grand
of
finals,
applause.
3-0. Incredible stuff. The best teams in the world came here to compete, and Fennel proved that they were a cut above the rest.
Big shout out to all of these top 16 teams. I mean,
Hardworking
you can't
Crimson.
understate how difficult day 1 was to get to day 2. And
I've
of
almost
course,
done a
we saw
12-hour
how
shift on stream.
competitive these teams were in day 2 as well.
I consider this
every
training, you know, if I ever need to do a long stream, this is just a practice run.
well-earned win, and Fennel sits
I'll tell you,
on
it's
top
not easy.
of Pokemon Unite, at least for a year.
That's right. They're the champions, and they did it in an amazing way. What a team. We will be right back. We've got a trophy celebration. Do not go anywhere. We will get to see the champs hoist the hardware very, very soon.
All right. I guess we're doing the trophy ceremony. I'm a watcher. My back hurts. Oh, look at this. It's got Umbreon on screen. We're breaking down what I'm been basically using. Depending on how long of a break they're going to take. Oh, it says 7 minutes. That means we could definitely do this match. I don't know if I have a time for another one after this too. Alright, so good. We got a Charizard. We got support. We got CC. Not CC. Well, yeah, I guess with Sylvia, maybe. Umbreon. I think this team's alright. I'm good to call it after this. Yeah. I do want to end. I just don't want to end before the trophy ceremony. That's the only thing. And I hope to God it's not like, yeah, we're going to do a 10-minute in, I don't know, speech or something, and then we're gonna go on break and then come back, and then we're gonna give a couple trophies, and then we're gonna go on break again, and then it's like, come on, let's go, hurry up. It's okay, Crimson. What? Another 12 hours of streaming to complete the day? Yeah, imagine that. Let's just do 24-hour stream. Unite just makes another 12 hours of content before the trophy ceremony. If that was the case, you'd be hearing me snoring. For the TCG game, you can buy PNGs that you can't use anywhere else. I was thinking that actually watching the commercial. I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this app. I'm like, I think the fun of having cards is like, you know, having an actual card in front of you, looking at like the print, maybe like the texture, the foil, you know, all that kind of stuff. And being digital, just it's not the same. So I don't know how that's gonna hook you. Like, who knows? Maybe I love the app and I want to use it all the time. That's why I like cards. I like just looking at the art. You know, even just like having a binder and admiring it that way. It's not the same on a phone. And then I'm like, maybe they did this for the reason of like scalpers or like people who are like in the industry or in the hobby of collecting cards just for money. And they're like, well, if they're PNGs, like, go ahead, you know. There's nothing you can really do with this, right? I don't know. Maybe that's the idea. I have no idea. I guess we'll find out when the app comes out. Free NFTs.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championship with Kay Barry Kim. Kay, if people don't know you, tell us a little bit
It's
about
better than
yourself and
paid
what you do.
NFTs, right? You know, I wouldn't buy an NFT. It's got to be free or nothing.
Tell us a little bit about who you're dressed as.
I am dressed as
Ow.
Nurse Joy from Pokemon Sun and Moon, and I'm accompanied by Blissey, Chansey, and Comfy.
Oh my god, we
I
lived.
think you told me Comfy came from here in Honolulu, right?
Absolutely. I was so happy and excited when I found that she was
They are
here.
technically
I had to make
NFTs.
sure I got her at the Pokemon Center.
They're on the
Such a good one for
blockchain.
Hawaii with all these flowers and everything.
Thank you.
Now, tell me a little bit why you chose this as your outfit.
I chose this out because I thought it was great for the event for Pokemon World here in Honolulu, Hawaii, and I thought it'd be a cute way to, you know, showcase Nurse Joy and my plushies.
Tell me a little bit about being part of the cosplay community here at Worlds.
It's been so amazing. I'm able to meet great friends, new friends, and we just love to take photos together, and I love seeing everyone's cute cosplays.
I think you were just watching some matches, right? What were you watching?
I was watching the VG.
Oh crap,
Your
oh
favorite?
crap.
It's been fun so far, yeah.
Are you rooting for anyone in particular?
Not anyone in particular, but I'm rooting for everyone.
Nice. Well, thank you so much. We'll let you get right back to it. Thanks so much. And you too.
Damn bird,
We'll see
get
you
out
at
of
the
here.
Pokemon World Championship.
He's hitting me. He's not focused. Oh, he got lucky. I was trying to distract him so he would just go after me.
Type of Unite battle, the first team to score 500 points wins. Remote Stadium returns with new upgrades.
Oh no, not the bird. The other bird, I should say, the owl.
Area have all been updated to keep things fresh. Plus, make use of new AOS technology to spice up matches in fun and unpredictable ways. Employ unique strategies in every stage of battle. This new mode
Uh-oh,
is
we're struggling.
launching next spring. Stay tuned for more info.
He's gonna miss that shot. Oh my god, no way.
Pokemon trainers from all around the world dream of becoming a champion here at the Pokemon Unite World Championships.
Here we go.
And unfortunately, only 26 of our regional champions could be here to compete in Hawaii for that very title. And of course, after 2 fantastic play days here at the World Championships, we are now ready to crown our champion.
We're crowning them? Do we have crowns? Is this like Fortnite?
Pokemon Unite is the ultimate game of teamwork and coordination, and both of our finalists exemplified this expertly. Team Fennel stormed through the bracket, only dropping a single game on their way, showing dominance from the Japan region and becoming the first team to ever represent Japan in Pokemon Unite's Grand Finals at Worlds. Team Zora Tigers Gaming, the lone team from Korea at this tournament, also represented their region for the first time in Pokemon Unite's Grand Finals at Worlds. But it was Team Fennel who seized the initiative and completely outplayed their opponent to win the final match. We have a new world champion to crown, who has ascended to the top and proved they deserve this title. So now, let's crown our finalists and
Oh,
world
we're pulling
champions
through
and
here.
honor their achievements.
Oh no, but we left off. Shoot.
Let's present our awards. Please welcome back to the stage and give a big round of congratulations to Zora Tigers Gaming!
Chat gave a round of applause.
Let's hear it for your players. Ward, Mule, Subin, Jung, and Chabo.
I'm lagging. What is going on? I did not do that.
And now, the team who won the day. Let's hear a big round of applause to our 2024 Pokemon Unite World Champions, Vettel! Let's hear it for P, Yume, Tong, Mashio, and Lukaku!
Nice. Cleared out 4 of them. We get to 5th. Oh. Bird's coming back too. Sylveon, we don't need it. Just retreat, retreat.
Let's hear it one more time for your world champions, Vettel!
That was close. If Sylveon kept going, we could have just lost that for sure.
And one more time for your finalists and champions.
I'm going back. We're winning, we're winning. Just gotta hold off the 50 seconds.
Congratulations to all the teams who qualified for Worlds this year.
Knocking him in. Locked in. Healing Charizard.
As a spectator or a competitor during our
Nice. Another 5. God damn, these guys.
We are not done.
They got
with
sweep
Worlds
twice.
2024 though. Tomorrow is Championship Sunday for all our other Pokemon titles, and closing ceremonies will wrap things up at
I only
the
got
end
1
of the
point.
show.
I'm useless.
But to wrap up the end of the show today, let's head back to our
I didn't even get to dunk my 1 point. Someone indulge me. Let me score.
There's going to be 3.
Here we are in the analyst lounge to wrap up what has been an incredible weekend of Pokemon Unite and an
I'm going to their
incredible
base.
season, the 3rd season of Unite, and man, they really brought it all out here today. I want to hear some final thoughts from all of you about this weekend and of course this incredible season. Danielle, why don't you start us off?
I think firstly, I am so proud of all my teams from the Asia region. I have been such a big supporter for you guys. You did amazingly this year, even though some of my teams, they didn't maybe finish
Another
as high as they
win.
wanted to. Be
Man,
proud.
what is losing? Does anyone know? I don't know what that is.
Well, the benchmark has been set, that's for sure. That is for certain. Holy smokes, if there's ever a champion that deserved it, it's Fennel. They completely dominated this entire tournament. So hats off to them. 3 hats if
Thank you,
got 'em.
Conan.
As we see them, they're hoisting up their trophies. On behalf of myself, peace, love, and hugs. Hannah Olive, I love you. Thanks for coming with me to Hawaii. And Unite whips. It's so friggin' sweet. I can't wait for next year, and hopefully they'll have us back.
Amazing. Unite whips. Callow.
I have got to give it up to the crowd. The energy they were bringing was absolutely electrifying.
Welcome, champ.
Cheering for Fennel.
Appreciate you.
I know, seeing you guys pop off, it was such an intense moment. I loved every moment of this weekend.
We literally had everything in this tournament. We had underdogs through a top 16 that was unbelievable already. A dominant squad. I mean, it's not a Unite World Championships without a 3-0 Grand Finals. I think we're sticking to tradition, but I mean, if it's to a team like Fennel, I think we all give it the credit it deserves because what a dominant team. I think I am the first one to say it, maybe not the first one, but I think we all want to see this roster of 5 playing again next year because I want to see them continue this competition.
My voice is completely gone.
Hey, let's go, Sham.
I may or may not have been screaming throughout the entire weekend, but this was such an emotional win for so many people out there. I was watching the Japanese casters. They were screaming and crying, and the crowd was crying, and the Japanese staff was crying. It was just like such a big win for them after we got to see them get so close in their, home kind of turf last year. So huge congratulations to them. It felt like one of the most emotional victories I've ever seen at one of these. Just a beautiful moment and the most competitive year we've ever had. Without a doubt, I can't wait to see what's going to happen next year.
That's right. It has just been so amazing from the start of this season all the way until now. Seeing all these teams from all over the world come here and compete. It's been incredible.
Oh my god, the Dodrio.
Insane, and they proved it that they are the world champions here. Japan gets to hoist the trophy. They are the best region in the world. I have to say a thank you to all the competitors. Thank you to everyone who works on this show. Thank you to all of you for watching. Thank you for listening. This exists because you support it. This is incredible, and it's a privilege that I get to be here for it. Thank you all. This has been the 3rd season of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Those were your grand finals. Goodbye, everybody. A final yeehaw to you and yours. We did it.
We did it!
Let's go!
Wow, what an ending. Well, that's it. That concludes Unite. It's been a long day, but it was well worth it. Just spending 11 hours watching this stuff. It even got me throwing on Unite and playing it myself. Hopefully there's many more years to come of this game. They just got to keep cranking out the content. Oh yeah, and we won. We got all those dubs too while we were playing, so can't be mad about anything. It was a good time. I hope you guys had a good time too. I don't think I'll be able to do another 11 hours tomorrow. I think I'm going to take the day off. I'll be, of course, still in the Discord, so if anyone needs me, you can always ping me. I'll be hanging out there. Oh, did it just end abruptly? Like, they're just like, yep, cut it. Oh, wait. This is when they show the new mythical, right here. You don't have to. Take care and rest well, Dark. What the? Is this a game trailer? Are they teasing something? I'm so confused. You know, it's like after the end of the movie, they do like a little teaser. They're like, yeah, the movie's not over. There's a little bit more. There's another movie coming or something like that. Are they going to do something like that or no? Oh, it ended. Rip. Well, then that's definitely the end. All right, it's time for me to go to bed. Anyway, thanks guys for coming out. I appreciate everyone that came out and said hello and just hang out with me. I know the stream wasn't like a normal stream. It was more like we're just hanging out in the living room watching a movie for forever. But it was a cool experience nonetheless. Let's play some tunes before we head out. It's a little too quiet in here. There we go. All right, trainers, I'll see you in the next stream, whenever that is. I know that Dragonite is supposed to be coming out soon. Actually, this is Thursday, so if you don't see me anytime during the week, it'll definitely be Thursday. But anyway, have a good night, guys. Take care. I'll see you in the next one. Good night.
just can't deny giving